jumping in, Walrus punch. They're gonna go and try and get
He
it.
got it.
It's gonna be snatched by GH. He's got this Aegis. He goes with the BKB, he goes over to Nisha. They go to the freezing field from Insania, but they get the kill on a Boxy as well as that Crystal Maiden. 33 coming around the back. They go to the Primal Split. They've got the Heroic Thunder, but the damage from Sumail.
Nice reason, nice reason.
GH looks for the blink. He tries to get something done. The LSA is going to be on the 3 with the Gladiator. They go to the arena as well as the Spirit's going to land out of the Lina. Lina is in trouble. Nisha goes down. Insania falls at the grave, and so does Boxy. Thurio's dead again on Liquid, and they call GG.
Bengan actually still alive. Will disrupt one. Still going, in fact. Meanwhile, Olet, though, he copped an arrow. Olet's in huge trouble. Olet is gone. They will make the jump in, but the stun does not land on Toronto. Miero's right onto Force. Force is getting deleted on the Slaughter. Olet is gone. Narman is gone. How many more is gone? The Glyph will be forced. There is 1 melee barracks left. They are running out of ammo here, though. Olet, he'll jump in again, but Miero is happy to oblige. He'll just go right into the Sven. Olet, forced to fight, will run with his BKB. Meanwhile, BetBoom, they are just smothering the side of Mouz, not backing off whatsoever. There goes 2 more. GG is called.
Poshka
disrupted him to try and keep alive this Yuma Gyro. There's the RP.
Gone.
They're going to start to rock them down with the damage of the God Strength. Copy trying to stand his ground with the BKB popped here by Yutoro. They go to the lasso, but the damage out of Yutoro is enough. Yuma's starting to stand his ground and turn this fight around. Is it going to be enough to get a second kill? He blinks away, he goes after Copy. He's got the Stormhammer. They should be able to get the kill, but his Death Prophet, this tidal wave pulls him into a torrent, and that's going to be both heroes hit with that torrent. Yuma's going to die, and it is just falling apart for Nouns. They'll kill off Maposhka really quickly. They go to the Eclipse with the BKB pop by Yuma. They've got themselves a Spear on a Copy as well as the LSA. They get the kill on a Copy. They look to the back lines. They're trying to take out the Dark Will as well as Gunner going that way. They'll take out Mira. They'll buy back on this Shadow Demon. They look for Yuma. Collapse is going to chase. Looking to hit the God's Rebuke. The LSA from Laurel lands on 2. Yuma and Fly die. Gunner looking next on the menu.
Secret grouping up, going to be very, very careful. They'll drop the egg here, slide him. There's the black hole. They've caught 3, but no! Oh, the Torrent Storm. The Torrent Storm ruins everything. Sacred will go down. Slanum will go down. In goes Crystallis. He'll try on tonight. The buybacks are incoming. They need to help their Monkey King. Bakaz still manning up. Will take him down. Crystallis is gone. Kordan is gone to boot. What's all gone from Team Secret? What have they done? Bakaz, the black hole, Sacred, gonna hold him down, but maybe he'll cancel once again. The Static Storm in the middle of all this, nobody actually dying yet. They're still under the Mars though, boom, surely goes down. Now the black hole, but no, they kicked back. What? Oh, they kicked him out of the black hole.
Make the move, the relocate's coming in. Can they get the Doom off in time? Jab's trying to survive. He doesn't manage to get it off. It is going to be a chrono onto all those heroes with the egg down. It's beautiful. They're going to take the bait. Will they be able to kill him in time? Jump in, wants to find him. Ollie right there for the heals. It's not quite enough. Okay.
Okay.
Dude, I told you. Oh my God. XXS in far, Abba toss onto him. In trouble, turns, pop BKB, Doom says, fine, I'll take you all on. Who wants some? 23 up on the Glacier, trying to get away. There is no escape from this at all. Even Beta's surviving right now.
Oh, Baboka, he's going to get jumped. Nothing to say, he's going to try and back him up. Drops the Doom down onto Ori. Baboka, he's going to be the first one to go down, though. Moving forward, Monet, he's going to be starting to dish out an incredible amount of damage here from the Weaver. The fight's falling apart for Azure Ray.
Oh, no.
Ori, he stepped out of the base. He's got the Wind Waker. He's up to the high ground, but Baboka's there ready and waiting for him. They get the toss back. They're controlling Ori. There's the Doom drop down onto him as well. Bark trying to come in to help out. But Ori's in so much trouble. From the side low, he's got the damage. He's able to bring out Monet. To IG, they're going to try and push forward. They get the stun towards the Morphlings. Gonna stay for now, but in the end, there's JP, the beautiful one that jumps in, and that indeed is a GG black hole and a half there.
They look for the jump. Stun there. Skitter onto him. Try and kill him off. Can they do it? Yes. Duraccio goes down. Now maybe more. Quinn is inside the enemy base with the hook shot. And now he's surviving. They have to get onto their own high ground.
All right, here we go.
The hook. They got the hook. The stun is there. Duraccio eating him up. Duraccio. Oh, but the E-Blade.
Invis is invincibility.
The E-Blade and the Invis. Now the hook shot in. Ace looking for another target, but Amar just rips him to shreds. Nine runs right on in. He got bashed by Roach. Duraccio got bashed by Roach. And now the hook shot in. The club puts out. Oh, baby. They take him down. Quinn is getting leashed, getting laced in toxicities. A couple more hits. What do they have? It's not enough. The second round, second salvo. Quinn is gone.
And Tars, he sees a chance. He gets another catch. It's another kill. KJ will go down. Heroic, they're going to try and fight off the back of this. They'll look towards Notice, but Notice has got the BKB done. Doom drop down onto Squad.
Oh, it's perfect. It's perfect.
But he's pretty tanky. I mean, they all just died for this. Sure, Squadix might die at the end of it all, but they've lost form. I mean, look at that, the beautiful job there. They get the two-man horn toss into the RP. They get the lasso on a Davai Lama. It's a perfect initiation up to the high ground from VP. As Davai Lama's out for 60, no buyback on him. Spotting spots the BKB. Him and Kiritich looking to go straight on towards K1. K1 trying to heal up with the Satanic, but the shackle shots there onto the two cores. K1 out for 100. No buyback on him. Analog's going to try for the TP out. Is there a bash? There is indeed. GG is called.
Good morning, welcome to day 4 of PGL Wallachia. We're here for the Swiss group stage still, but we are nearing the end of it, and that means that we are very close to cutting our amount of teams in half. We started out with 16 teams. And, well, we did lose 2 yesterday, but we're going to lose another 3 today. But, of course, before the group stages are done, we're going to lose 8 in total. And today we're going to have to talk about a lot of things because, obviously, there were a lot of games going on at the same time yesterday. That is done. So from now on, this is the only stream that you really need to be at. And we're going to start off strong because yesterday we did TGov lock in a couple of teams already to advance. So we'll mention them today. We'll talk about their results, obviously, as well, and their gameplay as well. But I don't think we're surprised, Falcons and Xtreme.
No, not at all. But I think for Xtreme, there's a little bit of a bounce back. They won a tournament, then, you know, kind of bombed out of another tournament. So it's good to see them return to their form. I forgot we now have a close-up camera, which is really off-putting, but hello. And no, I think Falcons as well. They have the stand-in, and they've 2-1'd against Nouns, 2-1'd against Gaimin. You know, their backs against the ropes a couple of times, but boom, 3-0.
It works both ways, by the way. We had this discussion. Backs against the ropes, backs against the wall.
That's why I used it. I was trying to...
Yeah, it's good.
Good job.
Both of them are official sayings.
I had to make sure it's working before I really drop in this whole sentence. Hello, it is working. I am a...
Hello. Oh, no,
it works. Very good.
Everything going great. All right, so let's dive into it because, well, yesterday was the last day. We had 8 series total. There's a lot to talk about. And these were the results from the mainstream yesterday. 4 series there, Kezu. And it has been a lot of 2-0s.
Yeah, honestly, like, as we can see, everything but the GG Falcons. And even this one, honestly, the standings could have been very different. Like, GG could have 2-1 this series very easily. In the third game, there was some very weird stuff going on.
Yeah,
Maybe
you
there's
want
also-
to dive into GG versus Falcons first a little bit deeper because
Yeah, honestly, why not? Because in like the third game that they had going on, or like, you know, game one, they were doing good. Like they're winning, you know, they have like a very good draft. They do some first pick sniper, like Falcons responded with a DK. They end up losing that game. Then in the second game, because we are in best of threes, Falcons do like a nice adaptation. They go with some first pick Zeus, you know, they adapt nicely. But the third game, I don't know if you also saw it or how much of it, but goddamn, Gaimin were up so much gold. So much freaking gold. I feel like Wallachia has some PTSD from playing Void because he had a couple of cringy moments going on. But overall, they seemed like very lost in the mid game at one point where I don't know if that was on Falcons, like really putting him in this position, or kind of maybe just the communication of Gaimin Gladiators, like really falling flat for like a 5 to 10 minute entire period.
I mean, it feels like it's testament to the Falcons' logic of play, right? Like when they are in a difficult position, they always play for the, okay, just wait for our next moment. Once we find it, then we'll go. And like, I believe, was it the game 3 where Crit was playing the clockwork?
He owned.
He owned because like I was watching some highlights, and his highlights, if you weren't looking at the bigger pictures, like he's just feeding. And like here as well, yeah, like he's hookshotting in the void, but also this highlight as well. Wallachia was like jumping up into the high ground with no real purpose, then jump back out to then get hit by the hook shot. It's like, it was a really weird play, but I have to say, like, hidden MVP in this series was, or this game was Crit. Like, the amount of hook shots he did to prevent 5-man rotations, like, he saved, I believe it was Amar farming mid lane on Razor. He, like, 3-man hook shot to cogs them back, prevented an entire smoke move, delaying the big ball up that Koda was talking about. So that was a really cool kind of strategic series and game from Falcons, and yeah, it's why they are a 3-0 team.
yeah, and it is also why we still are going to keep a close eye on gaming, because I think a series like that, a game like that, will... Well, they were already very motivated, but I think they want to have some revenge later down the line. We'll see if they get the chance to do that. There was another team, obviously, that qualified yesterday, as we said already. Xtreme did as well. Let's take a look at how they did that, because we did have Xtreme maybe arguably have a little bit of an easier matchup. T-Gov.
You say that, but Aurora, they had some pip in their step. They had some energy coming into it, and then they got slapped in the face brutally, and it was pretty rough. But I think at least if you look for Xtreme's draft, like this draft again, like we've been seeing some drafts that are just beautiful. And like, I look at Xtreme, like the Void, Slaughter, Grimstroke amping up the aggression, like it just looks like a near perfect looking draft. Maybe Kezu has different read in it, but I look at this.
No, I'm with you.
When I tuned in, I was like, what the fuck? Like this is, like in the current meta, I don't see this draft really ever having, you know, problems. It's more on the individual play that will have issues with it. And yeah, it was a really just nice thing to see.
I mean, like also in game 2, right? You mentioned like the game 1 draft, but in game 2, they bust out like some Spectre. The other day, they were the only team that busted out the last pick Shadow Fiend. So I just still love that teams are so open and understand like what is the best for the game, and if it's still within a little bit of the comfort, like we'll go for it. Like Storm, we don't see a lot. Shadow Fiend, we don't really see a lot. Spectre too. There has been no other team who's actually busted out this hero. So I just love seeing that, and their gameplay has definitely improved.
Yeah, and this is also like you don't see a Night Stalker often, but because of the 23 pick Spectre, they last picked Night Stalker. Because I think right now the only way you can ever pick Night Stalker is a hero like Spectre that does zero pressure on lane, because Night Stalker can't pressure on lane either. And we were seeing like a bit of, you know, new heroes return to this lineup, but again, Xtreme, I think their draft quirkiness was just far superior there.
Yeah, it was superior, and I mean, rightfully so. They move on. This is, of course, two teams that move on that also have already been in grand finals this year as well. This is teams that we expected to do well, so it's no surprise that they move forward. Now, we also got to look at the other side. Let's take a look at the results from the secondary stream as well, because that is where we find some of the other matches we would love to highlight. And before we get to eliminations, let's first take a look at Secret versus Boom, because this was a matchup that I think for a lot of people was a question mark, because both teams, we don't really know exactly what to expect. Boom does not make it out of the region ever other than here, so we didn't know what to expect, and Team Secret has been a little bit of a wild card as well, Tico.
Yeah, I think coming into the series, I kind of put these teams very evenly matched. I didn't really know who should have been the favorite. I think they both suffer from some of the same problems. They are a little bit more volatile. You don't really have a lot of expectations for them nowadays. And in the series, it was pretty close, right? 41-minute game 1. The second game was 76 minutes. Secret allowed Disruptor through in the first 2 games. And I think a lot of people were wondering why, if they were struggling against it a little bit. And game 3, they finally banned it out. And It was just a lot of back and forth, really. There's not really much to say. It was just a roller coaster over a series.
Yeah, like the one good thing I did see, especially in this game, was like Secret had some very nice like reads on what they needed to do in like this mid and late game, and the highlights we're watching just now to like come back in the game, because they were far behind, and Boom also had like all the tools in the world to really win this game. Like it is a fairly good Enigma game if he can be covered.
They have enough rapiers, by the way.
Yeah, there's a a triple rapier. So at this point, it actually turns into the stage where it could be a little hard. Maybe you get bonked, you get some divine rapier melt strike onto you. But yeah, Secret had like a really nice bounce back in this game. But then third game once more. I'm just like, because I agree with both of you. Going into the series, I don't know who's better.
Yeah.
I don't even now, I'm not sure if Boom are truly better, but at least in this series, they came out victorious.
Yeah, and of course, this was not an elimination series, so we'll see if either of these teams can make it very deep into the tournament. We do have Boom now in the 2-1 group, whereas Team Secret is in the 1-2 group, so one at match point for elimination, one at match point for moving forward. But there were two teams that were also in that situation, but that was yesterday, at least being on the side of match point for elimination. And we did have to say goodbye to two teams. Now we had an interregional matchup between G2 IG and Azure Ray. Kazu, I know it's always a little bit unfortunate when that's an elimination series.
It sucks, but the problem is that both teams sadly just didn't play well enough in the first days. So ultimately they did end up playing each other this early on for an elimination. And I must say that Azure Ray did just disappoint. This is the one game where they did do very well. They had some nice counter picks, like they did the good old nuclear, last pick Bloodseeker into some Pangolier, just overall good lanes, but they seem so inconsistent. I don't know what it really is with them, but like they can have one good game or like a good 10 minutes, but then the next 10 minutes is like the complete opposite. It's like night and it's like you're watching a different team sub in on the 5 computers. So that's just a bit sad when like I watch them play. But G2IG, at least they have a lot of momentum now on their side, because I'm going to be real, they didn't look good until this series either.
Yeah, I mean, both teams lack, like they have like purpose post-laning phase. They just feel a little bit lost, and I think Azure Ray, like you were kind of hinting on, some of their games have been like losing in 30 minutes, like the quickest of like other teams potentially. I didn't double check that stat, but it looks based on my quick check, but it's I mean, I kind of feel like they, based on their performance, like I wouldn't have seen anything more. Maybe they would have been like a 1-3 team at best, but the way that they're playing right now, it just wouldn't have been a deep run for them at this tournament.
And the one last thing I did see in this game, in this third game, after like 30 minutes, is Azure Ray. I saw them like playing not to lose. At some point, they're like behind. I never saw anyone like really cross or do something. So it's like maybe like a bit of like just being scared of like losing the game. And that's sad to see with the caliber of players they have, because that just shows to me that there is like
they're not confident.
Yeah, there's something going on in the moment that makes them uncomfortable, because they know better, but there's something during the game that just makes it like so like just not nice to play, and that is not the position you ever want to be in.
It is not, and being eliminated is never a position you want to be in. That's Azure Ray's state right now. And then there was one more elimination match, of course. We had a series between Virtus.pro and Heroic, and it is Heroic that went out. We can take a look at the series as well, but I do want to highlight also that for Heroic, Tigov, it was, especially considering it seemed like they were doing better and better every time, it was a bit sad to see them not win a single game. They went 0-6.
Yeah, so after Birmingham, I believe I saw just recently their coach said that they'd gone on like holiday or something, or taken a break.
Yeah.
And based on that, like if you're not coming into this tournament trying to be serious, then I'm guessing these are the results that will occur, right? Like Dota is so competitive nowadays that if you take a week off, you're now a week behind, and the week that you have to catch up is going to be the group stage or the playoffs or something, right? And with this format, there is no ability to have time to catch up. You are just going to get smacked down. So after hearing that, then yeah, like they're a middle pack team that took a break, and that their limits now go down to being the bottom team, right? Like if you're a top team, you might go to middle. If you're middle, you go to bottom, right? And unfortunately, because they didn't come into this tournament with 110%, they come in with maybe like 10%, then it's just going to be the case.
It's just going to be the case.
Like even like you're saying, you take a week off. People say, "Oh, the patch is old." Like, "Oh, you're not going to lose anything on a strategy." There's going to be 1, 2, or 3 heroes that show up in some pubs, or there's going to be like Dota is so individually highly skilled now that if you're just 10, 20% off your gameplay, that's enough for you. Boom, you get slapped in your lane. Now the next play is garbage, and this and that. So yeah, Heroic. I mean, sometimes it happens. You play a lot, you feel like, "Ooh, this is too much. Let's chill a bit," and you will pay the price. That's just how it goes.
Yeah, price has been paid. Heroic is eliminated, and we still have, yesterday, we had the chance to talk to KJ, or at least Banks did. Let's take a look at what he had to say.
This is certainly not the result that Heroic would want here, but KJ is kindly able to talk to me about this. And I just want to touch on, you struggled against VP before when it was on the previous Dream League season. You struggled against him here today. So I want to see, what do you find as a hard reason for why you weren't able to overcome it this time?
I feel like before they were playing way better. Now they felt not playing that well. Before it felt like we lose to them. Today I'm 100% sure that we lost to ourselves, as in all series this tournament. Like we didn't face hard opponents, but we were not at 100% for other reasons. We decided to make other plans and focus on some things. And this tournament we were not on 100%. And I mean, you can see that in Dota, everyone keeps getting better, the level keeps high. So if you step down, other people's gonna step up, and this will happen. And yeah, we didn't make it.
And in terms of that, right, you said about like trying to play at 100%, trying to play so good. We saw it in Birmingham, right? You make playoffs, a great feeling. You were probably riding high on a lot of confidence. Do you feel like you noticed the difference in the team between there and then coming to this event?
Yeah, I feel like in Birmingham we came up with some new things and we surprised some teams, and we were playing very well, we were very hyped, and here we didn't manage to get the new things here to surprise the teams or to like get new things, and we are failing on some basics. So I feel like with 1-2 weeks of practicing, we're gonna fix the steps and we're gonna be even better than Birmingham level.
I like hearing that, fix the steps, but you said 1 or 2 weeks. You've got about 8 days until Dream League starts again, right? Are you planning to just stay together on a boot camp somewhere and get yourself ready? How will it work?
Yeah, we're going to stay together in boot camp. We're going to practice. We are so used to practice. We're a very try-hard team. And I am super sure that we're going to do very well in Dream League.
That's what it's all about. Thank you very much, man. And good luck going forward. Oh!
Well, at least the dedication is definitely there to step it up and get a better result next time around. But this time around was not the case. Okay, they really want to go do a handshake.
Okay, and that's good.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Way too long.
Okay, wait, we should also take another look at
the scripting on my handshake still didn't work.
At the standings, so that we can properly see again where we are at right now. So we are at round 4. There are 6 series in round 4, and today we'll show 3 of them, and then tomorrow we'll show the other 3. But as you can see, in round 4, 2 teams are eliminated and 2 teams move forward. That means that we still have 12 teams in the competition, of which 3 will be removed by the end of the day. So this is what's going to come our way today. We got Team Secret versus Virtus.pro, final series of the match. Mouz versus Liquid, our second series, and it's gonna be a good one, because every single series, guys, is elimination, and it also goes for, of course, our first series. Kazu, Nouns versus G2IG, going into it. I know that when we talked about Secret versus Boom, there's no expectations on who is gonna win. I kind of feel the same with this matchup. Is that fair to say?
It's really hard to say, because I feel like Nouns had the type of matchup yesterday where they could learn a lot from losing to Spirit, whereas I feel like G2IG, they maybe didn't learn as much, but they have like the momentum going their way now. So I feel like it's about, okay, which team can use what they kind of had yesterday, like better going into today. And obviously then it also matters, like who shows up more in the draft, how's your prep, how does the gameplay like come along, is it really gonna work? Because this matchup to me is fairly coin flippy. Maybe I have a slight bias to my China region.
Really? I'm leaning a little bit more Nouns. Like, look at the journey here. Sure, both teams have 2-1 Azure Ray, Nouns in round 1, G2IG in round 3, but the fact that Nouns took a game of Falcons,
True.
G2IG, they lost to Liquid, who's also, you know, they're a 1-2 team as well. They
Gotta be correct. They're like slightly politically
they lost to
correct
Liquid
here.
that ain't doing too good. They took a game off of the Secret, who also aren't doing too good, right?
Yeah,
but
yeah,
I think Nouns, at least, they've done the better journey to get to this
True,
position.
but sometimes stats lie.
That is true. Stats can be utter bullshit. But
Yeah.
right now, I'm going to go like 55-45 Nouns.
Okay, I'm the other way, so we're, you know...
There you go.
Yeah, I like that. I mean, you know, the proof's going to be in the pudding. We'll see who lives by the end of the day, right? And who gets sent home. Let's focus our attention first on lives in the tournament. I did say sent home rather than dies at the end. You know, we're good. Let's focus our attention on Nouns first, as they are a team that we talked about it a bit yesterday as well. This is a team that we're looking to see have a lot of growth. It's not very often that they are able / allowed to leave North America in terms of being able to qualify for an event, because they have got just a big gatekeeper in the form of Shopify Rebellion. They come so close every time, and well, Nouns this time around won the qualifiers, but there was no Shopify Rebellion in the qualifiers. So next time around, they want to win those qualifiers, and I feel like we can't overstate or understate, whichever it is, both work in this case, how important adaptation and improvement is in this format, especially TGov, and I feel like we have seen that from Nouns.
Yeah, I think for Nouns, the only question I have is their series against Spirit, against a really good team, they lacked a little bit of conviction after like the start of the lanes. Like they have some kills, they have a little bit of momentum, and then they look utterly lost. Spirit feel like even when if they're behind temporarily, they're controlling the game from every position. Where Nouns, they can maybe, like I said to Keza yesterday, they're asking questions like, should we be making this move? Are we making this move? Like they aren't just 5 independent players making the team moves. It's just like 2 or 3 pockets of people trying to like do things together. It felt a little bit disconnected, and if they can over last night, find a solution to that problem, then they'll be able to take it against some of these better teams. So I'm hoping that they have found those improvements, and if so, then we should have competitive games from them here on out.
Because like Nouns' drafts were totally fine. I think they're very playable. The lanes are good, like you're saying. Like they have some CM Gyro in the safe lane. They have like some generic Centaur, Willow, SD, Grimstroke off lane. Like it's all very good. You know, maybe the DP pick is like a bit spicy, but it's still like within the realm of it can look very good, like it can work. I can see the line of thought. So their drafts are good, their ideas are there. Now it's just kind of like, trying to be perhaps more 3 instead of like asking yourself for like 2-3 seconds. Oh, is this right? Is this like this? Just try to be confident, like help each other out. Someone asks a question, you give a quick answer, like where to go, who to play with, and just kind of keep it a flowing motion. Because I agree completely with T that if there's a bit of the second guessing going on, it's those few seconds you lose that will ultimately actually make you lose the entire game later.
So you feel like also maybe there's a lot of focus then on the coach there on the side of Nouns potentially. We'll see Milan in action obviously during the draft as well. On the side of G2IG, they yesterday came off a win, and they hadn't won until then, which is how they're in this situation. But it also begs the question, like, did they find something yesterday that will propel them forward? Because Kezu, we also talk a lot about momentum, and they might just have that right now.
They should, because I mean, at least to me, this team they're a very strange team to me. They have incredible players, star names, but the results haven't really lined up all that much so far. In Birmingham, they started doing better. It's the first time that I've been somewhat, I would say, impressed. Their drafts are on the up and up, but they're very, I would say, like even 50-50. Like sometimes I see JT like doing really well. Boboka sometimes is like the giga greedy guy when I feel like he could maybe find a bit more of the balance. But the win yesterday and some of their good drafts, you know, like good vibes, good momentum, I feel like is what ultimately should help them to do well today.
Deep sigh.
Deep sigh, what's up?
You just don't believe it?
No, I just like...
This guy talking about G2IG again.
No,
dumbass.
When I look at this team, there's something, I don't know how to put my finger on it. But every time they play, I expect so much more from them based on the names, based on the, like, when you think about like their inception before Arme returned and all this stuff, it's like this was meant to be the team for China.
Yeah.
But when I see them play, they're just lackluster. Like they beat Azure Ray, but that's the team from their own region. They've scrimmed this team enough times that you should be able to play this team on autopilot, right? Like you have all the information in the world, and I think for me at least, I'm going to hold my analysis on them until I see at least game 1, because I like playing up against a North American team that they've not ever really played against because they've been not on the international stage. Like I'm going to sit back and see. This is a good test for them.
Yeah, and the test will also be here for the offlaners. Kazoo, I know you want to dive deep onto the offlane role always, but this one in particular.
Yeah, I just think that the offlane role is very, very important nowadays when it comes to Dota. Because the early game is so much about how your lanes go, where your mid can rotate, and it's very hard for your mid to rotate to lanes that haven't put up the pressure yet. And I think a lot of the times, like at least in the last days, I think Gunnar has only been playing the offlane for like half a year, but I am looking to him that if he can have a little bit of a better performance when it comes to the lane, or even if they just set him up better when it comes to the hero pick, that they can look to play through his lane. Where G2IG, JT he's honestly like a joker. He's like the 10-0 or the 0-10. He's like Ice Reborn in like the modern day Dota. So I am just looking at these two offlaners to really push their team forward, or perhaps unfortunately like hold them back a little bit when it comes to these games.
I mean, you also saw some of the stats there. Like Gunnar also has pretty high average deaths compared to JT. Like Gunnar likes to be part of the team, pushing his team forward in the fighting, and I think that like he's slightly more sacrificial with his desire to go fight, and also that can hinder you. Sometimes you want your offlaner to be a little bit greedier. So finding that balance, I think balance is going to be the key thing for both of them.
But also, I mean, if you talk about Gunnar in that sense, like half a year in the offlane role, to put it in perspective, it's not that long, is it?
No,
how long does it take to change your role? It's probably pretty long. I would think that this maybe. I mean, we'll see. Obviously, it has gotten them as far as it did so far, and we'll see if it is enough to propel them forward. We got Magnus first pick.
This one always makes me chuckle because back in the DPC days, JT would always be given Magnus. And this is the hero that, like, Kazoo describing this, like, hit or miss hero. You either hit the RPs or you don't, right? And
especially, I remember, too, I'm pretty sure that 9 out of 10 games, he was the only one that could go in.
Yeah, literally.
They never gave him, like, a bro
there
from
was no
mid.
stun, nothing.
Yeah, like, no storm mid, no DK mid. It's like some sniper TA, and they're like...
Come on, JT, come on.
Hey, any moment,
initiate.
bro. Any moment, you go and find that 5-man RP on your own. So... Either way, they have learned from now, you know, we're far in the future, everyone is smarter, so help a brother out. Don't let Mr. Magnus first pick, like fully in the open. Here you go, brother. Help him out. Don't leave him dead in the water.
Well, we have rarely seen, like, well, Magnus in general, but we've not seen it first pick, let alone overall first pick at all. So it's kind of surprising to me because it doesn't feel like a hero that would be banned out if they wanted to pick it later?
Against them so far in this tournament, it's been banned out in the first phase every single time, bar a single game.
Nice.
So G2IG last picked it in that game. So the only time it's not been banned in first phase, they picked it and lost.
Yeah.
So it's like, it is a big respect towards JT. It is arguably his best hero, I'd say, at least in recent time. Maybe some JT fans are like, oh no, he plays 7 other heroes. He does, but I appreciate his Magnus quite highly.
So they haven't been able to first pick it yet in this tournament, correct?
Correct.
So it's like a kind of a big like FU to like Nouns. We're gonna pick this
like
hero.
A statement.
Like, people have banned it, but you don't really know if we're instantly gonna go pick it up. So I like that, you know, they cover it with the Rubik ban. They go with the Magnus. I would say SD response is pretty cool when you can save some guy. Whoever you purge with your ult, the guy will never have empower in the fight. You can't reapply it either. So all in all, both teams probably fairly happy with what's happening.
I mean, this draft is just the Swiss prep, right? Like the fact that if you know that Mag's always been banned, Nouns clearly as a team prepping, it's like, wait, if we just don't ban Mag, they will pick it, right? Like you prepare for this line of draft, and I think Nouns should be very comfortable at this position because again, everything should be scripted. They have a couple of bans now. They know exactly what they want to complement this Magnus, and once we enter the second phase, that's where we'll see the Nouns prep really come to life. But so far they banned out the Conqueror as well.
So I mean, so far at least, usually when
they haven't banned anyone's, right?
Yeah, like when I think of Magnus, I think of kind of either heroes that give you vision to make his team fight like very hard. It can be Venos, it could be Night Stalkers. Of course, Night Stalker is hard to play, but those heroes that can do this, or secondary heroes that can combo break in a way. SD can do it, but then there's heroes like Abaddon often can come to mind. You can break yourself free, you can shield someone, or Slark, you can save people with your shard, kind of get out, so, or Tidehunter offlane. So those are always heroes that I'm looking at, because a Magnus, where his team fight or his repositioning is not answered, is a god tier hero. But this hero can really struggle very quickly.
Especially if there's 5 picks that can potentially
you can
sabotage him.
Literally craft your entire lineup to make it happen. So it's on G2IG to, you know, help him out.
Yeah. We'll see how they do that. We got Faces Void banned now as well.
Yeah, so the single ban that Nouns go for is the Faces Void. We already heard from the interview yesterday with Vittorio how he thinks this is a very
Super
good hero.
good.
Yeah,
Super
super good.
And of course, it is a super good hero, especially with the Magnus, to amp it up with the Empower, to go farm quicker. I think Faces Void always just puts a timer on a team where by 30 minutes, if you've not owned the map and prevented Void farm, he will just win any fight if they execute correctly. And Nouns trying to provide some fight kind of control themselves. They'll go for the Mars. And somewhat gives what Keza was talking about. If you want to control an engagement, you throw down that arena. Now Magnus is contained, he can't get out, or you can just prevent the Magnus truly doing all of his repositioning. And ooh, little Lion.
Little quick dual pick. Honestly, pretty fast, but also like very lane focused.
Yeah.
Just some Eng Lion. Like maybe Lion, do you think there's a bit more to do with it? Like why Lion over someone else? Is it like some, ooh, later when I have the shard and SD disrupts my carry, I suck the Illus and they're gone? Or it's just like casual?
It feels pretty casual in regards to setting up the Magnus for success. Lion, when it was picked more often, was I pick it to win any offlane.
Yep.
You have the double control to prevent that aggression. Magnus also has skewer, so you shouldn't expect any deaths to be occurring now. Enchantress would be winning your safe lane, and now the supports would be freed up to make moves together on the map to collapse onto mid lane, or like, they're going to be kills no matter where these supports go.
Okay, so there is a tiny. I guess it is. I mean, it's flex for now. Whether I don't know if they've really played SD5. I know that Fly, of course, can play it. We have seen Lelis play it so far. I generally really like SD4 more than the 5 because the fact that you can stack the triangle so easily.
Yeah.
Of course, you can also stack the bottom half of the jungle if you end up with heroes like maybe Sven, Gyros already banned out. But if you play SD5, I really feel like you want, first of all, playability on the map and a stack clear. Like if you're a 5 SD, your lane isn't good and your carry doesn't have like fallback plan, I'm not a big fan of it.
They've played the Tiny in 3 and 4 so far.
That's true. They've also, I guess, yeah, they do have
PGL.
Mars. Yeah.
So if they want to flex that, then they're going to have to be picking up like a mid or a carry here just to give it a little bit more life. But also there's a Mars as well, which is probably your 3. So I'm expecting it to be Mars 3, Tiny 4, SD5.
Yeah, now you just pick your carry.
Yeah, but...
Yeah, Zeus carry, of course.
Zeus carry, of course.
Okay, well, I do definitely like the fact that it did ban the Void before. Zeus, overall, it gives you the type of thing, at least that we talked about. So the supports are squishy, so you are very good against it. But the Zeus ult to like start the fight, show the Magnus, cancel the Magnus's blink, I can definitely get behind that line of thinking. If I am G2IG, I definitely want at least one, maybe even both of my heroes that are going to look for a potential jump in the fight. Like I could see CK carry. I think a CK in this lane would, or in this game rather, would not be pressured in the lane at all by like some double melee. You allow your Eng to leave later as well, so that feels nice. You're good with Empower. Or you just go for some generic mid maybe that can jump too. I feel like their picks are not that hard right now.
You either double down on the jumping backlines to find the Zeus, to find the SD, or you get a hero that can actually soak up the initiation, survive the Mars arena, survive the tiny jump with the Zeus combo. Because right now, G2IG, they have 2 initiators in the form of Mag and Lion, and an Ench who kind of walks around, and he can tank a little bit, but you have no one who actually just absorbs the start of the fight to enable your initiators to have a good time. And Lifestealer, he can absorb that. He can walk up. I think this is a game potentially that he might look towards the BKB style route as well if he needs to, but just sit in the front of in the middle of the fight with your Radiance. You can rage. You know, yeah, I like the Lifestealer pick. It's quite nice.
No, I like it a lot too. He's also the type where he can soak, he gives a lot of pressure. Of course, he gets amped up by Magnus, so you can maybe skip some timings, but you're also the hero that in the mid game, you actually can join your team. Like, you are the type of hero that really gets in there because you just, well, you infest the other dude that does go in.
Yeah.
So I'm very much on board with this Lifestealer pick.
I just don't understand why Nouns picks their Zeus in that slot, because they have overall last pick. And JT's hero is the Magnus. It's his signature. I guess Nothing to Say could potentially play it as well, but the flex is not that strong, I think, anyway. It's like, why? And they would, if they assume that JT's playing Mag, you know the off lane. Why don't they pick the carry first, considering you already know what you're going to lane against, rather than picking?
Like, the only reason I can come up with it is that, so their second pick, they know they're playing against a Mag lineup, so a carry that's buffed by Magnus, and they still want to try to like have the carry to carry matchup.
Yeah.
They're just revealing too much.
Yeah, like I personally would also have liked if they wanted to pick their carry, but a lot of the times it's kind of like what carry you want here, and he's like, oh man, and you can just feel that they're not comfortable. So you go to the next step. You're like, okay, whatever, let's pick Zeus. I'm happy.
Yeah.
So it's about getting that carry-to-carry matchup.
Yep.
Yeah,
Like, if you pick your carry there, then like you said, if the Magnus goes to a different lane, you're now picking your carry blind. There's still no 2 picks to counter the carry. It just feels a little bit too forced if there isn't the perfect hero. And a mid hero like a Zeus or a Lina, someone who's generic and doesn't really get pressured in lane, can save that pick position. So I think it is just really important to not waste a pick there. And yeah, no, overall, I'm happy.
Happy.
Pango and Stormbound from Nouns, active heroes. That is pretty much the theme of G2IG's last pick in their draft. If they want to go for the mid laner, then it needs to be that kind of explosive map playing hero that can also find the backline. They do have Lion and Magnus that can do it, but a third hero as well with the Lifestealer, that is just overwhelming amounts of jump now that will really threaten the positioning of the Nouns backline.
Yeah, I'm definitely just trying to look for this hero mid where, of course, Nouns know this, Storm is a good ban, Pango as well. You need this mid hero that you talk about where, I mean, you're probably just going to lane okay into Zeus. Barely any heroes really beat this hero, but this map play, some Infest Bomb, help out your Magnus. Ooh. So they want to play more like some mid-game timing. Perhaps they also think that just straight up, you know, their Mag is just going to be fine bottom. I mean, TA versus Zeus is very farm-heavy for just the 2 of them.
It's going to be annoying for the mid-game. The shard from the TA with the vision, with the silence. You clip one of those traps onto a Shadow Demon, now he can't disrupt, or a Tiny, that's a blink cancel. Same thing for a Mars. The Lion, Magnus utilizing it to jump in after. Like, this is... the lanes look very good for G2IG. Like, their ability to ball up as well is very strong. It's on them. Like, their initiations will be their undoing. Because if you initiate poorly, then sure, there's an SD turnaround, a Mars Arena, the Zeus damage. I think G2IG should be happy with their draft. And Nouns, go for a Monkey King.
Is that a good matchup for the Lifestealer? Like the carry-to-carry matchup, are you happy they saved it for last? Does this make sense?
It's okay. I wouldn't, it's not like some Lifestealer stands no chance. Like, Monkey is like favorite, but Lifestealer is pretty good at man fighting.
The Axe build as well just allows you to fight the Monkey King, right? You just jump into the Monkey King
and Mag, you're very good against Mag in the lane, of course, because he's a melee hero, but mid-game and team fighting, I think, is still very fringy. You can get skewered out of the ring, you can RP it and just like take it into your team.
I'm not opposed to it.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to it.
Yuma is one of his specialties, one of his specialty heroes, and when we think about what I just described, right, G2IG, they want to jump onto heroes and find that. If you get the Wukongs off, if you're protected by the Avalanche or a Disruption or Arena, like, that Wukong's always high value. Like, TA hates jumping into a Wukong's, right? Lifestealer doesn't mind it, but also, no, like, it's going to be the entire game will be, is the Wukong's good? If it is, Nouns should be able to win the fight. If they fumble it and they get the repositioning, like Keza was mentioning, then G2IG should be in a really good spot. So it's a lot of pressure on Yuma with his last pick Monkey King. Just make sure he doesn't, use his ult a little bit too freely.
I'm pretty afraid for Nouns' early game, if I'm gonna be honest. You lane Mars Tiny into a Lifestealer Ench. You should lose that, which now allows Ench to move. You have TA versus Zeus mid. There's no pressure on the TA, so he doesn't need help. Now your Monkey, who's gonna win his lane, he will. He's gonna face like 3 heroes at minute 4, 5, 6. So if they falter there and die once or twice, I think their entire game, it could actually just break.
All right, well, that's a lot to worry about.
Game. No, I agree. Like, I can see the Nouns draft, but like the journey to get to it, to being happy and fun and playable and enjoyable and yay, it could be a little bit spooky. But
well, let's see if Nouns get to play a happy and fun Dota 2 game, or if instead G2IG will have the more fun in game 1 of this opening best-of-3 elimination series. We're heading over to our commentary duo of B-Cup and Lacoste.
Thank you so much, Shiver. Yeah, Lacoste coming into game number 1. You've taken a look at the drafts. You can look over there if you need to be reminded. But what are your thoughts?
I feel like the early game for Nouns needs to be perfect in order to achieve things. And looking at the lanes that they're going to face, it's going to be a very difficult task. So I feel like they're in a lot of trouble already. G2XIG, managed by legendary Jack Chen, Venomancer player, I think that they have an upper hand in this draft. It feels like a free Lifestealer game overall, and also Lifestealer in some of these matchups. Before, it looked really bad for him, but ever since the introduction of this like newer build where you go for Armlet Radiance or just straight up Radiance, and then you pick up Aghanim Scepter early on, makes things a lot more easier for Lifestealer to play into.
So one of the things the panel talked about early when they had just picked the Magnus on the side of IG is IG kind of have these tendencies to pick JT Magnus and not much more to jump in. they do have a Lion, so it's not just him in terms of initiation, but is it enough for this team to really have that kind of initiation, and or is it more Nouns favored in terms of going for the jumps?
Nouns, they have these repositioning tools. You have toss back, you have spear back as well, and they have double circle, so a lot of team fight coming out from them. Fly.
Little disruption action. They'll try to get Monet, but Rage level 1. So Monet will get away. They you know, the panel also talked about the fact that this IG's team is struggling a little bit. I almost want to say this is the more well-refined Elephant roster, but the results are kind of similar to what we saw from Elephant back in the day.
Yeah, a lot of star players on the team, but we still haven't seen them play really well. I think during ESL1 Birmingham, that was their best result overall, the way they played. Their drafts can look sometimes wonky, I would say, where you're like, oh, these guys are making things very difficult for themselves. And looking at the lanes right now, nothing to say against Copy in the mid lane. Templar Assassin should not have a problem in that one. Definitely didn't expect them to pick Templar Assassin as their last pick. I was looking more of a like backline jump potentially that comes out, but this is also a good TA game in terms of like what she wants to achieve from the mid lane, pick up that shard early on. Great against Zeus, great against Shadow Demon, so you can try to go and grab some of these solo kills, maybe with the backup of one of the supports.
Is this just a TA Dragonlance Blink, or are you going to see the Deso get shifted before the Blink Dagger?
I like Dragonlance Blink into Shard and then go for either Deso, or you pick up MKB, Crystallis, whatever it's necessary. Because I don't think they're going to lack tower damage. You have Empower, you have Lifestealer as well, so we see different TA players building different items, but yeah, I want to see Shard ASAP on the TA.
That Shard is definitely S tier and has been. Let me take a look over towards top with Lois and Gunner here. Definitely opportunity to get kills if they've got like an Avalanche Toss Spear combo.
Yeah, level 1 is slightly better considering that Lifestealer needed to start with Rage to get out of trouble, so at least that's something. But once he starts to put more points in Ghoul Frenzy, the best ability in the game, then things are going to get much more difficult playing into 2 melee heroes. xNova will try to D-ward that one, and Lilith plants another one. My favorite thing to do, D-ward with Tiny.
Just D-ward, get the sentry back over there, block that camp once again, and you know, we'll see if who's going to come over towards mid. Maybe not for these 2-minute water runes, but something a little bit later. We've seen a lot of that, especially, it was definitely a trend in China for the longest time when 6 minutes would come and it would be a 5-on-5 party mid. But we'll see how much of that we see now, and you know, nothing to say. For the longest time, felt like top 5, top 3 mid laner.
Yeah,
in the
definitely
world.
fallen off, I would say. A lot of, like, because the team that he played for also didn't do too well, like the iterations of LGD, and also, you know, the new team, G2 XIG. Still need to make a big result. And no first blood yet. Top lane for G2IG, they don't have that much kill threat. They have a lot of slow coming out from Enchantress and Lifestealer, but that's about it. I feel like Nouns should not die in this lane unless they try to play aggressive and maybe get a return kill. Bottom lane is the one where action is going to happen. If there's nothing going to happen for the first 5-6 minutes, then you'll see Copy being level 6 on Zeus, and then maybe they can get a kill on both side lanes.
Yeah, definitely possible. No Nature's Attendance yet for Enchantress, but nothing to say. Deep on this tower, looking to put some damage in on the Copy. But the refractions wear out and starts to take some tower shots there. Pretty even in terms of CS, but you can see the damage that Nothing to Say is putting onto Copy and making him have to play pretty carefully in terms of positioning, as he'll walk all the way down to get this bounty rune and get some sips onto that bottle, because without them, he is just in a whole lot of trouble. And it will hit that 4-minute mark, so there will be more water runes, but this bottom one is going to be picked up by Nothing to Say.
And no one's making a move, so Nothing to Say. After clearing this wave, he can go for the second water rune. Copy. Ooh, that's a bit of a risky move, already using his Heavenly Jump. Will not get that water rune.
Yeah, Heavenly jumping into the lane feels pretty risky.
Yeah, look at what he's doing. Dragging the creep wave. Knows that this is the only way he can get pretty much all the creeps running a bit low on mana. Doesn't have that water run, and nothing to say. Playing super aggressive on him. We've seen these type of moves where you play very aggressive when you're playing Tire, playing between tier 1 and tier 2 tower in the top lane, especially if you have a hero that can dive, something that can soak up the tower damage.
Yeah, we've seen it with Timbers going over behind that tier 1 tower, so we'll see if Nothing to Say wants to maybe make an aggressive move for himself. So right now, pretty calm. I think we saw this in the last Nouns series, just late first blood. You get 5 minutes into the game, no first blood just yet. Things staying calm. It's not exactly easy to get kills in these side lanes, and like you said, it'll come when Zeus does hit that level 6. He's level 5 at the moment, but Nothing to Say is putting a lot of pressure on this mid lane, so it's not 6 just yet. Not that extra Thunder God's Wrath damage, and Enchantress, by the way, did go 1-2, so no Nature's Attendance up there if they do want to make a move by Nouns and use that Thunder God's Wrath when the copy does in fact hit 6. But there's Nothing to Say. He hit 6, so he's got those traps available. And xNova going bottom with a Centaur. See what move he can make as
the sentry down, knows that there is no observer wards. Let's see if Baboka can find an opening. Even puts down an obs to see Yuma, who is being left alone right now. 3v1, not fair, guys.
They've got the Skewer, they'll have the Centaur, they'll go after Yuma, and this should be first blood. Boundless Strike not going to be enough, and xNova, incoming bottom, gets that first blood.
Ooh, that was a really nice read from G2IG because they knew that they're going to try to help out Copy in the mid lane. Both supports made a rotation which made this bottom lane very vulnerable. And also in the top lane you have Lifestealer who's playing into 2 melee heroes. There's no way you're going to kill this guy. He's way too tanky, having 1000 HP, phase boots.
Blood Grenade was used mid. They tossed him under the tower, but Nothing to Say, still half health. They do have level 6 for Copy, but just couldn't get NTS down low enough into a vulnerable position. Blood Grenade even thrown out at Bobica. They're trying to get a trade. They go to the Thunder God's Wrath. They get the kill to fly as they trade Bobica with that Thunder God's Wrath. xNova's here. Avalanche from Lelis. Toss into the air. So now JT needs to start to run away from Yuma, but the enchant onto Yuma will slow him down. He's also got that Centaur for the stomp and stun. And JT's more than fine.
First usage of the Zeus ulti. Copy gets the kill. Some extra gold going his way. But this Monkey King is going to be vulnerable. All 3 cores pretty much from IG in top 3. Zeus with that kill is now in the 2nd place. But yeah, things are looking good. In terms of stacks, they are making some. You have good heroes to clear the stacks with, especially in the triangle, having Templar Assassin early on to clear some of those, and also having Magnus Bobica making a move.
Yeah, Earthspike, Hex, Disruption, that's going to be on a Nothing to Say, but they have that net, and they will get this kill. It'll go to Nothing to Say after that Impetus shot does a lot of damage.
Ooh, another trap on Kopi. Kopi
very
with
careful.
Heavenly Jump available. Should be okay, but if he gets stunned.
There's a Hill Troll coming behind him with xNova. Like, he's not exactly just safe. And he's got Heavenly Jump. He'll try to get to the high ground. But they know where he's going, so they're going to keep up with him and try and get this. But the Hill Troll, Earthspike from the high ground. They'll have a net if need be, but Nothing to Say has the damage, and they get the kill to Copy and then take out that Zeus.
I think you should be able to jump over the trap. If you see a trap, you're like, oh, I'm too high.
So, like, the trap has a vertical limit.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, that makes sense. If you jump over a bear
Mid
trap,
lane,
you'd be fine. Yeah, they're going for Nothing to Say.
Yes, a bit of a trouble. Does have a trap. Yuma making a move.
Yeah, Yuma wants to be here, and they're going to go and look to get the kill, but even with the refraction, Yuma gets credit for killing off Nothing to Say. I mean, that is a lot to come mid and punish Nothing to Say, and it leaves JT wide open in his lane. He's pushing the tier 1 tower. He's happy with everything he's getting down bottom.
Lanes are falling apart for Nouns. They need to make all these moves, all these TP rotations, so they can play the lanes. Yuma
into the
play very aggressive.
Got the Skewer, RP. No level 6 for Bobica, so they don't have the burst damage in the finger, but Avalanche stops him for a second. Balance Strike, not going to matter. Yuma still ends up dead with xNova helping out. This Obs is giving them the vision And information, and with 3 heroes here, they should be able to get 2, but the disruption, Lelis into the trees. Burst spike, oh, just off to the right, so Lelis will survive, as Fly does end up saving his ally with that disruption.
Oh, they were the ones who tried to make an aggressive move, but xNova again bringing the numbers. 2k gold lead for G2IG, and things are looking really good for them. They're being very active. I think Lelis needs to be the one making all these moves every single time Zeus ulti is off cooldown. He needs to play with another hero that is not Zeus and try to grab a kill in the side lane. We haven't seen much from Gunnar yet. He is level 6. Arena at the ready if necessary. Still holding a point. Lifestealer, however, yeah, it's not the easiest hero to kill in the game, so they don't have that like instant stun. They might need to surprise him with Spear into the arena, into Tiny, plus Boundless Strike, Zeus ulti. Otherwise, I don't see Monet dying. He's also going for Armlet, so that's going to be some extra HP coming his way.
Should have that soon. And on him again. Yuma, he'll try to help. Boundless Strike, Disruption, and they are bringing down another, but the skewer away from the TP is the right move as they're going to go to the Primal Spring. Yuma as well as Gunnar trying to make something happen, but this Warpine Raider that's controlled by xNova slows them down. So the Warpine Raider with his Seed Shot, a little bit different than Acorn Shot, but still pretty much
it almost looks the same. These two abilities almost doing the same thing, and
well, technically an Acorn is a seed.
You're right. Wow.
Well, you
no. You watched a lot of National Geographic when you were younger.
No, I just say one smart thing and you're like shocked.
The smartest thing I heard whole day, B-Cup. Not from you, but in general.
Whole day, wow,
Yeah,
okay.
And I was hanging out with our panel members. So. It's still early in the day, but yeah.
A lot of time.
JT, Blink Dagger about to be completed after finishing off this tower. Nothing to say, Dragon Lance into Blink Dagger. They're gonna have 3 Blink Daggers plus Lifestealer Infest, so they could technically jump you with 4 heroes. And they're trying to make a move onto Monet, but a bit of a difficult kill to get.
So Monet, that was Radiance queued up, as he's got that armlet. Zeus, almost at his first item of the phylactery. Do you know what a phylactery is?
No, I'm listening.
It's a full factory. I had no answer. I was really hoping you knew, actually. Smoke up by IG. Blink. Skewer with the shockwave right to the rest of the team, and there's an easy kill for the side of IG.
They can try to backstab. They have Observer Ward in the top lane. Gunnar needs to be careful, and he is aware of this rotation. But they're going to steal their stacks. This is pretty massive. JT getting a lot of gold from that one.
He is very farmed. So is the rest of the team.
Can we see the number of stacks that the teams did? Because I feel like IG, they've been stacking in a triangle for a few times. Only 2 of them, but now they managed to steal multiple stacks. So
they probably
a lot of value has been lost. Tiny would definitely love to get some of that XP, some of that extra gold.
Yeah.
So his Blink Dagger is not going to be there. 13 minutes in, sitting at only 400 gold. At least he has a good neutral item. This is the best neutral item for Tiny. Trusty Shovel. You're digging out gold. You're digging out the mana. Exactly what Tiny needs. JT, ready to jump in.
Yeah, they probably stole about 5 of the 8 of those stacks that were made by Nouns, if not more. JT just going to casually walk under this tier 2 tower. You're with Bobica, who now level 7 has that finger available, so they do have that burst damage available to the side of IG. Nothing to say, he's going to go forward, look over at Gunnar, and really no response coming in from Nouns. Gunnar just has to really watch as they walk away from him, put some damage on the tier 2 tower. Yuma and Copy just aren't ready to fight.
No, definitely not. You want to have that one big item on Monkey King. This is the hero that gets involved early on, also because of the lanes. Seems like G2IG are going to stick around, steal the enemy XP rune. Bobica already TP'd on a different side of the map, but Nouns. See what they're going to be able to do.
A toss back, Refraction's going to be gone, trying to put the damage on the Fly, but they've got this arena. Nothing to say is very dead. catching Bobica leaving, meaning they didn't have that extra stun and hex with the burst damage available in his kit. And it's a good kill by Nouns. The timing ends up going really well for them and something they really needed there.
Desperately needed that kill. Committing with Zeus ulti to scout things out so they can get a jump. Gunner will need to farm his Blink Dagger, and then they can start to play slightly more aggressive because Tiny is nowhere near his Blink Dagger, and you need somebody to start the fight.
JT jumped in, but now the RP on a 2. Only has xNova to get some help, but is the damage there with the skewer back towards the tower? Where nothing to say TP's in after respawning, and down goes Yuma and Lillis.
Not sure what the plan was. You're going on Magnus, who has 1800 HP with the bubble. A lot of armor on top of him, and they also have a tier 1 tower, so they could have easily TP to it, and
they did.
And that's exactly what they did. You're also initiating with only 2 heroes, no Zeus ulti to back you up.
So Fly, he can try and defend this tier 2 tower, but not the easiest of moves. Tubanob's watching over this triangle. As IG up about 7,000 net worth, they just have the confidence to be, again, across the river. We see this from a lot of teams, just trying to squeeze the map out from who they're beating. And right now, it's Nouns who are really getting choked out on their side. And we've seen it before where it forces you into odd positions on the other side of the map to try and farm. But with IG being top, it really cuts that off, right? Like, you can't walk up to the top end of the dire side of the map.
Yeah, they lost this tier 1 tower to the top lane. That means that they have, and also the mid tower, so they have a full entry to the enemy triangle. Blink Dagger at the ready for Gunner, but let's see, are there any smokes? There are 2 smokes on Lillis right now sitting underneath the observer board, so yeah, things are looking really rough for Nouns. Next set of items when it comes out, Monet is about to finish off his Radiance in the next minute or so. Temporal Assassin with the Blink Dagger plus Shard. You have 2 Blink Daggers, 2 Initiators.
So JT going Ags next. Almost at that Radiance, so like you said, the timings are soon. God, xNova's level 9. Amplified damage. You could just go for this. Yeah. With the help of the finger, you certainly have the damage, but I think xNova threw one impetus and was like, I think I have the damage to kill him by myself. Granted, it wasn't, but it's that kind of confidence.
They can't even kill this Enchantress. They, they see it.
Oh, JT? Good arena. Preemptive move there by Nouns. RP going to be used. There's nothing to say. He's going to try and put in the damage. They've got the skewer away from the team, and that'll keep JT alive. And out of the Wukong's
onto
that is on, yeah, nothing. Infest to heal up JT a little bit. Monet pops out immediately, and they get that kill on a Gunner after moving the fight away from Yuma.
I don't see how Nouns are going to be taking these fights. Right now, they are having so many problems that they need to fix. All 3 cores from IG, 93% already.
Sheesh.
I would give them generous 15. We've seen this observer board yesterday quite a lot of times where you plant that because you know somebody's going to be standing there, and this provides them with full vision.
Yeah.
It's the jump.
It's such a good ward. They'll get this kill on a fly. It's a ward that gets you if anybody's TPing to defend that tier 2, if anybody's standing there, and if you're away from that part of the map, when you know you have a lead like this, in spots in those camps that they need to farm. I love it.
Sees everything. Sees tower, behind tower. If Carry is farming there, it's a bit of a new tech ward, I would say. Usually it has been placed more like closer to the Watcher spot.
Avalanche lasts a little bit longer, but Gunner thinking if he can help Lillis, he can't.
He's never going to get Blink Dagger at this point. At least he found the Philosopher's Stone, so that's good.
Yeah, I got through that entire Full Metal Alchemist saga to get that Philosopher's Stone, and well, hopefully it pays off. Sometimes you get gold, sometimes you can take the soul out of an armor suit and put it back into a body. This is all anime references.
Yeah. I know. I heard that one's good, but haven't watched it because I don't watch anime.
Yeah.
No, I watched some. Castlevania was good. Dota was good. Season 1, Season 2.
Well, if you just watch Full Metal Alchemist, you'll, I think, like about episode 5.
If it has like 1,000+ episodes,
no,
I'm not
it's
committing.
It's a pretty short series. But by episode 5, maybe you'll cry. You'll be like, How could they do that? You'll say to yourself, Edward, and you'll be sad. Just like I've made everybody who's watched that show before sad with just saying it. Thunder God's Wrath, Avalanche Arena, JT in some trouble.
RP.
Tossed up into the air, and he is dead, even with the 1900 health he's got.
And no one around him. Nice kill for Nouns. They wanted to get something out. This was Roche from G2IG, managed by Jack Chen. And he should be pretty happy about the team's performance right now, because everything is looking very crisp. Lillis. Was he the one? Yeah, he was the one who got the kill. So extra 400 gold in his pockets, trying to stack with Tiny.
He's getting close to
He's getting close.
Kill, but the second we start talking about his Blink Dagger, we start jinxing him a little bit. That impetus shot almost enough. Actually, Yuma gonna be able to get on top of Bobica. They've got the help from Copy to get the kill there onto this Lion. They'll take the Aegis. They'll go to the Wukong's command. xNova gonna try and put some damage onto Yuma, but now they've surrounded Nothing to Say. Right click Zane Lellis with the toss. They'll take out Nothing to Say another time, and Copy's got a lot of gold. They'll even jump further for xNova, but maybe this is a little bit too far of a move. They've got the Horn Toss into the skewer. They get Yuma away from the team. They take out the Monkey King. They look, though, to continue the pressure on.
The bottom lane.
Avalanche, RP gonna hold it because JT's gonna die. xNova now gonna try and fight back and run at the same time, but triple kill for Copy. Disruption with the Nature's Attendants. Bobica back in the fight. There's the Earth Spike as well as the Mana Drain trying to take it out of him, but Lillis with an Avalanche that lands on a 2. It's an ultra kill for Copy, trying to get himself a Rampage. He's got the phylactery. He'll get the Rampage. It is 5 heroes that end up dying. It's Bobica twice there.
21 minutes Rampage, and he's getting the tips from his team. Well deserved it. Now Manta style. I think I jinxed him. I said that everything was looking good, and then they start to randomly feed on the map. Also, the big part of it, they still have a tier 1 tower in the top lane, but Monet had no TP available, and he was far away from the gates. I guess he also didn't expect his team to go on a feeding mission.
Yeah, that was quite the feeding mission. Crazy that they can give up a Rampage and still be up 5,000 net worth, though. That being said, Copy is now second in the net worth.
They have one of those feeding frenzies still left in the tank, and then things are going to be equal. 6k gold lead for G2IG.
Yeah. I think JT wisely holding the RP, giving the opportunity at this. Not even needing the RP, though.
Things can change so quickly in Dota. Like, Tiny was sitting at 400 gold just a few minutes ago, and he was about to die, manages to survive, gets that extra armor from the tier 2 tower, and then he gets another like 3-4 round of spells, which allows them to get those kills and secure Rampage for Copy.
Yeah, the multiple avalanches coming in from Lellis really did help enable that Rampage.
And back to them farming up. 9k gold lead for G2IG. The problem with what Nouns are doing, sure, you got like a Rampage relatively early on, you got some good chunk of money, but you can't transfer that into anything. You can't transfer that into any objectives. All tier 3 towers, tier 1 towers are still standing.
They feel like tier 3 towers, though. Can't take them. They'll try, though, eventually. I think, though, Zeus getting this amount of farm injection is pretty big for them. Just Yuma and Gunnar really need to catch up a little bit. So a fight that goes on has to see them survive, which has been very tough. They showed how quickly they could kill Yuma just a moment ago with just the blink-in Horn Toss skewer. They've got the vision. They've got the movement with the Blink Dagger from Bobica, mana draining Lillis, and the right clicks from Monet. That's exactly what they could have used before.
And another one.
There's the Horn Toss skewer. Fly can disrupt, but he can't survive.
These are also fights pre-BKBs on G2IG. They have 3 of those queued up. So there's only one ability that goes through debuff immunity. That's Shadow Demon ulti. Otherwise, if you don't want to take a fight inside Wukong's, inside Arena, you can easily walk away. For Lifestealer, when he gets a BKB, he has a pretty free reign in a team fight. Also with SNY, I don't think you're gonna burst that guy. Monet so far having a perfect game in terms of his score. Didn't join the previous fight, which could make things a lot more difficult for Nouns, but let's see. Uh-oh. Gunner's in the spot. He's stuck there.
Yeah, there's nowhere for him to go. He'll spear, he'll attach that to a tree, but Gunner's pretty tanky, not tanky enough. So xNova gets credit for that kill. He's level 13 on xNova.
Super tanky. 2.2 KHP. Pupils Gift, Strength Threads, Eternal Shroud. This hero doesn't die.
Yeah.
Most of the damage that they have is magical, except for some right clicks from Monkey, God's Rebuke, but yeah, not enough to bring down Enchantress from 100 to 0.
Certainly not, and has the gold for the shard. I believe holding it because they want to get this other Tormentor. They took the enemy's Tormentor, they took Nouns's, and theirs is still available. So I think holding that gold and hoping to get a shard of his own. Wisdom Rune bottled up, nothing to say. He'll work on that Tormentor while the side of Nouns start to move over. And xNova does get that shard. Thunder God's Wrath is used. Copy gets some information, but
Ancient Thunderhide.
yeah, just running at you. You might want to be a little bit careful.
I feel like this creep should have a stun instead of slam, so you can stop the TPs with. I think we would bring back the lifesteal. Remember back when people were building Radiance on Lifestealer and sitting inside the big black dragon?
So you want that back?
No. But
that sounded like you did, though. You're like, oh, I remember the time, I loved it, blah, blah, blah.
It was
I don't
mostly
want it
jungle Lifestealers that did that.
Jungle heroes barely exist these days. I mean, I guess they do sort of exist. You're not like a... like your role isn't jungler, but I feel like carries go back into the jungle.
Hero.
Is he?
Yeah, he lives in a jungle.
Yeah, yeah. You know, technically you're right.
But you can't jungle with Monkey King. Unless we bring Iron Talon back, then every hero can jungle. Really glad we got rid of that one.
Oh, I like that one. Bring back Poor Man's Shield, too. And Ring of Aquila. Or Aqua. Blink Avalanche.
From NTS.
Going into the BKB next. Lellis, like you said, he had a lot of gold. He had 400 gold going into the Blink Dagger, then all of a sudden he was farmed up a bit. He's going into a Yule's. Here's BKB from Monet. JT and Bobica are smoked, so is xNova now because Bobica is the holder of said smoke. Just rubs it off on his allies, and now nothing to say in xNova is. Got a BKB flying out from Monet. Scan connects from Nouns. Lellis off to the side, blinks away, and gets out. They're looking. If they notice a tree on top of a tree, maybe they'll realize that they just don't grow like that.
Oh, he's farming. They scouted him.
And they see the courier. They've got the Hex. They'll have more than enough damage here to kill off Yuma.
Yeah, you must have a good read what's happening on the map when they're trying to scout things out. This observer ward that is placed near the enemy tier 3 tower bottom did scout out the courier, so they knew exactly where Monkey King is. That's a nice spot.
Yeah, I like that.
I'm not sure why it gives vision inside the base. The same one is like whenever you place it near those gates that you can only enter. I keep forgetting the name of those gates. One entry gates.
They don't have...
Yeah, you can't click on them.
Do they have a name?
Yeah. I'll check it.
The... Get off my lawn gates? Bill Gates?
Bill.
16,000 net worth lead here for IG. TA's got that BKB, and Roach is going to be up in 5 seconds. Vindicator's Axe is going to be selected for the Lifestealer. Defiant Shell is picked for JT. So these neutrals coming out. Shard going to be flown out for Monet as well after picking up that BKB. 9-second BKB ready to go. And Ags next for him. There was a while where that Ags was an earlier pickup, right? For Lifestealers?
Oh yeah, that's a really good one. That's why we mentioned it after the draft ended, that you can easily get inside of the Monkey King during Wukong's command, have a little bit of protection as well. Because this Lifestealer, I don't think he dies in this game. I think he ends with 0 deaths. Because you have Rage, BKB, Rage into Infest, or Rage Infest into BKB, another Rage into another Infest, because it goes down to 20 seconds. Let's see who picks up Aegis this time. I think they should give it to Monet. Both of them made a slot, but Monet is going to be the one sieging. And Templar Assassin can blink out of the trouble with Refraction. Always got to be careful sieging the high ground. Playing against bars and also tiny, so you can easily end up in tier 4 towers.
Or worse, the well. Tossed, then speared into the enemy well, or fountain. That would be rough. Yuma almost has his BKB. He's got the Gleipnir BKB combo almost at the ready.
They're called Defender's Gates.
Defender Gates, okay.
Yeah.
I don't, okay. So, you know, simple name. Couple of illusions. And by a couple, I mean 4. So they're just doing their thing, trying to stop Monet from getting the tier 3 tower, but he breaks the high ground, and he's happy to do so. JT's just sitting there, looking, waiting, wishing that somebody would step up, and it is Fly. They got him. And 1 shot, 2 shot, down goes the Shadow.
Lelis cutting the creep wave in the top lane. Mid lane is also pushed in. So they need to take out this tier 2 tower in the mid. Try to delay as much as they can, but when it comes down to the team fight, even though having these 2 circles, it's not going to help them out because there are 3 BKBs available. Also, Lion has his with the shard, and I also noticed that xNova had a BKB in his quick buy at one point. Changed his mind for now. Doesn't have that much gold to work with, but with those BKBs up, if you get them off, they don't have enough damage. Maybe with Shadow Demon ulti inside Wukongs, that's your biggest opportunity. And we can see the BKB status, 3 9-second BKBs. Whew. This is something that Nouns do. They always go for the full backstab.
Yeah, they really love it.
When they're in a position where they can't take a fight, nothing to say. Has Cheese...
xNova. He's not easy to kill either, and there it is. Wukongs as well as the arena, but a BKB is used by both Yuma, nothing to say. So nobody really needs to be in this circle. Monet willing to step into it because he could just rage and fight. Gunner's BKB is going to run out. He doesn't have a TP, so he'll blink and continue to run, but with no TP.
And another one coming from Iboka. He's going to find him.
He's hiding his gem? Okay.
Yeah, that's a pretty cool play.
So he's just going to take their attention away. Get fingered. Spear lands. Still running. Needs one more right click. Could add a little Benny Hill music if you wanted to. Oh.
He's stuck there. Let's see if Bobo can find him second time.
Oh, yeah, he caught vision for
moved.
a second. There's the spear. Gunner's still trying to run. Meanwhile, Fly's been killed.
But they saved the gem. Gem is hidden. I don't think anyone's going to get there and find it.
Lilith needs to get there, but he is being surrounded.
Close to it.
Heroes.
Getting tempted by 1 gem. They can feel his presence. Couriers, they're not coming. I mean, that's gonna be the least of your concern. Right now, you have full squad of G2IG attacking your
knocking on the
tower
door
with a 26k gold lead.
Yeah, no courier going on a saving mission. Yuma again from behind is looking, but if it goes like last fight, they just BKB and leave. Long time was spent on Gunner to get that kill, so it feels like the BKBs are probably
Yuma
just ready.
He's ready. Rest of the team needs to be there to back him up.
4 seconds remaining, and now everybody's alive on the side of Nouns. Boundless Strike, Arena, Spear, connecting JT. He's low, but infested. Saved there by Monet. They've got the RP afterwards. Even the Wukongs as well as the Arena. Can they get anybody on the side of IG to die? Finger used. Lelis Gunner gone. Skewer onto Yuma. GG is called. Nobody dies on IG in that last fight. And they will end up taking game number 1 over Nouns.
Yeah, this game was pretty difficult from start for Nouns. They did lose the lanes, and with these heroes, kind of hard to recover. Even though they did have Rampage 20 minutes into the game, it was still not enough. The only tower they managed to kill was a tier 1 tower in the top lane, and I think they need to, fix their drafts because playing two melee heroes into Lifestealer. Bottom lane also, they didn't get what they wanted. Templar Assassin against the Zeus as well. That lane didn't go too well for Zeus either. So yeah, kind of difficult to play when you lose all three lanes and you're always trying to recover in the game. Just that one fight, that was their moment of brilliance. But G2 IG getting a dub here. Not the flawless performance by any means. You know, they had some ups and downs. But overall, if they continue to draft like this has been a big problem for G2 IG. So far in the previous couple of tournaments, they're going to look good.
Yeah, G2 IG, they had a really good laning stage, I think, starting out for the mid-game.
Yeah.
Just super far ahead. Like you said, pretty much a perfect game except for that one moment. I mean, Monet doesn't have a TP. It allows Copy to get that rampage, but ultimately, G2, they take game number 1, and to break it down, we've got the panel. Send it back your way.
Thank you very much, Big Up and Lacoste. Yeah, this was a fairly smooth game 1 here for G2 IG. They take it. We'll see what, of course, happens in the rest of the series. But for now, they are 1 up, and I'm joined by Tigav and Kezu to break this one down. As, well, we kind of knew it was going to be a tough game, Kezu, for Nouns. Did we expect it was going to be this tough?
Honestly, yeah.
Okay.
Because, so I think there's a few layers, first of all. I'll try not to make it too complicated, but I think that Nouns skipped some steps in the draft. Like, so you have this last pick Monkey King, who's like a lane winner. He's like supposed to do really well in the game. But you also need to look at like what's going to happen after 5 minutes. Like, you have no pressure top, you have no pressure mid, which means at some point, all these heroes will show up in Monkey King's lane, and then this entire effort and pick reason as he's a good laner, then he's going to turn into more, it's just not going to happen. Then you have no map pressure, and I don't really know where they're going to go from there. I think that we talked about it like backstage a little bit. I think there's a lot of like yes-manning going on. I would like someone to just man up. Like if I'm Gunnar right now, I've been in his position before. It can be hard. I don't want his hero to be picked in that stage. Or if it is like second and blind, then give me a good support so I can get through the lane. So I'm not just like thrown into the wild with no one helping me out, because then this happens. And if you don't have a good game, your team won't have a good game. So no one is doing anyone else a favor.
So who is yes-manning in your
It's
opinion?
more like the idea that you have, like, when you get to the draft, rather than like, oh, do you want to pick your Mars here? Yeah, sure. And then you go for the next year, it's like, oh, I want to play Tiny or something. So you pick it. But then you're not really understanding why you're picking it. It's more like, oh, we're just going to go for it because, oh, we see Team Spirit pick Mars. So let's just pick Mars here. And it's like, well, the reason why they pick Mars in that position is because they pair it with like a Willow or the Shadow Demon themselves to have a strong lane, to make sure that they're having impact. And I just feel like this draft, it kind of went from a good opening of the SD, then a Mars, now for some reason we have a Tiny, and then like the Zeus is fine, but the Tiny's a bit weird. The Monkey King has meaning, but because of the Tiny, it opens up for G2IG to have good rotations. Like the entire draft stage just felt a little bit too whimsical and compared to like G2IG. Each pick was like, okay, we have the Mac, and then we have strong supports, and now we have the Lifestealer to counter the initiations, and then the TA to counter the Zeus. Like every pick felt like it had meaning. And
like also, at some point, they have Aegis, and they're handing Nouns a Rampage, and 1 minute later, you still feel like the game didn't actually change. That's how bad this game was, like from start to this mid game, where the like I don't know what happened to G2IG.
We need to
he's
talk about
fighting
that,
bot.
No, okay, let's actually break that down. So basically, the reason why you get this Rampage is during Roshan, this camera, during Roshan, JT is parked in the mid lane at some trees going, I'm ready to RP, whilst they're doing Roshan! And then he dies, and then they push tier 2 top whilst JT's dead, and then 3 heroes die. JT goes back top to then also die straight away after dying, and then Lion comes back in and dies as well. Like, that was the clowniest shit from G2IG, and then they lose, what, 4,000 gold?
But it still didn't matter, because 2 minutes later they have it back.
But if this was against a better team, they would have been punished.
Yeah.
So I think G2IG, not only did they show a great laning phase in draft, they showed us that they make still massive blunders like that, where any other team would have punished them. Nouns, unfortunately, didn't have the tools to do it. But if you watch that clip back, it's like,
it's for the fans.
It's
it was entertaining.
They made it exciting a little bit, because the game was a little bit of well, not a lot happened because it felt like every time Nouns, apart from that moment, couldn't really make moves. And I think, personally, oh, this is cool, because I was exactly going to say that. I think it was because of xNova. Because he was 10-1 and 13, and he basically, obviously, he won the lane top for his Lifestealer, great. Then he went bottom, he won the lane there too, and he was just everywhere.
And this is what, like, Dota is, it can be so simple if you're set up for success.
He plays 26 wards? That's a lot.
he's a god gamer. But like when you're set up for success, you have a good lane, you know what's up, because you now then pick the lifestealer, it allows him to move, he goes bottom, he gets pressure there. It's so simple, wherever he goes, they have kill threat. Whereas Nouns, wherever they go, they're just depressed. They can't kill anyone, so you just need to keep farming. So overall, this game for them, I think, is just very hard. So you can try to adapt, go in the next game, and not talk too much about the gameplay, because this is more about going to the next game. Let's play easy mode, not hard mode.
Well, let's not talk too much about the gameplay. They didn't win. So that's all we need to know. And that means they are even more with their backs against the wall or against the rope, whichever it is, than they were before. Because they're now one game down in a best-of-3 elimination series. And what's going to happen in game number 2, we're finding out. Stick with us. We'll be back after a break.
Hey everybody, I'm Tsunami, and I'm here with PGL Wallachia Season 1. JT, what a pleasure to have you join me. You guys seem to do well at crowd events, because Kuala Lumpur, well, okay, well is relative. I'd say top 8 is still pretty good no matter what, but in Kuala Lumpur you got top 6, Birmingham you got top 6. It seems like you guys are probably more, you guys get a LAN power-up, because your online events aren't quite as good, it seems.
But for me, I like LAN event more because there's audience. It feels like more energetic to play. So I mean LAN, it's okay, but for myself I prefer LAN tournaments.
Does the crowd ever influence how you play? Because you're very famously known as a risky player, and I guess having the crowd be all like, oh, what's JT about to do? Do you ever go extra crazy to put on a show for people?
Not much, but I'm sure a little bit. I would say I'm sure a little bit, like, because I'm an actor, I know, you know.
Yes.
I love to do all the stupid stuff, you know, for the audience, like make fun, you know, enjoy the game.
Nice.
Yeah.
We love it. Wait, do you like having that reputation? Does your team like that you have that reputation?
I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm not sure. I need to ask them.
They've never come up to you and they're like, dude, you gotta stop blinking in this timber saw, all right? It's way too risky. They don't ever tell you these things?
Sometimes that does, but because I will not let them like control me. I will do whenever I want. I will do anything that I want.
Are you always the crazy one on every team you've ever been on? Is there ever a team where you've kind of had to be like, wow, this guy's even wilder than I am?
Let me think about it. On everything, I should be the one that always get crazy. Yeah, I think I'm the only one.
You think the current offlane is encouraging that kind of crazy gameplay, or you feel like it's not as fun as it could be?
I think it depends on people actually. Compared to two cores, I mean mid lane and carry, there shouldn't be trolling. I mean, shouldn't be doing these crazy stuff, crazy things. But offlane is allowed to a little bit doing this stuff.
Even like looking back, maybe 2 years ago in like the Wraith Pact era of offlane, did you ever enjoy that style of gameplay, or are you always like Blink Dagger era offlaners rather than Aura offlaners?
I think it's kind of okay because you have to follow meta, right? Sometimes every meta change, if the Wraith Pact is good, you have to, I mean, just follow as well, right?
Sure.
Yeah. To ensure you win the games.
Are there any offlane heroes that you wish were meta right now that aren't?
I mean, it's fine for me. But I don't like to play like those stupid heroes. Like maybe, I like to play mobility heroes. Like maybe Park, something like that. Like
in the offlane?
Yeah. I mean, it's true. I don't like to play those Centaur heroes. Like very stupid. I mean, just getting hit by enemies. It doesn't look fun for me.
You want to move?
Yeah, I want to move around on the map.
JT, thanks so much for joining me for this interview, and that's all for us for right now.
I love hearing from JT. It seems like he has the idea about the philosophy about Dota 2 down, you know? His goal as an offlaner is to have fun, make loads of moves. The rest, though, needs to be a little bit more serious.
A little bit of trolling.
A little bit of trolling is allowed if you're the offlaner.
Doesn't want to play the stupid heroes. No, I feel like that interview, he's got some new fans. Sure. Like that was so charismatic, and unfortunately, I think half the heroes he described he's had to play so far at PGL.
Yeah,
maybe that's why
it is in the meta right now, right?
Yeah, it's just unfortunate.
Yeah, he calls like Centaur a stupid hero. I mean, I guess you're just a blink stun and some stuff. But you know, another thing he said, he doesn't get controlled. I like that. You need to know the freedom. You need a bit of the balance, because in the last game, maybe when he was around the mid lane, they should control him. But, you know, again, a little bit of trolling.
The 50-50, you can't completely erase it.
You can't fully control it. It will sometimes, like, just, it will come out.
One thing that you can't control with your Nouns, though, and whether you will get the Magnus or not. Because it was first pick, and it was not really... Well, I guess you could say like they tried to counter it with the Monkey King on the lane, but it didn't really work out because, I mean, Enchantress still came anyway, and it's like, it doesn't do anything much. It didn't slow JT down.
If they have a specific idea with, like, let's look at, like, Tiny and SD and Zeus are all heroes that enable you if you're gonna make the aggressive move. Like, Zeus against Magnus doesn't do anything if Magnus just keeps jumping you, right? Like, you're gonna use the Zeus ult to, like, start the fight or show him or cancel his blink. But if you're behind from all the lanes because all your lanes aren't good, then those picks actually, they don't do anything. Like, then you're just straight up cornered yourself. So you need to swap it up or adapt so the heroes can still do the thing that you actually picked them for. Because in the last game, that was just not the case.
Yeah, it's like, well, coming into this, we knew that if Magnus was not banned in the first phase, it's going to be picked up. So this was kind of Nouns' own doing and why they're in this position now. And it's like, same thing as well. If, like, entering the second phase, they have the first pick. So their entire prep should have, they know that Mars is probably their picked. So the fact that they've stumbled into a position of picking bad heroes after the Mars is just the pressure inside the moment. And I feel they could potentially repeat the identical draft again if they're on the same pick order.
They are. G2IG will have first pick. Nouns will have Dire.
So then that's their question. They might give Mag away again, but not pick up the Tiny once they've done the Mars, like we already spoke about. Or they just ban the Magnus, like every other team has done against G2IG, but in turn they'll be giving up potentially the Chen or the Disruptor, Kunkka or a Doom that they banned instead. Yeah,
but at the same time, it could also be like game one of the series. You're let it through to see like how scary could it really be? Because you said that the last time it was let through, they didn't actually pick it up until very last.
Yes.
So that is the data they've got to go off of, right? So maybe they were just figuring to check it out, and they now know.
I'd love that to be the case, but it's like unfortunately in Dota, like there's not enough like stats really to lean on. Whereas like if you see, let's say 12 drafts, you can never really assume based on those 12 that's like the gospel, right, of the team. And if that's how Nouns approached it, then they're going to learn in the future not to make that kind of rookie mistake again. And
trust everybody else's read on things maybe as well. Well, we do have a change up because they do ban out the Mars. That does mean we got an opening Slardar coming out from G2IG, which, by the way, if you're going to play that on the offlane as a JT, it's a hero that moves a lot. I definitely isn't as much of a stale hero as, for example, a Centaur would be. So he's going to have a fun time.
It moves fast, and they love flexing it. They actually played a lot on both mid and offlane. Mr. T.
Mr. Kazu. And I'm just saying, like, Slardar is a hero that it really is just beautifully volatile. Like, you either crush your lane and the entire game's yours, or you hunt for that one kill that one too many times, you get picked off, and the entire state of the game can change. And I like seeing the volatility of the hero.
That sounds like a perfect JT hero.
Exactly. That's why I'm down to watch it in the hands of G2IG. Nouns instantly react with a support that is able to both apply pressure in laning phase and the game to Slardar. If you don't kill Phoenix in the mid fight, he can then turn into an egg. Slardar's not out of position. If you, in laning phase, you play up into the Phoenix, there's Fire Spirits to reduce the attack speed, reducing the bash damage. So Phoenix overall, quite a nice response.
So it's a nice response, not just for a potential lane, but also for the game itself, you think?
Yeah. You like having heroes in the game where if Slardar jumps you, you're not calling for your cores to, save you. Like picking squishy backliners against a Slardar is always a recipe for you to get broken apart against a Slardar.
The only thing I'm looking for, because first pick Slardar, they can flex it. We have touched on it, and I like the response with the Phoenix. But I would like to make sure that Nouns kind of double down. Like giving a first pick Slardar a good lane is something that you can stop pretty quickly. You could look at like any mid laner that's good against Slardar, or then also crafting like a carry. You are second pick, so you can chill later. Like you can look at lanes like some troll or like some range carries that just make it hard. So now suddenly, if the hero has two weak lanes that he goes into, it's not easy for this hero to then really like breach into the game. T mentioned then sometimes you end up in a scenario where you're chasing for that one kill, and sometimes that one kill can be really hard to obtain for this hero.
And we got the Gyro and the Luna removed as the carry matchups. Are those carry heroes that would do well against the Slaughter? Like, is that something we can learn from? Are those bans telling us anything?
It's protecting the offlane starter option. Gyrocopter with Flak push out the lane. Gyro can never get close to you. Luna has the beam just to have that mini stun. Also with the glaze as well. Basically, both these core toolkits allow for get away from me Slaughter plus Phoenix in that same lane with the attack speed reduction. Should be good for him.
Let me see. It definitely just makes it more open that he can go into the offense. I'm still wondering how Nouns like kind of want to shape it out. I think there's also like heroes potentially like you have some, you know, Naga Sirens that can make Slaughter pretty hard, but that's where the flex can come in for G2IG. So just to see how Nouns will cover it, at least for now with the Phoenix, they've got the team fight kind of unlocked, their lane is chill, so it's now more really just about the follow-up, because the first pick Slaughter can falter within the draft very quickly, but only if the enemies react properly to it.
Yeah, some of the bigger carries, I kind of expect Nouns most likely to use their last pick again for the carry here, because going into the next phase, some of the bigger carries that Yuma's been playing, Terrorblade, Medusa, also somewhat okay against Slaughter, are very counterable if G2IG had the second phase to close out with seeing that carry.
Another carry banned with the Lifestealer.
Yeah, so the Lifestealer is out. It doesn't really tell me too much, at least for now. Something else that G2IG can always go for, or if a hero like Slaughter does get like maybe semi-counterpicked, you can always build on like the minus armor strat, right? Like with some potential, maybe TA later down the line, because even if your lanes aren't great, you always got the Roche, you got the amplified damage. But Nouns will go for the Kunkka, which I am okay with. I wouldn't say I love it, because you cannot really put this hero mid into Slaughter. So you're giving them, or you're not really giving them an opening, but it's not really a flex pick. This should be your offlane Kunkka like straight off the bat.
Yeah, it's the first time that we've seen Kunkka picked for Nouns, and yeah, I agree with you. When G2IG are controlling the flex of the Slaughter right now, it feels like a little bit of a slightly weird pick. It does feel like Nouns are following the same script of Spirit, which is like strong support, into offlane pick, into then 4+ mid, last pick carry. That's like the logic that they're going for, and it's a little bit understood. We'll see if Nouns are able to at least improve on it just a little bit from game one. But G2IG again, like it's again same logic. Strong hero to start. Enchantress for the lane dominating. I wouldn't be surprised if they double pick support here if they want to. Any Baboka hero here that he feels good on, it's perfectly fine.
I can see a few ones that are just kind of like chill, like your Hoodwink. I could see like maybe one or two more spicy ones, like maybe some Snapfire or Io. Ooh, Marcy's cool. No, this one I overlooked. I love it a lot. This is good for your lane. You like Slaughter Marcy, again, it's a dual melee lane, but they're actually strong. They jump you, they pull you in, there's like 4 stuns. You have your ult against the egg. Sidekick later, maybe they are setting up for like some range carry, right? Some morph, some TA, that's great. So I love this pick actually.
Yeah, it's
really cool.
Super obnoxious to play into, and the aggression will just naturally come here. And I think Nouns, when you have Kunkka, you have Phoenix, they're very good at reacting to engagements, but they're not good at setting pace. And maybe Nouns will try and fix that a little bit. They're going for a clockwork, but still, there's not really the craziest amount of like, I mean, laning wise, Clock's a strong laner, but that's about it so far from them. There's not any explosive laning options like you see from G2IG.
There's with both Slaughter and Marcy, they're melee, so you can cog them in.
Yeah, you have a body there, but I'm just looking now if they pair Kunkka with Clock, I'm not super happy. Kunkka Phoenix, it's on paper not a bad lane, but it's like it's really easy to play around. Yeah, there's some random Tidebringer, you can dodge it. Torrent, like Fire Spirits have high cooldown. Like there's having lanes with giga downtime or like easy to read and easy to play through in this level is not a great recipe for success.
But this pick for Nouns now, because of the Kunkka and the flex of Slaughter, they're having to think, well, if we pick our carry, then there's 2 picks to counter the carry. If we pick a hero that's clearly our mid laner, then Kunkka is obviously our off lane. Therefore, G2IG will still have draft advantage. And that's why I saw, I think, Milan rushing to his notes. He was like, oh shit, fuck, what are we doing now? Oh no.
This pick is hard, because I feel like they have cornered themselves a little bit. So let's see if they can like find one that like kind of stabilizes in a way. Okay, so they will go with their carry.
So they're keeping the Kunkka just a little bit more alive with that flex. And going for the CK, yeah, against Marcy in lane, a potential Slaughter in lane, you should be able to muscle up against it a little bit, especially if the Clock is with you. I think I'd like to see the Clock CK lane.
Yeah, I think so too.
The only option realistically for G2IG is the double melee. You're not going to put And I mean, you could technically put Ench Slardar, but yeah. So Slardar's now mid. Brew's now your offlaner.
Yep.
Brew now has like evasions and ways to play into it.
Okay, let's see. So you will have last pick for Nouns, so they can kind of decide what's going on. But you know that the Slardar is now going mid. This has been a counter pick traditionally, so putting Kunkka mid is very unlikely unless they get some giga last pick on the offlane, right? After seeing the G2IG carry,
Yeah.
exactly. Because Brew, very good pick here, gives them the team fight, answers the CK. Let's see. G2IG will have to pick their carry out of phase.
Nouns turn to ban.
Trying to wrap my head around what Mr. Monet wants.
Which heroes are in the pool that could still be good against, well, potentially Kunkka offlane, I guess. Or how can you get a... If you're already saying that if it's Slardar versus Kunkka, Slardar is going to win, how can you pick such a strong carry for G2IG that Kunkka would be like, yeah, heck no, I'm not going to lane into that?
Yeah, technically, that would be like a Razor carry that we've seen Monet play before. And then you have the double Kunkka, you're going to hate whatever lane you go to type hero. But now it's actually opting for the IO. They're thinking about the Marcy carry.
Okay, honestly, I don't mind this ban at all. Like, IO Marcy is very scary. I feel like that's the only support you need to ban out, because IO Marcy carry, I feel like doesn't work as well with most other supports. But yeah, I think Razor is good. I feel like any range carry that will like have some mid-game mobility or BKB, maybe both. I could see a potential Weaver, like some Weaver Ench lane. I feel like you're pretty chill. Maybe Clock's a bit annoying, but you can, your bros can build some 4 staffs. You have good team fight. Amp damage with Weaver also always very good.
I want to entertain the idea of like Clinks, but the fear of the CK burst is so high. But everyone else, he just runs around. He can itemize like we're mentioning. You have frontline with the Ench, Brew, and Slardar jumping in already, even Marcy. So you shouldn't, in theory, be the one getting jumped. Play from the backlines, but they actually do ban out the Razor. Nice. I'd like to, for G2IG, just have a carry that joins the aggression. Because if Marcy is your support, for any kills that she gets, it's quicker to her BKB. Towers fall from the Ench creeps. It just helps the Marcy out so much, and you want to keep progressing the map here.
What could be the reason they still put Marcy as the carry?
Maybe they value the fact that this lane could just be very like dominant with some Ench Marcy. Like you just play off, because what Marcy wants, you want like, she's a good carry, but like she lacks the farming tool, which means you kind of want to play for kills. Like IO allows you to skip timings, you go relocate around. With Ench, you can get kills.
Don't they just go, they could also just go Morphling for G2IG. You don't die as much. Just again, CK burst is like if your carry's getting burst, then something's gone wrong with the rest of your heroes. But no, I think Morphling, you always can find the egg. You don't really care about Clockwork throughout the game. It forces the draft a little bit more because if Kunkka's in that lane, Morph just free farms. Kunkka goes mid, now Slardar. So I think Morphling's really good for, let me just scale a bit and make sure my game's good. We've already mentioned like Weaver or Clinks for a bit more of the
like anything that like lane's cool, gives you like you have choice of whether you kill the egg or not. Like you can go in and out, you have some mobility, and it's nice if you can help to hit the tower, so nice call. They will go with the morph, so all in all, just very, very safe, very good. Good lane, solid for the game, you can hit objectives.
I think the worst thing is when, I think maybe why Kunkka fell off in favor a little bit is when you're flexing it, knowing you control the flex, but it's like if I put it into the lane, you just free farm. Like they're now flexing a hero into either a losing lane or, hey Morph, you're gonna free farm. Like that is an uncomfortable flex. And they go for a Storm Spirit to get some of that jump. Control isn't really G2IG's friend. They've got a couple cheap stuns, but nothing crazy in the teamfight department. So Copy is going to get his last pick Storm. I think this is going to be quite an interesting game because I think for Nouns, it really has to be find some ways to get heroes that aren't as good in lane through lane to then pop off with some nice team play.
Yeah, I like the Nouns draft better than their draft from the prior game. But I still see similar issues that I really don't like their lanes. I feel like they have to outperform what their draft is meant to do to stabilize. And if they do that, they have a shot of winning. But I'm like looking at Copy to do well mid and push his team forward, because if he doesn't, I'm just really afraid for them. I would love to be any G2IG player in this game.
Yeah, like again for Nouns, it's Clock CK, they have to do so well in their lane. I think if their lane goes well, then we're looking at Clockwork pairing with the Storm Spirit, then trying to punish a Slardar. Because like Slardar Storm Spirit as well, this matchup, I'm pretty sure Slaughter doesn't mind it.
just fine.
It's just fine.
And you think that Clockwork is indeed gonna go with the CK?
looks like
Because
he's
is
not.
Lelis playing?
yeah,
like,
I
I don't know
just
how
saw
much
that,
they swap up, like who goes where.
I don't think they do.
It's based on heroes. Because yeah.
Because like CK would rather play with people that get kills, but you don't really with Phoenix. And I've talked about dual melee lanes. They're not good unless you can get kills.
Yeah.
Clock Conquer together, it's not really a killer lane. So I feel like there's just something like a little bit off.
Can you leave Kunkka alone as Clock just, you know?
Monet would love that. The
Go
Morphling would be like, oh no.
You better get kills mid when you leave
Yeah.
him, because Gunnar is going to be crying when he's alone.
Okay. AKA no. Don't leave
AKA
him
no.
alone.
Okay, laning setups is important for Nouns. If they fumble that, then the game will just get really weird again, because G2IG is scaling great. I don't know. G2IG.
Let's go
game.
copy. He's got it. 1v5.
So for all the Nouns
All
fans,
nine.
all eyes on copy.
Yeah, my bro.
He's got to
gotta
do
pop.
it. All right, let's see if Nouns can force out a third game to this best of 3 series. We're heading over to our commentary duo of B-Cup and Lacoste.
Thank you very much. Coming into game number 2, Nouns are really trying to turn it around, but does this lineup scream turnaround for you, Lacoste?
Looks much better than game 1, as panel suggested. B-Copy, he needs to, he needs to pop off. Like, he needs to have a really good game. He's playing into Slardar matchup, not the matchup that you usually see from the mid lane, but Slardar is a kind of a new tech, I would say, in the last couple of months. His mid stocks has been on the rise. Should have bought them when they were low, because right now, Slardar, especially in China, like Chinese teams love to run this Slardar in the mid lane, gives you a lot of stun, gives you a lot of levels. This hero becomes super tanky, very difficult to kill. At least this time around for Nouns, I feel like their game plan should be much easier to execute. Also, they have so much more tankiness in the front line. CK, not the easiest hero to kill, has a lot of sustain with his passive ability, Kunkka with the ship, and also Sunray behind them. So, yeah, they're going to need to munch through all this tankiness of Nouns, and a bit of a late smoke coming out from them.
So, can you explain to me what is technically the new tech, or is it just because it's in mid?
It's mid. It's been mostly used from the off lane. A lot of the times, like mostly Slardar has been picked, as a counter to some like Lifestealer anti-mage. Then we've seen some a year and a half, 2 years ago, Slardar as a carry. I know that Ramses loved to play that one from time to time, and now we see it from the mid lane because, you know what? He's sitting in the river. That's where Slardar wants to be.
Fish in water. Okay. I like that. Is it still Harpoon build for Slardar in a situation like this? What's like the mid Slardar build?
No, he's gonna pick up a Blink Dagger and most likely a BKB, Aghanim Scepter. Try lane for Nouns here, at least for now. They try to get a kill.
Yeah, 3 heroes, just making sure xNova can't really put the damage in as they're blocking their own creeps. Monet doing the same. This is so odd to me. Just blocking the other team's creeps coming into the lane.
Thanks, guys.
Appreciate that. Up against this Storm, I mean, early on, it really should... What, you have Slither Crush, you have Bash. Like, Storm isn't the tankiest of heroes, and I feel like you could do pretty well here if Copy ends up in a bit of a poor position.
Yeah, I also want to see if there's going to be pre-level 6 rotation from xNova. Monet, he can be left alone. Does have extra protection from the waveform. Doesn't care too much about Clockwork. Especially if he's off to a good start. Then the courier is going to be killed by Lilith. Panel talked about maybe Clockwork going to the safe lane. But it seems like they're going to keep things simple for now. Fly will be playing Phoenix in the top lane with Yuma.
JT had a really good game in game number 1, and this is that Magnus. Now he's here as the Brew. Another one of those JT classics. But I feel like JT's been around a long time. Everything feels like a classic to him in the offlane. Magnus more so than Brew, but we've seen some Brew games that you find 6 a little bit too slow, and all of a sudden you feel pretty ineffective, right? We've seen the Radiance come out slow from a Brewmaster, and it just, you don't feel like a hero at that point.
Yeah, definitely needs to hit the timings. Also, this might be the game where he picks up some casual Urn of Shadows if they want to go for kills. Boboka will be playing Marcy, also another Chinese tech, I would say. We've seen Jinkyu, he loves to play the hero where he starts to scale, nothing to say. Dropping fairly low in this mid lane. Does have enough money to buy a bottle, but is not bringing it yet. Maybe thinking about bringing the healing salve on top of it.
Yeah, he's got a whole creep wave to farm up right now. He has a fairy fire if need be, trying to pull this creep wave away from where Copy can potentially do some damage. But Copy's going to pick up both the water runes as that's happening, as he's just farming the mid lane. So Copy controls the runes. Keep an eye on Sardar, see what he gets, and I believe it was a bottle coming out. Yeah, so it's a bottle and a stick is what he went to. And he's also buying another set of tangos.
Needs that extra regen because he did not refill his bottle. First couple of waves didn't go too much in his favor. And now JT farming underneath this tower. Boboka dragging the creep wave, not the easiest lane to play. Boboka only level 1. Marcy early on doesn't provide you with much. If she's not paired up with some like super strong offlaner, which Brewmaster at early levels really isn't, you're not going to be able to kill the hero. So they need to manipulate the creep waves, maybe wait for level 2, level 3 on Brewmaster to try to make a play.
Brood 8-1. Not a lot of CS there for JT. A little bit worrying, if you ask me. Torrent lands under Monet, who's on this Morphling. I feel like Torrent should become the Morphling. It's water, pushing water.
Makes a lot of sense. Yeah, we tried that with Brewmaster having some like fire damage and stuff, but yeah, we got rid of it. We're not Pokemon.
Could be. I know one person in the green would be happy if we became Pokemon. So 4 minutes in, another set of water runes, and this time with the Slithering Crush and the Bash, they're going to have control of that water rune. And they're going to try and get the kill here on a Copy, as they've got another Slithering Crush. Nothing to say, gets first blood in doing so. So this really opens it up for him. He's level 5, and he finds himself 6. All of a sudden, you've got Corrosive Haze, you've got that minus armor, and I don't know if Storm's going to be comfortable sitting in the lane.
Yeah, I wanted to see a rotation maybe coming out from Enchantress. xNova is in the bottom lane, securing the lane for Monet, but JT has been left alone. Like, usually you don't leave Brewmaster alone, so they definitely didn't expect this one to happen, but killing Storm pre-level 6, and now with that one kill, they have maybe another attempt to try to get a kill on him. There it is, Boboka making a move.
Uh-oh, Slithering Crush
he's dead again.
Disposed, and Copy back-to-back deaths. Oh dear, and this is going to put Nothing to Say right on to level 6.
They copied the play. 2 of these heroes pairing up together and making another move, getting a kill on Storm. He's in a lot of trouble because he's level 4 right now. Slaughter will be level 6, but let's see if he can get a kill here. That's pretty big. Lelis.
Oh no. Getting away from the battery assault, not dying yet. And I say not dying yet, not dying at all.
So we'll get some regen from Sidekick.
This is
as Tango up and running, tower protection, flag bearer creep, all these things, they do add up.
Oh boy. Well, this is 2 levels behind. Finally, Copy shows back up. He's about to be 2 levels behind because Sardar's closer. Actually, now he's level 5. But still, with no Ball Lightning and Corrosive Haze about to be available, I wouldn't be surprised if we see Boboka come back over again.
Rune spawning in 10 seconds.
Both supports were edging towards mid.
xNova making another move.
Yeah, we've
seen
so
that one in the previous game.
Getting the kill into Yuma. All 3 kills for the side of IG have been on cores.
Perfect timing. They know, again, supports from Nouns are going to try to make a move, play around the Storm Spirit, because they already ruined him in the mid lane, so they need him to make some kind of a comeback. At least he has a good rune now. Shield rune might give him some extra protection. Copy will go into the jungle and try to farm up, but if they want to make a move on Storm, they could potentially dispel it with the enchant, which is on cooldown for another 15.
Copy spotted. Thunderclap doing some damage, and now the right click's coming in. Boboka ready to rebound off that Hellbear Smasher. Pops the shield rune, has the electric vortex. There's the Corrosive Haze. They've got the dispose, and it's Control V, Control Z as they take out Copy. Lelis now in with the battery assault. They do get the kill on a Boboka. They'll at least get one on the board. Sunray on a Nothing to Say, trying to burn him out. Getting low, but with that wand, he's able to have a little bit more health and survive. Nobody else coming over just yet. It's just Fly. They'll pass over a Tango, so again, Nothing to Say. skirts out by the skin of his
And
teeth.
they're going to refill his bottle. They're really playing around NTS so that he doesn't need to go back. And also threatening a kill on Yuma. Again, this rotation from xNova placed an observer one when they were backstabbing so they can see him.
Yuma level 5, and he's pushed out of the lane for a moment, but just can't farm in this camp. Nothing to say, having a great time. He's level 7. It is rough life right now for the side of Nouns. Morphling is, in fact, level 6. Going first item Lincolns. So, what's that?
Another Chinese classic. Whenever they were playing Morph, they just love to have that item. I guess the only thing he's afraid of is Storm Pull and also X-Mark. These are the only 2 abilities that they can proc the Lincolns with. CK later on will get Orchid, so that's going to be extra protection. Bobica and No Man's Land.
Yeah, 5v4 heroes are here. It's not exactly a fair fight. As Copy finally gets a kill. So gets on the board. Monet gonna have that open lane because Gunnar went over mid. They were more so looking for nothing to say, but he's fortunate enough for having that rune spawn top, and it was an invis rune, so there's no way to really keep eyes on him as they were dewarding on the side of IG as well. So put the pressure on the tier 1 tower over bottom. They'll glyph that up. Gunnar, though, you need to be careful. xNova again back on this Enchantress. Maybe Morphling jumps in with some help, and it is 1-3-1 build, so.
Yeah, this is going to be a tower. There are no rotations coming from Nouns. And Gunnar, yeah, he's probably dead here. Doesn't get the boat off immediately. Nice spell casting.
Yeah, it's just unable to survive, even with the Ghost Ship. Once you have both supports here in xNova as well as Bobica, it just feels impossible. And nothing to say, misses the Slither and Crush thanks to the battery assault popping off on those intervals. But Monet will get this tower. More gold for them, and he's top of the net worth. Compared to Yuma, it is 800 gold. Yuma's not exactly having a bad game, but Monet's just having a better game.
Yeah, and I don't think Morphling should be afraid of anything in this game. They need to rotate Storm, Kunkka, probably plus Clockwork to be able to get a kill on him, and he's getting closer and closer to that Lincoln Sphere. We'll have it at 13, 14 minutes into the game. Another move from xNova. They're ready to backstab.
Cinderbrew split. Fly disposed. Shockwave off the mark, but Fly, Icarus dive the other direction. They will have that stun from the Earth Panda and get the kill onto Fly.
That's another tower.
Yeah, it's just quickly opening up the map once again. And we've seen this before where IG, or, well, really teams in general, you get these early tier 1 towers and then you farm across the river. So, Copy coming over. You do have Yuma, and he's gonna ball lightning to the camp over here, knowing that there's no primal split. Full on mana, no real way to kind of hold him down at the moment.
G2IG didn't finish off the tower, but it's down to 200 HP. Same goes for the mid tower, so these towers are gonna die easily, and already a 2k gold lead. Clockwork is level 6. I want to see them make a move. Lilith plus Copy, they need to play together and try to get a kill on something.
Blink Dagger available for nothing to say. So we have that initiation ready and ready and waiting to go. Slardar, 2 Radiant wins, 4 Dire wins, 6 for 8 so far.
Looks pretty good. Been really impressed by mid Slardar performances so far.
Nothing to say on Slardar.
He's like a better version of Tiny mid, because he provides you with the lockdown, Roche taking potential as well, blink initiation that you need. I mean, Tiny doesn't provide you with Roche taking, but yeah, he's doing better than Tiny was about to say.
I get you. Hook shot in, that's on to JT. Ball lightning all the way into the cogs. And pulling him out of the cogs, that might be a little bit of a problem as the Slither Crush with the Blink Dagger comes through on a 3, but with the Electric Vortex, JT is
his chance.
tanky
maxed
brew.
out.
Oh boy, they are not even going to get this kill on a JT with nothing to say responding.
Whew. I don't know about this one. Pulling him away from Clockwork, but he also needs to get in and try to get some right clicks going, because Panda is a very difficult hero to kill. Braid Band, Bracer.
Yeah.
And Drunken Brawler maxed out. Missed chance.
Thought maybe without the split that could get that kill and slow down that Radiance build, but he is surviving and thriving.
Dire's top tower is under
3,000 net worth lead here for IG.
Dire's
Now,
top tower has fallen.
I've got a little riddle for you, or maybe it's a joke or some sort, but
I love riddles.
I'll hold on to that for a
It's
second.
always a glass, a clock, time, or water. These are the answers to most of the riddles.
Yeah, my riddle's not that smart, so what would the name be if Nouns' mid played Spirit Breaker? Hold on, hook shot coming through, Sunray. Monet dead. That's a big kill. He was full agi shift.
All right, I'm listening.
Well, you can take a guess. What would be the name of the Nouns mid laner if he picked Spirit Breaker?
I don't know.
Capybara.
It's a good one. It's a good one. Took me a second. I'm like, what does Bara have to do with it? But yeah, Bara, the Spirit Breaker. Good one, B-Cup.
I got a life from production. I'm happy with that. That's fine. Fly Icarus dive away. He'll walk out safely. This is, I mean, the kill on a Monet is pretty huge.
Oh, I
It's
thought
not
we were going to be
work.
talking about Capybara.
I want to, but now I'm just feeling judged. Pavis finished off for the Clockwork. We'll have that physical damage protection.
Yeah. We did talk about the important stuff. Now the less important stuff, Monet did die. That one death. Still not going to slow him down by much. The most farm hero in the game. Lincoln Sphere is being delivered.
And that early Lincoln Sphere, that tech that you were talking about. And there it is. That's finished in full. Going Shard early for Phoenix. That is seemingly what Fly wants to build. He's got himself Tranquils, Windlace, going into that Shard. And this is something we've talked about time and time again. When you lose those early towers, you have to farm on the enemy side of the map, and that's what Copy is doing. Just trying to get anything out of it. And maybe they find themselves on a Boca, but it might be Monet who is in trouble, or should I say Gunner. They rebound in, go ship, wave form, and they'll get the kill on a Gunner, and this feels like the story is old as time for Nouns. His hook shot hits on nothing to say, though. Go to the Cinder Brew, they go to the Primal Split. They've got the Torrent on two, and they will look to get these kills and finish them off as they take out nothing to say, but they end up losing Lilith. The Supernova pops. Monet now needs to kind of run. Sunray on him. Copy's low. No mana, though. JT gets the kill to Copy. Yuma and Fly will be out of here. They lose 3 on the side of Nouns.
Ooh, that was so quick. This Morphling. You talked about the Water Boy making the water himself, turning into Kunkka, using a Torrent onto 2. That was nicely done. Let's see if they can get xNova here. Yuma is ready to go.
They want to kill him, but he's healing. Not sure that's going to be enough. Oof. Especially with that big hit coming in from Yuma. They're getting some out of this, but the problem is they're losing Gunner and Copy too often. And that's really...
Gunner is not having a game. He's having a really bad series so far. In the previous game, was not able to do much. Also, going for Aghanim Scepter first, it always kind of feels bad on Kunkka, especially if you're playing from behind, because you need to save 4,000 gold. Ogre Axe gives you a little bit of damage, point booster, some HP mana, and then you need to farm another 2 components, so you'll feel like you're not contributing much until you get that Aghanim Scepter.
Vortex Sunray. Good cogs to push as well. Bobica will die. I mean, these are the things that look good from Nouns, right? Like, they have had some clean kills like this.
Yeah, they need to pair up Storm Spirit and Clockwork Blade together because they can kill most of the heroes. What is Storm going for? Kaya, for now, going into Sanj, wants to have a little bit more protection for him. Changes his mind, going for BKB instead.
This is probably what's needed, especially with this Orchid that's going to be coming through from Nothing to Say. You Orchid up that Storm, and I think that's just about it. You're dead. Deep Obs there from the side of Nouns. That was placed there, of course, to potentially help Copy be in this position to farm, but right now xNova is the one who's taking that. Despite the fact that they're down a little bit, I still think Yuma's having a decent time.
He's in an okay spot.
There's
Free
Orchid
Manta
from him,
style.
too.
if they can maybe catch Morphling off guard before he gets Manta, still relatively far away from it. Needs Diadem and very expensive recipe.
There's that Orchid.
From IG.
Yeah, still far away out from that Manta. There it is. There's that Orchid coming through, and that kill. Nothing to say. Has the Orchid. Make sure you can't ball lightning out. You desperately need this BKB now on this Storm. It's looking like Yuma's going to have to put the whole team on his back.
Pretty much. Op scouted the whole team, and now they're going to smoke. Let's see where they're going to go. If they find xNova,
it's not an easy kill.
G2IG, they're going to be pretty happy about that one. I don't think they want to go for that kill, but we'll get whatever is close to them. For staff.
Hook shot and damage from Yuma, making it look easier than it could have been.
Yeah, and because they already showed 4 heroes in the mid lane immediately, G2IG, managed by legendary Jack Chen, are going inside the Roche pit and will take it because you have Slaughter, level 2 Corrosive Haze with Morphling, more than enough damage. Sidekick, the lifesteal is there. I feel like every single time Nouns do something on the map, they can't transition that into anything. This time around, it's going to be a tier 1 tower in the mid lane because IG were doing Roche, but
yeah, so
they need something bigger.
Yeah. Did they get a tier 1 tower last game?
They did one, yeah. The safe lane tower was killed. The only one.
But those are the kind of things that did hurt Nouns later in the game when they were able to, on the side of IG, to TP to tier 1 towers and rotate a little bit easier. So, you know, that tower does fall. Yuma gets credit for that one. But the top tier 2 is in trouble, and they've got this Aegis, and there's no real responses yet. You really need this BKB on Storm. You're just not going to get it.
He turned off Radiance. Monet uses Waveform, and then he turns on the Radiance, tries to kill that range creep with Radiance Burn.
He really wants to just take 1 or 2 CS away from him.
Pretending that he did not want to do it. It's I would not be surprised, because it's JT. He's a big troll.
You just hear Monet complain about the one creep that he doesn't get. JT with a big smile on his face. Dragon Scale for the clock. We've seen Lelis do decent work here with the hook shots and the cog combos. Like, he has given them opportunity. 60%, I would have said 100 if I had my guess, but that's always my guess. Ooh, haste rune. Uh-oh. Fly? That's not good. Icarus dive away, and he'll be okay. Still working on this Manta, but not desperately needed. Finds Lelis, Cogs, and now needs to run, but Blink, Slither, and Crush in a couple of clicks from Monet means he's already dead.
It's time to kill enemy Tormund, try to steal it, maybe even get one more kill out of it. Monet.
Get one more kill. They might get a bunch more kills.
He's not shifting. They needed some extra backup there if they wanted to go for him.
Nouns disengaged, but they're going to try and go in on this. Gunner with the X. Bobica picks up a shard, so he'll have that upgrade on the rebound. Allows you to rebound off enemies. And there's that diadem. TP scroll action. BKB being built here for nothing to say. You know, he's the least farmed core on his team at the moment, but he got that blink early enough. He's got the Orchid. He's already there.
Oh, he carried them the first 15 minutes of the game. He wasn't farming much. Was giving away some of his farm so that JT can farm up his Radiance. And now another Tormentor plus another XP rune available for G2IG. Seems like it's going to be XP rune for now.
Yeah, they don't have the Morphling there, but the timings are right. That 21-minute timing to get yourself into that Tormentor. They already got the shard on to Bobica on the Marcy. xNova always looking to get a shard of his own. There was a shard picked up for the Brewmaster too, and this one will go to xNova, so now he's got Sproink. He's happy with that. He already picked up 4 staff with treads. A little bit of a different build. He went Eternal Shroud Dragonlance in the last game, but he just queued up that Eternal Shroud this time, so...
Playing against Kunkka, playing against Clockwork. You want to have 4 staff as soon as possible to push yourself and allies out of the trouble. Bobica continues to farm up. getting closer to BKB. That's the big timing for position 4 Marcy once you have the BKB available, because they have no abilities that go through debuff immunity other than Supernova, which could easily be taken, and Monet having a nice read there, getting the shift off.
And the multiple TPs were coming in, Power Ranger style from the side of Nouns, but Monet not even afraid. A little bit of a ball lightning, half mana available for copy. The link is going to be popped. They've got the tidal wave to pull Monet for a second. The wave forming aggressively and turning into this storm.
And Aegis, so he can play super aggressively. And look at his item build. Lincoln's Manta going into BKB. He's not afraid of buying these defensive items because he's not going to fall off in terms of his damage. He has Sidekick, so that's going to give him extra damage, and also Corrosive Haze. That's why he doesn't need to go for Conda immediately.
3 defensive items in a row. Rare sight, but one that he is willing to take right now. Tidal Wave not going to hit, so Monet is going to be fine. He's A-okay. Aegis expiring soon, though. Unleash used, and Bobica, I guess, farming with it. Not the longest cooldown, though, so it doesn't really quite matter.
Seems like they want to kill Bobica. He showed in the bottom lane. It's going to be a smoke coming out from Nouns. BKB now available on Yuma. They know Bobica is farming there, but if he manages to finish off his BKB, I think he's going to be more than fine.
This ward getting information,
close to it,
rebounding off of him, though. Looking for the hook shot, lands it. Cogs to push into Yuma. They've got that Orchid, the stun. The neutrals are there, but he won't survive, and he won't die to neutrals. Those Cogs push Monet for a second. JT is here, and he does have
on the
primal split,
already.
So a lot of damage being taken here by JT. He won't even get the split off with BKB being popped by Yuma. They'll go after this Slardar, but he goes invis for the moment. They pull him back in, and this is Sunray to kill off. Nothing to say. 3 heroes dead on the side of IG. This is similar timing to last game when they found a big fight.
Yeah, 24 minutes. They got a rampage last time. Let's see what they can get out of this. JT, he needs to be popping that ulti immediately. If they want to take a fight, he's playing into some real good amount of stuns. He's, first of all, playing into Clockwork. Won't be able to get the split off. Bailing into Manta, playing into Orchid.
It's a good fight for Nouns.
Not a clean execution. We've seen that in the previous game as well. IG having really big lead, and then one kill turns into 2 unnecessary kills on the map.
Yeah, a lot of overconfidence, I would say. Just like, I don't know if it's lack of respect in a fight like that, because you know that JT probably should have popped Primal Split immediately, but they felt like they were just like, ah, yeah, we got this fight. It's easy. We're up so much. And that happened in the last game, too. So BKB finished there for Bobica. Nothing to say. Just needs a little bit more time on to get his, and he'll get the shard afterwards, too. But I think Nouns, like you said, they really don't parlay this into objectives, right? They take that big fight, and I mean, they get the tier 1 bottom, but I want them to get a little bit more out of that, right?
Yeah, for now they managed to kill tier 1 tower mid, tier 1 tower bottom. But that's about it. This time around, they're not too afraid to take it to the late game. We still haven't seen split being used against CK Illusions, because Yuma, most of the time, one of the reasons why he's so farmed is he's not saving it every single time it's off cooldown, uses it, continues to farm up. But the spell mechanic from Brewmaster almost instantly kills off CK Illusions. They're now a bit too tanky with Armlet and Reaver, so some HP will be left.
Yuma also, this game compared to the last, in a spot where he can fight and feel effective. There were so many fights in the last game that he didn't quite have the farm, and not only that, the fights, he'd try to lay down a Wukong's, and immediately they'd just take it from in that circle to out. Especially with like an RP and a skewer away. Roche, a short timer. It's like 30 seconds. So if Nouns take another good fight, which they might right here, Hook shot, Cogs
BKB
around.
just
Sunray
got delivered.
BKB gets delivered, but they go to the Supernova. Do they have the right clicks to pop this egg? It looks like they will.
And
then
the
Save
Force
almost
Staff.
dies, but the Force Staff saves him. They look and get the kill to Fly Gunner as well as Lelis, and they'll TP the rest out.
Oh, what a timing. That Courier, I don't think he could have asked for anything better. Courier delivered it when he got initiated on, completes his BKB, and is not in the backpack. So, yeah, having that Ogre Axe and immediately getting a BKB avatar. And now pushing the high ground, 20 seconds without Kunkka. Will pop the glyph immediately.
Complete change in pace.
This is
right
also
there.
a fight without Storm Spirit. I think Copy needs to be there. Would make a lot of difference. Extra disable.
Yeah, would have had that Vortex, maybe been able to ball lightning over Nothing to Say and get that kill. Because he walked out of that with a sliver of health. So Roche is top. Rocket Flare does spot this. They do have that
They're
outpost
not fast
TP
enough.
too.
And Roshan just dies way too quickly. So they're not going to contest it.
Ooh, that is very fast. Egg positioning could have been a little bit better, but I think that in a fight like that, you thought that maybe Nothing to Say is going to die. The fight position changes a little bit, but because he gets that BKB, he survives a little bit longer. Monet's able to make that shift down towards that fight.
Yeah.
And
Also
then go to the egg.
Nice rocket from Lelis. Scouts Roshan and then immediately scouts multiple people rotating through the twin gate, so they know exactly where G2IG are playing right now. Morphling going for Kanda, pretty standard build, new shotgun build.
It's the new tech. Shotgun has been changed.
Yeah, ever since the change to how E-Blade works, Morphling doesn't buy it anymore.
Back in the day of E-Blade, shotgun build, when you were there for a second and then weren't. This one's a little bit more survivable, I would say. But only a little bit.
This one's also easier to execute. You need to click one button
instead of two. It's half as easy. They were looking bottom for a second. They had Enchantress nearby. Torrent back to the lands, and they'll be okay for now. They were trying to break the high ground over mid. They had glyphed before, and then they went back to get that Roche, so they're working with an Aegis on this Morphling for 3.5 minutes, and Cheese on Nothing to Say. Definitely the one who wants to be holding it, considering the last fight where you almost died. You need your Cheese there, and then you just clean up the rest. So tier 2 tower. Ellis looking for positioning, maybe to jump in. But again, Copy not near the fight. He was pushing bottom, cutting the creep wave. Now he finally TP's back. Still that Eternal Shroud being built. That Force Staff, though, that you talked about, wanting it for the cogs, so important for Nothing to Say surviving.
It was crucial in that fight, yeah, which does allow him to get another item. Has Wind Waker queued up. Slaughter this time around, no Aghanim Scepter. Maybe thinking, all right, we're going to get that from third Roche. Don't want to invest my gold into it. Yuma, ready to jump. Can he get a BKB off? Yes, he can.
Yeah, he can, and they'll hook shot. Oh, the three-man Slither and Crush coming in for Nothing to Say, but they're going to have the right-click damage coming up from Yuma. They go to the Electric Vortex from Monet on the Copy. He had morphed into the Storm. They go after Lelis. They have the damage with the right-click coming up for Nothing to Say. The Supernova's on the back lines. Torrent Storm is used. Ball Lightning looking for something. They'll get the kill to xNova, but is it really worth it? They need to start to back away with nothing really left on the side of Nouns in terms of abilities. They're going forward. Three-man Slither and Crush again. They've gotten that Void Panda that pulls back Yuma. Now they're going with the rebound, the dispose, the Torrent up in the air, but it looks like they'll still get this kill. He doesn't have buyback. 65 seconds without that CK.
CK did well. He's super tanky in the front lines, but Brewmaster deals with those illusions pretty heavily. They almost instantly die. Yeah, 6,000 damage coming out from Yuma in the previous fight. But yeah, the rest of the team doesn't deal as much damage. They are tanky with the ship buff and also Sunray behind them. But now, only left with one glyph.
Ball Lightning in.
Oh, he got
the kill. Uh-oh. Hold away.
Okay.
This will be at least the melee box. Looking like it's going to be the full set. Ball lightning again. Vortex has the X on him. He's fine. Monet shifting completely, and they're out for free.
What do you call when Kunkka uses X mark on Enchantress? xNova. So they're gonna go for Tormi. Still one available. Morphling is the only one who doesn't have it, and he's going in.
Lellis. Jesus. Monet, no fear.
Mercy.
He still has himself in Aegis. They are just going to get the kill on Lellis. Ball lightning over from Copy with the BKB, but he ends up dying to Bobica. They go and get the double kill as Fly ends up dying. Ghost Ship coming through. They've got the X. They'll pull back Bobica. Now they're going to pull him in with the tidal wave. They're still trying to get the kill on Bobica. They'll finally finish off the Marcy, but the wave forward looking after Yuma. Monet doesn't have a lot of mana. They'll buy back on Fly. X onto JT. Gets pulled back into a torrent, but he does have Primal Split if need be. If need be, or if need want. There is that Aegis expiring, so regenning all the way back up to full health, full mana. Got that Void Panda to pull in Yuma. They'll stun with the Earth Panda, Blink, Slither, and Crush. Now the silence, the right clicks. It's not going to matter with the Supernova. They'll get the kill, the hook shot now with the Supernova. They're trying to get the pop. It'll go off. Fly, Lellis, as well as Gunnar trying to hold on to this game. JT Monet had nothing to say. Will back away for the moment. They'll work on this set of racks and get it.
Yuma not having a buyback there. There is no tier 3 tower in the top lane. Tier 2, sorry, so they can go and get mega creeps. Even with Sunray healing him, it was still not enough. This level 3 Corrosive Haze. Right-click damage Conda from Morphling, because you see Adaptive Strike flying, and if you don't pop a BKB immediately, you're half, I'm not going to say half HP of CK, but well, 130's gone.
Yeah, it's not easy.
And one more fight left in the tank. If they lose that fight, that's double G's.
Copy.
See the amount of damage, 1,000 plus.
Hook shot onto the Marcy, ball ending in, but they're both stuck in the cogs for a second. Ball ending once again, they get the kill to Gunnar. They're going to look over as Bobica is unleashing onto the side of Nouns. They get the kill to Lellis. They'll buy back on Gunnar, but it's mega creeps to the side of IG. G2IG trying to finish this one off. Yuma TPing in with the BKB, but it's not going to matter. Look at the damage coming out. Copy ends up dead. They go to the Ghost Ship. They've got the Void Panda, but he'll X back to the spot where he was. Impetus shot. There's Gunnar dying. Yuma trying to stand his ground with the helpless Fly. Sunray, right clicks, the bashes, the damage, the kill. Yuma's gone. GG is called. G2IG will take the series 2-0 over Nouns.
They made it look easy. Nouns didn't get the chance to play Dota. Like in the whole series, they had a couple of good moves, but that's about it. G2IG, managed by legendary Venomancer player Jack Chen, should be pretty happy about this performance, because this team is like very hot and very cold at the same time. Sometimes they're gonna look very lost, but this time around today they woke up and they chose violence.
Yeah, they definitely woke up and chose violence, and let's see what the panel has to say about that. Let's send it their way.
Yeah, we're gonna break this game down. Nouns, obviously, with this loss, they get eliminated from the event as well, so it's a pretty painful one for them. But I want to focus on the good things first, because I think G2IG, they might have successfully changed their own trajectory. Of course, yesterday was the first time they got a win in this group stage, and it did feel, Kazu, like they're just continuing that momentum, and this looks very solid for them.
Yeah, I feel like they must be pretty happy. They have good drafts. They're doing everything correct. They're moving nicely on the map. Their support sync up, xNova again, you know, Boboka on his Marcy. I feel like the Chinese teams probably understand the hero better than maybe some others. We've seen the Jinkyu Marcys as well. So overall, just doing very good. But I think in the draft, they also got away with this first pick Slardar pretty nicely.
Yeah.
Nouns really not setting themselves up for success, but I'll keep it there.
I'm pretty sure Monet is just happy 2 games in a row. Like Lifestealer game 1, Morphling game 2. Like he
3
is
games,
chilling both times around, and it is a slight product of Nouns. I think they come into this day, I think, with the weakest drafts that we've seen them. It might have been also a product of teams understanding what Nouns was good at. There's so much time to prep. I think Nouns, they got understood very quickly. But for G2IG, this was refreshing. This game specifically, I think it was much better than the previous game. And yeah, it was a treat to watch. Like the Slider, like the Brewmaster. JT, by the way, shout out. He's sieging a tier 1 top. He's cycloning up a range creep for no reason. He's having
20
fun.
seconds.
20 seconds. No range creep.
I mean, I will say, Need Monet was probably chilling, like, you know, Cruz and his team is basically doing all the work. And there was one person in particular that in both games did a ton of work, and it is xNova, and he is standing by right now for a winner's interview with Tsunami.
Thank you very much. Yes, I am standing by with xNova of G2IG, where I wanted to congratulate you on a hell of a Enchantress performance in that game number 1. I don't think I've seen you get that many kills in quite a while. How did it feel for that game 1?
Definitely feel different that you can carry a team as a boss 5. Yeah, it's been quite some time since I played that well, I think.
Okay, no, I wouldn't say played that well, but maybe did that much damage because, yeah, we've been seeing a lot of Enchantress performances throughout this event, and I'm adding your name to the list as now your team is 2-2 after a very rough start to this event. You were 0-2 at the start. Did you feel any pressure being like we're 1 game away from elimination 2 days in a row now, or every single game is like a BO1 to you?
It definitely felt some pressure after like the first 2 days, but I think from the experience of losing the first 2 series, we kind of like figure out like what's suitable for us. Like we figure out what's our play style. So I think it's a good growth for us. Yeah.
Nice. So then would you consider your team to be quick learners? Because even your experience at Birmingham was the furthest that we've seen your team go in quite a while. So you're saying that even from Birmingham to here, you're still figuring out quite a bit?
I think we are kind of slow in adapting to all these things, yeah. So the team is still like trying to find our own ways and own play style. So we are still figuring it out.
Nice. Then it seems that the ceiling still has yet to grow, and you will get some time because tomorrow you'll have a day off, and then you've still got to make it out. You're 2-2 right now. You need to get that 3rd victory. So we'll let you take a day off to prepare for that, but congratulations on this victory against Nouns as we send it back to the panel.
Thank you very much. And it is good to hear that it feels that the teams have had good growth, and that's what we want to see here. Of course, indeed, as Neil says, they are going to get the day off tomorrow, because tomorrow is the day of the 2-1 teams to get their chances of being 2-2 or obviously 3-1. But that is all coming later. I think G2IG making it through here. On paper, maybe we didn't really know where to place either of these teams, Kezu, going into this. Now that we've seen this series, I kind of feel really rough for Nouns, because it didn't really feel like both games they really felt comfortable or had a game to play.
Yeah, I feel like they didn't really show up today. Maybe that's like now what he was saying before, teams have figured them out a little bit. Like now they don't have their Primal Beast and their Timber as often, because when Copy had that, he like just honestly kept shitting on people. But now when they don't have that, they seem just less comfortable and less in the zone. So it's very likely that they just need more time, or maybe on the new patch, they need another 1 or 2 sets of strategies and heroes that they can rely on to ultimately just feel good. Because what we can, this is just not it, and that, you know, it's sad.
Yeah, coming into the tournament, it feels like they had their original ideas. They then saw the tournament meta after a couple of days. They tried kind of blending it together, and it just felt like they didn't use all the time necessary to understand what, like, the main reasons why the tournament meta was being set. They kind of just missed the beat a little bit, and I think if they had a different format, more time, maybe they'd have improved a little bit better. But yeah, unfortunately, it was the case. And you know, the journey that they had. Azure Ray, they 2-1, then they play Falcons, then they play Spirit. You know, it's like they had a pretty rough bracket outside of their first series, and I think they had a lot to learn very quickly. And I think, yeah, it didn't really happen this time around. We'll see in their next round of qualifiers what they can do.
Indeed, we will. For now, though, G2IG is the one to come out ahead. I mean, it was stellar performance. I think, yeah, maybe Nouns didn't really show up today, but I also think a big credit for this series goes to Super, who's drafting for G2IG, because I did feel both games, and you guys both agreed every time, like, okay, you know what, they have a chance, but in reality, the draft is not even.
It kind of started at Birmingham, where I feel like they've had like this nice tempo, like knowing they have like Weaver with Marcy and like some dual synergy, like Sarda with a range carry, Marcy with a range carry, where everything is nice. They have Ench who wants to move, so they pick a carry that allows that to happen. It's just like, it's nice because I feel like a lot of times you see teams, they lack some like personality or strategy, but I feel like they've kind of now at least figured out how they want to play, and it just looks good.
Yeah, it looks good. They have their own identity, or they're still figuring it out, as they say as well. And you can only figure your own identity out if you play more and more games. And obviously for Nouns, for a lot of them, this was the first time at a LAN event, especially for their mid laner Copy, who is going to be giving us a exit interview together with Banks.
Thank you, Shiva. Yes, that's right. I've got Copy with me here. And Copy, we were just talking off camera, and you were taking a lot of this on your responsibility, but it wasn't a great game coming out here. Why are you putting the responsibility on yourself like that? It is a team game.
I mean, I'm just talking game 2. It's like I get the last pick, I get 24 pick. My hero is supposed to like crush the game. I think I'm doing fine in mid lane, and I think we were doing fine on top lane as well. The Marcy comes on the 4-minute water rune. I give both the Marcy and Slara combat gold. My level 6 is getting delayed, and then it's going to be hard to play. Like, I'm the playmaker in this draft, and I can't do stuff because I grief.
That's your words. I'm not going to say that for you when it comes to it, but I will say some positives we should try and look at here, right? Is there something you can learn from this experience to take into future events, into the NA qualifiers you guys go through?
I mean, you can always learn from everything, right? We like talking a lot about a lot of stuff, a lot of concepts we are trying to implement. We cannot always implement it in these games, so I think we like still have a lot of room to improve, which is good. At the same time, just from these games, I think both these games, we got fucked in the lanes. I mean, I can't say it on camera, my bad, yes. But like, we messed up on the lanes, and then, you know, it's hard to play. These 2 last games, we didn't get to play real Dota, in my opinion. Like, we're down, I don't know, I didn't see the games, but I'm guessing we're down like 5k in the second game as well, minute 10 or something.
And it is tough to go through, right? But I want to focus on some things, especially around you being your first LAN here as well. Do you feel like it was much of a difference for you? Did you feel like this experience was any different?
I mean, the experience around everything is different, right? You like wake up in a hotel, you get nice food to eat, get good sleep, you get to play Dota. It's really good, but like playing Dota, it's always the same basically. Maybe with a crowd it would be different, but this is still, you know, but without crowd, you just sit in your booth, you play against each other. It's like playing from home in a way, but with the extra bonus of nice hotel food, you know? But I like it a lot. It's fun.
Well, hopefully the first of many to come for you, man. Thank you very much for your time.
Yeah, thank you very much, Banks and Copy there. And I'm sure we're going to see Nouns at more events as well, so he gets to enjoy more hotel food and the good sleep. I do hope that he has a good bed at home, that he can also sleep well there. But overall, though, I do not think Tigo should take all the responsibility on his shoulders for that second game. That feels like...
No, not at all. I think what he's also kind of alluded to as well is kind of what we've been saying on the panel is like, they kind of, and you can Copy, you can swear, it's fine. They did fuck themselves in the draft a little bit, and that then enabled them, and pretty much removed their ability to win the laning phase, and they were down behind. So I think, if anything, it's more on the prep, the strategic element of that, and it's like, when you're an up-and-comer team, if your prep isn't good, if your draft isn't good, you will be destroyed by these better teams, or the teams with more experience. And I think Nouns just showcased that they had just poor prep coming into this, and they just didn't allow their new players to shine, and that's about it.
Well, we have on our upcoming series another big discrepancy in terms of experience on LAN. So we'll see what the prep looks like for both the squads that you're going to see on your screen in just a second. We're going to take a quick break, but when we are back, it is time for an elimination best of 3 between Liquid and Mouz.
I'm never chasing a sound. I'm trying to chase an emotion. And it happens to be with sound. You know, when the chef cooks for you, he's trying to do it with obviously presentation and taste and all that. For me, it's really capturing an emotion with sound. And when you do it with the right equipment, then something special happens. We here at Verse, we want to be the best at everything. We have the best monitors, we have the best drum kits, the best amps, and naturally we had to have the best mics. And I remember walking around and thinking, man, I like this song. I wonder what it is, because I curate the playlist, and I didn't remember putting the song on, right? And I look over, and it's a band playing. I'm like, oh my God, it sounds like a record. And I go up to Steve, and I'm like, man, that sounds so good. And I noticed that he was using Earthworks, and I was like, oh, okay. Hearing those drums was incredible. I had never heard it in here.
There's a spiritual thing that happens when you get a whole bunch of human beings together in one room. And the artist is using that energy, and that energy helps to inspire them to keep going. One of the first things I notice about these microphones is they're solid. They're rock solid. You can tell they're just high quality when you pick them up. And so then you plug them in and you throw up the channel and it's like, oh my God. Because the articulation is so consistent across the entire frequency range, it doesn't have to be loud to be in the mix. I have so much confidence in what I'm getting is accurate and what's happening is accurate. I don't have to use any of the RAM in my head up on, oh, do I have to compensate for this or compensate for that? No, I can put that energy to creativity.
When Earthworks talk about a fast microphone, they're alluding to the capsule in the microphone moving really fast. How fast it reacts is going to determine just how accurate it is, how fast that capsule can move in response to the signal that it's presented with. So the faster the better. You know, the quality these microphones are putting out is something that, you know, needs to be heard. It's really great.
Once you use these, you just simply can't go back to anything else.
My name is Manny Mariquin.
My name is Steve McGuire.
My name is Kevin Madigan.
And I'm here to talk about Earthworks.
Welcome back. You're watching PGL Wallachia, and we are in the middle of our 4th day of gameplay here. We're in the group stage, and today that means we are in a bunch of elimination series. So we just sent Nouns home. We're about to witness Team Liquid going up against Mouz in another elimination best of 3. And no, it's not 2013. It is 2024. It's been so long since these organizations have faced each other, guys. If you look up the history between these organizations, they have a plethora of games.
How long ago?
Their most
timeline?
The most recent one was 2017, but before that, like in 2013 and 2014, they played a bunch. It's pretty cool.
It's also pretty cool because for the pointless stats, but they're great
yes,
stats.
pointless stats.
So in 2013, Liquid never lost to Mouz.
Oh my God.
Wow.
In 2014,
wow.
Mouz never lost to Liquid. And in 2017, Liquid never lost to Mouz. So this is the year of the Mouz.
We'll see. I mean, this is definitely a similar...
It's 2 games. 1, 2, and then like...
Don't ruin it. Don't ruin it.
This is definitely similar vibes to the previous series, where one team is very much more experienced than the other team, right? Mouz is coming in here as a replacement team, but they weren't first choice, they were second choice because they came third in the qualifiers. Western Europe qualifiers, to be fair, and it's very difficult qualifiers, and it's definitely a team that's on the up. But it is also a very young team, and to be honest, we didn't really get to see them that much just yet. I mean, this is only going to be their 4th series, right, Kezu? So there's not that much to learn from what their real identity is. And I'm curious how you feel about this upcoming series, because to me it sounds like David versus Goliath.
I would say that Liquid are the favorites, but when we saw them play last time, I didn't actually see them play.
No, that's
they
true.
didn't show up, they didn't make any moves together. Whereas Mouz, they are like up and coming, as you're saying. They have players that people maybe don't know as much about, but like I think a lot of the players have improved a lot. Like Olnid and Bengan were like big pop stars. Now they get to like kind of show their face, like maybe also show their skill. And I think Immortal Fave is a coach that maybe doesn't get like a lot of recognition because, oh, he's not super high MMR, but he took a team long ago, Team Tickles, made them good. He's doing something similar here. So if you're Liquid, you cannot be sleeping on these guys. And you yourself, they need to wake the hell up. Because what we saw last time, I mean, if we make a 5-stack, we would make it look somewhat like okay.
We could have scrimmed them. Like,
yeah, we could have scrimmed them in that game.
Like the Liquid versus Shopify series, of course Shopify played extremely well, but I've never seen like 33 look like the initiator with no one behind him. Like it was a disconnected team, and alas, I think coming into that, Mouz, they are the team that has the energy. Yes, I believe they beat Azure Ray, who are now an 0-3 team. They took a game off of Aurora, who are, you know, top team. So I feel like Mouz are a team that here I could see them being like a 3-2, easily a 3-2 team here. And Liquid, they're going to have to make sure that they did wake up. They did understand how Mouz are in this position because, yeah, the series yesterday, I kind of forgot about it so quickly because it was that bad that now.
And it was over also very quick. It was a quick 2-0.
Now Kelly reminded me, it's quite upsetting.
Yeah, you're welcome. The second game was a 25-minute GG or something, which was anything but pretty. But yeah, you know, new day, maybe
Would you
better
say
sleep. Yeah.
worst game that Liquid's played potentially? Or it's in the last year, maybe?
Both games are contenders. Game 1, they didn't do anything at some point. Game 2 wasn't like much better, but
it was rough.
Hopefully they use that to today.
Fingers crossed. We want a hype competitive game.
Yeah.
I think, if anything, we said it after Game 1 yesterday that you hoped that there would be one guy basically saying, Jesus Christ, what are you doing? What are you doing? Just, you know, step it up. Please, guys, stop feeding, let make it one team and go. They didn't do that in between games, but they do that in between series.
Yeah, and you know, Blitz nearly died from the stress, apparently, as you know, but this morning had some stuff going on. But he's here. My money is on him that he's like, guys, come on. Like, look at me. I can make it here. I'm awake. You can do it too.
To bring it back a little bit, I would say that Shopify, they did provide us with some of the most beautiful drafts, I think, at least Game 2 that I've seen so far in the tournament, maybe even from them. And I think that's something that Mouz need to lean on because often their drafts either look very beautiful, the aggression, or they look disjointed and a little bit lost. And I think if Mouz can present us some of those S-tier drafts that we've seen them, that's where Liquid may struggle because they're leaning into some Enigmas and Brews, and then they're going for a Lina as well. Like they're a little bit more going for player preferences rather than the bigger picture potentially. Whilst Mouz, sure there's some like, hey, what do you want to play? But it feels like Immortal Faith has a bit more, I want this structure, I want this type of logic. And that's where I think Liquid, it is within themselves to make sure that they fully understand what type of draft that Mouz will bring, because if they don't, then it could be an uphill battle already once we get into the game.
It's probably like the complete opposite from like what we just saw from Nouns. I feel like they have a lot of like, yes, man, oh, you want to play this hero? Oh, yeah, of course, I'll play it. Whereas in Mouz, I think it's more like we need Bristleback. You're going to play Bristleback against this Enigma.
Yeah, which I think comes down to the coach style, right?
Absolutely.
And the journey here, right? Liquid, they've played up against G2IG, which is a team that's middling, and then two pretty strong teams at the moment, of course, with Xtreme and Shopify. Mouz, Aurora, day one, very close series. Aurora now, of course, sitting at, I believe, 2-1, beating Azure Ray, 0-3 team. Like, I think both teams have had pretty difficult journeys to get to this position, unlike some of the other historical matchups where it's like, that's quite an easy one, that's an easy one. That's a pretty good journeys from both teams. A lot of good information to obtain from those series.
Now, one thing that I'm always curious about when it comes to newer teams is when they find their own style, and can they maintain their own style while on LAN? Because it's so easy to, after one series where you might have lost, think, okay, well, that's not working, so let's change our playbook. I feel that with Mouz, they have kept their own style throughout this event so far, and they have made changes, but not within their style of play, which I very much enjoy seeing. And I think what I'm aiming towards is one very comfort pick for them that I'm very curious to hear your opinion about is the Bengan Witch Doctor. And before we talk about our opening picks that we see on the screen, are we going to see that Witch Doctor? Like how important is it for Mouz to feel comfortable with that?
I feel like Witch Doctor for Mouz is the equivalent of like an Enchantress for another team. Like you look at it, it's good for the lane. Of course, Enchantress does way more things. That's why Witch Doctor isn't picked as much. But it's like it's a player comfort. It's strong in the lane. It has versatility, either healing to enable or Maledict to be aggressive and you know, map closing. So I don't mind it, but it requires multiple heroes to enable it. A Witch Doctor can't just play on one good lane. He needs to play one lane to the mid to get killed, to the off lane. He needs to be able to play in all three lanes to have a great game.
Guys, I was listening to the panel yesterday and I heard Nati say that Pango first pick is atrocious.
Let's be real, Pango's pretty atrocious at the moment.
Yeah, but in like 16 out of the losses, that was yesterday's stat, so I don't know if it's still up to date, but she said 16 out of the losses were first pick Pango.
Can I go back quickly? When I said Pango's atrocious,
please do.
Pango isn't a bad hero. It's just people value it so highly that we're seeing it first picked and thrown into the hey, please counter it so much that like we're seeing Timbers against it mid, multiple heroes to kill. Like, for example, like there was the counter in lane with Timber or counter in the game with high range damage so that when you roll, you're already dead. Like TA, of course, we've said this multiple times on the panel now, you get one meld strike on a Pango, you're half HP. You're not rolling for that second bump, you're rolling away.
So what makes Liquid so comfortable to like you know, let's try it again.
Because the game is still always the Pango game. You get your defusal, you can play a high-pacing skirmish game, you can control the fights. It's not a bad hero. It just, people understand it so much now that like you should have knowledge of the counters coming into
Yeah, like Pango is still obviously a great hero. He offers you a lot, but he is a lot about the small things that you're gonna do with the hero, like zone control. He has very high range. He can roll around. He's gonna, like, he wants to take all these skirmishes. Like every 1 minute, 70 seconds, he wants to fight. Defusal, you wanna go fight. If Liquid play like yesterday where you don't use timings, yeah, the hero will look very poorly. But maybe, you know, they looked at those games, they're like, wow, we really liked what we had. We just didn't actually use our heroes together. You know, maybe today they're gonna be better at collapsing, like using the heroes together, and it will be A-okay.
You can also use the Pango in this style where you pick the Pango, you force a TA pick. Like if Pango is able to obtain that information, like TA has to strike the Pango, you now have 2 other core supports who can then jump the TA. Like it's ways to at least dictate the fight on your own terms where, yes, Pango will be the sacrificial lamb. It just enables your team to make moves. Again, Pango is a great hero. Just at the moment, it is loved so much that it is getting tanked in the win rate.
It is tanking incredibly hard. High win rate, though, for Witch Doctor, especially in the hands of Bengan.
I would like to see, or like right now, if I'm Pango, I'm a little afraid when I'm rolling.
Oh, well.
Right? No, I'm getting, don't worry. I will get to the Witch Doctor, because rolling as a Pango into a TA that has Deso and the Bengan Witch Doctor who can like just pure damage your ass and get you out of the game, who will also have a good early game, it's a little bit of a concern for me where I'm like, I will be looking at different heroes that will cover me, that will like maybe stun the Witch Doctor or help me against a TA, or like maybe some like some Solar Crest or some mechs that's gonna come out of me, because the Pango isn't fully covered yet, but he loves these supports.
All right, now we'll talk about the Witch Doctor. He loves playing in a game from ahead, right? He likes to seek the fight. As soon as you're behind on Doctor, all the POS 5 players, they know it's pretty miserable. You know, you don't hit your coconuts, you don't get your ults off, the Malediction, if you try to use it, you get instantly killed. That's the type of draft that Liquid have right now. Hoodwink, Ench, Pango, they'll break from lanes, they'll go for a tower, fight together, they'll invade the enemy jungle. If Witch Doctor isn't taking that lead, playing with the correct heroes, like TA's farming, these 3 heroes already from Liquid are going to just break down the map so easily. And I'd like to see Mouz at least cover that a little bit with a couple heroes that can stand up front to cushion the expected aggression that we see from Liquid. Because right now, they don't have any of it.
Yeah, and we had like a similar scenario yesterday where we had this TA versus Pango, and we kept talking, yeah, this TA is going to need help when they get rotated on, which is exactly the point that he just made, where the Witch Doctor is going to want people that he can play with, but they also need to look at a way where they can stop this early momentum. Like we saw it in the series just now with G2IG. They do well in their lanes, Ench goes through the gate, boom, they go bottom, kill. Now suddenly they go mid, maybe to a Pango. Next thing. So as Mouz, you need to find a way to damage control or fight back into it.
It's like if this was another team, we'd be talking about Mars +1 right now. Like the Mars Willow, the double offlane combo that enables you to feel comfort in those earlier fights. Mouz are yet to really play the Mars, and also yet to really play heroes that fill that void that we're currently talking about. Outside of Primal Beast, Force has played Viper, Darkseid, Enigma, and Slaughter. And none of these heroes really perfectly fit that bill that we're mentioning. So we'll see where they do land with it, but I would love to see just a really strong offlane duo, like Mars +1, Centaur +1, even like Brew +1.
Shaker?
Hold.
Hold? Plus Timber. I thought you guys said double melee lanes suck.
There are some that either A, have kill threat, or B, I feel like Shaker, he's like this in-between, right? He can Fisher block, but then it also depends on the offlaner. Like old Enigma, you could always leave it like 1v2. Timber as well, you have long range, they play well in the mid game. And they needed an offlane duo to keep their TA flex. Honestly, I'm pretty okay with this.
Okay.
Don't forget that this is a lot of flex occurring with Mouz, where Timber can still be the mid or the offlane, TA could be the carry or the mid. So picking a position for like Shaker, it's a little bit more independent, where you can, if you really wanted to, Shaker enables the ranged offlaners to return because you have the fissure block for the wave. I wouldn't really instantly jump on the idea of where their lanes are going. I think they're going to be holding it close to their chest to the end, and for Liquid, they're just going to have to look and see, okay, what's the worst case scenario, and then try and draft around that.
I know people are still not loving to play Bad Rider Core, but I would be screaming for this pick.
Good pick.
Ooh, they will go with the, most likely just the niche sniper. So you have at least a matchup against a TA, you do similar things, but you have long range, which it looks pretty good. You have people like going into, so now they'll also have to check like where does the Pango go?
Okay, my only concern with the sniper is we are seeing times where Sniper struggles post-laning phase in that kind of period where he hasn't got the items with heroes that are tanky and constantly jumping. Shaker jumps with speed, Timber jumps with tankiness, and TA jumps with high damage, right? So it's like now you have this like awkwardness where it's like there's no frontline for Liquid. Like this last pick needs to be like the Tide Hunter, the big hero that goes, I am your frontline, get past me, find my sniper. Because if they don't, then I kind of feel like Mouz should be pretty comfortable going into the post-laning phase fights.
But then I think they need to get that out of their carry, right? If Sniper is mid and Pango is offlane, or do you think they're going to go Sniper carry?
Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah, like, because then getting it from your carry is not easy.
No, yeah, I was kind of, yeah.
I'm going to have to open up the hero page.
Pull it up real quick.
To refresh my brain.
It looks like Mouz is also taking some bonus time to think about their bans. They've banned out the Weaver, so they banned out another carry, assuming for now, at least for that hero, that Pango is going to be off and Sniper mid.
For the record, I retract all of my statements about Tide Hunter. Everything I said is gone. That was
about
terrible.
Tide Hunter.
Yeah, I was completely off the mark there.
Okay.
Yeah, they need a carry pick because if they're going, yes, Pango, all right, yes.
Yeah, because I would say the Void ban is kind of on point. I would say that they are looking for a carry, not the one that's going to win the game, because that's kind of on your Sniper. You have teamfight from your Pango, but I want a second guy that will go with the Hoodwink, with the Ench, with the Pango to like make stuff happen, which generally we're going to look at, in my opinion at least, melee cores. Melee cores that lane with Ench, like some Alchemist, Sven, like these types.
So an active carry.
Yeah, I can see that.
And because yesterday they kind of failed in the active part, right? Maybe they will overcorrect in that sense, and this is the result of
I don't know if they can find a range carry where they just play on high range themselves, but I would be looking at like these, like Sven. Yeah, I was thinking out, but they banned it. Yeah, Monkey, okay. It's like similar story. Why not? Why not?
This is a very, like, play for yourself, get some levels, and then try and break the map through, like, play quick. Kills. There's no like natural front line. There's no natural way to just protect each other other than just being the aggressive team, which will be fun to watch, but it can potentially fall flat. Liquid, though, their lanes are going to be stronger. Sniper is a very strong laner. Ench plus Monkey is a strong laner. Hoodwink enables anything. So I think Liquid are going to be very happy with lanes, but it's on them to not make the mistakes that allow Mouz to scale up to be confident. And 20 seconds left on the last pick. They need to now unflex the Timbus or TA, decide where they're going.
Is there a preference?
I'm not sure because they have so many options. There's like, you could take a few, like you could take a mid that can jump, like some Storm or whatever. If you want to go nuclear, which I wouldn't like, is a Viper. Good. They will not go for that. So they'll just go for the carry Bristle. And it just looks like a big timing. Yeah, so I would assume what this game is going to boil down to, just from seeing these drafts already, there's going to be a lot of fighting between like minute 10 and 20. Because Liquid heroes, they honestly, when they have their first set of items, they want to fight. But Mouz, since they're going to have Deso, Ags on Bristle, there's going to be a lot of fighting around like the early game, mid game, and like this first ages of the game.
Yeah, I'm really intrigued to know if Liquid, after their strong lanes, are going to be able to continue rolling that until the point where like Bristle Timber become extremely tanky and can find the Sniper with ease. So yeah, I'm intrigued to know if Liquid can do it. But yeah, Mouz, I think they should be pretty happy with what they got. But there's a lot of respect needed to be shown towards Liquid, otherwise they might never get there.
Yeah, I've always been taught that Timbersaw versus Monkey in the lane is actually Monkey favored, but then in the game Timber favored. Is that still the case? This was a while ago.
It's like Monkey favored, but it's a bit, it gets weird if the Timber hits 6 before you, then like, he can poke you out. But considering the supports, he has Shaker, it's kind of like a Liquid should be chilling there. Maybe they can then play through, like go through the gate, go to bottom. I slightly favor Liquid's draft, but I'm looking forward to like these mid-game fights, and if Mouz can win those, they can take the game forward.
I am also looking forward to the mid-game fights, but I'm also looking forward to hearing from Mouz coach Immortal Faith, who's standing by with Tsunami right now.
Wait. Save it for the interview, my friend. No worries. I'm joined by Immortal Faith, coach of Mouz, where I was just discussing with you that I myself had some skepticism about the Timbersaw because I thought that life would be hard depending on if he deals with the Sniper or the Monkey King, but you seem confident wherever you put him.
Yeah, I think Shaker will make his lane quite easy. He will get level 3 for free, and from there I think he will be just fine.
Okay, sounds good to me. And then I am fascinated by your supports hero pool. So Witch Doctor is a hero that we're not really seeing too much elsewhere, but you obviously have a soft spot for the hero. Is this primarily player comfort, or you believe in the hero just as meta develops?
It's a player comfort, and it also blocks a lot of picks. Also, we have a very good hero pool from the carry position with Witch Doctor.
Yeah, you seem to have quite a bit of synergy there. But I know even like Narman tries to do out-of-the-box stuff. We saw his bounty hunter. Even years past, I remember he has a very strange hero pool. Does he ever try to push and ask for like, yo, give me some out-of-the-box hero? I can do work on like a 4-position faceless void or something like that?
No, the players are disciplined.
Well, then let's see if that discipline works out in this game number 1 as we pass it to our casters, B-Cop and Lacoste.
Thank you so much, Tsunami, as let's see if Liquid can potentially get this first blood, but not going to be there in time. Immortal Faith, the guide god, giving us some tips and tricks there from the interview in terms of what his team's going to be able to accomplish. You a guide user in your pubs?
Yeah, of course. Always have to keep those guys updated so that you get something out of it. The combination of guides, pro players, your own thoughts, but it's easier with the guides, of course. And I want to see how Team Liquid is going to get out of the laning phase, because they have very strong support duo. These heroes are very squishy. You see these heroes, they're tiny. Their models are so... Like, these heroes are not good at team fighting. If you get initiated on, you can easily die. Also, Pango from the off lane, not what we see. We see it more often, I would say, recently, because people are like, oh, let's pick this sub 30% win hero that everybody still first phases and then put him to the offlane, see how he's going to do.
People really trying to make Pango work as they continue to pick it up even despite the win rate. I feel like there was another hero recently, I want to say maybe like last DPC, that was just sub 30 win rate but just got picked a bunch of times. Can't remember off the top of my head who it was, but it's just
a great memory. Love
it. Oh, it's half
one of
right
the
there.
heroes, yeah, in the previous patch had sub 30% win rate.
But the point is, it's just like, it feels like there's stubbornness when it comes to drafting, right?
Yeah, I think Grimstroke was that type of a hero for a really long time. During, I don't know, Lima Major, Kunkka was sitting at 10% win rate. People still believe in certain heroes, but also teams that do lose, especially if you don't have the big sample, then win rate can look pretty bad.
So you filled in the blanks for me.
I did, yeah, I saved you.
Easy. Easy. Okay, gonna get hit a little bit, but he's okay. Where's this lane? We see
they're
lanes
not
up in the middle of the river.
Yeah, playing into Monkey King, so Timbersaw wants to get some extra levels, having a Timber Chain. This is not the lane where they want to play aggressive immediately, because they don't have enough damage to take them down. Mickey's career did die. It had Raid Band Recipe, so that's going to slow them a little bit. Mid lane, Nisha on his even signature sniper, I would say. He was playing sniper when sniper was not meta.
Armin's courier now dying, so couriers are not surviving right now. Because Insania lost his courier too. Gets a little bit of revenge in the courier front. Foxy gonna make a successful half pull. And now that gets pulled back by Olnit. So Olnit on this Bristle, this is a final pick Bristle. Did you like the way this draft rounded out?
Yeah, they have a lot of good frontliners, something that can soak up the damage. Heroes that are not afraid to go in, because you have a lot of explosive damage coming out from Templar Assassin, Blink in, Timbersaw as well. They're going to hit a really big timing around the 20-minute mark. And I want to see if Team Liquid is going to be able to match that aggression. Their heroes are very good rotating early on. I want to see, you know, rotation early on coming out from Insania. xNova in the previous game, he had like a 4-minute rotation to the enemy safe lane, then another 5-6 minute rotation going through the Twin Gates. Let's see how Insania is going to be able to make those early ganks going.
Yeah, he's only level 1 right now. The build for xNova, at least previously, was 1-2 in those first 3 levels. No Nature's Attendants or anything like that. Olnit has to turn around as he'll throw some quills back at the side of Liquid, but sitting at about half health. He's got the heal from Bengan on this Witch Doctor. Not a lot of teams picking the Witch Doctor, though.
No, he's the only one who plays Witch Doctor, and he's already level 3. So 2 points in Voodoo Restoration. Has Ring of Bassi coming up on the courier. That's going to be mana sustain for him and Olnit.
We've seen games like this, though. It seems like First Blood has been later and later as a trend. As Cass comes through and Boxy gonna pick up this bounty room, but we've seen First Bloods kind of hover around the 5-6 minute mark in a lot of our games.
Yeah, it depends. Because off lane for Mouz is definitely not a strong lane. You have Earthshaker as a position forward. This hero doesn't really provide you with much. And Naurman will find an Observer Ward. It's a bit of a sneaky one, and will also pick up the Bounty Rune while he's at it.
Force just continuing every single wave. They have really pulled the creep wave over. Just trying to get the most out of this as they can for CS, and Force doing so. You also get the pull over here bottom for the side of Liquid.
Considering where lane is, I wouldn't be surprised if Insania decided to make a move and try to go for this like backstab kill. Going through the Twin Gates, Witch Doctor is an easy kill. Bango early on doesn't provide you with much damage, but also Boxy has been doing a good job stacking, leaving the lane, leaving some of that solo XP so that you can get levels on Pango. Very important, very level dependent hero.
So Nisha gonna get that stack right there, so he'll have something to go after when he kind of has to back up from the lane. But things, again, still staying pretty quiet. Bushwhack, swashbuckle on the Ulnit. You've got that heal available from Bengan. And now they go to the cast, but still not a lot of damage. That Centaur ends up stomping. Ulnit has to just turn his back and stay survivable. Really not much happening.
Yeah, their damage is very limited in this lane. You use combo from Hoodwink, then you're on cooldown, swashbuckle 16 seconds on the shield crash, so pretty difficult. And there's that first rotation. Insania making a move to the mid lane. Supreme already setting some traps, knowing that it could be an entry going behind the tower. 5 people mid right now.
Boxy looking to come around from between lines. Because 33 really does have a way out, right? Like, if Bristle was to go on him, as long as there's not a support there, I think he's pretty fine. Force is able to just stay behind the tower. You don't really need the support in that position either. They are going to go for 33. They are going to try and make a move. Shield crashing onto 2 heroes. Isha makes the rotation, and a lot of heroes here for the side of Liquid. They get that first blood on a Bengan, and only has to run this, but it's only level 1. Another blood grenade to slow him down. Shrapnel on top of the Bristleback. Not really getting affected by these quills, and Nisha's got a double kill.
Team Liquid bringing in numbers. First blood and the second blood for Nisha. Already off to a good start, sitting at 35 CS. Because you can leave Monkey King alone. Like, in terms of damage, they can't really kill Mickey. He has Fairy Fire, has Healing Lotus, 3 points in Jingu, so pretty difficult to take down. Playing into 2 melee heroes, Templar Assassin. Unless she has a Haste Rune, she's not gonna make a move. Arman making some stacks while picking up the XP Rune. And Team Liquid, again, one of the teams that does stack the most.
And we saw the stack in that off-screen panel. There's a lot of stacks in that triangle. So, Diffusal being built by 33, of course. And he's hoping to get that Lance of Pursuit as well. That's the neutral that you're always hoping for on Pangolier. Top lane, they're looking for Mickey. It's level 6 at the moment. Blood Grenade, Timber Chain with a Chakram. Chant Totem, there's the Fissure trying to block him out. Mischiefs for a second. Rolling Thunder coming in for 33. They've got the Enchant Totem again, then the Timber Chain. 33 can't connect with this Rolling Thunder. Insania's here, but it doesn't do much for them. They will lose this Monkey King, and now 33's in some trouble. He doesn't have a lot of mana to work with. Fissure hits on both. 33 has to get away. As the wand charges, but does Force want to dive this? Chakra misses, and he'll choose otherwise.
If they're not the ones being aggressive, if they're not like initiating onto Timbersaw, they don't have enough like just to kill him, because they need Shrapnel, they need multiple Swashbuckles, maybe with Mana Burn. They also need Monkey King to get his Jingu stacks. But yeah, good rotation from Mouz, getting a kill there before he could get any of the Jingu stacks off.
It's leaving Ulnit to farm pretty well. The only one who's having a excessively good game right now for Liquid is Nisha. He's got a lot of farm, but the rest of the team sitting about even with the rest, and that kill on Mickey is definitely going to boost up this Timber as well as
Everybody's close. Nisha's on the top, almost 5,000, then Bristleback with 4K, and other members are relatively close by. As soon as 33 picks up his Diffusal Blade, that's going to be another big timing where you're going to be super annoying against the supports because their mana pool is really limited. Bengan is going for mana boot, so that's going to be some mana for him. Earthshaker seems like he wants to pick up Blink Dagger ASAP. Anisha continues to farm up these big stacks that Team Liquid made in the triangle. I feel like they also, Insania also stealing the stacks on the enemy side of the map, and it's being pinged out right now.
Has a lot of creeps to work with, and he is going to steal those stacks. So a lot of gold coming through for Liquid, and yeah, Supreme's not happy about this. You steal my stacks, now I'm going to steal your life, or at least try to. Fissure lands, no way out. Primal Spring, though, Mickey goes and commits on this. Timber Chain, Chakram, and Supreme's going to die. They'll get the kill to Norman, they'll take out Force.
But
oh, wow.
With Tanisha coming in, and also Boxy, Sharpshooter, they just destroyed that fight. Team Liquid should be pretty happy about it because they stole enemy stacks, they cleared some of their stacks, and Bengan seems like he's going to die here.
Dies to Nisha, and that's 4 heroes that die here to the side of Team Liquid. All that to try and get an Enchantress. So you get the stacks, you get 4 kills, and that feels great.
Let's see if they're going to get to tower. Force, TP's in. Still the right-click damage from 3 heroes. Skelly Bros and the Siege Creep unit is going to be enough. No deny.
Yeah, Bushwhacks that deny. So Nisha going to continue to just push the net worth lead. Banging over here with Narman, Force, and Supreme. Mickey's going to go back towards his tower as he's going into the Gleipnir first item.
Pretty standard on Monkey King nowadays. Seems they're going to catch him here. He got hit by side blades. A little surprised that Mouz are not stacking the Ancient camps. There's 1 stack of Ancients in the outer ring. You have Bristleback, you have Templar Assassin, one of the best heroes to clear the stacks with. Team Liquid, Boxy has been very busy.
Making those stacks and then getting the dividends of it. It pays off. Treads for the Enchantress. This seems to just be the standard these days. Just straight up treads. We've seen treads, Eternal Shroud. We'll see what the choice is going down the line a little bit further. Nothing queued up past those treads just yet. And Insania going to be joined here by his Centaur creep.
Until you make mistakes.
AK also coming through the Twin Gate. So they'll take this tier 1 tower over bottom. Nobody really going to be stopping them, and this feels a little bit similar to the situation we saw in the last series, right?
Yeah.
Where Nouns were losing their towers like this and really didn't have an answer.
They can't take a fight right now. They need another 2-3 minutes of farming for Mouz. Bristleback wants to finish off his Aghanim Scepter, Templar Assassin with the Blink Dagger. Shaker also less than 1,000 gold away from his. So they're going to have 1, 2, 3 Blink Daggers as next items, and also Bristleback with the Aghanim Scepter. That's going to be the big one. Anisha.
Uh-oh, he might just be dead. Throws the shrapnel down. Bengan, though, can't quite get there with the cask, and they're going to TP out. So Anisha, with no lockdown, able to make sure that he survives.
That shrapnel slowed down. Witch Doctor couldn't get too close, and they also have very good ways of defending the towers. Acorn Shot, some Boundless Strike, Shrapnel, of course, Swashbuckle. So it's going to be pretty difficult for Mouz to go in and push the tower.
Dragonlance Maelstrom, the final piece of that flying in, and there it is. So getting that Maelstrom. Now Boxy finds Ulnit. Sharp Shooter actually missing. Ulnit's going to try and TP out, but they have the Rod of Atos. They'll have the Boundless Strike. Jingo will pop. They'll chase a little bit further. 33 again missing that Swashbuckle, but the Assassinate from Nisha gets the kill. This is you know, despite the fact that Liquid are getting these kills, it feels like 33 has been a little bit off the mark with his spells.
It's not his hero. I don't think he has many games on Pango. Usually he plays different offlaners, but interesting build from Mickey. I'll not even tipping him for that, because he does have Road of Athos as his first item on a Monkey King. I don't remember seeing that one other than Monkey when he was being played as a position 4. I know Saksa loved to play it when he was still playing with 33. Monkey King plus Dead Prophet, that was their lane.
I know the Monkey King last series was looking for Gleipnir, but...
Sure, Gleipnir is fine. It's just that the build-up is the other way around.
Yeah.
It's a good way of keeping Timbersaw, because their lockdown is very limited.
Yeah, their lockdown is what? Bushwhack, technically Boundless Strike, Rolling Thunder, but it's not really that great. Maybe if you have a Hill Troll, you have a net. So Radabatos, a solid little bolster of lockdown. Boxy, though, good Bushwhack. Rolling Thunder again here from 33, this time connecting, and they'll also land that Sharpshooter, so Ulnit dies very quickly. He just died a second ago.
Bristle
They'll die
break.
again, and yeah.
This time with the Sharpshooter, goes down so quickly. And also Hoodwink having Mage Slayer. Great against Bristleback, of course. Great with Acorn Shot. Allows you to almost one-shot the creep wave. And allows you to scale. Mickey. Very slippery.
Stop chuckling at Bristle Break. There's the Blink Dagger for Shaker.
It's a naked Blink Dagger. Let's see. Level 8.
And I mean, these are
Aftershock.
Landing every time.
He's
Nobody
not
really
getting out
in
of
the
that one.
Wukongs. It zones them away from saving force. He'll end up dead. Oh, that cask. Unfortunate, but they're still going to chase. The refraction means he's going to be able to blink away.
Slowed down by quite a lot.
Maledict, Echo Slam, Chant Totem, and they've got 2. 33 and Mickey dies. Sharpshooter to get some distance. 2-man Bushwhack.
Meanwhile, bottom lane. Nisha getting a tier 2 tower for free, pretty much. Has a TP available. Let's see if they decide to TP in. Not really.
Cask.
They have way too many members. Good reveal of the Blink Dagger. They haven't seen Norman have it. So getting 2, now 3 kills out of it.
Feels good.
Feels good for Mouz, indeed.
Another boost up in terms of a fight there for Mouz. I would say in the last series, Nouns had like that one good fight, that one good 5-on-5, and that was it in terms of that comeback potential. But Mouz here with 2 good fights. The problem is, like, you've lost Ulnit twice. I think your TA's in a decent spot, but you need another fight similar to the last. They go Maledict, they've got the cask, but the Balance Strike, and now Supreme in.
Okay, Mouz, they still want to chase.
They've got the Nature's Attendant, so they'll attend to his wounds and be okay. What is that? Maledict, only level 1. So
Nisha has been in this bottom part of the map for the last couple of minutes, getting the farm, sitting at 11,000 net worth. 2K ahead of everybody else, at least.
And he's pushing pressure onto the tier 3. But those creeps were up the steps a second ago.
He dealt 45 damage to tier 3 tower, putting in. Mouz might need to TP with 5 members. These Blink Daggers that they just picked up, they have 3 Blink Daggers, so they can block onto a target and instantly kill it. Okay, working towards his Gleipnir. That's going to be his big item.
You're a Gleipnir guy. I say Gleipnir.
I googled it. Had like 3 different pronunciations.
Yeah, I bing.
Choose one. Can't be wrong.
Smoke used. So as the Ags will be getting the shard on Ulnit, maybe that's a little bit better for the fights as time goes by if they want to choose to fight here on Mouz. And it looks like that's exactly what they want to do in terms of the fact that they're smoked. Insania's probably not the target they want to grasp onto, but if they can get Insania and Boxy, that'd be great. But Narman in trouble. Look at the damage. Insania just wipes him out with the help of Boxy. Liquid, they're going to go. They'll inhibit Ulnit with that Diffusal Blade. They go to the Rolling Thunder. They've got the Rod of Atos. The control is there. Another Sproink, some more damage. A Boundless Strike. Isha gets the kill on Ulnit. With the Rolling Thunder hitting out of force, he's unable to Timber Chain away. Swashbuckle and some damage from Boxy. That's going to be 4 heroes dead on the side of Mouz.
That was so quick from Liquid. Insania buying his own shard instead of going for Force Staff. He had that queued up for a long time, but this also gets him out of trouble, gets him away from the Fissure, and it's on less cooldown, only 8-second cooldown, so good thinking. You can only use it on yourself, and you could see, if we're going to see that fight again, how much damage Mickey took from Bristleback. He had 12 stacks. It's like, okay, I'm going to receive billion damage from a Quill Spray.
We receive kill, you receive Quill Spray damage. There's that Glopnir finish for the Monkey King. Oh my god, Sharpshooter and Nisha hitting from a distance. They just do not care. There's no respect coming out.
Liquid.
There's the Centaur creep getting the stun on the ult.
Poking from distance. Swashbuckle, Sproink. You have Sniper peeping. Sharpshooter from Hoodwink.
There it is. Glopnir. Balance strike, right clicks, Force in trouble. Oh, the Echo Slam, the Fissure from behind. Now they're going to go with the Wukong's command. They're trying to get the Anisha, the concussive grenade, to get over to the other side of the Fissure so they can't keep up. Olnate, he dies to a neutral creep. That ancient Granite Golem, he's got a kill under his belt, KDA of 1, and they're going to look and find Force.
A neutral creep, yeah, getting Olnate there. Boxy snipes Narman. It was a good, again, another good Echo Slam with the Fissure, but all these spells items that they have, Shrapnel to keep them in place, and then going away with the grenade over that Fissure, having a Hurricane Pike. Nisha right now really popping off. 8, 0, and 5 on him. Involved in 13 out of 16 kills. About to finish off full Mjolnir.
Damn.
Mjolnir. Yeah, Mjolnir and Glopnir.
Okay. What else can we say wrong? We'll find another one. Nisha almost dying, but it is Shard now for 33 on this Pangolier. He has roll up.
That's going to keep him... I mean, it's in this game, it's not as good. It's good against like Fissure, Maledict, and stuff like that, if you can maybe preemptively cast it, but most likely will be used to get a good bounce off to try to lock down Force. He's really struggling. Boxy has more farm than Force at the moment.
Damn. And you can feel the damage coming out from Boxy, too. As this Mage Sawyer Rodovich City is just destroying. He's going for a Glopnir as well. So, one more right click. Don't look at me like that. Narman, he'll get the shard from that Tormentor. As it's almost, that was, what, 100 gold away? Yeah. 350 gold away from Ags for Pango. Smoke picked up from Boxy. Liquid lost a couple fights, but they're right back in it. And by right back in it, they're up 13,000. I mean, right back into they're
in a bad spot.
Group is what I meant, because they're ready to fight and continue.
Now, Liquid, they're definitely fight ready. They can also go for Roche if they want to, but it seems like they want to hunt down the top part of the map. They scouted out some heroes. Force. The rest of the team is playing top. First point of contact, Boxy. He's invis.
Rodovich avoided with Blink, but they're going to follow this up. They're still going. They go to the Primal Spring. They've got the Glopnir on a 3. Wukong's command's going to be following it up. They go to the Maledict, though. Can they get themselves the Death Ward off? Sharpshooter, there's the kill on a Supreme. They'll take out Armin. Bengan runs. That's all he really can do, but Insania coming forward.
They're out of stuns.
Looking to stop the TP, but can't.
We've seen so many, like yesterday with Shopify, we've seen 4 into 5-man Glopnir from Team Liquid. But they still lost that fight. These Glopnirs, they're a really good way of setting things up for the team. It seems like that's going to be another tower. Nisha continues to peep. He's like, okay, I have way too much farm right now. What do I want to get? So going back to Mask of Madness, it seems that he's going to turn into Satanic.
Interesting.
Usually if you want to get that, you get it early on, but I don't mind it here. Having a little bit of lifesteal. Great against Maledict, of course.
Yeah, the Maledicts have been coming out, but the follow-up damage that makes it good has not.
And also, like, you can disassemble it, of course. Get Satanic and use that broadsword to buy Shadowblade / Silver Edge later on. you are playing into Timbersaw, Bristleback, and Shaker, so having another break mechanic is going to be very valuable.
So, Olnit, he's got his Ags, but it doesn't really feel like, you know, even with this farm, he's doing much.
He got shut down in the lane. Aghanim Scepter timing got delayed, and also they have break mechanic from the sharpshooter, some pure damage. Nisha's insane amount of damage coming out from Gleipnir, Mjolnir.
If he rolling up, pushes him up out of the high ground. Force gonna Timber Chain, and can he get out? Oh, they know. They know exactly where he's at. Gleipnir, Balance Strike, Timber Chain. What can you do? Nothing. But they're gonna look for Sniper. All right, they've got the Death Ward, Nisha, Concussive Grenade, not gonna matter.
Big kill.
Yeah, but Bengan gets the
900 gold for him. They would definitely love maybe Supreme to pick it up. But the damage is there. With those Blink Daggers, they can easily lock onto Sniper if he is alone. First Deso charge for Supreme, having Orb of Destruction. I also wouldn't mind them trying to sneak Roshan, because they have a lot of minus armor. Templar Assassin, as we said, Deso, Orb of Corrosion, Destruction, Meld, and then Bristleback with his goo. So I would love maybe them to play the top part of the map right now, try to smoke up and try to steal away Roshan.
Be nice if they can make that move now. They've got the Bloodstone, like you said, Viscous Nasal Goo is pretty effective. If they were able to stay maybe a little bit tankier and chase, can feel the effects of the Viscous Nasal Goo on a Liquid, but yeah, it just, they've been behind by so much, it's really been tough. Maelstrom coming through for Boxy. They did all right there, but gosh, Force not looking good at all, walking into both Nisha and Boxy. Boxy, who has that Gleipnir now.
Boxy's super farmed. He's gonna overtake Supreme soon. Gleipnir, Mage Slayer, and they also have Gossamer Cape on Hoodwink, Gossamer Cape as well on Sniper. So the miss chance, the first hit miss against Templar Assassin is gonna be good. Team Liquid, they know that there's a potential Mouz will take Roshan with their overwhelming damage, so they go in, and Nisha is gonna pick it up.
Trying to look up where what is a Gossamer, but the only thing I'm getting is the character Gossamer from Looney Tunes. Sharpshooter coming through. Rolling Thunder will land, and an assassinate kill there for Nisha on Olnit. Hey, he's the, you remember the big character, the big hairy red character from Looney Tunes?
Oh yeah, yeah. He's an old guy.
Yeah, he would chase around Bugs Bunny at times. Yeah, that's Gossamer apparently. So.
Mickey's in, double Gleipnir, very difficult to fight into this, and also having break mechanic. Boxy, he's been on point with the sharpshooters. You only need to charge it for milliseconds, shoot it out. Well, somebody will need to defend the base.
You hope so. He's just peeping it from down low. Bengan ready with his heal. It's working.
They should know that there is an observer ward, but they might be thinking Monkey's providing some vision. Boxy, he's there inside the base. BKB ready, 9-second BKB.
Been pulling the Nouns move coming from behind them, but Insania's going to be able to sprint away. They get the Fissure as well as the Enchant Totem. They've stunned up Nisha for a moment, but they end up losing Narman. Narman unable to get that Echo Slam off. Boundless Strike on it 2. They hit the Sharpshooter, they get the kill on Olnit, and that's going to be 3 heroes dead with the buyback being committed by Narman. If they can make a move, Fissure lands, Totem control, but they just cannot stop them from taking this bottom set of racks, and there wasn't much to use there by Liquid to secure that set of racks.
And they haven't committed much. Mickey BKB. Wukong's command, Rolling Thunder, still available, but they can continue to do so. Buyback from Narman. And he's gonna blink out in his own base. Know that there's not much to do without Bristleback. Bristleback is really not doing what he's supposed to do in this game. Break really messing with him, and also damage not having enough farm at the moment.
So the tier 3 mid is gone. Creeps are coming in a second. Rolling Thunder is used, 33 chasing. And with that inhibit, they're able to slow him down so the Rolling Thunder hits. They'll roll up and get the kill, and they'll take the Timber for 50 seconds. Meanwhile, Nisha still working on these mid-set racks. Trap gets popped,
Satanic
gets
ready.
silenced. Now
Didn't
Nisha's
pop
gonna use
it.
that concussive grenade. He'll Satanic and heal up. They look over at Bengan. That impetus shot's not gonna be enough damage. The shrapnel's down. They go to the Assassinate unneeded.
Insania, he's cosplaying Sniper, having Hurricane Pike, having his shard. It's like having concussive grenade, pretty similar. And also
pretty much
can attack from very far away. Leipner on to 3 again.
Fissure Enchant Totem combo, but not doing anything. There's no real follow-up. The mid-center racks are going to go down, and the top tier 3 is vulnerable, and this is looking like it could potentially be Mega Creeps with 2 minutes left in the Aegis.
This is do or die smoke from Mouz. Let's see if they can find something. Narman needs a big Echo Slam onto at least 3 heroes to lock them up, and then some overwhelming damage from TA. And Timbersaw, another wraparound. They know.
Swashbuckle Bushwhack. Oh, it hits on the TA. Supreme's in so much trouble. So is Narman. Gonna try and TP out on the cliff. TA gets back into the base, but this is looking so bad for Mouz. They'll end up losing Ulnit, dominating for Mickey. Boxy, will he eventually die? No, he survives. Gleipnir, Timber Chain off the mark, and now they're going to go for Force. Meanwhile, the rest of the team's in the base. They get the kill on a Bengan. Force still going to go with the Timber Chain as well as the Chakram and the Whirling Death.
Drop the
kill.
G's. Yep. Yeah, Team Liquid just another level in this game 1. Nisha completely popped off. All the lanes looked really good. The offlane duo, like we've seen it in the previous series, double melee heroes, it just doesn't seem to be working out. I think it's time to go back to drawing board and find something different, you know, find a strong lane, because they were unable to play this top lane. Mickey was alone for a really long time. Bottom lane also got, I would say, pretty destroyed, and overall great showing from Team Liquid. A 30-minute game. Nisha playing out of his mind on this Sniper. I think coming into the second game, this one has to go.
Yeah, I think Boxy, my MVP on this one, he did so well on that
also
Hoodwink.
popped off every single time.
Everybody on Liquid popped off. So we're going to send it back to the panel here. Their thoughts. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Big Up and Lacoste. Yes, this was a very smooth game. Walk in the park for Team Liquid, felt like. We're going to break the game down. They're obviously now 1 game up in the best of 3. That is elimination on the line. I will say, though, this was a very slow game. Our first blood didn't happen until like 6.5 minutes in, and the first 10 minutes of the game, the gold graph didn't surpass 1K in favor of Liquid. It was so slow.
But when they started killing, it just didn't stop, right? Like all the highlights, it's this like beautiful symphony of like high range spells. You've got, like,
watch this. Sorry to interrupt.
This
This Jingu, like he matches the triple stun. Wait, who hits? Hit.
They're really teasing me here.
Bam!
Oh,
look
there
at
it
this.
is.
This is like some Thompson, you know, TIA, Thermal plays fucking boom, baby.
I mean, it was beautiful. And like that's the, again, like all these clips, like I was trying to say, you're gonna have like such high range spells, like sharpshooters going in, assassinates going in, you got swashes as well, you got boundless strikes. Like once Liquid get online, they can throw spells from a distance, and when they see the kill, then they jump, then they collapse in, and it was just a massacre. And Mouse, like, we looked at their lineup, there was points and pressure that they could apply, but they all need, all of their cores ideally want 2-3 items to fill at their best. And Liquid, they identified that problem, they instantly dealt with it, and everything that we said Liquid suffered from in the first couple of days, they did not have that today. Like they have woken up at, that was it. They've just woke up. That's it.
I was waiting for the end. Like Liquid definitely showing like some good stuff here. Mouse had like 1 or 2 good plays. Like the blink reveal was pretty big for them, but it didn't really change the game. What really needed to happen for them is eventually they go together, maybe like get this first Aegis and like run together with the Bristol Rye. But that never really happened. Liquid with good lanes just kept pushing it forward, and I mean we can just see all the stats, right? Like 12-1-12 on a Sniper.
Who would you
Deathless.
give it to, by the way? Nisha or Boxy? Like, because we heard our commentary panel being a little bit split.
I'm just going to go with Boxy. I feel like Nisha had a very standout performance, but I would say he was in a position where it wasn't as hard to do it because his pick is very good and he's set up nicely. That's Tiga.
I mean, they're both playing some of the best heroes in the roles of the patch, right? Like Hoodwink is arguably the best 4 right now. Sniper is becoming the best mid. Like, you know, maybe they both don't deserve MVP because they picked
just share it.
Share it, yeah.
No, that's not how it.
Quick no.
It's like it's not possible. It's generally most valuable Player stands for player, not players.
I mean, it could be players.
It could be
No,
both.
it's not.
We can change it.
No one's ever told us.
Whatever, by its false. Anyway, next point. What do we got, Cheever?
What do I got? It's like, okay, so the game being slow over the first 10 minutes, is that something that, for the side of Mouz, is that cause to worry? Like, should they have won their lanes harder? Because, you know, for me, I don't feel like they kind of, like, I don't know when it got out of control.
They can't win their lanes early because of the heroes. Like
Okay.
Shaker, after enabling his lane, he wants to like throw one fissure rid and he chills. Like TA as well, like you want to push out your lane, get Dragon Lance Deso. Bristleback wants to be annoying but hit jungle to then get his like ring into act. Like everyone just wants to do something into farming. There's no like actions to be made, right? And sure, Witch Doctor might be able to do something, but again, we said in the draft, like Witch Doctor likes playing with skirmishing heroes. He had no real skirmish. Like you don't see Bristle diving towers and breaking the map. You don't. Timber can do it, but no one else wanted to go with him. So I think Mouz they had some cool concepts, but they needed 20 minutes of uncontested farm. So you saying that they farmed for 10, they wanted to farm for 10 more, then they were happy.
Yeah.
Liquid didn't do that.
They need like a lot of stacks, and then like they hit this like god timing at like 15 minutes. You go Roche, take a fight, but at that point, Liquid were already ahead, and now the game is hard.
Okay. Well, the game never went back to being less hard. It was a hard loss for Mouz. The fact is, they are one game down right now, and that means that they are one game away from being eliminated from PGL Wallachia. Can they bring it back and force out a third game and take the series, or will Team Liquid take this one 2-0? We're finding out after a break.
It's time for another Dota surprise, and this time I've got Azure Ray, Faith Beyond with me here. And Faith, I want to just first of all look at how you will build the team, because I expect you to be smart with this, maybe try change some positions. So are you ready for the challenge?
Yeah.
Let's go. Take your first team, let's see who you're going to get.
Okay.
And what's the first surprise from our Dota capsules?
Oh, nice.
Who'd you get?
Team Spirit.
Team Spirit?
Yeah.
Okay, who do you want?
I'll pick Collapse.
Collapse?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're going for your position 3 straight away.
I'll pick Collapse to play Pulse 4.
Move them around. Okay, let's get into the next one. You can put it down in there.
Yeah.
So Collapse position 4. We've changed it up already. Which team do we get next?
Xtreme Gaming.
Xtreme Gaming, okay.
Okay.
So some of your friends over there.
Yeah. And I will pick XXS.
Okay, yep. Another position 3, but is he actually going to play position 3? Tell me.
No. He is going to play position 1.
Position 1?
Yeah, because he's a very good farmer.
Okay.
He can farm very quick.
Okay, so you believe in him for this?
Yeah.
I like it. We're mixing things up, we're changing it around. This is what I expected from you, Faith. I'm really happy right now.
Okay, let's see next one. Mouz. I will pick their offlaner Force.
Oh, so you're taking Force, yep.
Yeah, okay, and he will play post 3.
Oh, you're going to leave him in his position?
Yeah.
Okay, I see what you're doing here. So Force, a bit more newer to it, so let him be comfortable in his position. 2 more to find.
Next one is Shopify.
Oh, Shopify, okay. They got a couple of very good stand-ins here as well.
I'll pick Arteezy.
Arteezy, okay. But where is he going?
I think it will be fun to look Arteezy play post 5.
Okay. He's got a lot of experience, so that works out.
So we have a mid laner left, right?
Yep. Okay.
Let's see. Oh, it's Nouns Esports.
Nouns. Ooh, okay.
I actually not familiar with them except Fly.
Okay.
Let's pick Yuma, their post 1 player.
Yep.
I know he can play Meepo, so I'll pick him to go mid lane, and I hope they can pick Meepo for him.
Okay, so you are sticking Yuma in Meepo mode for mid lane, and hopefully that can work out. If he doesn't get it in the draft, well, he'll have to learn someone else as well. Well, thank you very much for playing, Faith. I have one question to ask you, though. If we put this team and the positions you have decided for them into Season 1 of the tournament, how far will they go?
They are all good players. I think they definitely can make to the final.
To the final?
Yeah.
Okay, so top 2 guaranteed for your team?
Yes.
Thank you very much for playing, man. That's your Dota Surprise team.
Thank you.
Welcome back. We're in the middle of our second series of the day here for the group stages of PGL Wallachia, and it is an elimination series. We have got ourselves Mouz versus Team Liquid. Team Liquid took the first game quite convincingly, and it is left to Mouz to adapt and grow and force out, hopefully for them, a game number 3. Can they do it? We'll have to wait and see. Before, though, we would like to highlight something from game number 1 still, as it was a great game from Team Liquid, but Kezu, there was one match in particular you wanted to showcase, in particular 2 items from Team Liquid.
Particular item combination.
Item combination.
Because Dota is about the small things and like knowing what you need to do, how you can enable each other. Usually you'll have a Hoodwink go Atos into Gleipnir, but instead Boxy decided to rush the Mage Slayer against the Bristleback and the Timber, so furthermore helping his team, because he doesn't have the Atos Mickey, who also wants Gleipnir first, which usually it's Maelstrom into Atos, into Gleipnir. He goes for the Atos first, so they can still play the map, but have the strength of the team fighting from the Mage Slayer. And all of these things together with the nice gameplay just makes the game very, very hard.
Synergy.
It was beautiful. Yeah,
It is
honestly beautiful to watch, because like some Hoodwink players in this position, they would just default go for a build, but there are rare moments where like Bristle as well, you have to respect it. Like there's some key reasons to go for it, and I also like the fact that, like Kiz was mentioning, because you see one thing happen, you do another thing, and that's the Liquid we just didn't see the last couple of days.
Absolutely.
And, like this is what we expect from them. Like, every series, we expect like small little things like this to happen. So if you're a Liquid fan, it gives you hope. It isn't going to be a bad event.
I think if you're a Liquid fan, you would have been fine the whole way through anyway, because you're
you're used to the
lower bracket and hardest road possible to make it as deep as possible into the tournament. So they're on the right track for that. I just feel a little bit sad for Mouz. They come here, and then the group of teams that they have a chance to face up against includes Team Liquid, which is on paper the team with the best results of all the teams here in the 1-2 group. So they definitely got a little bit of the short end of the stick. And I'm wondering, after a game like that, how do you adjust? Like, where do you go, T-Gov? Like, how do you make sure you set yourself up for success a little bit better in game 2?
Oof, success. Well, I would say more points of pressure to apply with your cores. I think there's a lot of times that I think right now in the meta, you want to have overlapping purpose when you leave laning phase, and right now I just didn't really see that, right? Like 3 cores want to farm, Shaker wants to farm a lane as well. Little old Witch Doctor, what are you going to do? Nothing, right? So I think in this next game, if you're going to have a farming mid, make sure that your 2 side laners can maybe be the active nature. If you want to pick up a Shaker, then the cores need to be active, right? So then whilst they're killing, Shaker can fissure, but then TP to lane and farm his blink, right? Like there was no real synergies other than everyone wants to hit creeps. And I think right now, 5 heroes hitting creeps is not an option. 4 heroes hitting creeps, not an option. You need to have like at most 2 or 3, and everyone else going to scrap and go just do moves. So.
Yeah, especially when you try to like play for this one big timing against Liquid are showing you Pango, Hoodwink, Eng. You know it's high tempo, it's speed running at you, so then falling back to wanting to farm is probably not great. I assume that they had a different vision of this game, that they were going to get there, but maybe adjusting for the next game, like T is saying, a bit of a better balance, maybe, scrape the Shaker, get some faster 4 that will enable more farm, or no TA, sub it out for something else, no Timber, just more balance of like a back and forth of fighting and farming.
So we feel like they handicapped themselves maybe a little bit too much in the draft to be too one-dimensional or something.
I think there was some picks in the draft which felt like the Shaker is an old school hero to aggressive lineups. You can slow down the fight with the fissure block, you can decide which area you're going to take that engagement, but nowadays isn't really the case, and maybe they were just leaning on some player comforts and stuff, but yeah, it just felt off. And also in the first draft, when we spoke about the whole picking Pango, it's first pick, it's meant to be losing, this was a good example. They picked the Pango, TA was a response. Liquid now forced the TA out potentially as Mouse's natural response to then put themselves in this position of multiple farming heroes.
And we did just witness a rare Pango win. Wow.
We did.
Wow.
You know, Hero is still good.
Still
Which is a
good.
problem, but we'll see. You know, Act 2, maybe. We'll wait nicely. Maybe
Fingers
just remove
crossed,
Swashbuckle
patch.
or something. Like, do something
Remove
nuclear.
Swashbuckle.
Yeah, I want a ham, something ham.
We're in a dark place right now. This
Why?
Pango win rate. One guy at Valve's gonna load up Dota buff one day, 29%. Oh, we need to buff Pango. Please, I beg, if anyone's watching.
You know what? That is
Please
a
nerf
chance.
the hero.
That is definitely. I can see it happen.
Not yet. It's like, oh, you know, maybe we need to just give Swash more hits. Maybe we could
Like
increase
5,
the cast range
yeah.
again or something. Yeah.
That would be really funny. I would. I'm here for it. I mean, I
You want to watch the
We'll
world
see it on every
burn?
panel again.
the perma-ban coming in. Now, we do still have a Templar Assassin coming out, this time on the side of Team Liquid. The opening pick is going to be for Mouz there on the Radiant side for this game. And yeah, we got a little bit of a change. So Pango is ignored this game, just to be sure. What are we thinking about this opening?
Well, Doom, of course, one of the better heroes right now. It just gives you a lot of purpose. He makes team fighting pretty clean and easy later because you just know what's up. It makes it easy to plan. I like at least that Liquid didn't go for Pango because I don't like this matchup into Doom. Liquid are like probably one of the best TA teams. They played it a lot already months ago. They have both Mickey and Nisha who played incredibly well. And something you want against Doom is like just some more like vision on the map with like traps, but also if you can get an Aegis on your hand, it's incredible against all these Dooms, Voids, Enigmas. TA, you know, kind of gives you that. So all in all, both teams should be pretty happy.
Guys, do you think? I mean, this is nitpicking. I'm gonna nitpick for a second.
Please do.
So Mouz was first pick this game. They are the ones to ban Chen. That's unusual, and it feels like they didn't even give Liquid much chances to ban out Chen themselves, but they also don't want to play Chen then. But like, I feel like that's a sabotage to themselves a little bit. It's like I said, it's a little bit of a nitpick there.
But
you want to take it?
Yeah, I'll take it. I'll take it.
Take it.
So Bengan hasn't had the longest of pro careers. Of course, he emerged with Team Board. He's yet to play a competitive game on Chen. So it easily could just be like Chen is a hero that you need to be a specialist on. You don't just casually pick a Chen if it's in meta. Like if your team, if your 5-player doesn't play Chen and it's in meta, you're kind of griefed for that.
Yeah, just don't play it.
patch.
It's okay.
Yeah. So if that's the thing, you ban it out. You don't want to put him on a half hero and. Yeah, that's
and then also, lastly, they probably know that they want to ban Chen anyway. They don't want to like ban something else, and then because the enemy team is banning specifically for one hero, now they're like, oh shit, now we need to choose between Chen and I don't know. They're banning 3 heroes for Pango, so obviously they want it, and you know, put yourself in that spot.
Fair enough. And I'm also going to assume that both teams are very familiar with each other. Therefore, Liquid probably knows that Bengan doesn't play Chen, so they probably wouldn't have banned it anyway.
Or they've seen him play Chen.
And they know not
And then they're like,
scared of it.
Screw that, we're going to ban it anyway.
It could be, it could
the
be.
joy of scrims.
All right, so we're in the second ban phase here.
Yeah, so like, of course, we kind of touched on it a little bit, but the whole TA and Doom thing as well, it's like picking TA into Doom, if you're able to just throw the TA into safe lane, lane's really good. TA naturally does really well against any of the tanky heroes. We've mentioned time and time again that any minus armor against tanky heroes and early on, it really hurts their laning phase, so TA will naturally do that. Ooh, we haven't seen Oracle too often, but against the because of the TA, I don't mind it because if TA Oracle's a lane together, that's a pretty punchy lane. No strike into the root, into just constant chase down. That's a pretty aggressive lane.
Yeah, didn't Liquid lose horribly yesterday against the Oracle of Shopify Rebellion? And Insania is like the Oracle player, so he's like, you know what? I want me some of that.
They did that as well. They lost to a Marcy, then they picked Marcy. They're reacting a little bit.
I mean, it's a strong thing in Dota 2 in general. It's like if you get beat by someone, it's like, oh, I could do that too. Play that hero. Yesterday, Shopify paired it up with the Leshrac.
I mean, you can at least, because obviously during Doom you cannot heal. But you can try to wait as long as possible, make the guy live through Doom, and then maybe Doom runs out and still heal him later. And they are the best Oracle team, so I am sure that they're going to also pick like multiple heroes with it, because obviously there's going to be one Doom, right? He can't use multiple until way later in the game. So all in all, as T also said, lane is good, which is usually the weakness of Oracle. I like it.
And a lot of Doom's damage is damage over time, the Scorched Earth. And so any cheap points in your second spell for Oracle will be able to provide punishment there. So overall, because of the Doom, there is purpose for Oracle. I think Oracle naturally is a volatile position 5 where you can grief your lane by not being able to tank up enough or do any kind of major roles, because you kind of want to play behind your core as an Oracle. So I think Doom is a big tell, and now Mouz surprise, surprise, we go back for the Doctor. But I would say this time around, there's at least some easier path for him to play a game. There's an Ench to pair with. I think the series we saw earlier today where the Ench, G2IG xNova, when he makes those early moves on Ench, I kind of want to see the same thing here where the Ench Witch Doctor, I don't really want to see mid lane aggression, but just utilize those twin gates and apply some tri-lane style fighting from minute 6 onwards.
Yeah, it's also the correct way to adapt, right? We were maybe harping on the Shaker a bit. This time, you first pick Doom, you know you have to help him. They pick the TA to counter it. You see Oracle, abuse it a little bit. You give him the Ench, like one of the strongest laners, to try and now, again, stabilize it, give it more tempo, and give more purpose. So like T is saying, Witch Doctor, Bengan can be like, yo, bros, I'm coming through the gate. Let's go, let's dive these clowns and make it happen.
Liquid just want to keep playing like they did in that game 1. Yeah. Like, these are heroes that only TA is the one that needs items at the moment. The last time we saw TA in game 1, everyone needed items, right? But this time it's like Dragonlance and a Deso, Dragonlance and a Blink, plenty of forms of initiation, plenty of forms of fight. Liquid, they still need to go for their off-laner, most likely holding the TA until the last pick to flex it. Yeah. They could also, to be fair, just lock it into safe lane, as Doom isn't really a flexed hero, right? But yeah. I'd expect to see 33's hero here.
Yeah, they could, but I would also assume it's most likely 33's hero. And I guess you're also going to be looking at like maybe a range. Okay, cool.
Ooh.
I was looking like more like, oh, maybe they want some auras with a Visage, but I think it's easier to be counterpicked. 3-3 is one of the best bad riders alongside Malrine. I love it against these like 2 supports especially. They have a lot of BKB lockdown too with like Clock. He can be very annoying to the Doom. So overall, I'm a big fan of the Liquid draft currently.
Yeah, and I think Batrider offlane, we got a little bit more faith because Miro played it earlier in the tournament already. And I think Batrider offlane, if you are to play it, you need your 4 position to be a kill-hungry hero, to punish your positioning. And Clockwork is one of the best at doing that because you have that Cogs to contain, Batrider that can play on top, Flame Break to push you back into the Cogs for another bounce back. So I like the little synergies they have. Oracle to enable the TA damage, Clock to enable the Batrider. Potentially, you could still flex the Batrider to mid if you really wanted to. It's very unlikely. I think Liquid aren't flexing too heavily here. It's just TA carry, Batrider offlane, but might cause Mouz a couple questions here.
I wonder what Mouz want to close with here. A lot of the times when you see like TA, Oracle, and like Clock, you can think of like some maybe PLs, Naga Sirens, like illusion heroes, but I would say that Batrider is fairly good against most of them. Gives you like a kill condition when he has his Blink and BKB. Firefly is very good against these. They will just go for kind of their staple, which is Gyro.
Yeah, this is a hit or miss hero for some carries, but I think for Gyrocopter, it is the hero to pick when lane isn't going to look too good. You just flack it out, get everything away from you. If you want to dive, there's no creep wave. Batrider needs a creep wave to be able to dive. So Gyrocopter, of course, will be able to deal with that quite nicely from a distance, of course, being ranged. Yeah, nothing too crazy, but also damage-wise, I think we've seen some carries opt to go for 3 points barrage, 2 points flak to take a little bit more fight. With a Witch Doctor in lane, that could be the build they go for to threaten the Batrider. You come close to me, I'm going to barrage you down.
Yeah, he's one of the better heroes at actually just straight up protecting himself, right? You just barrage, you kind of override the Firefly, so they will have that going for themselves. I am still looking like for a hero for Mouz, because now how I envision fights is Liquid will generally be the one starting with like a lasso or a hookshot, and if this Gyro gets pulled into like some Oracle TA burst, I feel like he can die. So giving him a way to kind of either A, combo break to get that from your mid is not easy, like a Kunkka maybe, or just a secondary jump so that he can rely more on like his Doom and his mid player to like kind of go in and show him what's going on.
Okay, rather than go for jump, why not just go for a large amount of damage? Like the Keeper of Light is banned in the first phase. That's why I'm not going to mention that.
They're very good.
Right.
But I think for Mouz, like they could still go for a Zeus style hero if they wanted to, because their Gyrocopter will naturally become the front line with time. And then you have Doom, Gyro up front, big damage, diverse damage types as well. It can push out lanes quite safely. The only issue is Liquid is going to be this identical to game 1, 10-15 minutes, break the entire map. If you're not ready to fight, you will lose everything that you have.
I was just about to ask where DK was in all of this, but now he's banned, so he's out.
I feel like Batrider just breaks these. If they take another hero mid that wants to do something similar to Gyro, I feel like they cannot win. Or I have a hard time envisioning Batrider not going ham. I would like Mouz.
Do you think the bat lane is going to be strong enough into Witch Doctor and Gyrocopter?
I'm not so much worried for the Mouz lane, but rather like how the mid-game fights will unfold. Like there's going to be TA traps, rocket flares to see, and like suddenly you have this stalemate where Mouz, I don't see how they start the fight, and if it's always on Batrider to choose what to do, it seems hard. Maybe they do go for the Zeus and it shows that it can work.
Because what you're describing is like if Mouz have some level of vision available to them, then the Batrider won't feel as good, because I think the supports on Mouz will be able to always protect that jump, because if Bat jumps in, there's going to be the Ench turnaround or the Witch Doctor Coconut and pre-BKB, of course. So there's going to be ways to play into it, but it really depends if Mouz want to have the playmaking hero to try and put a little bit of stop to Liquid, or if they want to sit back and...
Yeah.
Oh, the old Pangolier again.
But
last pick.
But now it's Pango against TA again, probably, unless they want to pick something else against the Pango. Maybe Zeus is also an option for Team Liquid.
I mean, TA's going to have a nice lane, either lane she wants to go. So I think it's now on Liquid to decide, hey, which player wants to play it? All right, cool, let's now pick the next hero, because the foundation of their draft is aggression.
Yeah.
TA is going to be the big factor. So they could still go for a very semi-carry style hero, put TA mid, and they have no problems. Depends what pace they want to set, yeah.
I'm trying to think what that would be. Because TA, it can, like at this point, it's more up to them. They can do either. I think we're pretty happy no matter what they do, that they just find,
yeah.
That one, normally this hero is banned when it comes to Pango. That's normally the ban right before Pango gets picked or right after Pango gets picked. It's been very staple, which obviously didn't happen this time around because the Pango wasn't picked for a long time. Did they forget?
Yeah, probably. Yeah,
probably so.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. No, okay. So I think Mouz are happy because they've got the lane pushing counter-aggressive hero. But like we were saying, this TA flex was very powerful, and I think Liquid are going to be very, in your face. Like 10, 12 minutes, they're going to be using twin gates, trying to kill everything. I think they might sometimes suffer at high ground. TA is the only real one that wants to hit the building. So the Doom, the Gyrocopter high ground hold could be pretty strong, but I expect a repeat of the last game. But Mouz have better tools this time around to at least punch back.
Yeah, I favor Liquid too. I think they're faster. They're going to get like the Aegis with the TA, and then it's good against the Doom. But this time around, I think Mouz have like an easier way in the mid game. They if they find the right Doom target and the Gyro gets very strong, Bloodseeker isn't amazing at bursting or like standing his ground. So if they can get to the timing, they're okay. I'm just very doubtful that they will get there.
Well, let's see if Mouz can force out a third game, or maybe Liquid will take it. I know one person that is hoping that Liquid will make this one 2-0. It's Blitz, who's right now standing by with Tsunami for a coach interview.
Thank you very much. Yes, I am joined by Blitz of Planet Odd, who I saw the last pick of the Bloodseeker, and from my perspective, I was like, wow, that almost seems too good to be true. They put up a Pango, and then Bloodseeker's still in the pool. What was your reaction? Were you debating between any picks, or you're like, oh, Bloodseeker's still here?
Well, we're still in like if it was game 3, I would just tell you, but we had like another pick in mind as well, but we usually let McKay choose because it was kind of his hero. So we were like, well, whatever you want to do, we can pick for you. So he wanted to play Bloodseeker, and yeah, I mean, it's a nice pick, I think, in this game. Doom's pretty annoying for it but I mean, Doom's annoying for every hero. You're just like, what a stupid spell. It's just like Doom.
Yes, because it'll also be annoying for your Oracle as well, because you guys picked it into it. Insania obviously has been doing amazing on Oracle for the past few months, but you're not afraid of it.
I mean, the interaction is like, if you wait until after the Doom runs out, like if your ult ends, then you get the heal, so then it's whatever. And I mean, I think Aiden is the best Oracle in the world, so obviously I want to pick him heroes that he wants to play. I feel like first few days here, we were trying to adjust a bit too much to random things, and yeah, I think we're doing a better job of just kind of sticking to our guns and being like, well, what do you guys want to play? Like asking our players, like, rather than us trying to set something for you, like, what do you want to do? So.
All right, well, let's see if comfort plays in your favor in this game number 2 as we pass to our casters, B-Cop and Lacoste.
Thank you very much, Tsunami. Wise words from Blitz as we come into this game number 2. The Bloodseeker pick into the Pangolier feels reminiscent of the times when we used to have Bloodseeker get picked up.
Oh, they're in trouble here.
Golden in trouble. Fortune's in on a 2, but the shield crash. Nisha now into the meld. He's taking a lot of damage and looking like he's going to drop for first blood. He will. Supreme gets that kill. Maybe there's a trade in store. There will be for Liquid. But first blood taking out Nisha, already a different game for him.
Yeah, makes a lot of difference in this matchup, because it was a flex pick, this Temporal Assassin, so they could have played it safe lane, they could have played it in the mid lane, and Supreme shows up mid, almost had enough to buy bottle, was lacking 20 gold, but still, yeah, good start for him. Insania also managed to kill the Observer Ward, so that's going to be some good XP for him, already almost level 2 on this Oracle, so that's going to be pretty big as well if they want to, you know, burst down this Enchantress. AK starting with Thirst as his first spell, wants to have that extra bit of a healing coming out.
Get to that level 2, all of a sudden you've got Purifying Flames, and it's always fun when you get that second level of Purifying Flames and you can steal some kills and burst some heroes down. Was Bengan on the high ground there. He had a TP out. Nisha with a little meld strike. He had an easy lane on the sniper last game. Going up against this Pangolier, just trying to get things done. As Bengan's also going to lose his courier. It's been a rough life for him in the moment. Boxy kills that courier, and Bengan had to deal with now no courier, no TP. If he dies in this lane,
from
it's gonna be
Boxy.
rough.
Using Battery Assault to secure the range creep. Otherwise, he would not be able to get it.
Doom's in trouble. The chase is on. The Purifying Flames, though, not going to be enough. Level 2 from Insania. Did good with that Purifying Flames that we thought. Well, now actually Force gets a little bit of a heal up.
Ghost is very annoying early on, slowing them down. Narman on the Enchantress. Insania gets the block, but look what they found. Harpy Stormcrafter.
Ugh. Annoying. Very annoying. But Force will devour that. Guarantee himself some gold. We're still looking over for first. A little bit of action in these lanes post First Blood.
You wanted to say First Blood.
I did not. Don't throw me under the bus like that, please.
That's what I do. It doesn't count if players are not in the lanes. Yeah, it doesn't count.
It didn't count.
Boxy.
Maledic's going to kill him, I believe,
yeah,
with this
dead.
next tick. And even if not, they had that flat cannon flying at him. So, another kill here for the side of Mouz. Already looking way better than game number 1 for him. With the First Blood over Nisha. Kill elsewhere. Lanes looking good.
They have a much better draft overall, I would say, compared to the previous game where they were building for one big timing with the Bristleback, but lost pretty much all 3 lanes, and it was pretty difficult to recover for them.
Bengan looks at 33, who's on this Bat Rider. Has that courier coming out, fling break on Olnit, but nothing doing. There's Clockwork not near them at the moment. Now level 3 there was shown for the Oracle, so he does go level 2 in the Purifying Flames. Maybe they want to go and make a move. Fortune's End, Bloodright, Purifying Flames could be very devastating. As they're just pulling this creep wave all the way over. They get that meld strike from Nisha, some damage on a Supreme. He's working pretty low, but he needs to be careful. Hope to secure one of these water runes that's going to spawn in just 5 seconds. Looks like it'll be bottom for him.
No supports making a move, which means Nisha will secure the top rune. Okay. He's zooming. 500 move speed on Bloodseeker. Supreme has been very low bottom lane. They have some extra regen, couple of tangos. Magic Wand this time around. Bengan not going for Voodoo Restoration build.
He was heavy into the Voodoo Restoration in the previous game, and this time around, a little bit more offensive.
Boxy behind enemy lines. He just got hit by Flak Cannon.
Let's see if he can make something happen here. He's just a level 2. Level 3 for both the heroes on Mouz in that bottom lane. Looking over mid, you can see that Pango's still dealing with about half health. Nisha doing a good job in this lane at 22 and 5, but so is Supreme. CS is about even, but the damage taken is certainly more for Supreme. Goes into the meld, swashbuckle out. Nisha takes some damage there onto the tower. We'll see if anybody rotates for that level, or for that minute 6 rune. As the Bloodright silences up this Doom, but still nothing doing in the moment.
I'm just thinking about this lane, Doom plus Enchantress. Imagine you find 2 Two Saint creeps.
Maldic, Blood Grenade. Mickey looking like he's going to die here. He'll fall to Narman. They've got the Blood right down against the Silence on a 2. But it won't get the kill. That Centaur goes under the tower, doesn't get the stun off, but they've got the enchant onto Insania to slow him up. They want to go under the tower to get another kill with the Infernal Blade. That'll be Force catching up to the Oracle. And with the Scorched Earth and one more right click, Force has the damage to get both.
Love some of these early rotations coming out from position 5s when lane is in a good spot. Olnit playing the bottom lane underneath the tower, getting some solo XP. If they can't catch an angle on him, this is the right time where you make a move through the Twin Gates, and now Bengan's back to the bottom.
Something we've seen the 5 positions today do really well. xNova was doing it really well in the first series. Both supports have been doing it in this series quite well.
And there it is. I was talking about the same 2 creeps potentially taken by Enchantress and Doom. And there is Ensnare creep, and also Doom took that one. So double Ensnare, 3.5 seconds off route in the top lane if necessary.
It's pretty dangerous.
Imagine if you had Mana Burn or the Chain Lightning creep. That would be so good. There it is.
And there's the
another
Ensnare.
Mickey's not moving.
Not moving at all, but Fortune's End will help him out. His lane's getting very difficult with this Doom now in this combo of the Ensnares. So he'll have to figure it out as he finally hits that level 5, but it's not easy for him. And I wouldn't be surprised if maybe Bengan comes top and they start to go again with the double Ensnare. Infernal Blade, Mickey under the Scorched Earth, and the Infernal Blade taking a lot of damage, and it's just not fun for the moment, but they've got Batrider TPing in towards top. They have Lasso. Fortune's End on the Blood right, Flame Break, bouncing him back into 33. They've got the Lasso, they'll get the kill. This Rolling Thunder's not in time, but they're gonna look to try and get a kill in an Insania or Mickey. Rolling Thunder pops him up again. They've got the Swashbuckle for the finish. Now 33. Trying to go through these trees and trying to just juke out these heroes, but Bengan's here too. 33 will fall. Narman takes some damage and will die here.
I thought Neutral's gonna kill him. Vul Assassins were attacking him, but some really crisp moves coming out from Mouz into these last couple of minutes. Now Force deep into the mid lane. Templar Assassin is not the hero that rotates early on, so she can't really help. Maybe with a good rune. A haste rune always feels nice, so that you can get maybe even a double kill with the haste rune because of your overwhelming damage, but other than that, very difficult to just TP rotate. Foxy collecting some XP in the bottom lane, trying to get himself closer to that level 6.
So Norman working with that Hill Troll. Double Ensnares. I just would love to see them smoke up, make a move, have the double Ensnare and go. They're working on getting in the tower, though, and this is pretty good to push out the Bloodseeker from his lane. Or at least try to for the moment, because they have shown that they can kill Mickey pretty easily, at least for now. And here comes the Narmi.
Is Narmi Narman, or is Narmi Skeleton Army?
Ooh. I think it's both. Mickey only level 5. No Rupture. Diffusal, of course, being made by the Pangolier. Only just sitting bottom. Getting as much farm as he can, so things are really looking good for Mouz at the moment. 33 really the only one who's come out of the lane doing much more, as he was able to get that kill over top. But Nisha staying in lane, getting the tier 1 tower, he's happy with that.
Oh, absolutely. If he can finish it off, but a lot of heroes are missing right now, so does not want to commit. Will eventually take it. Oh, never mind. Supreme. Let's see if he gets the deny on a mid tower. Sitting at 57 HP. We'll kill it.
So there's the deny for Supreme.
Again, Team Liquid stacking a lot. Can we see the number of stacks that Team Liquid did? Because you have Batrider, you have Nisha. This is also core Batrider we're talking about, so that means he wants to take them early on. And I love the build on 33. Going for double Null Talisman ever since the item has been buffed. It feels really nice. Usually we see one of those, but Batrider consumes a lot of mana and being universal hero. And then going into Veil plus Blink Dagger, so they will have that Blink initiation.
And he's super farmed for the offlane.
The most farm hero in the game right now.
Yeah, so he's really close to that Blink Dagger. They'll try to get this tier 1 over bottom. They'll put the pressure on. They've got 4 heroes down here for Mouz. Clean up the creeps with the flat cannon. Olnit really hasn't moved much, but they are starting to bring reinforcements over for Liquid, so if Olnit stays a little bit too long, he could be in trouble. That flame break, if pushing him back into 33, might have resulted in a lasso. They don't get the deny, and Narman gets credit for the tower take.
Looking at neutral item choices, Team Liquid, they chose 3 Trusty Shovels, so every 40 seconds they will have high chance of getting bounty runes. And there it is, Insania digging up one. There's going to be a lot of extra gold coming their way.
Right as you said bounty rune, it just right there for you. The perfect write-up. There's that Blink Dagger now for 33, and I would assume that comes with a smoke afterwards, especially because they just got 6 for the clockwork too. So Roxy will have that hook shot. They have that double wave controlling. Good hook shot elsewhere while lassoing one. See if that's the direction in which that they want to go. They're trying to get a Blink Dagger on Nisha. He's got that Dragon Lance early on, and this is being pretty much the standard build.
Okay, getting picked up by that smoke. Pango, Illusion.
Smoke
this is
breaks.
the real one.
Blink, swashbuckle, flame break, but the cast is great from Bengan. They've got the Maledict. They'll go to the Rupture. He's going to try and roll away from this and TP out. Call down used, and 33 is going to die. Bengan falls to Nisha. Narman off to the side. This team of Liquid trying to leave, but they've got the ensnare. They'll go to the Doom. Cogs, though, around on Doom. Nisha trying to output some damage. Doom damage isn't going to be enough onto the Bloodseeker. Boxy into the face of Olnit, but he's eating that Rocket Barrage damage. He has to start to fall back. Doom doesn't get the kill on a mid-game, so he'll throw a Bloodright down.
Where's the damage?
Boxy's in, Fortune's in, Bloodright silences up this Gyrocopter. And Narman starting to output some damage from the side. Swashbuckle from Supreme. They get the kill on a Boxy.
False promise.
They've got a false promise there from Insania, but he's running away from Supreme. He's doing some good damage with the impetus shot and the Swashbuckle. They get the kill there too. Both supports are now dead on the side of Liquid as Nisha's going to go back up to full health, get that refraction off. Flame break on 4 Euros. As up onto the high ground is 33 with that Firefly, and he will force these Mouz heroes to give up chase on Templar Assassin.
Another good fight for Mouz. I love that Olnit is joining these fights. He does have Falcon Blade, he has Crystallis, and also Pango. Being able to TP away from that Rupture, not dying, joining a fight, getting a double kill. That was nicely done by Supreme. And also the cask on the high ground. Going high ground always feels like very difficult. And what's up with Pango illusions? Because they look very real. I was like, which one is the hero?
Easily tricked. The illusion's looking real, but didn't break the smoke, so they knew. But that all starts because Bengan gets a great cask.
It's only level 1 cask, so bounces only 2 times, but it connected right on time.
Yeah, it hit everything that it needed. 2 heroes. The coconut did the damage. So, Blink Dagger picked up there.
Again, Liquid continues to stack. Everybody's stacking on one side of the map or the other. I think they just made like 3 stacks, maybe even 4 at the same time. But Mouz is also doing the same thing. Olnit continues to farm up, getting closer to his Aghanim Scepter. He hexed himself.
Onto Mickey, Impetus Rupture used again. Now TPing once more. The damage though, ooh, the save from the Oracle. Bengan's going to heal himself up. They've got the Maledict on a 33. He goes into the heal. So Bengan, what can he do here with Force? They look and find themselves Narman. They'll get the kill on the Enchantress. 33 and Insania is around. Box comes in with the battery assault as well as the Cogs. They're looking at both.
Fight for Liquid.
Two-pronged attack. Force is going to die here. And Bengan, he is going to fall to the purifying flames of Insania. So 3
Not
heroes die
bringing
on
the numbers this time. Enchantress, her damage output, if she can like get multiple impeti or impetuses, I think it might be impeti.
It's impedoxin.
Yeah. Otherwise, they lack damage. I think Supreme needs to be in that fight if they want to take it. XP runes did spawn. It's still sitting on Mouz side of the map. Scan does connect from Dire.
Boxy going for that Ags on Clockwork. There's the 14-minute Wisdom Rune finally picked up by Narman. Doom used. Bloodright is down. Mickey.
What a spell.
Can he help out? Yeah, Doom, Dooms, and then your life is doomed.
Radiant's bottom tower.
If this were an episode of Invader Zim, you'd be singing the Doom song. It's an American cartoon reference for you.
Yeah, I really don't know why we don't know it in Europe.
Oh, yeah.
There's a whole world outside of US.
A whole new world.
Let's see if 33 can find something. Blink Lasso at the ready.
Blink Lasso. Amplified damage was bottled up by Supreme, but they've got the hook shot follow-up with a right click from Nisha.
Debated by that amplified damage rune.
Yeah.
At least he didn't pop it, so we'll have it after he respawns, so that's good. Going into Langan Sphere. On Bloodseeker, oh sorry, on Pango playing against Bloodseeker, you need to have it. You can't just rely on you not getting ruptured.
Yeah. That's almost impossible. We've seen, I mean, for the most part, Supreme's done a good job. Despite getting ruptured, right? Like, he immediately TPs out. He's not afraid.
Nisha's in a good spot.
Just leaves Nisha now. One click,
trap.
2 click, 3 click dead. Finding Bengan. Just ripping apart this Witch Doctor. And another Gleipnir purchase for Mickey's future. No Doom available, but Mickey taking a lot of damage. Bloodright is down, and he'll get run down by Force. Hook shot. He'll connect. The trap with the shard. That's the silence.
mana.
Blood grenade is used to slow him down. Held strike. Right clicks coming through. Fortune's End. There's the Rolling Thunder. They'll go after Boxy. Pop him out of his own cogs, but still Force getting the kill there on Boxy.
Some big kills from Mouz.
Yeah, they're really putting it together well.
This time around, a much more even game.
They're doing such a good job, and it's because the lanes weren't so one-sided. I think that's really helped out. Lasso, though, on the Bengan. He has been quick to die in these last few engagements.
And speaking of quick, 33, he's been quick on using Lasso. He does not want to, you know, if he sees a target, he's going to go for it, try to kill it off immediately. Mickey is the one who struggling. Lowest network core in the game. It's also Bloodseeker we're talking about. This hero doesn't scale as good as some other carries, especially like carry-to-carry matchup. Gyrocopter stands his ground against the Bloodseeker. He's not going to try to run away. They have a little bit of a combo, you know, some bounce back, the flame break plus rupture combo, dragging him with the lasso, maybe push back from cogs, so he's going to receive some of the damage. Nisha now going for Deso, getting very close to it. That's going to be, if he manages to get Deso and they get a good fight, could easily turn that into Roche. Force with Shiva's guard did clip 33.
There's the Doom again. Norman, he'll help with this chase. The enchant slow hook shot, though, swashbuckle. And now Boxy trying to chase Force, but Norman, he's got the nature's attendance to help a little bit, but Bengan dies to Nisha. Norman falls to Insania.
While Force TP's out. During Rupture, Force is super farmed. Has Shiva's Guard, has Whisper of the Dread. So there's going to be a ton of magic damage coming out from him, working towards his Blink Dagger. So we'll have that Blink initiation that a lot of the times in this patch, it's kind of necessary. That's the way you're going to start a fight, because your Pango's not going for Aghanim's Blink. He's going for Lincoln Sphere as his next item. Needs that protection against the Bloodseeker.
What tier would you consider Whisper of the Dread? Because I feel like that's a really good item.
It depends on the situation. If we're talking about, you know, some of these spellcasters, definitely an S tier item. If you think about Enchantress with Whispers of the Dread, that's not a good option.
Double silence on the traps. They go to the lasso. Right clicks. Bengan can't do anything in these fights. Supreme's gonna fall. Narman, he's in trouble too. Only realizing he has to get out of here. But here comes Force. Maybe looking to re-engage on this one. Back through once again. They go. Have this rocket barrage on a Boxy who will hook shot before he dies. Force gets stopped for a moment. They've got the Blood right.
Who's he
Now
going
Rupture
for?
used onto Olnit. He has to stand still, but the right clicks. He's forced into a position where he needs to leave the Death Ward from the low ground. Bengan trying to do all he can to save Olnit. Olnit's going to survive a little bit longer, but the right click from Nisha is enough.
Oh,
They get the
Mickey,
blood right
he's
down.
about
They
to
get the
clean
kill on
up.
Olnit, forcing Bengan. And everybody dead on the side of Mouz. It's a full team wipe here for the side of Team Liquid.
This is just a difference in decision-making. Team Liquid is on another level. They place down that observer board, and then they decide to take a big fight. Doom is on cooldown. Rolling Thunder doesn't get off. And I feel like Nisha might have some beef with Bengan from the pubs, because every single time he gets one-shot by Templar Assassin.
He's not really allowing him to do much.
This trap onto two, something that Pango doesn't like to play into, because you don't build into the spell items. Like, maybe later on you can get some either Manta style or a Yule Scepter, turn that into Wind Waker. But yeah, Trap Silence does destroy Pango. And you can see the combo. A Rupture is going to be cast on Olnit. A bit of a bounce from the Flame Break. Didn't deal as much damage. Bengan tried to zone them out. Nisha was like, okay, do I want to commit or not? Rocket's coming, but understood that Mickey's also coming in. And he's going to clean up.
Thing is, Bengan just used the Death Ward. He didn't use the Coconut. And, you know, 150 people each year die from falling coconuts. And
Really?
They don't want to be a statistic.
It's quite a lot. It's more than sharks.
Is it?
Yeah, most definitely.
Jump in.
Force. And stun.
Onto the Oracle. Hook shot the other way. They've got the blood right down. A lot of damage coming through onto these heroes. They get the kill onto Insania. Olnit's going to get that. Mickey falls. Nisha, the Death Ward, the damage isn't going to be enough. He's got the refraction, but it's no longer as he's burning out. They'll get the Aegis out of his hands. So Tiro's dead at the side of Liquid.
I don't think he's blinking out of this
I think
one.
they're getting enough help here for this Templar Assassin, and Nisha's 8-time spree goes to Narman.
Ooh, Mouz with some spicy moves on their side. After losing a fight, we've seen, you know, Nouns struggling in terms of what they do after they like win a big team fight. This time around, Mouz, after losing a fight, they go in, even though Aegis has been picked up, they immediately take it down. So trying to equalize things.
Doing their best, and they've, net worth-wise, pretty much done so. Supreme's still struggling on the net worth. Mickey's getting there. But when it comes to late game, who are you thinking about?
Bloodseeker falls off heavily. So does Templar Assassin at one point. Once you start getting those items, those Ghost Scepters, maybe AC on somebody, you know, Force Staff and stuff. But hook shot in. Never mind. Fake hype. Boxy wanted to clear the camp and finish off his Aghanim Scepter. But yeah, I'm favoring Mouz if we go super late game. Witch Doctor, Pango, Enchantress starts to scale. Doom, one of the best heroes in the late game.
So shards picked up for Insania and Narman. That's Reigns of Destiny and Sprink. Compare them. Which one's better?
Reign of Destiny feels nice, but in this game, not as much. You are playing against Doom, you are playing against Shiva, so we'll not get the full value out of it. Sprunk, however, we've seen Insania in the previous game, what he can do, and Narman is pretty farmed. Most farmed hero in the game, almost going to take over his mid laner.
Damn. These Enchantresses, man.
I think Enchantress needs to be nerfed. The heal is insane. Impetus damage as well.
Yeah, a lot in that kit. that makes it really strong. 4-man smoke. Force going to show himself over mid, clearing up the creep wave with a Scorched Earth. These heroes on Liquid a little bit split up in terms of being as 5. There's 3 down bottom, and it looks like they're going to try and make a jump on Nisha, who is showing himself out of the tier 2 tower, but Blink TP and gone. So unable to catch this Templar Assassin. Meanwhile, 33 even deeper, just farming up. He's got bots, Shivas, and Blink going into the BKB. Still holding on to that Whisper of the Dread.
Thinking about cutting the next creep wave. Farming the small camp, the big camp in the bottom lane. 33 always finds farm. Like, this guy is so good at just making stuff happen out of nothing.
I think Whisper of the Dread should just whisper things into your ear as long as you hold it. Doom used onto Mickey, Sproink damage, Death Ward. You're in your own cogs. You're trapped to the damage coming in from this Witch Doctor. Boxy on the run, but is he going to be able to survive? Nisha now with some damage on the Supreme Force is going to come over with the Inferno Blade that hits onto the Oracle. They'll get the kill into Boxy as well as Insania. 3 heroes down to the side of Liquid. They find their attention on Nisha. The Flame Break pushes these heroes away and probably saves the life of Nisha if they don't dive the tower. But
Nisha,
they have.
Meld.
Goes into the Meld. The call down is there. They'll get the kill on Nisha. That's 4 dead with the buyback from Insania. He had False Promise but didn't have the range to save his TA.
Oh, another good fight for Mouz. They're very aggressive. If they're getting the first jump, if they're getting the initiation by Doom, Force has been doing a really good job in the last couple of fights, getting a 2-man, 1-man stomp. Now with the BKB, things are going to be much easier. And look at the most damage dealt. Who is that hero, huh?
Oh, my 5 position.
It's a 4 in this one, so he gets slightly more farm priority, but yeah.
True.
Sitting on 2,000 gold now, thinking about what he wants to buy. Had bongo drums in his quick buy, now thinking about Lotus Orb. Lotus Orb, great pickup. Playing against Batrider and Bloodseeker, throwing that onto Gyrocopter is going to make his life a lot more easier.
Force has been doing a good job of just kind of starting these fights out. Not afraid to throw the Doom at any time. And it's BKB for Bloodseeker, but now he's going for the Lincolns. He's going for the defensive item. However, it just doesn't feel like it's going to come out for a long time.
He is afraid of that Doom. That's going to cause a lot of issues for him.
What does he choose on this tier 3 token? The Bloodseeker taking a lot of time. There it is. Paladin Sword, craggy coat for Bengan. By the way, I did look it up. Only 6 to 8 people die from sharks each year. Way less than 150 from coconuts.
I think you made that up. That sounds just way too much.
No, that's a Google search. You can do it yourself, you know? Confirm.
I'm watching the game. You can do the search. I'm paying attention. If something happens, I'll hype it up. Don't worry.
Ah, yes. Okay. I will say, though.
Smoke coming out from Mouz. Doom off cooldown.
Boxy, yeah, I mean, this was bound to happen, right? Trying to hook shot at it, and he won't be able to find a target with that,
creeps.
so he will fall. You farm that far forward for that long by yourself. It's just not going to be easy to survive, and you're really asking for people to rotate on you, and they do. So 4,000 net worth lead here for Mouz. It's all about clearing up this game. One of the things we used to talk about during the DPC was that difference between Tier 1 and Tier 2 teams finishing off the game and going up to the high ground. Yeah. So I'm interested to see if Mouz, their objective taking is up there, and if they're ready for this.
Bengan keeping bottom, thinking about setting things up. But yeah, 150 people each year die from falling coconuts. You know why?
People are tempting fate?
No. Like, why the numbers are so bigger compared to shark deaths? Because we live on the land.
Yeah.
If we lived in the sea / ocean.
Yeah, with Poseidon. In Atlantis.
We would also not be able to die from coconut. Maybe we should...
Wait, just because you're underwater doesn't mean you can get your brain struck by a coconut?
Wait, where's coconut at? It's like some sea coconut?
Well, you know what? That's fair. I was thinking if we came onto land for a second, because we do go in the water.
Numbers would be also more even if we had land sharks.
They do say that whales used to have legs. Used to come out onto the surface. That would be dangerous. 5,000 net worth lead here for Mouz. Screep's taking the tier 1 top. And trying to, at least. But these creeps are over and Force is there. He'll clean up, but he is showing himself, so they know that he is in the top lane. They're going to throw this Ag's rocket flare. These 3 flares over. Try and catch somebody out with this smoke. Boxy not nearby. He's slowed up thanks to that Ags. 33 blink. Hold it, caught, lasso, it's there. It's the big damage dealer they need to take out. They get the kill on the gyrocopter. Supreme's going to come in with the Rolling Thunder, but the BKB's been popped by Mickey. They've got the damage on the Supreme. They'll get themselves 2. Now they'll look over at the rest. Bengan trying to TP out. He's successful with that. A trap down, silencing up the Enchantress. Sproinking, but hook shot comes in, and Boxy gets the kill from downtown.
Really back in the 4th game. You don't, like, whoever gets the first jump is pretty much winning a team fight. Amplified damage on Nisha does help a lot in terms of dealing the damage, having that enchanted quiver. Deso, he also got a couple of those Deso charges in the previous fight. Very well executed. 33, he needs to be on the money with those jumps, and so far he has been.
It didn't immediately lasso, too. Waited for his team to get a little bit closer, then lassoed, had that control. Ended up getting that kill. It goes from a 4K net worth lead for Mouz to a 1,000 net worth lead for Team Liquid. Yeah, about 5,000 net worth change. 2 flame break charges now for the level 20 Bat Rider, who's technically on a Stingray in this cosmetic, so Stingray Rider. But semantics, I guess. Or Manta Ray, to be precise.
Oh, you really like to talk about animals today.
Yeah.
Capybara first, now
yeah,
some
all right.
fails.
Melt Strike on in. Uh-oh, Mickey's here.
Okay.
Maybe, though, the Rupture with the blood right down. The Silence is going to be on a Bengan, so he doesn't have anything to really help out. They go to the call down, but it's not going to be enough. Gleipnir hit on the Bengan. They've got these rocket flares thrown out. Boxy does have hook shot. Mickey's stepping in front of him, though. Needs to kind of get out of the way as the blink forward. Flame break, that's going to be 1 charge. Now they go to the Meld Strike. The damage, the silence, the kill. Force is on the run. BKB even popped by 33. He's got 5 seconds. Gleipnir on the 2. BKB popped by Force. The right click damage, the Infernal Blade. Mickey's going to continue to chase, or no? He'll turn around and wait for the rest of his team.
That was the fight without even dropping the lasso. I feel like this Daedalus was a bit of a mistake from Gyro. I think he needed Satanic in the previous engagements. Keep that Crystallis, because he needs to stand his ground and hit back. With Satanic, he's going to have enough healing, because the burst damage is Templar Assassin jumping in, Rupture, maybe dragging him with Lasso, but if those are not used on him, if there's only Rupture, he can stand his ground with Satanic along the team fight for another good, like, 10-15 seconds, probably.
Right. Where the team fight goes, maybe they can bring this back with the damage, prolong the magic, and see what they can get. But Roche is going the way of Team Liquid.
Mickey doesn't get priority in picking it up. Nisha is going to be the one. Nisha does deal most of their damage in the team fights.
Yeah, top of the net worth too, and 4K ahead of this Bloodseeker.
Mickey did pick up the shard. That shard is not as good as it was before, dealing percentage-based damage. Now it's just 30 pure damage, and it does heal Bloodseeker for the same amount. It's also dispellable, so that was always a bad thing about the Bloodseeker. They do have Enchantress, so removing that does remove decent amount of healing and also damage coming out from him.
Right.
And I love the build on Mickey. Even though he doesn't have that much farm, going into Lincoln's here, so having some protection against Doom. And I see a Refresher. If you get to the level 25 Refresher, 4 Rupture charges potentially coming out, double Gleipnir, double BKB.
Double Gleipnir, especially because we've been seeing Gleipnirs exclusively hit 3 heroes or more. Armin actually going to show for a second. Lotus making sure that he's not going to get lassoed, but Supreme's up on the high ground. They're coming from around the back on the side of Mouz, but they need to react quickly enough to help Armin. They'll go to the lasso, they'll go to the Enchantress, they've got the Maledict. That's through the back lines, they get the kill into Insania. They'll take out Boxy. Narmin ends up falling with the Rolling Thunder coming through now. Isha, trap on the ground, Blood Right Blink. Now Hurricane Pike. Running away and trying to get out, but the blink forward with the Rolling Thunder, the roll-up, the buyback from Boxy. He's TPing into the outpost. It's going to be a long time for the TP. They'll get the Aegis out of his hands. But 33 from behind them has the Flame Break. Hook shot hits on a Supreme. They've got Nisha going in with the Melon Strike, the Rocket Barrage, the damage coming in from Owen. It's going to be a lot. Nisha's
These coconuts.
Vertifully. They'll get the kill to Boxy as well as Nisha. They'll take out Bengan. It's 3 heroes dead on both sides here. Flame Break once again. Blood right on the ground. Ooh, pushes him into it.
No Gleipnir for 2 seconds.
Yeah, Mickey, not a lot of health.
Forced to use a buyback there to try to save Templar Assassin, but the Coconut did destroy the fight. You can feel the power of Gyrocopter as well. With that Daedalus, he does pack a punch, doesn't have much survivability on.
They've got Lasso again.
They want to go.
They'll lasso him up. They'll go to the Gleipnir. The Blood Right's going to be placed down. They've got that trap for the extra bit of silence, and they'll get the kill onto the Gyrocopter just too far out.
Definitely didn't expect that one to happen. Olnit is like, okay, we just won a team fight. I'm going to continue to farm up. They probably went on their side of the map to heal up, try to get some extra farm. But yeah, big chunk of experience. Moxie with the buyback there.
Watch this move, by the way, coming in from 33. There's going to be a Blood Right that's placed down. He uses his Psychic Headband to push Force back into it. It'll come a little bit later. But Nisha, yeah, he's inside the cogs here, right-clicking, and Olnit's just outputting so much damage. And Mickey is forced to run away from this fight at quick speeds, but throws the Blood Right down again, and there's that Psychic Headband move right there. Thought maybe that would be enough to put Mickey into the equation of going for that kill on the Force, but didn't want to risk it with just 7.
Yeah, Mika didn't have anything available. No Rupture, no BKB, no Gleipnir, so did not want to commit too heavily. Now BKB on Templar Assassin. They are going for Tormentor. The only two heroes who don't have it are Batrider and Clockwork. Definitely prefer if Clockwork gets that one. Even though this is core Batrider we're talking about. But there it is, Jetpack for Boxy.
So many buttons now. 6 abilities. That's too many buttons. So let's see, 8,000 net worth lead from Liquid, but it still feels really close. Like the damage that Olnit's doing now, even though he's bottom, or actually no, he's not bottom. The Pangoliers 6,000 gold behind him. I didn't even realize. I thought that was a support for a second.
Yeah, he's having a really rough game after picking up that Linken's, because Linken's is a super expensive item. Takes you a lot to buy, almost 5,000 gold. Then you don't have Aghanim Scepter. Your damage output is not as good. And also playing into Bloodseeker, playing into Templar Assassin. So you get roll on top of these heroes. You're probably going to die. Templar Assassin can easily kill you with overwhelming physical damage. Overclocking, causing a lot of problems for Mouz. Lanes are constantly pushed in.
Rocket Flare's coming out. 5-man smoke from Mouz as they're starting to come down on the map. Guardian Greaves there for the Oracle. So a lot of heal in his arsenal. That scan connects, though. They're waiting. Boxy looking to disrupt this. They don't quite land on these heroes that are smoked up from Mouz. They kind of pass each other like ships in the night.
Oh, Insania. He does not want to be here.
Nearby in the trees, Scorched Earth. Now they're going to spot Force. They know exactly where he is. Olnit's going to show on the creeps. Blink away from Insania.
They see everything.
that overclocking is going to hit. Nisha goes into the meld, looking for that opportunity to maybe make a jump. They do have a gem on the Enchantress, so even in the meld, they might not be that safe here for Nisha. Both these teams kind of have a strong feeling of where both are at. Nobody really willing to make the jump just yet. Norman, though, extends his reach out. There's the refresher for this Bloodseeker. Nobody jumping yet. Force goes towards top, and maybe he's looking to pinch a little bit. They're also going to TP over Supreme that direction. 33, though, not going to find any targets to lasso as Bengan clears up the creeps bottom.
Double lasso available if he, catches a target with the Aghanim Scepter. He also has Refresher Recipe already bought, sitting at the secret shop. So we might see 4 lassos combo with 4 ruptures if Bloodseeker hits level 25, and he's getting close.
It's a lot of targeted abilities, that's for sure. A lot of sticky napalm would come out from that. See if Mouz can break through this sticky situation. Ninja Gear picked up for Bengan. Insania takes the telescope. But Mouz, who were looking for a fight, didn't quite find it. There's the refresher on Doom.
Double refresher.
And the refresher
Timing.
on Batrider at the same time. Some more rocket flares coming out on this smoke side. Mouz flying over, but unbeknownst to them, they don't see him just yet. Now they're going to jump forward. They look over at Force. They've got
the Doom. That's the best target they could go for.
They get the Doom. They're getting the kill. They look over. This is a jet-packed Clockwork trying to get out. Bengan taking too much damage. He's going to fall as well. Both heroes die. And the problem is you do not have buyback on Force. He bought out on the Refresher. Now they're going to Sproink. Right doesn't land, but they're still dead on this Enchantress.
Oh, they're going to push the bottom lane. This is the double catapult 40 minutes in, so they want to go. Boxy with the good hook shot. Mickey holding the gem for now. I mean, that's just the perfect target that they went for. Doom with no Refresher, who just bought out. And after seeing the Refresher, they should probably know that he doesn't have buy because his buyback is 2,000 gold. Sometimes it's hard to get a good read, but after they poke on the high ground, they're gonna see that he doesn't have it.
So level 25 for TA, just casually 7 more refraction charges.
And 25 for Mickey.
There's that 25 for Mickey, so he gets the 2 rupture charges. And Batrider got the Flamebreak, applies 2 sticky napalm stacks. A lot of numbers for this level 25. Roche going to be up in 50 seconds, so Liquid not obligated to stay here. Mindbreaker for Enchantress.
Can Nisha finish it off? We'll use the glyph. As you said, Roshan respawning relatively soon. They need to make something done. Force needs to get the double BKB, double Doom off. Problem is, he's playing into Batrider. I think 33 after seeing that Refresher, he has 1 target to go for. Even if you use 1 Doom, he's still gonna jump him with Batrider.
We'll see what they can get out of this. 10 seconds till Roche is up. These rockets are so annoying.
At least they have triple ninja gear.
My ninja way. Sorry, they're all ninjas. They're all trying to break out here, but they've got the last of the Refresher coming through. Onyx in so much trouble. He's just dead. Buys back immediately with the right clicks coming through into Supreme. He's blown up as well. Bengan next on the list.
Doom can't find the target.
Yeah, they BKB'd, they false promise. They're going to have the control. They'll go for the kills. They'll take out Bengan, forces Don, and Insania will fall. But the only one on Liquid is dead is the Oracle, and that's really just not enough here. Only bought back.
Oh, look
the
at
right
that
clicks
damage.
flying in.
Raining Deso.
He really needs to find a way out. Bengan's going to come back into the fight. They've got the Enchantress over as well. Olnik gets invis for the moment, but Nisha here, Meld Strike attempt. They've got the rocket flares. Now the hook shot. Olnik, blood right. They've got the cogs around him. The right clicks are in. They'll finish him off. He doesn't have buyback.
And that might be it.
Yeah,
They
Norman.
just don't have enough in the tank. 2 minutes without your carry. They look at where the lanes are. Mid lane, bottom lane pushing in, and that should be it for Team Mouz.
Yeah, not looking like there's much else that they've written here for Mouz on this one. 30,000 net worth lead. So much damage done there by the TA. 13,000.
Doom just couldn't find the target. Like, he randomly popped 1 Doom before he died, but he was not in a good spot. His positioning was just not there.
So they'll call it. Liquid will take the 2-0. Knocking Mouz, and I mean, this was a close game for a while.
It was really back and forth. You've seen Mouz winning 1 team fight, then Team Liquid. But yeah, unfortunately for Mouz, new team, new squad. They're going to be out of PGL Wallachia Season 1. But they did some, they had good showing. They did manage to take down Azure Ray 2-0 and also take game of Aurora for a new team that doesn't have much LAN experience. They did well.
Yeah, so they're shaking or not shaking hands between Nisha there and Insania. And so we're going to send it back over to the panel to get their thoughts. Guys, take it away.
Thank you very much, Bika Lacoste. It is Team Liquid moving forward. They have now got a 2-2 score. They'll join G2IG in that fate, and they'll be playing in 2 days. Yeah, in 2 days to decide whether they continue or whether they will not continue. Mouz will not continue as they are hereby eliminated. But let's break down this game because this was incredibly close. I'm joined by T-Gov and Kezu. And I think for a while, Kezu, we were really thinking like, wait, this might actually go Mouz's way. We thought that they might not have the draft to do it, but we were proven wrong.
No, like Mouz were doing well. They had good plays that I kind of brought the game back, especially like maybe it's also in the highlights, but just showing the fact that even if you're behind, you can like make moves around the map, like where Liquid were gonna take a Roche, they're up 6-0, but you still, it's not about what you can do, like what you can or cannot do, it's about understanding how you can potentially do it with a right smoke, a right way to like go and find the, like just the fight that you need. And honestly, Mouz, they did show us that. It's just eventually, I feel like Liquid understood what they needed to do, which is just go together, press your spells on one guy, whether it be Doom or Gyro, and ultimately just blast their ass and get them out of the game.
You said about using your smokes there. It feels like Mouz, they used one too many smokes in the hope to make plays. Like when you think about the early to mid game, how many times was like the Witch Doctor plus Gyro walk up a high ground, TA silence into death.
Yeah,
then you do
like
it
this
again.
one.
I think it was like the Witch Doctor and then maybe the Pango did it at a different time. And then you use multiple smokes to try and make a play. Yes, they got a wipe on Liquid at some point, but it just felt like they used everything just to get onto the map that one time. That Liquid, once they regathered themselves, I think they killed Oldit by the Twin Gate, broke open the game once again. It was quite a scrappy game in the first 20-25 minutes, but then eventually Liquid started finding some rhythm just a little bit and showcased why they were able to be so aggressive in this series.
Yeah, I feel like also like Nisha's TA, he really popped off. I love that he bought like the shards so early with just all the trap silencers. They run into them. They keep good positioning, like just all the vision with the TA and the clock. Then later on helping 3-3 on the battery to like find all the jumps they needed, because it was relying, like they were relying on him to find the right target to really open up the fight, because Mouz put themselves in a position where honestly they could have easily won this game as well if things went more cleanly for them.
Yeah, I will say, I mean, this is obviously Team Liquid. They took it. I don't want to take anything away from them. We hold them to very high standards because they do generally do very well. So when they don't perform the way we expect them to, then we may be slightly critical more so than we would be with other teams. Because it wasn't the cleanest game. Game 1 was very clean, I think. And then Game 2 here, not as clean as it could be. Because you're saying Mouz had a good shot. They did, but was that because Mouz were playing very well, or was that because Liquid was maybe not playing as clean?
I would say it's a mixture of both. Like sometimes a team will do something you don't expect. They like find you outside of the Roche because you don't like leave it too cleanly. But there's also times where they go Roche, 3-3 has no mana, he's farming top. Another time they fight somewhere else, someone else is missing. So just like fixing the comms and making sure that you can do what you want together at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, for Liquid at least, they're going to have that, was it the day off before they play their next series? And I think the Dota they played today, if they played like that yesterday, I think that could have been easier 3-game series against Shopify.
Yeah.
But they were just not the team. So it's good for Liquid to show that improvement, and we'll see if their day off helps them or hinders them. Who knows?
We'll see. I wonder if maybe Insania has some thoughts on that. We're going over to him because he is standing by with Tsunami for a winner's interview.
Thank you very much. Yes, I am joined by Insania, who had a hell of an Oracle performance. In fact, one of many good Oracle performances. Did you know, before Birmingham, what your win streak on Oracle was?
I don't know the exact amount of games, but I think we hadn't lost with it in like 6 months or something. So, yeah, pretty solid.
Yeah, it was, I think, pre-TI, pre-even Bali, you were on a win streak, 12 games. And then Birmingham, you lost 2, but you won 2. So overall, the hero is very much in your comfort zone. This was another classic performance. But do you ever feel stressed out on the hero? Because it's your favorite, but like Oracle's a famously nerve-wracking hero to play.
It happens. I think this game felt quite comfortable. When we played against Talon in Riyadh, and it was a lot on the line, and the game wasn't really going our way, that one was like one of the more nerve-wracking experiences I've ever had in my entire life.
So then you think it's more the stakes of the game as opposed to like the draft that you're against that influences like how in the zone you have to be on Oracle?
I think it's a combination of both. You know, like if there's no stakes and the draft is hard to play, then you're going to be less stressed than if there's high stakes and there's a hard draft to play against.
So then in this game, in terms of the draft, we specifically thought that the Doom was going to be quite a nuisance for you. And then I guess the time sensitivity of like having to get to your target, make sure that Doom's timing out before you get your ulti off. That's just another day in the life, another office job for you as an Oracle player.
Yeah, I think in terms of like, as I've been messed up with a lot when I play Oracle. And the Doom is like annoying, but it's not at the top of the list. You know, there's worse things you can play against.
All right, fair enough. Well, congratulations on this win against Mouz, and now you get a day off. So use it wisely as you make your way to the 2-2s as we send it back to the panel.
Thank you very much, Tsunami and Insania. Yeah, Team Liquid moving forward. And I don't think it comes as a very big surprise, maybe as a surprise to how they got to the 2-2 stage in the end. But they do get there, and I think that is traditional for Team Liquid. However many fans they annoy with the way they do it. But they get there. They get to the final day. And so far, do you think they've improved enough to be able to get the 3-2, obviously, that's the goal?
After today, I will say yes. But also, like, if you're a Team Liquid fan, like, you need to be used to the roller coaster. Like, you know that one day they might show up, the next day they look like a different team. But they're doing good stuff. They're drafting well. They're going together. And today they can learn something else. Even though they won, stuff to learn. Take it to tomorrow. Or rather, take it to in 2 days. And then easy 3-2.
Yeah, and stuff to learn. I hope that Mouz also has stuff to learn. Obviously, they are eliminated here from PGL Wallachia. But this was a big learning opportunity for them, as they were a team that was a last-minute stand-in. So they have nothing to be ashamed of with the result that they managed to get here in Bucharest. I'm also curious to hear from Bengan, who is right now standing by with Banks for an exit interview.
Well, I don't have any sound on my ear for now, but Bengan, it does seem we're live. There's a red light on that camera, so we'll run with that. I know this is obviously quite a unique experience for you guys to go through. I just want to touch on this game here, though. First game certainly didn't seem like I had a chance, but in game 2, there was definitely some fight in it. Was that a frustrating one to let slip away?
Yeah, it was frustrating to lose this one, because we had it in the bag, and then we kind of stumbled a bit. And we are capable of, doing so much better and playing so much better, so it sucks a bit, but it's been a good experience overall.
And talk to me about that experience and also just this opportunity, right? Being a replacement team to come in here, how has that whole thing been for you guys?
Since it's kind of a fresh team, fresh org, everything, it's been really nice to meet them for the first time, It's my first LAN experience, meeting these guys, it's been amazing. And we're going to stick around here for a bit, so it's going to be a good time still.
Okay, so you're going to stay around, bootcamp, get some extra practice in as well?
Yeah, we will.
Nice, okay, that's a very positive sign going forward as well. What would you say, though, you feel like has been the biggest difference between some of the other tournaments you're playing and then coming into here? What things have you noticed?
It's the competition, right, and the atmosphere and the energy in there. I don't think like the skill level varies. Obviously, it varies a lot, but it wasn't like a shocker to me. Okay. I think we could have beat, any team in our group, but we didn't play to our potential at all.
But a lot to learn from it. But would you say that there's extra pressure on this as well?
Yeah, for sure. First LAN experience, first time meeting the team, first time seeing, all the other players, it's a bit surreal.
Well, thank you very much for your time. The positive is you get to enjoy the boot camp and try and make some more out of it as well. So hopefully we'll see you along in the future. Shiva, back to you.
Thank you very much, Banks. And of course, Bengan, who has got a good first LAN experience, I think. Getting eliminated by Team Liquid is definitely, it's a rough one. At the same time, it's also from the same region, so maybe that's not where you want to be, because ideally in LAN, you want to experience a large variety of regions that you go up against. But I think for Mouz, the most important thing is that they learned a lot from this experience and move forward, that they can come out of the qualifiers first, rather than being the replacement team for a team that doesn't make a team. Because at the end of the day, they're still in a very privileged position that you got to be here to begin with.
Exactly, and for a team that, again, like you said, didn't qualify for anything, they are now going to enjoy this, relish this, take this back to future qualifiers, and hopefully be able to harness that energy and create some deeper runs, because I think they've been a couple series away from important deciding qualifiers, and maybe this type of stuff, this type of, put it bluntly, slap in the face, welcome to the tier 1 scene, will give them a bit of a shock when they go back to their qualifiers.
And it's the first LAN experience, and I think having the nerves now taken off for potentially next ones is a big one.
It's a big deal, and also just like meeting the other players, like you said, like from his team, and like seeing the other players around, it helps a lot. I do also like kind of how disappointed he is by the fact that they lost and how they lost, because it just shows that I think him and everyone else, they have high confidence that they can and should do more. So hopefully this experience will help them to do just that.
Hopefully that will indeed happen. But for now, Mouz will be exited here from PGL Wallachia. Team Liquid will move forward. And that was our second elimination that we've had here today. But it won't be the last, because there are 3 eliminations today. And our third and final series of the day will be Team Secret versus Virtus.pro. And to guide you through it, after a break, there will be Nati with her panel.
Can we smoke up, guys? Give me smoke boxy.
I put it in.
Yep,
I have no way. Okay, I'm smoking up.
Guys, they're running into revision. Please. Can we be focused and fucking kill them?
They smoke right now.
They smoke. We need someone to break with buyback. Maybe boxy. Yes.
I'll try to get Doom.
I will fucking try to...
Boxy popped. Pango rolling.
I ruptured the gyro.
Doom here on me.
Holy shit.
I stunned the Doom.
Yeah, we're broken. Kill broken. Yeah. Ruptured
Doom gonna come in now.
Guys, he's ruptured. He's ruptured. He's ruptured. I ruptured by Gyro as well, guys. They all ruptured. Hitting edge.
Maybe a problem.
That's dead. I'm coming. Gyro, no BKB, guys. Can
I'm
we kill him?
kiting a bit. But hit.
Yeah, you're getting rocket.
That's fine.
More boys.
Bench, bye-bye.
We can
Guys,
kite a bit.
no BKB Gyro. No BKB Gyro.
Hit in on the wood. Don't block my hook. Don't block my hook.
I'm putting this. I missed.
Let it tear. Oh.
Nice, guys.
Oh, Kinder Bueno. Ah, rocket.
Tron?
Nice. Yeah, only this guy maybe, and Pango I guess could.
Hi everyone, this is Tsunami for PGL Wallachia Season 1, and I'm joined by Kordan of Team Secret. Kordan, thanks so much for joining me. Now, I remember your history because it was me covering your Southeast Asian DPC days on Bleed, but the people at large may not have seen too much of you since you've joined Secret, so I was just hoping that you could maybe share to people about what your Dota adventure has been like for the past 2 years about trying to become a competitive player.
I joined Bleed Esports. It's like a C team end of 2022. And then I played for a while. Then at the end of last year, 2023, I joined Secret. And here I am now.
So what was the process like for joining Secret? Did Puppy say, I'm looking for a new mid laner? I've been seeing you pop up on the leaderboard, stuff like that. Or did you shop yourself around to different teams?
I just got like a DM on Discord by the manager, Cyborg Matt. At that point, I think like Bleed was undergoing some roster change at that point, so I just decided to leave and go to Secret. Yeah.
And then has the process of swapping regions been intense, or for you, you're pretty okay with being able to move?
Region-wise, I think it's better to play in EU. Yeah, I feel like the Dota is better in this region, just generally.
All right, then how about your process of growing on a Team Secret? Puppy, obviously a very famed captain, but I think people have a stereotype of him that he kind of likes to break down players and then like remold them how his vision is for his team. Have you experienced that, or have you felt like you kind of joined the team and were able to keep doing what you felt you were good at?
Like, I didn't really feel any pressure from him or anything. I have had to change my playstyle much to fit this team or anything. It's just share each other like our ideas and try to adapt to each other.
I would imagine that that is the fear for new players. It's like, oh, I gotta fit in, I wanna make everyone happy, and as a result, you kind of lose your identity in the process. Was that over-adaptation something you recognized in the moment, like while you were still on Bleed, or is it something that now you look back on and you're like, oh, maybe I should have just stuck with my own ideals?
Yeah, probably after. Yeah, because in the moment it's hard to tell, you know, like when you're in the team and playing.
Well, that's it then, Kordan. Based off of your knowledge of the English language, I have no doubt that you're going to do great at this event, and looking forward to how Team Secret does.
Thank you.
It's time to play Dota Surprise, and this time I've got Virtus.pro's FNG with me. What you're gonna do is pick out your first team. Pick a random one, spin it around, try and pick someone best as you can, and then start building your ultimate team. You ready?
Yes.
All right, let's go with the first one.
Let's go. Don't wanna shake it. All right. What a coincidence. I have my own team.
You got Virtus.pro? Okay, perfect.
I can prove it. I can prove it.
I believe you. I believe you.
Okay, so obviously it will be me.
So obviously you're in position
Yes.
5.
I mean,
Nice.
I'm building a dream team, right?
Exactly.
So I need to get the earnings and everything because.
Smart man, put yourself in the hot spot. Next team though, who's going to be your second piece on this master?
Oh, nice. Team Spirit.
Oh, cool. Okay. Who would you take from Team Spirit though?
I mean, because I would say there is less offlaners, I would take Collapse.
Okay.
I kind of want to take Etor as well, but it's just I feel like there is way less offlaners these days.
So there's a better position for you, right, in terms of what you can look at getting here than what you could later on for some other roles.
Yes.
Nice. Okay, I like that. So we've got 3 and 5 discovered so far.
Okay, nouns.
Nouns. Ooh.
Yeah.
That's actually a funny story now.
Okay.
Because it's not like I don't like their cores, but I would say they will not fit in my dream team scenario. But also, like taking another support, like for example, I kind of want to play with 5, but then I will be forced to play +4.
But you could also change his position.
Come on, fly 4, bro.
You're the one in control, bro.
No. I would say he will be in control, not me.
Oh god, okay, you're even giving up the dream team at this point.
I mean, Yuma is fine. Yuma is fine for me.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, so your position 1, Yuma's coming in.
Yeah.
2 more players to find in your masterpiece right now.
Yep. Xtreme Gaming.
Ooh, okay. We're ignoring language, that doesn't matter.
Yeah, of course, of course. My option is Ame.
Ame, so you've got 2 position 1, so where's Ame gonna play?
I mean, Ame mid is fine.
Okay, yeah, we're good with that?
Yeah.
All right, let's find your final one then.
And it's Shopify Rebellion.
Okay.
And I'm lucky on this one because I will take any day GH. Any day.
Okay, GH any day of the week.
Yes.
It's a good one. That's nice.
Yes, he's one of the best dudes I ever know.
Oh, nice. Awesome. Yeah. Okay, my final question then on your dream team you have built. You are the captain right now, you're leading the ship. We put you into season 1. How far do you go in this tournament? Playoffs? Grand final?
Definitely playoffs, yeah.
Semi-final?
No, definitely playoffs, but then it depends on situation.
What situation?
I mean, I need to deal with 2 carries in the team. That's already questionable.
Well, there we go. Your dream team has been made. Thank you very much, Mr. FNG, for playing Dota Surprise.
Thank you.
Welcome back to PGL Wallachia. I am going to be your host for the very final series, Natty. And of course, sitting next to me, like it has been for the other 3 days, is Fear and Lizard. You guys are almost matching, by the way.
Yeah, of course, it's what the panel members have to do, right? Like we wake up in the morning, we talk about all that we're gonna dress and stuff. Like,
of course, every day.
Every single day, professional.
Every day, without fail. Yeah, you heard it here first, guys. Well, then you're probably also talking about a little bit of Dota, which is what we're going to talk about too, because we've already seen 2 series happen today on this stream. In fact, this is the only stream that you guys can be tuning into for this tournament. It's been eliminations all throughout the day. Started off with, unfortunately, seeing it Nouns going home, but G2 IG advancing through with a very clean 2-0. Liquid as well getting that 2-0 over Mouz. It does mean that they're advancing on in the group stage still. That doesn't, does not secure them playoffs. They do still have a whole nother series to go for G2IG and Liquid if they do want to make it to the playoffs. Mouz, though, unfortunately going home. And our 3rd and final series, we will be seeing either Virtus.pro or Secret going home today.
Yeah, it's kind of in a similar situation, right? One team continues playing for the playoffs because both of these teams are 1 win, 2 losses. And of course, the magic number in this tournament schedule is
the modified Swiss stage.
The modified Swiss stage, exactly. Is the 3 losses. 3 losses, you're out. 3 wins, you go through.
Yeah, so 3. 3 is the magic number, no matter what. Those teams with 3 losses are going home. And yes, some teams now sitting on 2-2 for themselves. They're in a bit of an awkward situation where they don't know who's going to be their opponent just yet or where they're going to be sitting. But Secret and Virtus.pro, that's still up in the air for them. Maybe starting off with Secret could be something that we look towards with this roster. They had a really enticing or enthralling game yesterday. They were facing that elimination, and it went all the way to 3 games in their series. And there's a little bit of all chat as well that happened between some of the players on Boom and Secret.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was all in like good faith. I like to think, Boom was playing versus Boom. So
that'll never get old, by the way. That'll never get old between having to explain Boom and Secret.boom.
Yeah. I mean, there's like, between those 2 teams in general, like, they didn't actually end up taking that series. That's why they're in the situation they're in right now, unfortunately. But this is going to be a trial for Team Secret yet again. We haven't get to see them a ton this year or the last year in many lands, but I feel like this is a team that plays a lot better on LAN. Like Puppy's used to like having the spotlight on him. He wants to have the pressure, but he's got a bunch of new younger players that don't have as much experience as he does, and I think that's been the biggest obstacle for him in the last couple of years.
Yeah, most recently coming into this tournament, they did pick up that new position 4 for themselves, Lizard.
Yep, they did, and he's not really a newcomer. He's not really new to the scene or anything like that. The others might have been back in the day, maybe a couple of years ago, but right now I feel like, yeah, they have enough experience. Position 4, of course, Theo is a different beast. I think he brings a lot to the table, but overall Secret, when it comes to newcomers, when it comes to Puppy, he's known as like the Grim Reaper of the Tier 2 scene in Europe, you know, because you just about when you're to hit that Tier 1 status, to start really dominating with your team, Secret comes, Puppy is like, hey, you want to play with Team Secret? You don't really have an option. So he poaches your best player, basically, and he's been doing that in the past, and one of the reasons why he's had so much success throughout the years.
Yeah, it has been a very tough last 12 months, I want to say, going all the way back to DPC for Secret, where they just kind of flip-flopped between Division 1 and Division 2. Between those 3 seasons, it just felt very up and down for them. So I'm wondering if bringing on Belco is going to be able to have consistency for them in this tournament and in this LAN. And we're also looking at consistency for Virtus.pro, because at TI 12, they had a fantastic showing. We have not seen a showing like that yet for them since TI. Haven't also had that many chances either, though, Fia.
Yeah, I mean, they've had some chances. I got to give it to them there, because like they're fortunate enough to the point where they have like 2 powerhouses in their region getting directly invited to a lot of tournaments. So
that's true.
They were able to get, like, it was a BetBoom and Team Spirit, right? They got a lot of direct invites. So if there was an extra team coming through, it usually has been this Virtus.pro team. So they've had a couple chances here and there, but unfortunately, except for that one run at TI, they haven't really shown their true potential. There's not enough consistency with this team. But the one thing going for them that is like long history with Puppy back when he was like on top, he usually didn't do well versus CIS teams. Like back when he was winning everything, whenever he'd go against like actually a VP, for example, I think it was at TI5 even, that version of him knocked them out of TI when they were the favorites to win. And yeah, it's just interesting enough to see that like he's going to play against a CIS team here on LAN, and that gives VP a slight edge just because for whatever reason, they seem to know Puppy, his strategy, or they play pretty well against the way he likes to draft.
They understand the Davai, you know, they can go full Davai as well, and they can do it a little bit further, because usually these CIS teams that face Puppy, they have more CIS players than he does, because he has branched out of the region quite some time ago. Stats though, when it comes to these 2 teams, when it comes to these 2 captains at least, are heavily favoriting Puppy. Like I believe these guys have played each other. FNG, of course, it's interesting. He is a seasoned veteran, right? Like he is a captain that has been around. He's played in so many teams. In all of the Virtus.pro iterations, I feel like Gambit, and I don't even know how many different teams, but I still, when I compare him to Puppy, for me, he's like the younger one. He's the upcoming one, you know? It's kind of weird. But Puppy and him, they faced around 100 times, and Puppy has like a 70% win rate against FNG.
Really?
You know? Yeah, historically. So we'll see how they match in this iteration, because Virtus.pro right now, they do seem a little bit stronger as a team.
It's going to be interesting to see if history repeats itself, how much of that is going to play into this, especially towards draft and especially towards what heroes they like to pick up for themselves. The overlap between most played heroes was not that big. We saw a lot of heroes come up on screen, Fia, but it was actually only 2 heroes that overlapped between the 2 teams.
Yeah, was it the Mars?
The Mars, yep.
Yeah.
And Shadow Demon.
Shadow Demon, yeah. One of the teams hasn't won with Shadow Demon. I believe that's VP. They haven't got any wins with it, and the Mars, same story. Like, they're picking the heroes, they're not winning with it.
Oh, here we go.
The moral of the story, though, for mainly Secret, is all their most played heroes have a losing win rate, right? Both these teams are 1 and 2, so they both have been losing more so. But, like, the big thing is the fact that VP they are still 50-50 with their most played heroes. They just play a lot more heroes than Secret has. Secret came in with identity, like picking this Bat Rider, these other heroes, and they're just not winning with them right now. So they need to re-identify themselves.
One thing that you said about VP, like they pick a lot of heroes, they put it on a different level, by the way. So far in this tournament, their position 1 and position 2 have not played the same hero twice. So every single game they've played a different hero on position 1 and 2. Then on offlane, of course, sometimes they repeat the Mars that you mentioned. Yeah. I believe some Centaur as well. But yeah, like the hero pool for Virtus.pro on position 1 and 2 is huge. And I'm not sure if that's a good or a bad thing.
I'm going to say it's a bad thing while you're losing. I do remember this being a bit of a conversation because people, especially around like TI or big tournaments, where you see a team winning and you go, wow, their position 1 hasn't played a similar hero or the same hero in 2 games. Like, this is amazing. And it's like, sure, but they're in the upper bracket or they're winning. And that's when it looks good. That's when you can hype it up. But if they're flip-flopping this much between heroes, it makes me wonder, are they confident in their drafts? Are they sure they know what's working for them? Are they sure they know what they want as a team?
They're exploring. They're in there.
And there's no issues with that either.
What's worse, though? That's the question. Like, you're losing by picking a lot of different heroes, or you're picking the same heroes and still losing.
Picking the same heroes and still losing is bad, but at some point I go, okay, guys, maybe rein it in, and you don't have to keep looking down every, hero ocean in the eyes and go, new hero, new hero, new hero.
All right, then Secret's in the favor for this one, because that's basically how they both got to this position.
And when you look at Secret, their most played heroes on position 1, something throughout not only this tournament, but overall, I feel like Crystallis, he's playing the Razor and he's playing the Monkey King, and if you can get the Razor or the Monkey King, you will pick it for him. Unfortunately, most teams do ban it out against him, so no such luck this time around, but they have luck to pick the Pango that has like 26% win rate with most played games in the tournament, so feels good, man.
Yeah, I was ready to come on here and apologize to all the Pango players out there, just because I did see, Liquid win with it, and then Mouz pick it up and lose. So the stats actually say exactly the same, and there will be no apology handed out to the general public. That's right. It's still at a 30% win rate in 23 games played.
You know what's crazy?
Apology.
Like there's a couple of heroes with insane win rate, and a lot of games. I feel like Doom has...
Bat Rider, 62% in 18 games.
Check Doom. I think like 18 games, 66, 67% win rate or something like that.
Yeah, but when Secret picks Bat Rider, they win 25% of the time.
Well, but they don't win a lot, so it's 63% win rate on Doom, yeah.
It is. It's 63 in 19 games.
Enchantress as well has a huge win rate for the amount of games that she's played. Of course, banned out this time around, but...
I mean, Ench, I'm going to argue a little bit about, because she's only sitting at 55% in 20 games. So it's 11 and 9. It's not outstanding like the Doom, but... She's stable, she's consistent, and she's a support, so it's not necessarily the make or break in a game.
It's not like
she's not going to win it, she's not going to lose it.
It's not like 70% win rate or anything like that, but when you add that amount of games, like 20 games, and she still has 55%, for me, that's pretty solid. It's decent. Like, the more games you have, the lower your win rate, or closer your win rate to 50% should be, yeah.
Yeah, and Disruptor made it to the second phase. That is insane. Sorry, I'm just like... so confused right now, because this is a hero that most every other team that is like doing well right now, like even the teams that aren't doing well, it just is first phase ban without question. But the one team that I have noticed that has played versus Disruptor the most is Team Secret. They just feel like this hero is manageable.
Maybe that's why they're here.
Maybe.
In an elimination series.
Maybe it is. This hero is like crazy good. I kind of look at this hero as like the best hero in Dota right now, even though it is a position 5. But besides that, either way, Disruptor, Pango's pretty good against it because you do have that magic immunity. Unless you get caught before you end up using the roll up or the roll, then you can be in a little bit of trouble. But I wanted to talk a little bit more about the Leshrac Pango matchup. This is one that I always thought was Pango favored, but I've seen it twice now. Someone responding to this Pango with a Leshrac. Last time we saw it, the Pango did win that game. So some of my beliefs of Pango being good against Lesh is still there, but there has to be something. I think it's the laning stage. I think Lesh is supposed to be good in lane versus the Pango.
If he has like 20% win rate and he wins against Lesh, must be a good matchup. But they snatched Rubik. Yeah, Virtus.pro, by the way, they picked quite a lot of Rubik as well so far in the tournament. in comparison to other heroes, of course. And they snatched the Rubik away from them on Team Secret. Plus, you have this split earth, which is always really nice to steal on Rubik. It's instant cast. It's always like all of these spells that are kind of hard to cast on some heroes like Lina Stun, Lash Stun, Ice Pad that have huge backswing are so good to have on Rubik. And Io as well, like something that we could have mentioned, like another hero that is banned quite a lot. Another hero that Puppy plays, by the way, on position 5 now. So yeah, let's see what they can do with the IO. They played it previously with
Puppy played it.
Yeah, but nothing crazy. Like they didn't have some insane combo. It was like Dragon Knight, Sniper, and Lifestealer on their cores. So we'll see if they have a different idea. Maybe they pick up some Marcy or something like that, or if they just pick the IO for it being IO and relocate.
So I got a little bit caught up about Fierce saying that, you know, Secret, the team that has gone up against Disruptor the most in this tournament. It's 3 games, and, you know, I just wanted to have a look. They've only won 1 out of those 3, and the lineup that they had that won them that game doesn't really overlap in any way with what they have right now, and it was also a 76-minute game. Right. So, like, I'm not saying it was an easy win by any means, and I'm just very curious why the confidence to still let it through after what feels like a clutch win and 2 losses.
Didn't they have the 94-minute game as well on Secret? Is it them? I feel like there's another team that played a really long game, so...
I don't believe it was.
They're not going to get the
Marcy.
Marcy.
The Nouns game you were talking
about?
Yeah.
I think so.
That was against...
Azure Ray.
Azure Ray.
On day 1.
Unfortunately, both of them have departed.
Why do I mention them?
No more 95-minute games.
Yeah.
Well, I'm keeping them in the tournament. That's what I'm doing.
Just there you go.
Yeah.
Spiritually.
Marcy and Gyro, by the way. So what I like so much about this 2 picks right here is you steal both of them from the IO combo.
Yeah.
And you can put them on either position. Like the Marcy can be the carry, can be the 4. Same goes for the Gyro. I do believe that Marcy should be the support and Gyro carry here.
Yeah, that would make the most sense for sure. We saw Jinq play this a lot as support.
Marcy, you mean?
Yeah, Marcy went completely beast mode, so I'd like to see it. And that's one of the other combos, Morta plus IO, because you get the spell amp through the overcharge, which works on Morta's all of her abilities and her right clicks if she has popped her ultimate. So pretty good there. And I think these drafts kind of get this way. You start seeing these IOs and these disruptors come out because when you play versus Team Secret, they don't play the meta. And I think a lot of that does have to do with Chrysalis, right? Like he plays these Monkey Kings that get banned in the first phase, these Razors, even his Bloodseeker, even though that one's kind of like he kind of got hit by a stray on that one, right? He loves the Bloodseeker, but it's just banned because Pango's in the meta.
Yeah.
I just want to see something for Secret that sets up more control and more space in front of this Morta IO Rubik. I don't think Pango is enough. I think you need some... I know this combo is doomed, but maybe even some Mars, you know, in front
It always comes back, they need a Mars.
A Mars, a Centaur, something
I was thinking
like that.
Centaur. I was seeing if it was banned. It's not.
So Centaur is okay. I do see Disruptor into you, right? So the Glimpse is pretty strong versus Stampede. But if you're playing up front and if you're getting on top of targets, then
You're not running away anyway. You're just running in.
Exactly. just don't run, lol.
Just don't run. I mean, I think that makes a lot of sense. That if they most likely will ban... Oh, they banned the Slardar, actually. Another popular offlaner, but one of them will get through most likely, but both teams need an offlaner, so I wouldn't be surprised to see Mars and Centaur get banned here. Then you just have to pick what's left.
One question, is there any... so Muerta is a very interesting hero in a way that you can counter her with some heroes. Is there an option here for, I don't know, even Marcy and Gyro, neither one of them being a carry?
Oh, so like maybe a Marcy offlane and a Gyro 4?
Or
that it is possible.
It's not out of the realms, but what percentage, you know?
It's very low, but I'm just
5%?
trying to think if
More
there's
generous than I would have given it.
if there's any gacha pick versus the Muerta here. I mean, Gyro is fine as well. You got a lot of mixed damage, so you can just play Gyro.
Yeah, I mean, I think Gyro carry versus March it's okay, as you mentioned. There is no hero that really just hard counters it. I do see a lot of Drow Ranger being picked up in that regard.
Dude, I love this. In a way,
probably wanted a beefy guy.
I wanted a beefy guy. I mean, there is a downside. So what's the upside? You're going to demolish this Slash on mid. Like, you just have to win this lane. And everyone on the side of Disruptor is a bit of a problem, forces you to itemize maybe in a BKB. But besides that, Alesh literally cannot lane into Keeper of the Light, the way I see it at least. Maybe I'll be proven wrong, but
I think once he gets the Vessel and stuff like that, it gets very difficult and you can die.
Yep.
Because you have no mobility. And they're going to go for, well, someone took the Mars, right? It was bound to happen. It was either going to be that Pango go in the mid lane and then Mars, I'm sure they discussed it, but they decide there's still a Coddle in the pool because, as mentioned, there's a lot of targeted bans for Secret where they don't necessarily play a ton of the meta. They just like to play their heroes. So this is one of those games where a lot of the meta got through, and they actually did pick up some of the meta heroes this game. And I agree, like, Coddle is definitely one of the stronger heroes in Dota right now. We see ban first phase a lot, and it's all about what can you get done in this game. And it's a perfect Coddle game. Like, he can gank all the side lanes. He has a pretty easy mid lane. It's very difficult to deal with this hero right now, but if things don't go well, you don't have that stable initiator, right, in this particular game. Like, Pango isn't like a Mars. He can't just like blink spear someone. He's got to start the roll up and get on top of you. That's going to take time. So they really want to go for like more of a snowball type of strategy here with the Coddle.
Yeah. It's a weird one for me because you have this Coddle, but your front line is kind of weak. You have to play the game scattered, all pick-off oriented. Rubik has to do a lot, and it can be a good Rubik game, but there's a lot of heroes that get on top of you that disposition you. Like, there's this Disruptor, the Marcy to rebound in, there's the Mars with the Arena. It might be a bit rough for them to play this hectic game on Secret.
I did think about that. I'm like, if I'm Boom right now playing Pango in the offlane, I'm like, am I ever going to get my ult off? There is everyone on the side of Virtus.pro with their heroes that has a way to disrupt the small little channel that he has into his ultimate. So
Disruptor.
Yeah.
You can
just roll up.
I mean, the thing that I'm most
really
worried about for Boom here is Disruptor or Gyrocopter is a nasty lane. It is very, very strong. And if everything is on him to get these initiations and he has a bad laning stage, that's kind of rough. So I think what they looked at in this draft was this Coddle can just 1v9 this game, probably. It's so good. We're going to bypass what we need to make a stable draft. He's just going to carry us. So it's kind of just what he has to do.
Okay, so we're looking at shutting down the Coddle if you're a Virtus.pro fan, and you're hoping that the Coddle just has the most amazing mid game if you're a Secret fan. That's what I can summarize it as.
Carry me Coddle, give me mana Coddle, everything Coddle. And if he has a good game, if he dominates Slash and starts rotating, crushing the map, I feel like they can roll out of control. But one bad team fight, and for me, it's rough for Secret already.
Yep.
Yeah, I couldn't say better.
All right, I like that you're both on the same page because it means you're either both going to be right or you're both going to be wrong. And the only thing that I can heavily rely on, though, is that Tsunami is joined with one of our coaches.
Well, thankfully you can rely on it, even though Afu was not too confident in his English, but don't worry about it. I'll carry the interview anyway. We'll start out with a simple question. I don't think many people know how you ended up coaching Secret, so just want to know the story of going from playing on SMG to now helping out on this team.
Oh, because because last time me and Puppy know each other, right? So after the last TI, I was thinking about I want to be coach, that kind of thing. And then me and Mate One is talking about I want to be coach, blah 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 blah. And then we talk to Puppy, and then we're trying to make this happen. And then I joined the team. And then until now,
Nice. And then what is the responsibilities between you and Heen, who's also here helping out as a coach also?
Means I'm a beginner, of course, right? So I need an older coach to help me. Yeah. That's how it works.
Okay, he's the guiding force. Okay, then now that you're in the booth with them, then how about you give me some info on why you think Muerta is a good carry? Because we don't see this hero very often, and we don't see it as a carry even less. So what's she doing in this draft?
I mean, this hero is just decent with some IO, right? IO, Muerta, and then we just feel like, oh, Remco is like it a lot, and then we just pick it.
Well, perfect. Well, let's see if it works out in this game. Number one, appreciate the interview as we send it to our casters.
Thank you so much, Neil. Always good to hear how you get into that job. And he just says, yeah, I want to do it, so I'm going to do it. That's the Afu way, I guess.
I mean, if Afu comes to your team and says, hey, I'd like to help you guys with some of my knowledge, yeah, I'm taking Afu,
Absolutely.
This guy's at some of the biggest highlight plays in Dota. He's a crazy gamer and moving over the coach. So, and I love that, too, where, I'm a new coach. I need a little bit of help. So, Heen, course, has been one of our first coaches that really was recognized for just how much he was giving to a team back in a lot of those Liquid days and stuff. So it's cool to see that relationship forming.
Absolutely, and we'll see if they're able to make use of this Muerta that got picked. The panel was pretty adamant. Kordan needs to 1v9 this a little bit on this Coddle, have a good lane, make rotations to find kills around that Spirit Vessel, and to be honest, like even with the last pick Mars, that's another hero you can definitely roam on in and gank for. So great Coddle game. Does he get out of the laning stage okay? Already a couple denies on that Lesh.
And what state will his teammates be in?
Right.
Because the other lanes, yeah, there's a reason why we're talking about this 1v9 ideas. How are you going to do it elsewhere on this map right now for the rest of Team Secret, particularly that off lane? That's got to be looking pretty scary. You know, there used to be a time where Disruptor was this, like, only a feared support if you were playing solo off lane. You know, way back in my day, when you were just a lone Darkseer and you hated seeing Disruptor. But if there were ever two heroes, he was trash. Disruptor felt terrible in the lane stage. Now he's a god. Now he's, as Fear said, might be the best hero in Dota right now. He just feels not only good in the laning stage, but of course you just take over the map with Glimpse. So we'll see how they manage to handle that combo with the gyro.
Impressively hard to deal with. Puppey maybe going to try and go for a tether back play. Doesn't look like it actually. Doesn't want to stress too much and is making the move all the way out to try and deny the rune, but a little bit too slow to get there, so they won't be able to take away that water rune, which would have been a nice little gift for the Coddle. No chance for it. But yeah, I want to see how they deal with this, and you can see already Thulakor taking a lot of damage. This lane, it's dirty, it's dangerous, and Kiritich starts off with the kill.
It's just so much damage. I mean, I'm sure everyone at this point has been dealing with this gyrocopter in your games. You know, like level 2, like so many times they're gonna have this barrage and flat cannon. They're just pumping out as much damage as they can. And FNG after that kill, once he gets returned into his resources here, you know, you grab the Lotus. They've got perfect timing on that push here too. It's just hard to get any control in this laning stage.
Well, one nice thing that we are also seeing, though, is that, of course, while these side lanes might be a bit of a struggle, Coddle's going to do what he's going to do. Already has dewarded the one camp that was blocked out and has started the stack game, too. With a big creep wave coming in up top here, boom, they actually want to get aggressive on the FNG. Forces out the Glimpse. One more hit is all that they needed. In fact, they do manage to bring him down. So that is a huge win. If you can come out of this with a kill and get that whole big wave for themselves, doing good in Secret.
Good stuff for them. Finding something up here. I mean, it is also Thulakor on the Rubik too, so. And in terms of a Rubik game, it's nothing that really like jumps out, but there are quite a few just like small things. Maybe like some Marcy spells could be pretty impactful. Can be kind of hard to get the good stuff from a Disruptor, but if you do manage to like grab a Stack Storm,
oh yeah,
be happy about that.
No, and I mean, you know, even Lesh to some extent, if you can manage to steal that stun away, it's another nice one. True. Particularly if you can get that shard, but we'll have to see how it goes. The other thing that, you know, you see this stacks being built, I want to see how the relocate ganks work out also, right? Because it's a very mobile lineup. You've got IO +1, then on top of that, there's later on the recall that can come out from the Coddle too. Oh my god, are they going to get this gyrocopter again? This is huge. Secret moving in. Thulakor trying to get a little bit of distance, but this gyro is in trouble way too far out. They have another Fade Bolt in the moment. Who do they give it to? They do give the kill to Thulakor. So top lane is being won.
Yeah, they're finding their moment, right? Like FNG had control over these camps too, so he's just like getting the pulls, getting all set up for his carry, but sometimes that creates some problems and they jump, take advantage.
I tell you, I am a big proponent, again, we talked about this yesterday, of innovating tips. That's where you tip the Disruptor.
That's right. Yeah. Nice pull. Thank you. Yeah.
But not going to see it at the moment. Some good-mannered play coming out in this elimination match. Boom, though. Wait, he swashed? Oh.
Yeah, he tried to do...
okay.
Yeah.
He tried to do the timing to get him away from it. I
don't think I've ever seen a Pango do it. Maybe I'm crazy.
I feel like it maybe does. I'm not sure. Regardless, it didn't work there.
Yeah,
for sure.
that's for sure. Yeah.
Kordan trying to farm these up now at 5 minutes, and this nice injection of gold that you can get. He is already shoved the wave in too, so he's not missing all that much at all. But yeah, farms through this and gonna try and accelerate himself just to the top of the net worth.
I mean, it's gonna have to, because they really need this Spirit Vessel and this roaming Solar Bind kills. Like that is the full game plan for them. And Virtus.pro, though, I mean, of course, they were hoping the top lane would go a little bit better for themselves. They're now rotating to make it better now. FNG?
Oh, thought that he was going to go for a deny. Didn't end up happening. Theocor, can he do anything to get this kill? Oh, Fable was just off cooldown, but not able to make it happen.
Good rotation in there from Antares, as now they know that Notice is completely alone.
Any way to break this? That's bad. they need to get that kill.
Yeah, not ideal stuff here. What's Kordan doing?
They just didn't have the mana on Deadshot, I guess, for Chrysalis. He was a little bit off of it. Oh, man. A little bit of a miscommunication.
I mean, he's waiting for him to come back.
There are a lot of heroes here. This is a pretty bold move. They also do not have... Oh, and that's a haste on Squad X. Good silence, but Io still in a lot of trouble. Puppey manages to get some separation over to Kordan, and with the haste running low, that might be the end of it. Squad X still chasing, running back towards mid, while they're stacking up on that Rubik. So they dodge a little bit of an issue.
That was an interesting play there from Kordan. He just sat there for so long.
Yeah.
Hoping that someone's going to TP back maybe a little bit faster, try to defend the tower, and he could just use that same ulti to get another Solar Bind play off, but doesn't end up losing out on too much, particularly because there was a rotation from Squad X to come down there anyway, so it's fine. You didn't miss out. You didn't get your kill, but back to the jungle. Still a little bit behind the last track, but definitely still a window where it feels like he can get off another gank.
Yeah.
And maybe get this ball rolling.
For sure. I think it's one of those things where you'd love to have a Spirit Vessel charge, but like you say, you know, there's still definitely time for them to get that online.
He's going to try.
Now, this is close to 6 on Notice. He's not going to get there with this wave, so looks like they're going to be fine. But up top, they make the move again with Kordan. Try and find anybody, and it doesn't look like they're going to be able to get him.
No, Kiritich is way back in the classic farming zones. They're going to see those Illuminates come through and know that they are just going for the straight tower push. So it's a snowball of sorts. It's map control. Like, they are pressuring these towers. That bottom one almost went down in the last push. They're continuing a pressure up top here, trying to force Kiritich to respond. A TP from the Disruptor.
3 points in Glimpse.
He can bring him back, but do they have enough to actually punish him?
They're going to try to. Boom rolls in, finds him for the moment. Kordan now trying to get away. The blast comes out, pulls them all into it. They find one kill, but Kordan, he is going to go down. Good rotations from Virtus.pro. They're managing this Coddle perfectly.
Yeah, there's definitely a chance he gets out there, but they just managed to get it there. It costs Antares his life, but again, doesn't really matter because they know how important the Coddle is going to be. They're going to slow that down here. The Olakor takes the opportunity to grab a lot of XP and gold mid, is closing in on the level 6, but he's going to let that whole wave die, unfortunately, without any XP going to himself because he's too scared.
That's spooky.
And needs a stack for his Coddle.
Yeah, I mean, they really need to accelerate this guy. Like, he has to have the Spirit Vessel pretty soon. Does have 2 charges now on that Coddle, but it's Squad X starting to get into a couple of these items that might keep him alive. Already, big stick, trying to get into the Yule Scepter.
Antares is just wandering around this map.
If they take this, just trying to steal away the stacks. And yeah, FNG has the levels. They might just kill Boom. In trouble. Boom going to be pulled back in, and yeah, VP, they've been prepared. They are absolutely doing everything they need to right here. 4 points in Diabolic Edict. If he wants to, can pressure this tower. Virtus.pro is hitting the timing earlier than Secret are ready for it.
Yeah, and he was kind of looking like the shining light for a while there as Boom, right? Unless Panger, he was closing out on the Diffusal Blade. Just about there where he'd have an opportunity for himself to actually get a little bit active and maybe make some plays across the map, but great movements here from Virtus.pro.
Kordan. FNG has level 6. Drops it down immediately, but he got the Illuminate Blast off. The heal comes through, takes down 1. VP not able to get the Mars over in time to make the counterplay happen.
All right, it's all coming together. We got Spirit Vessel done for Kordan. We have level 6 coming up here in just a moment for Puppey. There it is, and Chrysalis is ready to join. So if a fight breaks out, maybe we'll see that damage brought in from the Muerta. Looks like they want to try and set it up right now.
A little bit of Spirit Form left. It doesn't look like there's an immediate target. If they get lucky, they're going to run up to where Kiritich is. Scan, Dire, they're anticipating this move.
Oh. And
just out of range? It's just outside of it, but Likewise, Secret not running into the gyro. They get the hell out of there anyways.
Yeah, he's not going to keep the push going. Squadish quickly pushing in the mid lane here. So Pulse Novas, and that's going to force the TP back. Kordan going to return. Doesn't want to give this up for free.
Still a couple seconds until Spirit forms back up again. I've been impressed with VP, the way that they've been reacting to these moves. They're keeping it like very even and just getting to their higher levels. Trying to buy time for Notice to get into a Blink Dagger.
Yeah, meanwhile, Secret are going to use the Twin Gate and bring Chrysalis and Puppey up kind of into the zone of where Kirdish is trying to get his farm on. The Ulkar also stole a pretty big stack inside the Dire jungle here. He's farming up another one here. Doesn't have a spell stolen quite yet to increase his farm, but with the help of Boom, Chrysalis, and Puppey, their 4 heroes can handle this stack.
Right. They take that one there for sure. FNG drops down the kinetic field, and Squadix moves in. Static Storm used, in fact. Seeds of Serenity down. Puppey now maybe in a bit too far. Has to be wary of that glimpse. They pull back in Chrysalis. No help for
Reload
the
save.
Muerta.
Oh, the Yules.
Is it enough? No. The Yules was out, and Puppey 2 is going to go down.
Oh, Squadix got him. Thought he had the play, but the mid-tether over Yule's play. Really well done. Making sure there's no save. Stolen Spear here. That is a great one for the Ulkor. Level 4 as well. FNG's going to recognize that right away. Whew. It's a lot of damage.
Yeah, needs to be careful. But Virtus.pro seeming to have the answers so far. We'll see if Secret can respond in kind. I mean, you know, the panel talked about it, but there's not that many ways to start fights. It's like a Solar Bind or Boom going in. And Boom has Diffusal Blade going into Aghanims yet next. I feel like if Kordan's not making moves, they're not finding kills.
Yeah, they're very dependent on him, there's no doubt. But, you know, there's also some issues, I suppose, for some like Squadix. Same thing with Notice, the mana issues, right? If this Diffusal does happen to tag you a little bit, even with the nerfs to Swashbuckle. We've seen a lot of fights with, although these Pangos keep losing, I am seeing a lot of fights where their opponents are just completely out of mana. So maybe with it being an off-lane Pango, that impacts, you know, perhaps you have a little bit more damage coming from your mid and your carry to sort of like finish off these heroes that you're sort of disabling through the lack of mana. I mean, we already had off-lane Pango win once today, right?
That's true.
3-3 got the W.
Definitely seems to be
Toss
better.
back here. The of course spears Noticed, but a bit too far away.
Quite on the mark on that one. No, and definitely, like, Muerta is going to be bringing the deeps eventually. Once she starts to get the stacks up and damage built.
Oh, good choice, too, with the Mage Slayer.
Yeah.
And versus Leshrac, I mean, Gyrocopter. Quite a bit of damage you'll be reducing. Of course, in order to farm it, you have to survive. And there's another smoke tank coming.
They are going to be right on to him. Monteris thinking about
Gotta
jumping. Got him immediately. Jumped right over the calling. Pops the ultimate. Dispose. Pulls him back in. But that's going to be the relocate away. Boom decides he wants to fight. Wait a minute. They stole Glimpse now, too. This could be a great fight for them. They drop down the stack. So Monteris tries to take down Kordan. Will it be enough damage to kill off the Coddle? For now, it looks like it. Spirit Vessel's out. No, the heal comes. And he's able to survive. Puppey with the save. Monteris goes down, a triple kill for Boom, and that one was just gifted to them.
Yes.
Great fight.
Squadix kind of bailed out, too. He didn't like what was happening on the return there, and that's what happens if they don't get the relocate save, too. Or they don't get it stopped, rather.
Squadix? Wait a minute. Back towards mid. They're trying to chase, and with the glimpse stolen, they find him.
Such a high-value steal.
Yeah. 4 points in it right now for Theliocor, and yeah, they're going to get the tower off of that. God, that changes so much. That's the answer. Become Disruptor, and then you give it every time.
And even worse now because the mech's done, I think, for Puppey, which is the huge timing for an IO in like every single game, of course. Just a ridiculous amount of heal. And that's sort of what saved that fight, is the lack of damage they have from the gyro right now. It's just not, you know, you're not the Ags yet.
Well, and this is what was supposed to happen earlier, but now they're making it happen nonetheless. With Kordan free, has the boots of travel, they're finding these pickoffs. Man, that fight on that top lane, I feel like changed so much about this game.
It's kind of a problem with Marcy, too, is what you saw, because he was forced to go in as Antares because once that creep wave's dead, you don't have an initiation, right? Because you have to do the jump off of the enemy creep. It's the only way, you know, or off the ally creep rather. So once his creeps die, he's got no options. So he's forced to go in. It was like a little bit before his allies are there, and that's why you have this thing where like Squadix can't quite stop the relocate save from coming in.
Static Storm down. Stolen, nothing yet. He's still living through this one for the moment. Runs forward onto FNG. Puppey comes in with the mech heal. Just like that, they're going to lose Squadix. And I mean, FNG was down there setting up for that. They did not anticipate the help behind. Secret. They are just making the better moves right here with these relocates.
Yeah, kills are a bit too much right now. I think you got to kill and then you just don't. And Chrysalis just shot right up to the top of the charts here. Has the Gleipnir done for the extra control. Decided to finish that before the Mage Slayer. Good choice with how these fights have been going down. Because, I mean, if you're finding team fights this early, the Gleipnir, or as I believe I heard in the earlier cast say, the Glopnir.
Glopnir.
Yeah, they were busting that one out. So I don't know if we're making a change here. But either way, yeah, he's glopping pretty hard right now.
Spooky. Squadix half HP. Ooh, stolen stun. Core making moves. I mean, he obviously wanted to keep Glimpse as long as he could, but with it expiring, Split Earth is another high value take.
Yeah, he's getting so much value out of this Rubik. The Rubik pick has already paid off because it's basically just got the back of this game with the secondary kill into Squadix as well in the mid lane. Like, helped them get that first wipe.
A ward down in the mid lane, scouted those heroes setting up on mid, and that means that it won't be any kills. But definitely a lineup on Virtus.pro that kind of want to play on the offensive, and when they're having to make these like reactive type of plays, it doesn't feel as good. You know, you want to be in with that Mars Blink Dagger, follow up with Lesh, you know, Marcy's chasing in, and they do have that Blink now on notice, but haven't been able to make use of it yet.
What we're going to see, though, is that even though it's a 5K lead for Secret, I think that they kind of need this lead to win. And they're playing a lineup that now if they lose one team fight, they might just lose the game.
True.
You know what I mean? It feels like one of those, because like they don't have the stereotypical Dota lineup style. They don't have a good initiation. They don't really have the best tanky frontliner. Pango's kind of a weird one. And they're very dependent on this positioning of the Muerta and the Keeper of the Light to just not get locked down and get comboed up, or else it's just over. That's partially why you're just seeing the BKB coming out immediately after these bots for the Coddle, because Kordan recognizes that it can fall apart pretty quickly.
Right.
So even with this 5K lead, I feel like if there's just like one good spear initiation, a good arena to separate, they manage to break a tether again, this can all come crumbling down like a house of cards. So have to be a bit cautious here, Secret, keep the snowball from melting.
Right. Well, this is a good kill to get. Marcy, not great ways to get away. Squadix is a harder one, although he actually doesn't have mana.
Where'd it go?
Oh, got caught by Boom with the Aghanims, drained all of his mana. Oh, that's huge. Because that's the hero that's not supposed to die. You've got a way to deal with the Solar Bind.
I mean, he got swashed like only a couple times. I think he just had no mana and the fight broke out.
That's not great.
That's tough. I mean, you're on your own tier 3 with a Yules, and you can't survive, unfortunately. Just don't have the mana for it.
FNG is trying to set up over here. You can see him sneaking in from behind. They're also bringing in the Mars. This is that arena play that they want to make. They're under a ward right now. And the Glimpse pulls him back. Chrysalis now in some trouble, but they can't commit the arena just for the one. There's the IO save.
Gyro's coming now, but like, I mean, there's no Kirtich, there's no Squadix, so can't go in for this fight without your big damage dealers.
Yeah, it just feels like VP not all on the same page right now. Wanting to make these moves happen, but the pieces aren't all there.
And now they're going to have both BKBs done, I think. Yeah, Chrysalis and Kordan have them finished, so this ability to try and get back into the game for that one team fight, it's going to be harder. So good job there from Chrysalis and Kordan. Again, I think just good recognition that we can still lose this, you know? This is not free.
No, not by any stretch of the imagination. You're still dealing with the gyrocopter. Like, if they can find and particularly blow up the Muerta, the game is, I mean, at that point, that's like all of their damage, really.
Boom's going to go for it here.
Yeah, they got him. That was an easy kill. Chrysalis is scary on this Muerta. But Bloodstone done for the Lesh. Definitely a tanky guy. But some of that tankiness predicated on his ability to cast spells is noticed. He's going to get lifted. That's the relocate over and the kill. They're just getting picked off.
Yeah, I'm in this position where you're trying to find some farm on the map. You're waiting for the team fights. So everyone's sort of like individually farming, but you know, it's an IO lineup, so you definitely have the pick off. And they're going to go, nice scan here. Boom, going to steal their Wisdom Rune. Just gets worse and worse right now for Virtus.pro.
Problems compounding on themselves. And you could see there, kept the catapult alive. Tier 2 tower down to half HP in mid. And the areas where VP can farm is feeling more and more constricted. The other thing is, now that you've got this like Muerta, honestly, I feel like they could relocate, pop ulti, and kill Roche maybe. Like, the Muerta does so much damage to Roche.
That is about that time. Looks like they might just do it the old-fashioned way, though. So they're all grouping up. FNG and Antera spotted by an OBS. They plant their own. So that might save them, but yeah.
Disruptor doesn't have a TP. Kordan spots.
Puppy actually taking spirits. What a boomer.
You got it. So he's like, see, they are valuable.
Yeah.
But they do manage to get the TP out. Nonetheless, this is likely into the pit. Maybe not.
It is more fun killing heroes.
Oh, yeah.
So, could be that.
And creeps.
Yeah, you put creeps lower than Roche? Yeah, you know what? It really never is that fun to just kill Roche, is it? You're actually right.
No. Especially now that he's like in the corners of the map. There's no creeps over there. Like nobody wants to channel Lotuses. There's no like nice sounds to be gathered while you're hitting Roche. But taking over this triangle, I feel like we're stolen the Pulse Nova. Good for pushing waves, not the best in the team fights. If they wanted to also, of course, there is that Tormentor available to them. They could take the enemies. And honestly, I think if you're Virtus.pro now, if you see that they're doing Roche, you need to do Tormentor. Otherwise, you're going to lose yours. But maybe they're not even that concerned about it.
Well, they're getting a little bit aggressive here with Antares and FNG again.
The pit getting cleaned up. While Kordan pushes out the other side lane. Dire scan, realize what's happening. And now Secret back on the hunt.
I thought Antares was going to go over and check for a second, but it was actually a ping from the old course saying, hey, I think our Wisdom Rune is still there, guys.
Yeah. Might relocate for it, or just wait till a little later. We'll see. Kordan's going for it.
Might have to save that spell. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
I don't even know if Kordan's going to. He's already gone past it once. Oh, yeah, there we go.
Nice little injection for him. And after the tier 2 tower goes down, Secret force out a glimpse. Shows that Disruptor is actually at home. Kordan is kind of in a weird spot right now, but it doesn't look like Antares. I mean, Antares can't do anything alone. Would need some help. But yeah, they're taking down the Tormentor now.
I haven't having to use the Pierce the Veil either.
Oh, and that one is great. The overcharge.
That's pretty good this game. Notice has been just camping down here for a while. There's a TV from Theolacor.
They see him. That ward given some vision, keeping Noticed alive.
He has BKB TV.
Yeah. And also, like, this is another nice answer that we're seeing. Mars trying to build into the Blade Mail. Like,
true. Yep.
They can get that. It's pretty good, but they're just losing so many heroes now. FNG goes down.
Left the base.
Yeah.
A little short location recall there from Kordan just for the chakra.
What the hell? Squadix is in trouble. Does use the Yules, doesn't have a BKB at this point.
And Theolacor has locked down Notice. He's keeping him down here.
Oh my god. All right, well, that might end up being the death of him. Theolacor tries to get out. Not able to. Now, they are wrapping around Kiritich and Antares.
I mean, they can just kill waves. They
Yeah.
can't fight without their Leshrac.
That's the only thing that they're thinking about right now, just doing whatever they can. But the backdoor protection has not come back up. They force out the glyph. They're going to try and beat it through there? No, doesn't look like it.
Man, great execution this game from Team Secret.
Oh, yeah.
There's no doubt about it. This is, I still do think, a pretty frail lineup in a lot of ways. And they've done a very good job of carrying this one through, especially with some stuff that has caused other teams problem, like offlane Pango and Pango in general. But Boom's look pretty good, too. So, I mean, 6-1-9?
Yeah.
That's odd about that one. Nobody had that great of a lane start. It's just good rotations, especially because it felt like their first moves all got caught up by Virtus.pro.
Right.
Like, it was turning into a bit of a disaster for a minute there. And then quickly just shot back the other way.
Dude, he does not survive, like, at all.
Oh.
Dropping down, he's gone. No chance. Not at all. They have the right click through. The kill is there. Static Storm down.
You never doubted, right?
No,
You-
not even a little bit.
No.
Maybe a little.
Well, creeps are coming in.
Yeah, and they got him. So, Aegis still in hand. Lesh dead again.
Kiritich saving that 9-second BKB for next game.
I don't know if there's something else that, like, Lesh could have gone to survive through this, but, like, it has just been a rough one for him. Kordan now. Pull in Io. Instead of getting relocated, they recall him. Nice reaction for Boom, and that's going to be dead noticed. Keep going for more Secret, trying to end the day early. We're already only 27 minutes in, and this is double racks coming out from them.
Chrysalis still has ulti right now.
Boom. He got glimpsed back in, but yeah, he pops it now, turns to fight. That's into BKBs. So they do actually manage to take down 2, but can they kill off the Gunslinger? Does still have Aegis in hand.
She's in trouble. The relocate, here it comes. Will there be a Yules? He's looking for him. Squad X, no, he says, no.
Good interruption.
Yeah.
Well done. Although Chrysalis, yeah, he's eventually going to go down. Puppey tries to TP out, does manage to. So good reaction finally. Virtus.pro able to keep that second set of racks alive, if just barely.
Oh, yo, catch. Got Kordan as well.
Whoa. Hey, he's quick. He's very fast. Yeah, they're getting out of there.
Waves him goodbye.
Have a little humility. What a good line for this game.
There is some hubris going for that second set of racks, you know?
Oh, yeah.
That was a bit much, I will say. The Muerta finally popping ulti once the BKBs are there as well. That was a bit tough. That was very anticlimactic. He's like, where's my damage?
Yeah, not a ton online at that point. But showing they still got some life left in them here, Virtus.pro. And to be honest, like, again, you're going to have to contend with this gyrocopter if you can get towards some of those big damage items. But it's a pretty substantial lead that they got right now on Team Secret. Getting the racks definitely helps. The other thing now is, like, if they ever get the lane shoved out, a relocate take of those racks is very easy.
That's true.
One of the dangers of playing with Io that I feel like, I mean, you remember back in the day, like Io Tiny and how like quickly they would destroy towers. It's something that I feel like we don't see as often nowadays.
Oh yeah, the IO Morphling as well. You know, that was another good meme through backdoor.
Particularly, yeah, with the overcharge there. Why not? Get in, do the damage.
All right, Team Secret, they're ready. I think we're still fine. You know, they're gonna guard this mid lane. I don't think they're gonna catch up with this wave in time. It's gonna be all dead. Any forward vision left behind? No, they got nothing. They're just running in blind.
They find him. Gladex was there. Oh, they clipped on Terrace. He has BKB though, and they didn't know they had him. Kordan finds notice.
Flopping his way out of there.
Run away. Oh my god. Yeah, Boom gets a basher in this game. Things are going to go really wild.
Yeah, I thought he might snag one up earlier, but wants the Octarine first.
Understandable. Oh, Satanic. So he had queued up the data list, but Kiritich dropped in for the Satanic first instead.
But he was watching the last game, right? That was not exactly what they said.
Yeah.
You know. Ended up getting a data list, and it felt like the Satanic was pretty desperately needed. Ended up being a bad time for that gyro.
Of course, you know, with a Marcy in hand, you're sort of naturally getting that extra bit of damage anyways. Whoa! FNG? Where you been hiding your piggy bank?
You know, it's a Philosopher's Stone, baby.
Oh my goodness.
You're getting yourself an eggs.
Well, that changes things.
It most certainly does.
What the hell?
If there's ever been a
Turbo?
comeback item, yeah. It's just 2024, man. Everybody gets an item.
I guess that's fair. Yeah, I feel like I haven't been seeing a ton of Philosopher's Stones. A little bit less often with all the other new neutrals that got added, but it's an oldie but a goodie. And now with Aghanims, oh man, if they bait out Kiritich here and turn it with an Ags, like think about how long Secret were holding some of those abilities. And all it takes, like you talked about, is like 1 or 2 really good fights and Virtus.pro are like right back in there. This is the way to do it.
Yeah, the main problem is that he still has incredibly low cast range on the Disruptor. He doesn't have the Blink Dagger yet.
Yeah.
So maybe he gets a Psychic Headband or something. It's really hard to get those good Stag Storms down. At least at like the most impactful times during the team fight. Try and find them before the BKBs are popped. But
this could be big though. Chrysalis and Puppey, they're walking out. Oh,
look at those
and the spirits, they know where they are now. Walk in, boom, they don't find anybody. They didn't hit anybody. Oh no, all that gold and it didn't work. Kiritich down very, very low as they start to fall. The Chrysalis hits, the BKB wears off, and everybody's dying.
Wait.
Chrysalis,
Oh no.
Relocate back. Look at the mini relocate. Puppey knows what's up. Squad X found. Squad X gets away. Damn, dude. That cast range, you talked about it.
That's hard. That's hard to watch, man. Look at that Muerta damage too. Yeah, that's Muerta right there. I mean, this is why you can build a lineup like this around this hero. And now they can very quickly move across this map, as you can see, pop some recalls, get everyone all over the place, get our boots of travel going. So they're going to swarm this high ground here. No buybacks. Will be a short respawn, but they're not going to have a whole lot left by the time the team's up.
No, I mean, who the hell knows? They could, if they hit tier 4s, I don't know if they can do it in time. I mean, FNG, he does have it back up in 20 seconds. They're glimpsing to try and stop the push. Just get away from our buildings, please. 20 seconds until Gyrocopter. Will it be enough? Steel split Earth now too. Rubik does have the shard, so can start laying those down. Smoke up with several. VP feel like they have to do something. Now Roche was not taken. It's back up in 20 seconds. Secret, if they want to, they can play it safe, but don't feel like doing that. They're just going to run right on in. Find the fear, on to notice, damage out. FNG just wants to drop the Static Storm. Is he going to be able to do it? He drops it, but BKB comes out in time for Chrysalis, and they back up again. Disruptor dead, but they did lose the Rubik on Terrace in a bit too far after getting that kill. Squad X trying to escape. Gleipnir down, 2 caught. They have the arena. Is it going to be enough? They try and take down Boom, but he is not fallen. Gets the heal in the mech. It's all too much as they try and take down this IO. Will they be able to kill off Puppey at all? Puppey's still living through all of it. They get that kill, but it cost them a lot. As on Terrace. Oh, wait, no, he didn't get the kill. He got away. What? Puppey living. GG called. Team Secret come in with the unorthodox lineup and win the game.
Man, that's an excellent job from Secret. I was definitely doubtful.
Oh, yeah.
I think it's so easy to make mistakes and just toss this one aside, but played it really clean. Excellent positioning the whole time from Chrysalis. Really, I mean, that last fight, too, I like the way they just kind of commit for the racks. Because I think if you get the Megas there, it's pretty unlikely there's a comeback. Right?
It's true.
It's pretty damn hard at that point. So a little focus there from Chrysalis, and popped the BKB good and early. Didn't give the chance for FNG. Unfortunately, that big investment to the Ags never paid off for him.
Well, we'll see if they're going to be able to pull things back in game number 2. But for now, Secret, they go up 1-0.
And it was a great game for them. They were able to pick up a lot of comfort heroes for themselves as well as meta heroes. And I feel that that's kind of where it's fallen short for Secret in the past few years is they like to deviate. They like to do their own thing. But this time around, the Mars working for them. Sorry, that's the wrong side. The Pengo working for them.
Yep.
My bad. That's
I mean, the Mars worked for them too.
Yeah, sure. So did the Disruptor. Once
Secret
the
Agent
Rubik,
Mars.
yeah, once the Rubik stole the glimpse back, that was also working for them. I think that was the moment where I realized I'm not exactly confident about Virtus.pro and FNG having Disruptor.
Yeah, he didn't have a very good game there. He just got caught out way too much and just like de-warding, right? Like just on the map, dying over and over again. He did get a couple good plays in the game with the glimpses, but unfortunately that ended like after this fight, and he gave glimpse away right after this fight here. And we saw Rubik, he ended up glimpsing 2 to 3 cores after that, getting his own kills. And that was like the last of F&G's pretty much impact in this game, unfortunately.
Are we going back to flaming position 5s when the game is bad? I stand against it. I've suffered. I'm surrounded by carries. I can't take this. Look,
dude, what?
Look. Okay, listen up. I've been in this position. Like, you're playing a disruption position 5 in a team game in which, for you to do well, like, your team needs to be on the offensive. Like, disruptor is broken at the moment, but if you're playing from behind, if you're constantly defensive, you're the one just feeding and trying to use glimpse defensively. Like, it's not gonna work. For me, this game was a big issue from the mid lane. You have this Lash that you picked into a Pango from the offlane that doesn't care about Lash rack, so you can go in and control him. And on top of that, Lash is playing versus, in my opinion, one of his hardest matchups. That's the Keeper of the Light. So you literally don't have your front liner. You have this Mars that's also struggling buying BKB first, just so he can stay alive. It was a rough game for them overall.
Look, I'll say 2 things. One, I slightly agree with you. It is tough to play as a disruptor when your team is behind. But at some point, he had more deaths than Virtus.pro had kills. And I think that just...
Yeah, that's actually my point.
But you're getting caught out way too much then,
yeah, but your team is not getting any kills. So you're actually
But he was like
alone.
by himself.
Yeah.
It wasn't that he was defending a core and getting caught out. That's what I'm saying. And it's not fully on F&G. You're right. I don't want that to turn into the flame thing. It really isn't. I think Secret did a fantastic job at the very end to pivot that Pango off of the mid lane and into the off lane with their draft and pick up the Coddle. And you're right. It did make a really tough game.
How many deaths did he have when he had more deaths than kills, or the same amount?
It was like 7 or 8.
It was 6.
No, he had at least 7 or 8 when they still had 6 kills.
And Secret had like 30, you know.
Yeah, that's true.
So it's not only him dying. That's the problem. But overall, I do agree with you guys. He had a couple of interesting plays and skill builds. At the same time, my boy F&G, I got you. Position 5, never to blame.
I mean, it definitely wasn't his fault they lost.
That's not what I'm saying either.
Yeah, like, nobody said that. Let's throw it out there. But he didn't have a great game. He did feed a lot.
That's
and
true.
his skill build was not meta. Because like right now, what makes Disruptor so good and why he didn't do it is you max out your Q, you get the shard, and then you get the 10 talent as well. That makes the Q do more damage.
Yep.
And what you can do is you can just pop it on the ground in front of a creep wave, and it'll cut the whole wave. You'll just farm whole wave. So you can just like ghost push with this hero and get your farm, get to that Aghanim's with Blink Dagger later on, then win your team the late game. But unfortunately, he probably would have never got there anyway because this is a complete beatdown, and we'll have to go to Kordan for this one. Like, he did a really good job on the Coddle, made the rotations. We talked about it before. He has to make these rotations happen because they don't have that big initiator that we thought they needed. They didn't need it after all. He just went around the map and killed everyone.
You guys did say, you know, it was really down to that Coddle. If it's going to be your overall last pick, you want it to pull your lineup together. But on top of that, we've seen Coddles waver a little bit in this tournament so far, really get shut down and sort of exposed during the moment where he's supposed to be the strongest. But he did well. He came online.
Not him. Yeah.
Yeah.
The itemization was perfect, and you can see that the guy played a lot of Coddle, like the way that he was stacking and taking those farms. Our observers made sure that we always see when he is double stacking and double taking the medium and the hard camp. But also the item build is perfect for him. Like, all you need in this game was a BKB, and you will not be dying. For you to die, you have to really be out of position once that BKB is purchased, because all they had is glimpse. Like, you had to worry about the glimpse. After the glimpse is kind of gone, you're fine. And maybe there's the reasoning for kinetic field being maxed out. You get more control into a Coddle. As long as you can keep him in position, you kill him up until he gets the BKB, which is why this build was so good.
Did you want to add anything on top of that one for you?
No, I think that covers it pretty well. And the one thing I am very curious about is why are these teams continuously going to this Lash rack that doesn't have like that type of battery, I'll call it, where you can just keep buffing him up so he can keep going forward. In this particular game, he's playing versus the Penguin. We talked about it before. It's going to control him. Now he played against a Coddle with the Solar Blind. Just feels like Squadix just couldn't get into the fights. And he didn't have anyone that could help him get into the fights either.
Hopefully there is going to be some change up then for Virtus.pro. I mean, they're not out of this by any means. Even though it is an elimination best of 3, it does mean that they have a chance to come back. Game number 2 will be on our screens just after this break.
It's time to play Dota Surprise. And this time I've got Virtus.pro's FNG with me. What you're gonna do is pick out your first team. Pick a random one, spin it around, try and pick someone best as you can, and then start building your ultimate team. You ready?
Yes.
All right, let's go with the first one.
Let's go. Don't wanna shake it. All right. What a coincidence. I have my own team.
You got Virtus.pro? Okay, perfect.
I can prove it, I can prove it.
I believe you, I believe you.
Okay, so obviously it will be me.
So obviously you're in position
Yes.
5.
I mean,
Nice.
I'm building a dream team, right?
Exactly.
So I need to get the earnings and everything because...
Smart man, put yourself in the hot spot. Next team though, who's going to be your second piece on this master?
Oh, nice. Team Spirit.
Oh, cool, okay. Who would you take from Team Spirit though?
I mean, because I would say there is less offlaners, I would take Collapse.
Okay.
I kind of want to take Aurora as well, but it's just I feel like there is way less offlaners these days.
So there's a better position for you, right, in terms of what you can look at getting here than what you could later on for some other roles.
Yes.
Nice. Okay, I like that. So we've got 3 and 5 discovered so far.
Okay, nouns.
Nouns, ooh.
Yeah. That's actually a funny story now.
Okay.
Because it's not like I don't like their cores, but I would say they will not fit in my dream team scenario. But also, like taking another support, like for example, I kind of want to play with 5, but then I will be forced to play +4.
But you could also change his position.
Come on, fly 4, bro.
You're the one in control, bro.
No. I would say he will be in control, not me.
Oh god, okay, you're even giving up the dream team at this point.
I mean, Yuma is fine. Yuma is fine for me.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, so your position 1, Yuma's coming in.
Yeah.
2 more players to find in your masterpiece right now.
Yep. Xtreme Gaming.
Ooh, okay. We're ignoring language, that doesn't matter.
Yeah, of course, of course. My option is Ame.
Ame, so you've got 2 position 1s, so where's Ame gonna play?
I mean, Ame mid is fine.
Okay, yeah, we're good with that?
Yeah.
All right, let's find your final one then.
And it's Shopify Rebellion.
Okay.
And I'm lucky on this one because I will take any day GH. Any day.
Okay, GH any day of the week.
Yes.
It's a good one. That's nice.
Yes, he's one of the best dudes I ever know.
Oh, nice. Awesome. Okay, my final question then on your dream team you have built. You are the captain right now, you're leading the ship. We put you into season 1. How far do you go in this tournament? Playoffs? Grand final?
Definitely playoffs, yeah.
Semi-final?
No, definitely playoffs, but then it depends on situation.
What situation?
I mean, I need to deal with 2 carries in the team. That's already questionable.
Well, there we go. Your dream team has been made. Thank you very much, Mr. FNG, for playing Dota Surprise.
Thank you.
Welcome back. We're in the middle of our final series here today. It is going to be Secret up against Virtus.pro, with Secret very dominantly taking game number 1. It does leave the question, is Virtus.pro going to be able to bounce back? It's going to have to be a big shift in what they draft for themselves, because it felt no lane had a good matchup at all, Lizard, and they weren't really working as a team either.
Yeah, they weren't working as a team at all. I think they fell apart post-laning stage just because of the nature of the draft. So I do think that things can change if FNG cooks something different for them.
Yeah.
You know, maybe ban the disruptor, you know, like you guys were on to something.
Even though they had the disruptor, ban it. Don't bait yourself into picking it.
099. Sometimes it's best to ban the hero, you know?
I do think it was a little bit of, you know, that 400 IQ play that you love to hear, Fear, of Puppy drafting the Rubik just to steal. Letting through the disruptor to pick up the Rubik so you could have a better disruptor at home.
That was genius, really. Like, I couldn't have said it better myself. But I think, for the most part, they need to deal with their opening, right? This Leshrac first pick, it was not it. It definitely wasn't it.
By the way, this is historical. This is the 2 of them, like, since the beginning of time, or at least the games that have been recorded competitively. Back in the Stone Age, yeah, exactly. Like, you can see that they've played against one another for quite a long time and quite some times they've faced each other 90 times. 62 wins for Puppy. With that last one, that's 91 and 63 wins for Puppy. So
let's
see if FNG can kick back a little bit. But it also proves that these two definitely know each other very well, coming from the same region, have played against each other in multiple regional qualifiers and regional tournaments as well.
Draw coming up on our screen. You guys will be seeing the changeover in who has first pick as well. So maybe you just take a page out of their book if you're Virtus.pro and go, maybe we should look towards the Pingo.
I feel like it's Razor Monkey no matter what for VP, right? Like 99%. Maybe not Monkey right now, but you're banning it out in the first stage.
I could see that. And the last game, what did they ban again? It was Shen, Razor, and Monkey.
Yep.
This time around, they're going to not have as many bans, right? Or who's first pick?
Wait, is that a tiny ban?
Yeah, tiny.
First pick is VP.
VP, okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, they banned it last game too. They banned Tiny, Bloodseeker, and TA.
That's so interesting. Especially because we see teams like putting that Primal sometimes up there, or oppose, I guess Tiny is opposed.
Pango banned.
But
we're not going to see it. There you go. That's the difference already, right? I feel like the meta is shaped around the Pango pick, right? Like
yeah, right now it is for sure.
Exactly. Like Pango gets picked because of that. People pick Lash, and now we even saw this full pivot of the Pango to the offlane to get a call mid. That's some next level Puppy thing. But I do like the Enchantress ban as well. And Chen on FNG, like this guy, I feel that FNG is really strong when he can control the tempo. Like his rotations are really crisp on these kind of supports that can do everything on their own.
All right, that's a high win rate hero.
Monkey in the pool.
Probably a bit of a block pick from Secret too, because this is Secret's most played hero, the Bat Rider.
Also good versus Monkey,
also
right?
Good versus. I mean, Chrysalis for me is a player that, for a long time, he got a lot of shade thrown at him for only having like a 2 hero pool. But he's been, over the past year, working on that a lot.
Yep.
We just saw him play a really good Morta. I know he's playing heroes like, even like Kordan just are not really meta right now. He has a really big hero pool now, so I don't think you can just like pre-counter him. And I like this a lot. They're going to go back for the Coddle. This is just a hero that you can first pick at any point. But we have seen teams come up with really good answers for this. Like having a Lifestealer in the side lane. In the mid lane, we've seen several different things. Like Sniper's been good. What other hero did
Puck,
we see?
TA.
Oh, Puck did really good. TA. There's a lot of options I can do much better than we saw Leshrac do. So hopefully they don't go back for the Leshrac. That's the point here.
I think it's a completely different beast when Keeper of the Light is first phase.
Yeah.
Like he's still going to have impact most likely, but now at least you can adapt to him and pick different cores for your side. Most importantly, that mid, but also the side lanes, like Fear just said. There are heroes that he hates playing against. Any mobility, any kind of escape is difficult to catch. You have no control, just the Binding Light.
Just have like a mega slow without a stun.
Yeah.
Look, they listened to you, Lizard. You didn't want Virtus.pro.
Yeah.
You didn't want Disruptor. Virtus.pro did ban it out. You go for the double support ban of IO and Disruptor. So 2 supports we saw in the last game. Neither of them will be making their presence known in this game either.
I mean, just look at the amount of supports that VP have banned out. It's 4 out of 5 bans are aimed at supports, and we see what Secret think is the strongest versus Keeper of the Light. We mentioned the Puck Sniper and the TA. The TA goes out, but there are other options even, I believe. Like Coddle is broken, definitely, with the numbers, but I do think that he can get exploited.
Yeah, definitely. I don't know if they needed to ban Disruptor, though, because I feel like Puppy's the kind of guy where he comes into this tournament and it's like, we don't care if you have Disruptor. I don't really want it either. And we'll just leave it in the pool and we'll just play against it. But there is a chance. They did ban some of the best supports, and Shadow Demon's gone, Disruptor's gone, Io's gone. So there's not going to be a ton of supports left outside of, I guess, Bat and Clock are picked. What's even left of this one? We got some Hoodwinks.
Yeah, what is crazy is, we have this Hoodwink, you know, like, well, but they don't play it a lot. I feel like both of these teams can play it, though, and should be picked. This Clockwork most likely is your 5 Puppy. Like they play quite a bit of clock, and then they combo it with something like a Clinks, some of these long-range carries that can get bullied, but not if clock is in the lane. So, and you also already have some sort of stun, area control. I feel like this combo Coddle and clock feels good.
They actually did this opening yesterday for themselves in the series, game number 3 up against Boom. It went down the pathway of getting the Brew for the offlane and the Batrider, so they're obviously not going to be able to get their own hands on the Batrider, and yeah, it does instill what you're saying about where that clockwork is going to go for them. And they also had it in the game that they won against Boom, game number 2, so they have a lot of faith in it.
Heroes like Puck and Faceless Void, these type of heroes, like even Storm, I think we saw a game as well. Look really good now playing against this Clock plus Keeper of the Light combination. We've even seen the Faceless Void mid against the Coddle. I wouldn't even be opposed to that. Just having a way to, if you get hooked, just jump away from the Solar Bind plus the Battery Assault and the Cogs is going to be very valuable.
You get eliminated. Never mind. Time walk.
Never
All
mind.
HP back.
Just kidding.
Yeah.
I mean, Puck is same thing. You know, you can just dodge with Phase Shift. I like both of those picks. For Virtus.pro, at one point, it doesn't have to be now. This is another offlaner we see commonly picked up against the Coddle, because every once in a while you can save someone from the Solar Bind with the ability to just do Stampede. And Mirana, it has her own leap. And this is kind of like the gaps you need to fill in the draft for Secret. Like, Clock is not going to lock heroes down for the Coddle against these type of heroes.
Yeah, he doesn't really lock anyone. Like, okay, versus the Stampede, you're good with the Cogs, but these supports are free to roam and rain versus the Clockwork. Like, you have Leap or you have Firefly, so you're completely fine versus the Clockwork. And they did play position 5 Mirana before. They played it with the Centaur as well. And guess what? They had the Lifestealer as their carry in that game. So another hero that's great, in my opinion, versus the Clockwork, versus the Coddle, you have built-in BKB, so something that they can definitely go for.
Yeah, it definitely looks scary. If you're not careful with your next 2 picks here, and VP get a good Lifestealer game, always a recipe for disaster, is if that hero is put into a position where it can succeed, it is probably the strongest carry of this patch.
You like to say a lot, Fia, that there's no such thing as a bad TK game. Is there such thing as a bad Lifestealer game?
Yes, there are. There are
Yeah?
some bad Lifestealer games, and it mainly
Hit me
comes
with
down
them.
to the laning stage, right? And if you just have a bad lane, like, I don't think Lifestealer is good versus Faceless Void either. I think that matchup's pretty bad. But overall, it's just, when it comes to Lifestealer, if you have a bad lane, he doesn't recover from that. Not really. He just farms way too slow. Where CK, he has a bit stronger laning stage than Lifestealer, just in general, just because the hero works, but you can jungle so easily on that hero and very quickly.
Maybe some Slardar on the offlane, or if you have no
Slardar,
ways of dealing with
Razor,
Enigma, it can be difficult. And let's see, the Mars first.
Uh-oh. The Lifestealer is looking juicy.
It's looking amazing.
It's looking real juicy.
Like,
yeah, I'm a bit worried if they pick Lifestealer here for the side of Secret, because you have this idea of this Coddle, and I feel like it's been answered really well by VP. Not only just the Coddle plus the robot man, yeah, the Clockwork.
I do like
really
that.
blanking on what that hero was.
I
but
actually wouldn't mind seeing you do a draft and you aren't allowed to say any hero names.
what's the name of the game? Taboo, right? Like
Yes,
with,
yeah.
with hero names, yeah.
That's it. That'd be a lot of fun. Well, then I would really like to see them at least pick up their carry here, even if
There we go.
Yeah,
Nice.
it was just too obvious.
Not only because the hero is good versus everything that Secret have picked, but also they literally had 3 out of 4 heroes before, maybe even with a bat. No, they had Rubik instead of the bat in one of their previous games, but this is copy-paste for Virtus.pro. Something that they just screamed with, like to play. You love it into the Mars, into the Keeper of the Light, and now the question is, can Secret find something for Crystallis that answers this Lifestealer and the Scent Lane?
Don't think so.
You don't think so?
I mean, he has to play like, let me see.
Just give him the Monkey King and...
I mean, I just mentioned I like Faceless Void against this hero, but probably going to get banned. But it's not really the best Faceless Void game either, though. because your lineup doesn't offer a lot for the Chronosphere too. Which
Keeper of the
not great.
Light, you can't even steal something with the Rubik that will dish out a ton of damage in the Chrono. 2 out of 3 heroes that we mentioned get banned out versus Coral. I'm not sure. Okay, Ember is the last one they feel. Usually I see more Storm, but okay. Ember is the one they don't want to play against.
Yeah,
Ember
so
is
you're-
popular, more and more popular.
It is, yeah.
I mean, it's being picked more popular than nothing is.
I was going to say, like, we used to say, oh, if Zeus was in the pool, you would just insta-lock it. And now it's like, oh, we kind of have to think about these storms are coming up. These embers are popping up a little bit more as well. Feels like the mid lane, whilst there aren't as many OP picks, there are more heroes just being put into that pool when it comes to official games now.
And that Storm would be pretty good for them too. I think they have a lot of good options for this mid lane. I mean, they could play Faceless Void if they want in the mid lane too. They have Arrow for it, but they don't have the best Chrono damage as well. But it is good versus Coddle. TA, that's banned.
Did you mention Zeus as
Did
well?
not mention Zeus. Zeus is
Maybe an
pretty good
option
too.
for them, yeah.
Storm was also another good one.
Yeah.
I would be fine with all of them for the side. I'm more worried about what Secret's going to pick.
Hey, you know, they have overall lost. We have, you know, time to talk about what they want to pick up. We're going to see Virtus.pro.
But I need a lot of time to figure out what would be good for them.
Oh.
It's
Maybe
looking
Secret might
grim.
need that too.
I'm feeling some Monkey or maybe some Clinks, and then you go game 3. Yeah, but but I'm just looking at what they've picked before, or they just go full comfort zone for Secret, that is, and they go with the Monkey. First and foremost, though, Viper
versus Coddle. I mean, that is a matchup where you're going to make him jungle fast, but you don't really mind doing that as a Coddle?
Yeah, that's the goal, I would say. And
it's going to be a farmed Viper, though.
Aren't you like very susceptible to being ganked by this Clockwork and Coddle? I don't
know.
Sure.
I'm
Binding Light, I
still
feel like
thinking about the carry here. Like, there's actually only one carry I can think of that can maybe win this game, and it's like a PA or something. And that hero just like needs so much time, so much farm.
Whenever anyone says PA on this patch, all I can think about is that Team Spirit and Gaimin Gladiators game where Gaimin had megas, and finally Yatoro's
Or
PA
Luna.
came online and was just throwing out daggers,
I'd be fine.
delaying
with
it
that
for
too.
40 minutes.
So what are we thinking? PA, Monkey, Clinks,
and Luna.
And they go with the Weaver. Okay. That's the one
Weaver-
we forgot.
Yeah, I mean, he's a hero that feels like very not like he's not going to win you the game, right? He's simply like that hero that does well in the lane, gets a Gleipnir, does some cool things on the map, but he's going to have a hard time carrying this game. That's like the only issue I have with this pick here. And you're already pretty hard countered on the Coddle, and you have a Mars in the offlane, which means you kind of need that big carry. So it just kind of feels like tempo has to like go their way on Team Secret. They have to have a good laning stage, they have to make good rotations, and things can't go wrong. You're not allowed many mistakes.
Do they have enough control for Weaver? I don't think so. They have this lasso, the stun from
They have,
Centaur.
if they chain it perfectly, yeah. They have Centaur stun, arrow, and a lasso. That's all you need, but you have to
It's
chain
not
it perfectly.
right?
Yeah.
Like it's not the perfect lockdown for Weaver, but I completely agree that I haven't seen a Weaver game in which he's the reason they won. Like if you remember the Ratio games, like they win, but with the Weaver being there, not because of the Weaver. You know?
Isn't the Viper build nowadays Orchid too?
Yeah, it is.
So that makes it even harder for the Weaver.
All right, you're really not sold on this Secret at all, but with that lineup. But what about the Virtus.pro lineup? Hype me up a little bit more about it.
I mean, I was sold when they picked Livestealer right then and there. It just,
True.
it just
Like they
looked
could
too
actually
good.
just play with 4 heroes and it would still
They
be
could
on
have
their side.
randomed their last pick, and I probably still would have went for them.
The worst
Not
part
even
is I
joking.
feel the same. I feel absolutely the same. I feel their lanes are also really strong. Like you have the Centaur Bat, even into a Weaver, that's a very aggressive lane. You have Stampede to get on top of all these squishies in the backlines. I feel like Virtus.pro do have them outdrafted this time.
All right, well, from start to end, you guys have kind of sold me on what Virtus.pro has built out for themselves. Let's see if their coach is just as confident in it as we do have Tsunami joined by G.
I am wondering very much the same thing, Nat, because, gee, we've done quite a few of these interviews over the past few months, and I love your sarcasm, I love how self-deprecating you are, but you're one game away from elimination right now, so I want that raw confidence, you know, cockiness, delusion, whatever you want to call it. I want you to convince the people that you're going to cook Secret this game.
I'm cocky and delusional, and we're gonna cook Secret today.
Oh my god, I am convinced! Get it into game number 2.
What a throw, and we even got the coach in, pointing the fingers, finger guns, bang, bang, bang. That was awesome. You love to see the confidence. I don't know how much of that was real, but I'm just going to say all of it.
Oh, yeah. You know, he's not playing, you know. He wants to be... I think when you're playing the camera, you, like, run away. But now that he's coaching, he's getting there good, you know?
Oh, yeah.
Tsunami's always talking about how he loves having G come up for the interviews, so... I'm thinking G likes it here too, but yeah, I'm not gonna lie. The panel, I think they had some good points. I think Squadix had complete free reign with this last pick, which is always a terrifying thing. When you feel that confident when you don't even have the last overall pick, pretty good sign about your draft.
They don't manage to quite catch anybody there on Virtus.pro. Secret dodging away from the damage. We were talking also about like what was going to be the pick, and you were like, maybe a Weaver could work. I'm not sure though. What was it that you sort of liked about the Weaver?
First, we were convinced it was going to be Monkey King.
Yeah, for sure.
Just because it's Chrysalis. But yeah, if not that, I mean, the Weaver, it just kind of reminds me of game 1. This idea of like the lockdown, it can be there, but it's not perfect. Like it's not the easiest game to try and catch this Weaver. And if he can play sort of a similar style of like good positioning throughout the game, then I can see how the Weaver's going to make sense. Problem is, like, I don't see him like dominating the lane really. He's got a decent lane partner in the Clockwork, which is nice, but I feel like Notice will probably get off to a decent start, so that's not great. But overall, it's a if they can have the same idea of like good tempo and we're not getting caught out, we're all on the same page. I think Weaver's a good fit here just because of that like early aggression and someone who can provide that little bit of damage. There's once again a lot of pressure on Kordan because Weaver's sort of like this like semi-ish carry, you know, like the panel was saying. He doesn't really get to this state where it's like, all right, Weaver, thanks for carrying us, man. Woo, let's go.
Right.
It's a team effort here from Secret.
Right. Well, also it's Coddle on Dire side, which I feel like is like slightly worse. I like the Radiant side stacking that you can do a little bit more. And we did see just a second ago there, while it was the triple box, that they managed to hit the Flame Break into Hoof Stomp on a Sakuchi and Weaver with the Sentry Ward already placed down. There's some scary things that can come out his direction. Granted, there's not a ton of control in this game, but the control that they do have, it could be a problem if they can connect it and squish that bug.
And then we haven't talked much about bottom, but I mean, Lifestealer. It's a good Lifestealer patch. He's in a lane versus Mars. This is the go-to hero, but can they get the pressure before the rage is up? Well, they still burn through a lot of regen, even if they're not going to get the kill just yet.
He's a passives kind of guy on Kiritich, but yeah, he's going to have it up in a little bit. Once that's online, you're not going to be killing that guy at all. And to be honest, you might not kill him anyways.
I was wondering why Sunscan was so obsessed with Lifestealer, but now I'm just realizing it's just because of less buttons.
Oh, yeah. No,
that's why he's been converted, eh?
I mean, when I play with him, like, that's one of the heroes. I'm like, just play Lifestealer. We'll go offlane. It doesn't matter. Whatever we need to do. Just, it's his hero.
Puts him in his happy place, you know?
Exactly. Man, the lanes, though. Holy moly. Look at those denies. Chrysalis going to be saved by some nice cogs there from Puppy, but that is, what, 10 and 7, 11 and 5? There's still a decent chunk of denies out on the Mars, but Weaver not having the easiest time of it in this lane against Notice.
Yeah, neither is Kordan. I mean, this is just therapeutic, frankly, watching what's happening in the mid lane. Squadix is just standing up on the stairs and clicking Kordan over and over. So yeah, he's off to that dire jungle right there. And whenever he comes back, he gets tagged and tagged again. Those last hits that you're seeing for him, a lot of them are neutrals.
Oh yeah.
So he's starting to fall behind.
Well, the rotations are going to be where he tries to make up for it. And as was talked about, the issue that you have is you can't really gank Lifestealer that effectively with the Coddle. They need to bait out the Rage first, and then maybe they can make something happen, but it's not easy. And even if you do end up getting that, you've also got the issue of Infest. So mainly it's up top, and then it's like, all right, well, you're trying to kill Centaur, you have to do it before 6. It's scary stuff.
Some conundrums here.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I'm hearing.
I mean, I don't even know if it's a conundrum. It's just like you're staring down the mathematical inevitability of your failure.
Oh. Oh, that's not as fun and playful.
No, not
Conundrum
really.
kind of has like a nice light tone to it.
No, it's deeper than that. Puppy chasing on Terrace as we get towards that 4-minute mark, and Puppy this time is going to be able to get over there to take away the water run, although Squadix doesn't seem to care even a little bit.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, things looking good for Virtus.pro, though. I mean, Noah's got to pull off up top, so the wave's going to come right into his tower. He is top of the board right now in terms of CS. This is going to be a big Centaur War Runner. And this is one of those heroes that when he gets out of control, you just have a bad time. It's a great Blade Mail game as well.
Oh, yeah.
You know? So he's going to have that online really early. Kordan has been spamming that a lot. Every time that he comes mid and just gets clicked by Squadix, that's what he's going with.
Yeah. I mean, you've got to do something to keep the spirits up. No doubt about it. Kordan farming, though. He knows what his job is in this one. He's the only hero in the game without a deny on the Coddle. It's kind of interesting.
Oh, no point denying neutrals.
Oh, that's true. On Terrace, making the move over. They know where he could be, and Puppy is going to match those rotations. So 4 heroes mid means it's a 1v1 up top, which is... As you can see, Centaur does not appear to care all that much, but might need to be a little bit wary of it when bugs come out. Man, Mars is doing a good time, though. He is really messing with this Lifestealer.
That is definitely the best thing they got going for him right now. Boom trying to get in his head a little bit here with the tips. Then, yeah, that's right. Go jungle. Enjoy your time there. Spears him every time he comes back.
I mean, and to be fair, if Mars can have a good enough game where he really shuts down Kiritich, then these Coddle rotations, when they come out, actually will work.
Yeah, and perhaps the old core can also find something once more here. Had a lot to do with how they succeeded in game number 1.
Oh, yeah.
Just the first 2 fights with those stolen glimpses, I feel like salvaged that game. Played damn well after that as well, so see what he's got this time. He's going to run into F&G making a stack here as he heads towards the rune.
Terrace guarding that regen. And noticed, given the tip over there, as it looks like he was able to get that round of the Healing Lotus. And we'll have a quick pause, the mic issue that they're trying to contend with. But yeah, John, not a great time overall for this this Lifestealer in the laning stage. He's the core that's been the most hurt, although Weaver is right there with him in terms of the old net worth and last hits.
Let's see. He looks happy, though. Kiritich appears to be smiling.
Okay.
So he's not too... Yeah, he's not concerned. This is good. You want to see that. You know, sometimes the carry player, they're this low. He's probably just like, guys, I have nothing. And the nose is like, don't worry. Weaver, nothing either. You know, it's the 2 of them hanging out down there at the bottom of the core chart.
Yeah, you don't want to see him stone-faced.
Yeah, like that.
What was that?
The Hellbears. They're just, you know, they're off screen. That's what they do.
Puppy is... Oh, wait a minute. They find on Terrace. They're going to try and bring down this Bat Rider. Connects. Battery assault, but he gets away. That's unfortunate. That was the Spirit form used.
Okay, now let's start your hoping for it.
7-minute mark coming up. And they do get the vision down. Puppy's seen that this stack is here. Now that's something that's going to be interesting. You could have the Coddle come on over and take that before the Bat Rider's able to.
That's true. Although there is also the Viper situation. You know,
Right.
with the Viper strike and everything, if you want to battle in that zone, Squadix might be more than happy to join. And yeah, they're going to start messing with it here. So what's the plan? And Terrace has the Firefly. He's just got to go for it.
Yeah. How many of them is he going to be able to
Hey, thanks for weakening that for me, Kordan. You just saved me so much time.
Some amount of it taken.
I think he only got a couple of the skellies.
Well, that helps the Bat Rider then.
At least they did split the XP. So
Yeah.
It's not too bad.
Quick stomp. Weaver at this point with level 6 should be fine, although it's going to do some damage there and force out the time lapse.
Yeah, 11 HP regen, you can see, so no real concerns for Noticed. No. He doesn't plan on leaving the lane anytime soon, and now we also have to be worried about the potential of Stampede, just saving people. So if you go for these committing kills with the Coddle, you talk about, yeah, there are some heroes that maybe you can target and stuff, and if we bait out the Rage, but you also have to worry about that Stampede the whole time too, so there it is.
Yeah. just like that, that kill that you would anticipate being able to find in almost any other situation, it's not going their direction. And now Kiritich, just about level 6. But a spear connection, FNG, he goes down. That's actually first blood 8.5 minutes into this game. And now maybe we're setting a precedent with Notice not having his ulti online. They make the move up and take down Notice.
Yeah, that's good play right there. No chance to escape. Making sure that Puppy's there as well for the potential TP cancel, since Weaver and Kordan aren't going to have anything to do about that.
That's pretty good. Well, and just, I mean, you know, from Virtus.pro, a little bit too chill with their movements once Stampede was down. They end up in a bad way. As Puppy takes away some vision.
Yeah, they're gonna know that he blocked that camp, I'm sure.
Right. Heliocore gets hit by an arrow.
Nice, FNG scooping one up.
Getting a little bit of retribution there. And sees that there's some camps that are stacked up. Might try and make a move to come and collect those a bit later.
Yeah, he's on a bit of a journey here. Knows that Puppy's watching him, but what are you gonna do about it? I'm a Morano with leaps, so see ya.
Dude, Viper might come on in and take him. I didn't realize this, but he's been maxing out Nether Toxin. So Squadix kind of playing the Coddle role as the Viper in the jungle, while Kiritich just plays catch-up.
Yeah, just about his Dragonlance. How does he... I guess they have to have the Stampede really to start these fights for now, don't they? Because it's not going to be a super early Blink Dagger here for Antares, if that is his plan after the Arcanes. Definitely feels like they need one. Kind of like why I think that... like, I thought they were going to pick Storm Spirit.
Right.
I was kind of in agreement with the panel. I felt like that was the only thing they were really missing, was just a little bit better, like that first jump. And with Stampede, it's not super risky with the Storm Spirit either. And sometimes you can like Stampede in and save some of your mana too, so it's a pretty good combo in that way, plus the matchup versus the Coddle. All signs pointed to that. But instead, rather than like going kind of even with the Coddle, they went for this Viper, tried to shut down Kordan. Now, you've got a 400 gold edge, but is that worth it? I mean, you've also, by virtue of that, slowed down the ganks on the side lane, so there's been some value there.
Right.
But Viper definitely doesn't provide much in terms of like getting a fight started.
No, it sort of feels like, at least for now, Virtus.pro are inhabiting the same role that Secret did in the last game of just not being able to do much until they get that Blink Dagger online for their offlaner, and they're sort of just waiting for Team Secret to be the ones to make the first move. This kind of slow siege stuff that's coming in right here, I mean, it's going to take the tower, most likely, unless there's a big rotation coming from Secret. But it's much more playing like that macro-ish type game. Now, they do TP in with the Coddle. They have Stampede here. Arena, boom, looking, hunting. They get him before he can get it off in time. Nicely played. And, well, another rotation where Secret get the kill they wanted. Hookshot available.
Oh, no!
Yeah,
I mean, okay, honestly, did you want that to hit, though? Because I feel like if you hookshot Squadix there, I don't know if that's going to end well for you.
That's fair. I mean, they probably get the follow-up kill with 2 cores on top of them, but yeah, it's a little spooky. Puppy. Sees on Terrace farming up, and well, just gonna go for a bit of a chase here now. Moonlight Shadow, do they have detection? Wow.
Oh, there's every game there's one, huh?
Boom.
They drop a sentry. He's just good.
Yeah, he's out of there.
I don't even think he leaves.
Yeah, stay for another wave. Why not? Hanging out. Just out of range. Oh, now they see him, though. All right, he got greedy.
Wait, Hookshot's not up for 7.
Yeah, he got greedy. I think they get him. Oh, Cogs. Yep. Yep, that'll do it. He is going to make him work for it, though. Oh, now they get him. The hookshot comes in, and on Terrace, nowhere left to go.
If only you could flame break yourself.
Do a high 5. I think something happened there.
We should, yeah, you should be able to flame break yourself, because, you know, it's like, we could get like a soldier skin for Bat Rider, and then you can like rocket jump, you know?
You just want, you want snipers sharp.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess I do. Fine. Can't I just play TF2 and Dota at the same time?
Be pretty good.
How do we get Portal and no TF2? How do we have like a hero named Sniper and we don't have a Sniper persona yet?
That's a good point.
Maybe when TF3 drops.
Next Crownfall.
That's the next act?
Exactly.
Yeah, okay.
The CSGO connection. It was that short film, you remember, from TI that had all the
yes,
various
that's
ones?
right.
That was the inspiration for Crownfall.
Now I'm starting to understand things. Blink Dagger time. Noticed. It is here for the Centaur Warrunner. And of course we have the armlet up as well for Kiritich, so he'd like to get involved a little bit. It's boring just farming up a Radiance. You want to do some infest plays. You want to hit people with your armlet.
They also are about to have the Blink Dagger done on to Boom. That's the gold for it right there. TP's back home and likely going to make a move out. So could have some action in just a few seconds, but VP, the ones that are hitting it a little bit quicker, smoked up, looking for their opening. Rubik. Oh, he has leap stolen. Bro. And now pulls him back in. The Solar Bind, force out the Stampede. Now the run in, but the hook shot to interrupt. And they do enough. Kiritich, they have the arena down. Connection onto both of them. Puppy's starting to get whittled down and tore apart, but Chrysalis, he's in on this fight too. Seeds of Serenity, keeping him alive. Where's the detection? They don't have it again. And in fact, Chrysalis, if he's not careful, he has time lapse. He should be fine. Wait, he goes in though. Spirit Vessel onto SquadX. A couple more punches. The chase, the spear, he's dead. Nicely played. Now Notice jumps in, wants to get active onto Boom, but he's gone in too far. Oh my God, dude, this spirit form was the highest value in the world. That was so good.
It's so similar to last game too from Seeker, where they just find these giant team fights the earlier parts of this game. That was a big swing, like a 2K lead just went their way, and 2,000 experience also gained for them in that fight.
Dude, Boom, just go home. Go heal. Yeah, no, definitely. It's interesting, right? Like a couple of these moments where just a, you know, what feels like a good timing for Virtus.pro and an overextension into getting punished hard. Oh, stolen Nether Toxin. That's nice.
Pretty good one. Lasso. Arrow.
In trouble. Is it enough? Yes. That's what they needed. Now, Kordan moving in, wants to get a little bit of retribution. The Solar Bind, that's enough for the kill onto the Centaur. But still, getting that Weaver brought down, very important to VP's eventual winning potential here.
It's pretty much the only way you can kill Chrysalis too, is like lasso into arrow into stuff. You saw how close it was, right? Especially with the level 1 arrow with the low max. It is level 2 now, at least after that, so things will be a little bit easier, but that was way too close. And even with the trade, still a little bit disappointing, I'm sure, for Virtus.pro. Still goes away a little bit just because they're a bit behind, but... Oh, okay. The Ulcore with the stolen Infest.
Whoa.
Not sure what kind of plays they can make with that. Could be something really cheeky if he jumps into Boom. Surely they're going to try it. I feel like you have... Oh, actually, this is way better. He's going to jump in Chrysalis.
Oh, interesting.
This is like Weaver stealing Shikuchi, or Rubik stealing Shikuchi from a Weaver, right? You know, you just... This is a different way of doing it. You just hop inside of the Weaver.
Right, that way you can get close to the Lifestealer so he can hit you. It's all making sense.
That's exactly. And you only get one, too, if you ever jump out.
Oh, jeez. It is a bit weird. He needs Aghanim's. Actually, just for the save potential, it's kind of cool for Chrysalis. That's kind of a neat one.
It's so expensive, though.
Yeah. No, it's true. But nonetheless, that's going to be a tier 1 tower taken for Secret. Kordan hiding out in the trees. FNG looking for him. Noticed.
It's going to bump
it. Solar Bind. Hook shot. Got him caught. In trouble. No way out. Easy kill. Can they run down on Xerath now? Yes, they will. The Solar Bind. Coddle's doing work. They dodge the arrow, get out of trouble there. Stolen arrow now too, and Chrysalis running in. They move forward. They are TPing in, but didn't have a glyph for the wave. Didn't have a TP break anyways, so good escape from SquadX. Well, Kordan?
Oh, FG.
Jeez.
Drops a good ward down here. Will escape. And yeah, now stolen level 3 arrow for Fuel Core as they move through. Puppy gonna pick up a Philosopher's Stone. Had the Orchid queued up a long time ago. It's gonna queue it right back up again here too. So good choice there from Puppy. Wants to try and find a way to lock down this lifestealer. You know, for a long time, he's not going to have an answer versus that, so can hookshot in and silence him and really easily deal with the supports as well.
Right. Holding a lot of gold, too. Doesn't want to reveal that that's what he's going to be going for. He's about 1,000 gold or so away from it. But with the Philosopher's Stone, we'll get to it more quickly. Now, they can make this play here. Quick jump in. They've got friends in the area. Arrow comes out. Long duration and done. And now with this Lifestealer and Fest gank, I mean, you're killing Puppey, but that's not really what you want to see. Can they find any more? If they can get him, oh, good lasso. Arena down, doesn't matter. Kiritich is there. Chrysalis shows up, but it's 2v4. Forced to time-lapse and run away.
Miss?
What is that?
I don't know.
I'm pretty sure he hit you with the arrow.
No one called miss? I don't know.
Okay. So 7-12. 1,000 gold separating these two teams. Batrider, the most farmed of the supports right now, has been able to get to a Force Staff and still working towards that Blink Dagger.
Force is going to become very important if this Orchid gets finished.
Oh, and a Philly Stone for the Coddle.
Real? Oh, wow.
That's funny.
Okay, not very often you see that. For a mid laner, but yeah, it's Coddle. He's not right-clicking. It's fine.
Just 75 extra GPM, sure, why not? An extra mana, too. They take down that ward.
No, it is Radiance time here for Kiritich. On its way now on the Courier, so big advantage for them. Heading into the middle portion of this game, though, where are we at in terms of our damage here from this Weaver? It's kind of middling, you know. He's going for the Gleipnir, so this is, again, one of the things that a lot of Weaver players do go for this right now, and it kind of speaks to how the hero is played. Again, not like a super carry, more of a extended team fights. People don't get burst down that fast. You're helping to control multiple times. So that's the sort of style you go for. But in combination with the Orchid,
yeah,
they have a lot of itemization tools just for holding people down.
So they have a smoke right now. I think this is potentially one of the moments in the game that can decide it, right? At the very least for Secret. If you can find a good pick off on the Lifestealer with this Orchid reveal, he is not going to be prepared for it.
Gotta watch that Force Staff.
Oh, yeah.
There's also just if he just starts attacking the cogs into a Stampede too.
That's true. It's a way out of there. But he's going to be taking a ton of damage. They're actually going to give Kiritich that. Oh, and they're going to know where they're at now. Once this finishes off, we'll see if Virtus.pro decide to send out again.
It's okay, there's no Zeus.
True. I'm taking a little bit.
It's 40 HP on the Mirana.
Yeah.
Oh, man. All right, that goes to Antares.
Smoke gank did not connect.
FNG finally gets his item. It'll be a Philosopher's Stone as well. Got the early mech. Still deciding what to get after. I think Force Staff's a pretty good choice. Maybe a Yule's, but Force seems a lot more reliable right now.
They see Kiritich farming. There's a lot of heroes up here on this side, but Kiritich does not appear to want to go to lane at all. They're setting up like they think he's going to come there. The last like 2 to 3, like look at this.
Yeah, and they were also up in that jungle for so long right before too.
Yeah, nobody's coming. Virtus.pro, they've read this.
These creeps are just killing it right now.
Yeah.
They will push that way. Flare comes through. Oh, he's not even there, but they're going to see the empty camps.
Yeah.
Know what's up. Also, you know, Moonlight back in 14 seconds, so that could be helpful. Here we go. Infest Bomb, locked and loaded. Squadix has the TP. Kordan not here.
They are all still
He's recalling. They're actually splitting up right now.
Dangerous, dangerous. Boom,
Oh,
they don't find him. Chrysalis gets away. They spot one. Having an idea that it's him.
It was a 50-50 chance.
Yeah. Well, he even used time-lapse just to make sure that they didn't get the 50-50.
Yeah. Unless the best arrow of all time.
Scary. Okay, so both teams make a smoke gank move that does not bear fruit. I think they still have not revealed that Puppy Orchid yet. I don't think he's shown on any waves.
They're going to jump this Mars. Oh, but there's vision now, so Dire are going to see him in just a second.
Yeah,
oh,
also don't have anything. Dangerous, jumps in, lasso, Arena. No, he didn't get it down in time, and he got the arrow. Went right through.
What?
Oh, man.
I can't believe he made it out.
That is crazy. So close.
Wow, with that ward, too. Oh, that's so disappointing for Chrysalis. I mean, great chain stun.
That is what VP were hoping to get done. And immediately, they're going to head on into the Roche pit. So Secret do not manage to connect with their item timings, and instead it's Virtus.pro that make the solid move, take control of this, and it's going to probably set the tempo for the next couple of minutes of this game.
Man, I thought that was going to be a disaster. Like, blinking in, going for the grab there, under a ward. And it felt like a desperate move, too, because it kind of like they weren't getting anything going. This Lifesteal really wanted to get involved. We're talking about this Orchid being here and the potential for the turnaround. And because they waited so long up top for Secret, they kind of had this, like, oh, we got to, like, spread out. We got to recapture the lane the lanes right now, make sure they're pushing in the right direction. That's why they end up split up. And then get a situation like that. Now, still pretty spread out on the map here, as they're going to spot the fact that Kordan's up here pushing these waves, but it doesn't look like there's going to be a punish.
TP's away immediately, gets out of there. We did also spot for a moment, Rubik does have Lasso stolen, but no Blink Dagger. It's one of those things where maybe he can do it defensively if Bat jumps on his core or something, but not easy to make that work.
Wow, FNG actually goes for the full Greaves instead of a second small item.
Interesting.
That's an expensive upgrade.
Wanting a way to deal with the Solar Bind, I guess. Hook shot in, finding one. They get the Orchid. Is it enough damage, though? They try and bring him down. Armlet toggle, gone. That's just the Aegis. Do they have anything after the fact? Lasso pulls in one. It's the Rubik. He's in trouble. Field Core going to drop. Chrysalis now starting to beat into Noticed a little bit. They really would love to have their Clockwork back alive, and now that they bring in Squadex, Noticed is low, but not low enough to go for the kill. Ooh, buddy. It's going to escape.
Yeah, Viper been farming a lot. Like, not really that close for these fights when they're kicking off like that. Squawk's playing it pretty greedy. But in the end, I mean, it still goes their way, despite the way that fight started. Now, you could say, yeah, they knocked off the Aegis, so that's going to limit their pushing potential and everything over the next little while, but that's a BKB.
Yeah, he immediately buys a BKB on Lifestealer. I like that.
You take that as a win as a Clockwork, I think.
Yeah.
You know, that is a worthy trade of gold.
Well, time will tell what ends up happening over... well, now that the Aegis has been reclaimed, I still feel like Virtus.pro are in like a super comfortable position, and particularly now that they're like just spamming and have like a BKB on this Lifestealer. They're going for one on Batrider even.
Yeah, I mean, Viper and Centaur already have them, so it's definitely the game for it.
Right.
I like the Lotus from FNG as well. I think it's a solid choice. Obviously with the Orchid, but helping his allies more so too. The Solar Bind.
Moves in. Hook shot lands onto the Centaur. There is the Orchid. And onto him. Didn't get his BKB off. Thought he was going to be safe. Oh, that's one way to deal with BKBs.
Yeah.
Just don't let him use it.
And immediately off, so nothing much to gain here, of course, though, as they did just take that Aegis, and Antares is in position to steal their Wisdom Rune in 30 seconds.
Okay.
So that's going to be disappointing here for Team Secret if he decides to stick around. Looks like he's not, though. He's going to let his position be known. Just get the hell out of here.
Oh. Anything to break it? Oh! Just a second too late.
Calculated.
Heritage takes a couple hits from the bugs and then gets out of there. Now they are also setting up to steal the other.
Oh yeah, no, Field Core, yeah.
On the money. channels.
You're gonna die for taking that Watcher. Just let it go, man. Yeah, he lives. I'm saying it. Just like
yeah, that's too bad.
All right, well, let's get got the Wisdom Rune.
Terra's looking, hunting. Kordan found. Stampede in, and with Squadix there, tries to TP out. Not gonna happen. It was close. It was close.
And just covers so much distance.
Yeah.
Good decision to use the Stampede there to ensure they get that kill.
And I think that we're starting to see some of the issues. These heroes just a bit too squishy, and the Lasso, the Bat Rider, is just having a really good game. I mean, he's catching up to the Centaur in like the good way, right?
Yeah. yeah, exactly. It's not the Centaur's falling, the Bat's just coming on up to meet him.
Yeah.
Part of the issue for Virtus.pro is that they pretty much just have Lasso for fights. Like, they have no way to actually create any other kind of engagement. Like, if they get a Lasso pickoff,
yeah,
it's pretty hard to actually force Secret to fight you after, so all they can do is really attack objectives. But, I mean, that's also what they're building for. Like, it's not like Squadix has been going for any sort of control himself. He's just a tower.
Right.
And so they're just going to keep that up. And as long as they can win those big fights, which you would expect them to, this game's going to be fine. We have a Deso out now for Boom, though.
Puppy rejoining his team, a little bit afraid about the action. He knew it was coming.
Rightfully so. Oh, stolen rage here for the Rubik. Not the worst grab.
Well, they are taking a fight right now without their life stealer. Likewise, though, no Rubik. Jump forward, finds Squadix, tries to bring him down. Good arrow. And then the connection afterwards, but the heal comes through and life stealer has shown up. Boom. Wolves to try and back away. Kordan in trouble, pulled into the fray. And yeah, Secret, they're just losing hero after hero. Puppy also going to go down.
Wow, I mean, that is perfect map play on this patch, right?
Yeah.
Lifestealer pushing the top lane like that. You all move down with the smoke in that situation, and then you just TP out post-fight. Perfectly done. Getting maximum value into Lifestealer, getting into the engagement. Gonna take this tier 1 and probably tier 2 after, honestly.
The wheels are falling off a little bit here for Secret, barring some type of really big, I don't know, maybe spear back play or something when they're thinking about high ground, because that's going to be the issue that they're dealing with soon here.
Yeah, they successfully did a very momentum-based lineup last time where they couldn't make too many mistakes in the entirety of the game, but quite a bit more mistakes here from Team Secret.
Tormentor going to be taken and noticed, just getting bigger. Bigger and stronger. This just keeps farming. Yeah, he is massive.
Chris is going to try and survive here with the Lincolns. But of course, he did get that really early force staff, so Fanteras notices he'll still have an answer.
Right.
He's going to have to be a little bit quicker. Obviously hard to get a Weaver before they just ult, but he still doesn't have an actual Dispel. So could just be, you know, he gets caught by a stomp, he can still just get lassoed after if they pop it.
Right. Puppy trying to queue towards the Aghanim Scepter for himself. Has one component, money for 2 more. And it feels like, you know, if they can maybe extend these fights out, when the BKBs start to run low, that's another window where things feel better, but it's just going to be a BKB and runaway. Although, if they're not running quickly enough, the rest of the team coming in right now, wait a minute. Virtus.pro, they're in kind of far. Great hook shot. Holy moly, that was a good one. Notice is in onto 2. They throw out the arrow, but the BKB was already in response. Squadix is taking damage. The Deso doing work. Heliocor running away. Chrysalis has to back out. Now BKBs are low. They lose the Rubik, but this is not an easy fight for them to chase on if they wanted to. Looks like Secret are going to back away as they don't have their clockwork with them.
And the buyback from Antares, who just to absolutely secure this space. Unfortunately for them, though, the rush isn't quite up yet, although it will be just another 30 so seconds.
Yeah, they've got some time.
Notice looking to beef up a little bit there with the heart, but I mean, yeah, that hook shot actually, it sailed right through to the back line, caught Antares, and he got the drive-by stun onto Squadix as well, who was pretty isolated for a moment, but it is a Viper, and he has built to be like, yeah, I can't chase you, but if you try and fight me, I can stand my ground.
Definitely. Now that part is scary to deal with, definitely. Kiritich also queuing up the AC, trying to finish that one off.
Antares has been sitting in the Roche pit this entire time.
Just
until it spawned. Now he did see it, don't worry.
Okay.
Yeah. He left once he saw it spawn, so they're well aware that Roche is up and available. They're going to make their way down here. There is the Aghanim Scepter completed and handed to Puppey, though, so if he throws out a couple of flares. I don't even know if you want to contest this, though.
No.
I mean, obviously, I guess you do, because you pretty much have to, but they're not going to be here in time to do it.
I mean, it feels pretty tough to try and run into this lineup right now. I think that for Secret, it's much more a matter of like trying to extend this game out now and hope that there's a mistake as they go high ground. Which, to be fair, Virtus.pro have not been playing like impeccably clean Dota. They've been looking really good when they make their solid moves, but a couple of overextensions here and there have been punished. We'll see if they have the discipline that they need to not just sort of run high ground and get taken out.
Puppey still also has their gem. So.
Yeah. And Boom trying to build to become this like right clicker. You talked about the Deso queuing up the Satanic next for the Mars while Puppey farms.
This guy's gaming.
Yeah.
AC nearly done here for Kiritich. Just has to clean up this and the Ancients, and he's got it. No time, though? I mean, surely you have time. I mean, like, you kind of have to.
Yeah.
Team's doing something. He's like, guys, I just need my AC, please. One dragon.
It's Boom going down. They're hunting, and yeah, they got him. That is definitely a kill. They're not going to lose their Wisdom Rune this time.
Kiritich is all alone here, but they know they can't do much about it, so another stolen infest.
Okay.
Still no Ags, though.
No. That would be a cool play. Oh, hello, blink away. Don't want to get into trouble. Kordan just trying to cut waves. But yeah, dodge whenever they can. That's going to be the call. There are 2 catapults coming in along bottom, which they're not going to be able to deal with as effectively. And then also some that are sitting in the mid lane.
Well, that's one way to deal with them.
Oh,
Yellow Core
infested him?
infested it.
Nice.
Aha.
But yeah, Tier 2 tower going to go down, the last one around for Virtus.pro now, or rather for Secret. Virtus.pro, how does Secret want to contend with this? It looks like they're just going to try and cut waves all the way across the map and then kill off these this creep wave that's there.
Yeah, I mean, mid's dead, and there goes the glyph, so they'll get to Tier 3, but they won't be able to take a Rax, he said confidently.
Yeah, and after the glyph, backdoor will kick back in.
They're going to smoke up. This will be a hard catch. Maybe they'll manage to get Kordan, but
She's cutting all the creep waves. Everybody escapes. They TP in mass down bottom, but won't be able to find anybody.
Such a long TP.
Yeah, it is. Now Secret.
And then immediately go back to where you just TP'd out of.
Okay.
The hugest of brain plays right now. Is this going to work?
They have vision. Jump in. Lasso finds the Rubik. Everybody runs out. Run away.
They never expected. The ultimate re-goose. TP to outpost and immediately Moonlight Shadow right back to where you were.
Jump in. Arena finds one. That is not what they were anticipating. FNG gets caught and killed.
And we're trading supports here. Kordan on the run here. Notice does have Stampede. How confident is he in his team's ability to chase? Not that confident.
No. It's just going to be more waves cut here by Kordan, it looks like.
Chrysalis is almost 25.
Yeah. I mean, the damage from Weaver does start to become kind of insane as the game goes on later and later. But likewise, you're dealing with Lifestealer, who, you know, eventually going to have that Aghanims if he wants to. Noticed, infested. And they may be on the hunt. Looking, scan turns. But they don't go for it.
He has no TP right now.
They're not going for the jump, though. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess they're just chilling. Maybe they must just have a plan. They want everyone for a full push when Piranha's back up.
Yeah, I guess if it was like a bad fight, you suddenly end up in like a really awkward situation. You can get caught, but...
It's only 40 seconds left on the Aegis. So.
Yeah.
All right, they have a creep wave mid. Problem is, how do you get 2 creep waves into this base?
Yeah.
Especially with the Clockwork Aghanim Scepter. It's actually very difficult to get through in combination with the Keeper of the Light. But Coddle's not here. So, did they not see them doing this? Was this Shadow Push that successful?
It looks like it. Spear goes out, but that's a full set of racks. And now Stampede, they find one. It's Kordan. BKB, you're not TPing out of there, mister. They take down the Coddle and no buyback, and that sets up for more if they want it. Oh man, what a blunder.
That's definitely just one of those, like, we have the bird's eye view and it looks so obvious to us, but you're fighting in the fog to secret, and that's all it takes.
That was hook shot used and a misplay. Man, they are crumbling right now on secret. Lose the entire second set of racks. A second time we've seen that, and missed the spear. Oh God, it's not going well. Things are not going well in Secretville right now.
I don't even blame him. I don't have that missed.
Jeez.
I'm on Team Boom for that one.
And now in on to Puppey. Puppey's gonna drop. This is gonna go to game number 3, as Team Secret did not have the answers, and Virtus.pro keeping their hopes and dreams alive in this tournament.
You know, delusion, cocky. Hey, that's just what G needed to get the Virtus.pro victory.
Absolutely. A little bit of delusion can be good, you know? That's how you know you're alive or something. I'm not sure. Don't listen to me.
Yeah, remember how poor Kirtich was at the start of this game's Lifestealer? He's at the bottom of the cores, you know, and then they have that pause moment. He's just laughing, you know?
Oh, yeah.
They were feeling good and taking that attitude all the way through this one. Secret, I think, very similar to game 1. Kind of, right? This idea of just like things can't go wrong, or there's going to be problems. Needed to rely a lot on the Keeper of the Light. Good control over the map in terms of the lanes and stuff for a lot of that, but it felt like Virtus.pro were just like focused, knew what they had to do. They followed the plan, got the W.
He's doing the robot out here. We're going to focus and get on back to the panel. See you then.
I wanted to be on the same page as our casters, but I'm not going to be doing that at all. But we will be talking about Dota. That is one thing we could all agree with here, and just how good Virtus.pro looked in that game. I just want to jump straight to who we're going to highlight. The Bat Rider. It was good. It was fantastic. It was great. It was their overall first pick and had, what I'm going to say, the most amount of impact for you.
Yeah, I would agree. No, he played really well for sure. Like, everyone on the side of VP, especially, I even noticed had a, well, I didn't mean to do that, but noticed the player. He had a lot of impact in this game, got a lot of farm on his Centaur. Didn't have like the greatest kill line, but it didn't really matter. He was up in the front, taking all the damage here.
What you're supposed to do as a Centaur.
Pretty much, yeah, that is what you're supposed to do. And Secret, they had a surprisingly good early game. Right? I thought things were going well for them. They're doing better than they should. The Lifestealer had a really rough laning stage. I feel like you definitely needed to get a Magic Stick a bit earlier, and that did hurt Kirtich quite a bit in that laning stage. So I thought, okay, the Mars is free farming. The Coddle is doing some things around the map. Like, Clock is looking good, but unfortunately, I think this was a draft loss. So over time, you saw the power of VP's draft.
Yeah, over time, it didn't matter. When I saw them winning that early game that hard, I felt like, okay, there's a skill diff here. That's usually how I feel. If I really value one draft highly and then I see it losing unexpectedly, and plus, of course, Secret won game 1, I'm like, okay, there's a skill gap between these two teams, but no, Virtus.pro did definitely manage to bounce back, and they proved that they are on par with Secret for now, at least 1-1. I feel like Lifestealer as well did his job. He was a Lifestealer.
He was.
No different from any other build that I've seen recently, just all the same. And it was good. Meanwhile, something that we discussed, actually, we were
Yeah.
also the same that everyone builds, but I don't think you can do that. I feel like people are too afraid of straying from the meta items, and sometimes, yeah, in pubs you get ridiculed, maybe even your teammates look you the wrong way, but sometimes you just have to do it. You have to risk it, go for something a bit different to make it work, because that build just didn't do enough damage in this game.
But that was also what you were saying, the issue of them drafting the Weaver, even though they had that last pick for themselves. It just wasn't a scaling core that was going to carry a game. It's a core that's there, it's stable, it's going to do well if the rest of the team does well. If the rest of the team, you know, is falling off, not being able to make rotations, the Weaver's just really not going to have any amount of impact. And that is the biggest difference between having a lifestealer for yourself and having a Weaver for yourself.
Yeah, the Weaver did less damage than the Mars, right? And the Mars is supposed to be your setup for your carry or mid to do the damage, and unfortunately wasn't able to get that impact in this game.
Do you want to talk about supports a little bit more as well? Because Secret, they went back for that Rubik, and I want to say a difference as well, not only in the carries that they drafted for themselves, but the way you're able to make plays with these 2 fours. The Batrider, obviously being an initiator, you jump in, you reposition someone, that's fantastic. Rubik, though, I don't think you can do that as well with that hero. You're just not making the same plays, making the same openings for your team.
It's not bad per se. I feel like it's more about the team that's winning or losing. Like, of course, Batrider has it easier. It's always been the focal point of the hero. Eventually, you just blink in and lasso someone, right? Force them away. But Rubik as well can do it when he's up front. Like, you have this blink lift, it's instant initiation, so it's not that bad. But Antares was on a different level, of course. He had a fantastic bat game at the beginning. A couple of hiccups here and there. Keeper of the Light managed to take him out, but overall he was a part of every kill, and most importantly, he found ways to get on top of Weaver.
Yeah.
I feel like he got his revenge on the Coddle. He's like, oh, you kind of hurt me early game. Doesn't matter, you know? He found him at least 3 or 4 times in that late game, even helping take out his 3 times kill streak as well.
Yeah, I mean, that was like how they won this game too. They got a lot of farm on Tyrus, and he kept catching the Coddle over and over again. We'll see here in this clip too. The Stampede helps a lot too, right? You get the lasso, Centaur presses Stampede, you get even more distance closer to your team. And without that Stampede, they probably wouldn't even got that kill because they needed that little more damage there. So really well played by him. And every single initiation, you have the lifestealer too, so whoever you lasso, they're just dead at any given fight.
Yeah, and one big difference as well is for me the Viper on the mid lane versus the Lash from the last game. Like this time around, you have this dude that gets caught, he gets speared to 3, and then Keeper of the Light still does almost no damage to him. So you can reset and continue fighting. You're not instantly blown up at the beginning of every fight. So you have this one hero that can just go in and create a mess for everyone else to initiate.
Fantastic bounce back from Virtus.pro here in game number 2. Our best of 3 for elimination is going to be going the whole distance. When we do come back, it'll be game number 3.
It's time to discover what Virtus.pro's FNG thinks some of these emojis represent when it comes to the Dota world. But are you much of an emoji user in your day-to-day life?
I'm more of a sticker user.
Sticker user. Okay, you're a man of culture and class. I like that. Okay, well, I'm sure you have an understanding of some emojis here, so let's start with our first one. Tell me what team or a player or a talent or someone in the Dota world represents here with the trophy.
Well, as it is today, I would say Falcons.
Yep.
Is the best, but also OG comes to mind.
Yeah, the legacy.
Not the legacy itself. It's more like I've seen way too many pictures of like all OG lifting the trophies, the ages, etc. etc. So yeah, it's like Falcons and OG, I would say.
Okay, I like that. The second emoji, bit of a scared, shocked face.
I actually don't know.
Maybe then, okay, if it's a scary team for you to play against?
Come on, man. There is no one scarier than myself being in the team.
So you are the scary one. Have we just worked that out?
Yeah, for my career.
Oh, no, dude. You can't say that. You can't say. So the next one is an angry face.
Why it reminds me of Omar. For some reason, I'm like, this is Omar. I don't know why.
There you go. That's it then. You don't know why, but that's Omar.
Yeah, I don't know why.
The next one. Bicep.
Oh, that's Fly, for sure.
Everyone said this. Okay,
I mean, come on. In Dota, like, throughout the whole Dota 2 history, is there any guy who like does workout a lot? I believe it's only Fly.
This is a baby face.
Baby face. I mean, Squadix is a baby face in my team for sure.
Yeah, that works?
He's like a baby face.
Okay, perfect. Easy. Now the next one. Burgers.
That's me, actually. Like, you know, so I'm not ashamed. I'm ashamed of it.
Yeah, you don't seem ashamed about
You know
much.
why? Because my mother once said to me, like, the bigger your belly is, the higher value of your money and everything, you know.
Oh, so you're really trying to eat more?
Yes, yes. It basically means that you are living a happy life and you don't care. And like, yeah, I don't care. You can look at my belly. Yeah, I'm a bit fat. I'm not hiding it, but I'm living a happy life. What can you do about it?
One more emoji here, which is the cool face sunglasses.
Oh, that's Artesia at J5 for sure.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You just think he's a cool dude?
No, they went out to the stage with the glasses, and then some dude reversed it when they lost to us. So that's why he reminds me.
That's the memory.
Artesia, yeah.
Brilliant. Okay.
Artesia.
Here's the final one.
What the hell is that?
Like a explosion.
And? Like, what connection do you want me to make?
This one's easy, like boom, explosion, I don't know. Like,
I mean like connect to the team?
Yeah, you could see, you've been very much on people and players, which I like, I appreciate, but...
I mean, it's actually also a bit sad, maybe because Dota is like shifted from a position where some parts of the Dota is unknown, right? And because of it, there is more chaos. For example, I remember watching South America Dota, and they were like doing super weird shit, actually. Like every game something happens, and you're like, what the hell is that? Nowadays, I don't know.
Too much.
Yeah, like I feel like everyone is like not copying, but like, you know, trying to take the best parts from other teams. I mean, let it be Boom, as you said.
That's a nice throwback though, and a good story along with it. I like it. F&G, thank you very much for playing. That was some good fun. And Kyle, hopefully we offended you enough, especially if we don't see you much anymore.
Virtus.pro up against Secret. It's an elimination best of 3, and they've made sure that they're going to fight their hardest to be able to stay in this tournament right now. We've got game number 3 coming up on our screens very soon. Virtus.pro obviously having that bounce back, winning game 2, massive for them. And it makes me wonder, Secret, they went from a Coddle last pick in game 1 to shifting it all the way up to first pick. Maybe they still want to get their hands on it, but you look at putting it in a different position. Not that it wasn't the issue, but maybe holding it a little bit more.
It's a huge difference. Like, it's a huge difference between taking that Coddle last in a really good matchup and switching the Pango on the offlane versus having that Coddle first phased and then countered in 5 different ways with 5 different heroes. So
yeah, but will you get Coddle last pick
You
again?
probably won't.
Like, there's a reason this hero doesn't make it very far in the draft and probably shouldn't have in the last game. You oftentimes aren't allowed to get that Coddle last pick. So if you can't get it working on the first pick, then I don't know if you're going to get it working at all, because I doubt you're going to get last pick again.
Well, look, I'm sure they have, well, I do know for a fact, they have many different heroes for their mid laner to be able to play for themselves. So even if the Coddle doesn't get let through, maybe they don't even want to pick it up in that first phase. There's going to be a lot open. The Batrider, though, or even the support duo for Virtus.pro is where I draw my eyes to now, because the Mirana and the Bat significantly more impactful than the Disruptor and the Marcy from game 1.
I think the Batrider is worth banning at this point after that game, for sure. And maybe just look at your opening a bit, because the last game you did pick the Coddle, you did pick the Clock, and we mentioned heroes like Mirana, Batrider, whatever, maybe some Puck. All these maneuverable heroes are going to counter you pretty hard. So I think Secret just needs to rethink their opening, because whatever they ran in that last game, it was not well-rounded enough.
Yeah. And when you talk about the supports, when you mentioned the Marcy, I believe Marcy was also picked up as a counterplay to the IO. You know, just steal it away from the IO combo.
It was the Marcy Gyro, and we said they could have just interchanged whatever they wanted to put as the 1 and the 4.
Exactly, and they picked both of them because both are really nice pairs with the IO. But then they forgot about Muerta, which is also really strong. So that first draft, I feel like for Puppy, sometimes he looks like an absolute mastermind, and it all just fell into place in the draft. In the second one, however, we got the other side of the Puppy, in which is like, yeah, this Coddle, I won with it, get it now, immediately, first phase. And then you lose.
Yeah, sometimes, you know, in past tournaments, people have said Puppy's had that stubborn sort of mentality around how he drafts, but I don't think it's as prevalent as it has been before, and I'm sure there's going to be a lot of movement between them. The IO will be a big question mark on if it stays in a first phase ban, if Virtus.pro even have the ability to ban it out. They do. So they're going to be second pick for themselves, which means they get more of the bans.
I would get rid of it at least. I think Io is one of those heroes that if you lose to, it's safest to just ban it out.
I think when you only have 3, that's where it's a question mark of what exactly do we want? Where do we put the priority? Wow, they're going to let it through. I thought with the 4 bans, Fia, Io would have made it into one of those slots.
Yeah, you would think so, but it will not be the case in this particular game. Because like this is a hero that they've won 2 games on with 100% win rate. I don't think there's a single other hero that Secret has a 100% win rate on with 2 games played. So
that's sad.
Sure, it is sad, but there isn't a big sample size either, right? It's only their 3rd series here.
Yeah. Not a lot of games have been played, but yeah, let's see. Virtus.pro, these 4 bans that they have made, they've made them extremely quickly as well. So this is some well-prepared 3rd game of the series, kind of a draft for VP. Meanwhile, on the other side, they banned out the TA already.
He's back, all right. And I even said, like, maybe Puppy doesn't want to play this hero, doesn't want to play. He's fine playing against it, doesn't want to play it. Apparently that's wrong. He'll first pick it in this particular game. Other games, he'll just let it go to the 2nd phase. It seems random to me on like how this is being calculated in his mind, but I'm sure he has an idea how he wants to do this. He gets the Disruptor, playing versus the Batrider again. You can always glimpse the Batrider if he doesn't have a BKB after the lasso, which helps a little bit, I suppose, on disjointing that. You can do that from very long range, but I'm hoping we get to see that greedier side of Puppy.
He maxes Q.
Yeah,
I'm sure. Yeah,
I want to see him get farmed, and then these late game fights. It's like, where's the Disruptor? Is he gonna blink on top of me with his Aghanims and mute all my, mid carry item? All the cores can't press any buttons.
Sometimes
that'll be big.
Sometimes on these 5s as well, like your whole skill build is decided by the lane. Like if you see huge value point in level 2 Thunderstrike, like you max it out at that point. It's whatever. And I think there is huge value point here for him to get it, especially if he's playing into a bat. And a lot of these supports that we've mentioned before are still left in the pool. Like we see the Disruptor, of course, picked up. Clock is usually played by the Puppy, so I guess they'll pick something else for the 4. On the other side, Bat is picked up. Shadow Demon banned out, but Bane is still in the pool, so another option for them.
Yeah, a lot of these meta heroes and these other matchups don't get banned.
Chen isn't. No,
yeah,
actually,
Chen is not. No,
he's
but
not. He's first ban.
It's these tiny and TA bans, right? And Wind Ranger, Vipers, like these aren't heroes we see banned very often, and it makes you wonder. Viper and Wind Ranger aren't really Disruptor counters, right? So that's kind of just a sign to tell of what's to come. Whatever they want to pick coming up here, apparently Wind Ranger and Viper are good against.
They also played Wind Ranger and Viper before on VP, so maybe something that they've scouted and don't want to play against. In the end, we do get the IO banned out, and the same identical combination once again for Virtus.pro. Now, this kind of goes both ways, right? Like we've talked about Disruptor and how he hates being on the defensive. At the same time, Stampede, not that great if you want to just run away from the glimpse. So you have that to work with.
Yeah, I mean, they do have yet again, the Stampede Batrider combo, as we saw in the last game. So they value that, but I'm full agreement with Lizard. The Centaur does not counter Disruptor. It's the other way around. So at least you have that for you. And this is why Disruptor is such a good hero right now. There's very few things that exploits this hero's toolkit. Like Kinetic Field, you can't use 4 staffs out of it. You can mute people's items. You can displace people. You can farm fast. You have good laning. This hero's just a monster right now.
Just the range on Q is stupid.
With the shard.
With the shard, yeah, it's just stupid. Like you can't. There is no getting away.
What about the duration? Is that
I mean, duration is omega dumb, but the range is.
The range is stupid, but the duration's omega dumb.
Yeah. It's both.
I feel like we have to tier list it. It's like, okay, dumb, very dumb, mega dumb, and then you just put in every aspect of it and where it sits.
The more dumb it is, the better it is.
You know the meme progression when in the end you become some superior being,
yeah?
You know, that's the Disruptor right now.
I mean, Disruptor Ags is mega dumb.
Yeah. Disruptor Ags is that guy meditating in the universe, you know, all the stars around you.
Well, what about Hoodwink and Dragon Knight? Where does that sit on the dumb scale? Or is it actually on the other one, the genius scale?
I mean, we said dumb in a good way.
Yeah, so genius would then be the negative here.
Oh, I see. Pretty neutral on... Well, actually, Dragon Knight, very neutral right now.
Yeah.
But Hoodwink is pretty dumb.
It's secret though, so this DK most likely will be your offlane. Some DK plus Hoodwink off. Of course, there is a lot of flex potential with the DK, but that's where they've played it before. And it's a really solid lane. Like, you get that stun into Bushwhack, even versus heroes that are counters to Dragonite, you can do well with the Hoodwink.
Yeah, in that lane specifically, I like to see the DK pick up an early point and stun.
Yeah.
I feel like you just get so much damage with the Acorn Shot, right clicks, Bushwhack, add 1 value point and stun, and just be a little more aggressive, because even against like a lifestealer or something, you could just bully him out of the lane if you do it correctly.
And now the question is if Virtus.pro will somehow respond to that with their support, or will it just be some standard run-of-the-mill? I don't think Bane is that great here, but they have picked it in the past. Other heroes, Mirana, Crystal Maiden.
Yeah, I was going to say, there has to be better +5s. Actually, I don't know if there is. Bane's pretty good.
Yeah, Bane is a very good Dota hero. And Crystal Maiden's not bad either, because you do have the ability to match Hoodwink with her spells, because Hoodwink has 2 really strong nukes at level 2, and so does Crystal Maiden. And that's kind of what makes Hoodwink so strong right now, because a lot of heroes can't really match that. So
There you go. It's
never a bad CK game, so pick that one up. I mean, DK, he has some splash damage, of course, to kind of deal with it. Same with Hoodwink. But sometimes it feels like nowadays the DK, the illusions are not even the main part of the hero. Like, they're great, but you can still fight without them, especially because you oftentimes go for an Orchid build and you just get some kills that way.
Yeah. They go for the Rubik, actually. Okay. Not as strong in the laning stage, at least, but you get something extra later
play
on.
that? I'm hoping
They played it on 4.
Rubik.
Yeah, they played it on 4 so far.
Because I'm not a big fan of the 5 bat, because I think position 4 bat, what really impresses me the most is the fact that he's always just stacking, like the triangle, right?
It's like 9-10 minutes. You've already got like 3 stacks.
He's taking your stacks.
He farms it too, and then he just has a blink dagger, and then you see, like last game, he just runs around the map and kills everyone. You don't get to see that as much from the position 5 bat rider.
Can I just say that's a fantastic Timber game? Like right now, picked up into
Fantastic.
Yeah, fantastic.
You gotta give a little bit of reasoning why.
I'm getting there. I'm getting there. So look, there's these 2 tanky boys you're playing against, and there's this Timber Saw, and he cuts through them. So that's nice. You get a lot of AoE damage as well. You have to protect him a little bit because, and right now they're flexible, right? Like, you can put Timber off, you can put him mid. I do believe this will be a mid Timber still and an offlane DK, but you can mix things up a little bit if you really have to.
Yeah, they can just choose at the end of the draft, right, which direction they want to go.
Yep.
Because VP will pick their hero, and all your heroes already be picked by then by Secret, which is fine, but after every hero's been picked and we see the mid laner, they can be like, well, this is better for DK to go there. So the job for VP here is to pick a mid laner that's good for both Timber and DK, which shouldn't be hard because they have the same counters pretty much. They both high armor.
What do you go for? I'm seeing some Zeus, Storm, these kind of heroes maybe?
Maybe not Storm, because you could probably just DK mid in that case. But yeah, Zeus looks really good. Did Coddle get banned?
Coddle? Yeah, he's still in the pool.
Coddle's still in the pool.
Go for it.
Yeah, Coddle's
I mean,
really
Secret
good.
might end up banning it out here.
They kind of need to, I think.
Yeah.
It's the type of hero that they need, that long range, heavy damage, can burn through these DK Timber Saws. They already banned the Viper, just something we won't see again. Yeah, Zeus, Coddle.
Zeus, Coddle, probably my top picks as well.
I'd be okay with a Leshrac. They don't have a battery for it, but they also don't have...
banned.
Yeah, they just banned it.
Okay.
It kind of fits the same idea, just a lot of magic.
I don't look at the screen. I just use my brain.
You just talk.
I just talk.
It's so good though. I'll listen to you talk all day for you.
Okay, I'll keep talking. Just kidding. You can talk.
Well, I want you to talk, but as answering my question, because while Secret have this ban, they're going to have the pick straight out of it as well. So Virtus.pro are going to know more about that matchup, most likely exactly where it's going to go.
They need to carry, I think, most likely.
This was not too strange, right? Like the Lifestealer into the Centaur, the Radiance build into the CK. Overall solid. If they pick Keeper of the Light, that's one lane that he can't really completely dominate, but I'd still go with the Coddle. I think it's a solid option for VP. I don't know if there is something different that they can go for, like some out of the pocket, like OD or something from the mid lane.
Yeah, I don't think whatever they pick here, because they need something that has magic damage to deal with DK and to deal with Timbersaw, but unfortunately...
Oh, there you go.
You are immune to magic as Lifestealer, so that's kind of like a hybrid that they're picking. I'm not sure how he's going to play it. We've seen both versions where either you rush Gleipnir and you right-click, or you go for the Ags build and you try and do the magic damage. I think in this particular game, they went for the Lina just mainly because of the fact that they want to go ahead and just do some more damage to the Lifestealer with the right clicks. But this does mean you have a kind of a worse laning stage right now because the DK is what they're going to choose to put mid, and this hero is good versus Lina mid. It's very good. Like Lina wants to stay mid. She wants to like take your towers. She wants to bully you, make you go jungle. Put a couple extra points in the armor there on the DK, and when you get level 6, now the Lina's kind of in trouble.
I will say we've seen 3 Linas so far this tournament. She's won 2 out of 3, which is pretty good. And they're all that last pick, that gotchas. They're thinking that that's going to be it. That's going to tie them over. Obviously, different lineup she's playing into, but there's a lot of teams out there that still have that faith in her that she's going to be able to, at the end of it, outscale and get what they need.
Yeah, not a lot of picks on the Lina, but like, I'm not sure. Ultimate late game, I feel like this is, even maybe in the last 2 days, the most playable both drafts on both sides that I see. Like
the most even, you mean?
Yeah,
it's very even.
I feel it's very even. It all comes down to the way they perform in the laning stage, post-laning stage. When you reach the late game, I feel like both teams actually have even chances as well.
Nah, they got Disruptor.
Okay, Disruptor. Yeah, that's true.
So you're just going for the team with Disruptor.
There's the Aghanim's Disruptor.
No, I mean, I definitely like Secrets draft more, but both teams have heroes to just make the game somewhat even, I suppose. Like if you, it's going to come down to gameplay. Let's put it that way.
Can I ask you one thing? The fact that you like it more, is it because of the Lifestealer?
It's because of the Disruptor.
The Disruptor.
Of course, and Disruptor.
Fizz all aboard the Disruptor train. We'll see if he's able to get the win or exactly who is going to be able to evade elimination as we have game number 3 with Lyrical and Trent.
Thank you so much, Nat. Yes, indeed, it is elimination. I feel like this is one of those things that it's all nice and comfy for the team that's in the lead, and then game number 2 comes out, and it's all back to the high-octane, good drafts for each squad, and we got a Lina last pick, which you were stoked about.
That's hype. Lina's a hype hero, because either, she's that lit candle thing, or she gets snuffed out, and it's depressing. So I want to see, a hype Lina game. I want to see a lot of combat. I want to see that the flame cloak, right? We've seen our Lina so far. Some of them look pretty damn good, as Nat was saying. So I'm looking forward to it again. So here's the thing. There is Disruptor on Secret. That's true. And that's a good hero. But did lose game 1. And Terrace is back on this Batrider, which I thought he had a fantastic performance on, considering the whole game was pretty much based on how well his lassos went. And they won. So for me, looking good. I think the Bat has served him better than that Marcy in game 1. And I'm a little bit favoring Virtus.pro here, just based off of the last match.
No, I'm with you. I think that the momentum also is not something to... Oh, Rage first. Okay. Triple bounty runes.
Sir, he didn't get it, though.
Oh, that's not what you want. And if he goes down right here, that's really bad. Flame break, pushback, give the kill.
Okay.
Oh!
The flame breath.
Why?
What?
Did
Like
you do this?
The breathe fire was the ultimate save there.
Kordan, what a save.
Chris is like, do I even want to live? Like,
to be honest, it like saved, I imagine this saved Kordan's lane. Or not saved it, but it makes it a lot easier. You give that first blood over to Squadix at the start here, it feels real bad. But yeah, he's taking a long walk. Poor guy.
That's guy. He's not even going to miss that much. And, Puppy, this guy's a gamer. He can do some laning. It's fine.
He is taking some hits, though. Yeah, I feel like, there was a little bit of talk. Didn't have a ton of time on the panel to talk about the Lina, but we have seen this hero become an absolute menace. And I feel like that Flame Cloak is such a cool build where you just, run in with Boots of Travel and some other crazy movement speed as first blood. Puppy goes down. Top lane is not having a great time.
Yeah, a lot of that does come down to how they're able to position because of Chrysalis being gone on at that bounty rune. Puppy got bullied really fast, and then under the tower, and then Calm to dive. They're really good level 1 with this duo. The Centaur and the Bat. We saw last game, did the flame break into the Stomp.
Forces out another Rage, and does want to run away. And then
bottom.
How quickly can he get the deny, or will he get it at all? No, Core takes it.
Yeah, not messing around this time here. And Thiolokor moving off the Rubik here, jumping onto the Hoodwink this game. So doesn't have to worry too much about what the opponents have this time. Just looking for that classic Hoodwink, a hero that's been picked quite a bit. One of the most picked of the tournament so far.
And one of what felt like the most successful, too. You can do so much on this guy.
Yeah, a lot of that, I feel like the best Hoodwink games tend to come from trying to kick the carry into the jungle, and you get this like early hunt down, because obviously Bushwhack, really good when they're hiding in those smaller camps on the side of the map. But it is a CK this game, so hard hero to force into that position.
Oh man, another one. Puppey goes down. Jeez. This is looking a little bit scary across all the lanes, and that's, well, he's going to have to sit in Fountain for about 10 seconds before he can TP back out. Yeah, that's not good. I mean, the lone hero that's having, like, pretty good time is SquadX. I mean, CK's still farming. He's just slightly behind, but not by a huge margin.
Kordan just going to be doubling up on the bracers here. Getting nice and beefy. The plan is, Fear was pointing out there, a couple points in the Dragon Blood, and then just sticking around. Don't let Lena play her game. Want to run the show too easily here. Trying to get a bit of revenge here with a glimpse back, but it's mostly just to whittle him down.
Right.
But it's a Centaur, so tangoing up at 16.6 per second. Hard to beat through him. Antares does get to the Lotus Pool, though.
Isn't that crazy? How much do you think the dynamic of bringing Chrysalis low but not killing him actually, like, has been getting this lane into a better situation? It feels like it's been really important.
Yeah, 100%. Like, it pretty much is what helped them set up, like, because you don't get to manage the camps at the beginning as the disruptor, because you're, like, in the lane farming. So that ruins it. He got bullied right away, so he's at half HP by the time Chrysalis actually gets there. And then, you know, you have a situation now where they're now pulling, right? Good job blocking it, though, at the very least.
Stun. Onto one. The core lifted back, brought down low. Tried to stay alive, but not able to do it. Still some hits being traded as Boom wants to bring Heritage somewhat low. But yeah, taking out that Squirrely. Gets stomped. Good. Centaur's on his side.
That makes sense.
Just spamming double edge on this on cooldown, it feels like. Making Chrysalis have a good time. But yeah, we'll see if he's going to be able to. Already, the lane is starting.
Oh, they won it again.
Yeah.
They want another bounce into that stomp.
They're anticipating Puppey was going to run away, but he wisely stuck around. And in fact, if they're not careful, notice he might be the one that's in a little bit of issue, or Chrysalis is. Okay, Firefly, more deeps on to the Lifestealer. And after that, Terrace taking some more damage. Not enough mana for a glimpse. Puppey can't do anything there.
It's a salve here too for Antares, so be able to get back sooner rather than later. Chucks a flame breaker down bottom. Yep, FNG goes down.
Underneath the tower, through the court, barely living, as up top they're chasing for Puppey. Want to bring down this disruptor. Still getting that huge creep wave on the bottom side.
There's no way you should get this kill, right?
I mean, he got it. Puppey gets brought down, and Chrysalis, I mean, underneath the tower, this is not easy for him. He does have stick charges. Rage now to try and run, taking the tower aggro off, but slow and steady. They're chasing this guy. I mean, where are you going?
Way too much of his game has been spent doing this.
Yeah, you don't feel good as a carry. Is getting in his steps for the day.
Wow, I can't believe they commit for that chase down on the Puppey and actually got him.
Yeah.
That is pretty ridiculous. I'm more surprised Chrysalis even has that many last hits. Like, true. Its net worth's pretty bad, but it's been looking pretty desperate up here.
I mean, to be honest, it's not like the Centaurs... I mean, in terms of last hit, it's not great, but I guess the kills make up for that.
Yeah, its net worth's doing quite well, in fact. 4th on the board right now, so he's pleased. But there's the level 6 for Kordan. There's some...
Oh,
whoa, wow.
Barely able to connect. And now Antares pushes him back under the tower.
Hasted Puppey.
Trying to live. Get in there, Puppey. Disruptor. Managed to find that one. Antares will get the return kill. And actually, they took down Kordan before SquadX died.
Oh, that's good.
Boom. Level 5. Does salve up now. After pushing the wave back a bit. Almost level 6 on that Timber Saw. Wow, Chrysalis gonna Get hit by a couple more double edges there.
It's another case of I'd rather just be dead, I feel like, right now.
Dude,
oh, that's
is
good.
he is moving.
Notice is happy to oblige, apparently. All right, off to the small camp.
Yeah, Chrysalis is having to make a lot of running plays. Steel Core going to stick around, stack up camps, go and get the Wisdom Rune. Nice little boon for him. Terrace takes the other one.
Squadix has began farming those stacks in the mid, is down bottom. Boom, trying to threaten with the 6 here, but FNG making his presence known.
When they bring back in this Hoodwink, though, this definitely feels like it's very much a kill potential. They're going to have to be eyeing that mini-map with Squadix. Could see a TP rotation hitting level 7 now on the Lina. They're looking.
I mean,
Find
this is
it.
scary, man. I don't know. There's Phantasm.
Yep, but still good damage out with the Whirling Death, but lifted mid-chain. Boom, into far. That was, I mean, that was very telegraphed. They knew exactly what was coming, and Virtus.pro, they were ready for it.
I mean, that's with a ward from
Yeah.
Secret, right? Like, they even kind of know that. I don't know. I just feel like the damage isn't going to be quite there for that play. That's a risky one.
It's a nice move to get the lift up. Maybe with the chain, I mean, it wasn't super high, but it's a tough one. Squadix has the shield rune bottled now, and all of Virtus.pro's cores sit on top of the net worth. The main other support, too, that's having a really good time is FNG. He has full arcanes now and steals, oh, Chakram. That's a nice steal.
Okay, hello, team.
Yeah, this is a really scary Rubik now. I mean, yeah, DK could go down. They could find and kill Hoodwink. I don't think anybody is safe except for the Life Stealer. And honestly, he's probably not safe either.
Yeah, he's just TPing. He's just
Right.
He's like, get me out. Of course, Antares also is level 6 right now, so he's going to show that off to Boom.
FNG making the play happen with Kiritich right on top of him. Big hit for the kill, takes it all off with the ulti. Just like that, they connect to take down the Timber Saw. Yeah, they need to reset on Secret. Things are getting scary.
All right, how do you balance this game back out? I mean, Kordan's Blink, probably the big one. Almost most importantly, just trying to get noticed out of this top lane. This guy's still just being a bully to Chrysalis and getting rather large again here on the center War Runner.
Puppy actually took 2 points in the queue, not maxing out the glimpse.
It's all right. Kind of need the damage, I think.
Yeah.
Speaking of damage, level 6 for Theolacor, that'll be their next big step up in the damage, right? Try to get that Sharpshooter into a smoke play. But yeah, he is just a bully.
That's awesome.
Taking his lunch money. All right, FNG still has the Chakram here.
Now they do have Infest. You can tell though he realizes the danger that's over here, and so playing it safe on the Lifestealer, just heads off to the jungle. I guess with a couple heroes missing, maybe they were worried that there was a rotation and Theolacor was in the area or something. But
I think they were hoping he would rage or something.
yeah. Does not look like that's going to happen as they bring the Bat Rider top 2. Chrysalis comes right through the gate. And they're on about their business where they will see Kiritich. Sends his courier off and away. Hello.
This is daunting.
How you doing? Maybe he's in too far right now. Best option might have been going through the gate. Now he's in trouble. Wait a minute. Kiritich, they popped the Stampede, but already dead. They glimpse back one. He's going to the other side of the map. As Boom has the Lifestealer inside of him, trying to run away from Notice and Squadix. And you know what? That's a pretty nice play for Secret.
Yeah, and what's Kordan doing, right? Popping that ulti, hitting that mid tower. It's going to force out the glyph here. And they're trying to run their way over. Are they going to bring Boom? No. They're not going to try and commit for any sort of a push here. Great trade. Get the CK for your Disruptor. Kind of stuff that you need right now is Secret. Is it just, you know, they can probably feel that Virtus.pro is developing a bit of a lead here.
Mm-hmm.
But they're waiting for their first couple things to come online, most notably, again, that Blink Dagger here for Kordan. It is close. But likewise, Blink Dagger for Notice will be there around the same time. Chrysalis wrapped in from behind. There's the lasso.
Got him caught. Kiritich wants to follow up with this one. Does have the stun available. And doesn't even need it. Just punches him to death.
To dust even.
Yeah. I mean, he is pretty far ahead right now of the lifestealer. You look at the carry comparison, 2,000 gold separating these two heroes. It's a problem.
Yeah, that is indeed a big problem for them right now. They take advantage of it, at least. Boom knocks down that bottom tower. So that's something. But yeah, they got to get this mid tower too. They do have an amplified damage room from here for Kordan, so he's going to scoop that up. And that means his next dragon form should take this tower or at least provoke a fight out of Virtus.pro, but it's a 5k lead now. Squadix picks up the Maelstrom and is starting to hit these stacks of Ancients.
Yeah, this is really it's starting to all come online and come together for Virtus.pro. Secret, they need something to start to work, and the Blink Dagger on Kordan, like this Blink Dagger reveal is to farm a wave. It feels like they just need so much.
I mean, the Elcor has 6, so they're ready to go here. They also have Boom, who's at level 8, 3 points Timber Chain.
They see him. We'll try and go immediately in and find FNG. So that's a kill. Just didn't quite spot him there. But yeah, 13 minutes in, and Boom gonna back away, trying to get into that Sanjin Kaya.
They can't even push this tower at all either. Notice just hanging around, farming neutrals, grabbing the waves. Cord would rather just farm up his next item instead. I mean, he's doing great because he just got the blinks already at 1,000 gold.
Right.
Now he's pretty close to where Squadix is. And I feel like Squadix is a pretty easy game by comparison. Doesn't really have too much to be concerned about. Doesn't really feel like the rotations are coming his way at all.
We talk a lot about damage done, but like damage taken stats in this one for the Lina would be quite low, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, not really touched here. And then, you know, meanwhile, Kordan just has this pressure of like, you know, I have to make some moves around the map. I got to use this Blink Dagger. And Squadix, they don't care if they don't see her for another like 10 minutes.
They're going to go in now. I think Squadix accidentally hit right as the smoke came in. But still, this is going to be pressure for the tower. This is the Blink Dagger reveal of Notice. There are two heroes together. Yellow Core
Nice
Kordan.
scan. They got him.
Spots him. Pulls him right back in with the stomp. Oh, and they also stole it.
Oh, no.
That's really scary. Sharpshooter online.
All right, 2 points Arcane Supremacy, so that's 650 damage.
Jeez. Oh, man. Lifestealer's just going to be farming to the side and get bopped in the head. This is looking like a pretty big beatdown in this game number 3. Secret, they got to get something going if they don't want to be eliminated here.
Puppy's going to go for the Wisdom Rune Steal. Go, Puppy, go. Scans. Nobody there.
All right.
He's so slow.
I mean,
it's a snail's race here.
He
as
can glimpse
FNG and
him.
Puppy collide.
Yeah, he glimpses him. Nicely played.
Yeah, but you know he's going to sharpshooter him.
Dun, 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 dun. Well, still, they got their Wisdom Rune.
That's right. All right, back in the game. Ooh, that's the Orchid on the CK, though. Love this build. Armlet into Orchid, just so confident to head into these fights. And you think about this poor Lifestealer. What a sad time that'll be, huh? If he gets Orchided by a CK who pops off a Phantasm, he's almost level 12.
Yeah, no, it's over. It's over at that point. Secret, they do find Antares here. This is a nice kill for themselves. If they can finish it off, and it does look like they're going to be able to. So taking down that Bat Rider, very important.
Now jumping forward. This is what they need.
Oh, dodges.
The Olacor
wants to get away. Stampede running out of there. Squadix living. I can't believe he got out. Dude, the Manta, or the Illusion Rune dodge of the Bushwhack, like, that was so clutch.
That's so disappointing. Well played. Oh, that's so needed for Secret, man. That's like how you get back in this game. And that ward, too, that's going to get dewarded almost certainly here. FNG doesn't actually have a sentry. Oh, there he does. Yeah, I just saw it as he placed it, so. Bit too bad there. Squadix immediately back.
Yeah, and they're running. Noticed. Runs by Kordan. Couple pings. They want to fight this. The rest of the team very spread out. But doesn't look like they're going to find an easy pick off.
And poor Chrysalis. Literally.
Yeah.
I mean, the Bat Rider is catching up right now, and he's just doing his best, man. He's just hitting the lane creeps back in the jungle. Lane creeps jungle.
I mean, so this is one of those moments where it feels like Virtus.pro, if they wanted to take a fight, would completely destroy them. Do you feel like they need to take a fight, though? Like, is it the situation where if Secret are allowed to just sort of farm, they can eventually start to catch back up? Or, like, is it okay for VP to, like, not be taking these fights and just try and close out the map?
I think the way they're playing of just everyone's up front and you're stealing Secret's farm is just game winning.
Okay.
Because they're just in here taking these camps. SquadX feels totally safe, so he's just wiping up everything on their side, and they're also pressuring towers at the same time. So it's like, it's not so much needing to take a fight, they're just taking territory away and farming capabilities from Team Secret, because you know they have to funnel anything that's safe into Chrysalis so that they have a chance in this game. And then, yeah, there's just nothing for them to get.
And then this happens. Well, they take that one. Now Stampede runs back the other way. They don't have the control. He dodges the bushwhack, but the stun comes out. And that's a little bit scary. You overextend and lose your Centaur.
Oh, and look at this. Sentry and Obs placed down.
Yeah.
But right on top of a dire one, so. And there we go, and Atos here with the ult core. So now a little bit better chance for the catch. Hopefully less of those missed bushwhacks now. So he's having a hard time versus the Stampede. It's a good answer.
Yeah, hold people still, and then you can shoot them. Well, BKB for Kiritich on its way. You can see Dota Plus still feeling the love a little bit right now, despite the 6,000 gold lead. I guess some of that probably is also virtue
It's
of
actually,
the Centaur dying.
it's gone up to 54%, 55% right now. That's shocking to me.
For Secret.
Yeah.
Wow. Apparently those pickoffs matter.
I'm not seeing it. I gotta say, I'm not. I don't know what's up with Dota Plus today. Gotta check the servers.
They just know the puppy clutch factor.
That's right. You've got Disruptor, best hero in the game.
Absolutely. Well, Antares just getting hit over and over again, and now Bushwhack, some heals coming out, but he's still living. He also has 2 extra salves in there, but does not look like it's gonna matter. Oh, good cover there. Gets the breathe fire for FNG. Now, looking for more. Jump forward. Boom, right onto him. Stampede for the turnaround. Notice on the Thelial Core trying to do what they can. Now, SquadX, great LSA connection.
Oh, the BKB.
Boom.
As the stun's coming.
Wanting to get out of this one. You got to be careful. That Lina is spooky stuff. Notice still chasing, but the blink away means that Boom gets out.
FNG buying another blink here, and buying another mech here, like he did on the Mirana. So helping that tank ability, they try and chase him down, and realize like, oh, you know, this guy's actually not that easy to bring down. And Terrace with another early buyback. He did this last game too, where he just wants to be right back into the fight.
Well, 16-8, and signs of life here. SquadX, they see him. Ooh, but don't decide to go, and now Puppy runs in to notice. Things are getting awkward and weird in this game. Just running right by each other, barely not seen, and there's the glimpse back to find the target. No BKB for 40 seconds. LSA connects onto 2, but this is a dead Lina, and that's something that can't afford to happen for Virtus.pro.
Dota Plus.
We should have never doubted.
Whispers from beyond the grave. I'm surprised he's going Gleipnir on the Lina. I didn't really expect that. Thought he might just go into like more aggressive stuff. I mean, the Gleipnir is obviously like good control and stuff, but it feels like I don't know. I feel like they kind of have that already, but maybe because the Rubik's not going mobility and stuff.
Another kill. Noticed he's not been alive that much in the last couple of minutes.
Timber gonna pop it off here, right? He's got his Blink Dagger. Kayasaj has the Light Collector, which had by far the highest win rate of all the tier 2 neutral items.
Not bad, not bad.
Still winning even after the nerf.
Well, another tier 1 tower gets taken. And now the gold lead chomped down to just 3K. I mean, that is the thing, right? Like, we have not seen the CK in these fights. I don't think he's cast Orchid yet.
I don't think so, though.
And, like, you, in the meantime, have been losing the Lina, been losing the Centaur. Scary stuff.
FG the one to get the shard here.
And Secret with the smoke up as 3, they are not yet going to find anybody, but can still set up for a good kill.
They need these kills so bad right now because we have to go back to where this Lifestealer is. Like, he is still so poor. Like, he doesn't have the relic yet.
Right.
It's 21 minutes. He's having a bad time.
That's true.
And yet they're somehow coming back in this game.
Right, and that it does sort of beg the question too, that like once Chrysalis does become a member of these fights with the Radiance and potentially eventually an Aghanim Scepter, how does Virtus.pro deal with that? Lasso, finding Puppey with the Stampede, and quick stun into the kill.
They do like using that combo.
Oh yeah.
Just feels like as long as they can keep SquadX's positioning just somewhat safe, right? These fights look so easy for them.
Now that is the big thing, is protecting that Lina. And to be fair, if they're using Stampede and Lasso and all this other stuff to try and find these kills, it means in the downtime, Lina much more likely to get brought down. Also, the BKB charges eventually starting to drop down lower. Still at 8 seconds, only had to use one of them so far.
I do think that is a legit concern as well. The BKB charges are really important. Notice, again, going to get picked off here.
Yeah, this is rough for him. Kordan.
They're doing a really good job of that.
Yeah. Somebody, when the Stampede is down, is dying, it feels like almost every time.
I would like to see Kiritich pick up the Blink Dagger, I think, before the Bloodthorn. I hope that's his plan. I feel like Blink just eviscerates these fights right now. Like, if they plan on taking this Roche, for example, I feel like if he has the Blink Dagger, there's just no way they can lose the Roche fight.
Yeah. Yeah, because it's been a little bit hard for the CK to get into these engagements.
Yeah.
I mean, some of that is just because they haven't wanted to bring him in. And that's where the Stampede can be more helpful, but are they actually going to be taking those fights like that? But the Radiance now completed on Chrysalis, queuing up the BKB. He's seen the Orchid. Still a ways away from having that defensive item, which means Virtus.pro, they're going to try and make a move on their own, see if they can catch any of these heroes unawares.
All right, another Blink, Lasso, Stampede, locked and loaded. They're going for the Tormentor right now. Oh. So if they just go for Roche, that would actually be the better option here for Virtus.pro at the moment. Dire scan, see they're in the pit. Do they want to do something about it? Looks like they can't.
Yeah, they're not.
Kordan doesn't have ulti, so yeah, just give it up.
Now,
presumably SquadX?
Boom has finished the full BKB. So more survivability for the Timber Saw. It does also look like with the, one hero caught, and enough to kill Puppey.
No Stampede required. It's pretty good this time.
Dude, all these kills have really worked out well.
Oh, SquadX.
Billicore. Caught for the moment. Laguna Blade out. Oh! The damage, though, and SquadX is in trouble. The BKB, and that's immediately ages down. Oh, wait. Antares, though, is on to Boom with Notice nearby. The BKB wearing low. Still, he might just kill him if they're not careful. Oh, no, but there's the catch. And in some more trouble. Needs to Timber Chain the low ground with the Orchid.
There it is.
That's what they needed.
Man, I mean, Boom has done so much to get them back in this game.
Yes.
Like, truly he has. I feel like he must have the most hero damage to their team by far. I feel like he's been the one who's just been doing everything when they managed to get these kills. Alongside Field Accord as well. Many sharpshooters connecting here.
Yeah. I mean, this is definitely... as much as like those couple of kills and still the slight lead that Virtus.pro is holding is like looking good, the fact that they've been able to pick off the Centaur so often, a couple kills on SquadX, Kordan now has Aghanim Scepter with Manta Blink. The DK is huge. I don't know if it's going to be enough to deal with this CK that has also, just gotten to a pretty out of control territory, but they have some of the tools that they might need.
And also, before you know it, like, Lifestealer is going to be there too, right?
Yeah.
Because getting this Radiance up, farm speed increasing, just needs like one kill streak kill or something. Boom is going to let him hop inside with the surprise. And Kordan going to lead the charge here. So, no ulti for 3 seconds.
If he dies, this is so quick. It's so much damage. Didn't get a chance to burst him, though. Kiritich trying to get away from there. That's not going to work.
No, they can't fight there because there's no Phantasm.
Man.
Everyone's just a little bit too far for the turn. So Team Secret, Dota Plus knows everything. And Puppey's going to pick up that Blink Dagger. He's had it queued up for a while. So a little bit of a different approach than what we saw F&G go for because, sometimes like we saw, you buy the eggs. It's really hard to get the ultis off. So Puppey going to go with the stepping stone of just ensuring he's got the actual good ultis first, and then he'll upgrade them via the Blink.
Man, the presence of mind just to hold out against the aggression that was coming their way, find those key clutch pickoffs. And the combination of the supports, the DK finding those kills, it really allowed them to keep that lead small. And now, 26 minutes in, does not feel that impactful. And in fact, these types of moves like this, on Terrace, he's not getting away from this one.
I mean, Chrysalis is confident now to just walk through mid lane right now, too. Like,
oh, yeah.
Doesn't feel any fear.
I mean, to be honest, he still needs to be a little careful. With Bat Rider dead, he's fine, but when Bat's up because of that Orchid, he can still get brought down until the BKB.
Yeah, now a Bloodthorn here, too. So it is big damage if they can connect to the play with the way they want to, but that has been the problem lately for Virtus.pro.
Yeah, we just haven't seen Kiritich be able to like have almost any impact in this game, it feels like. The biggest thing has been pushing waves with the illusions. We'll have to see if they can get him involved more effectively. As right now, they're all going together as 5.
Gonna take away that outpost, so a lot of map now lost here for Virtus.pro. Secret just kind of comfortably farming nearby. They're going to get that Wisdom Rune here, too. I don't think there's any way you're coming to fight this right now. You can't risk it versus the buybacks.
Smoke up. So they can do another Infest play now if they want. Boom running forward. And towards mid, it's noticed again. Dude, they're right on him. They catch him. The stun is there. The Gleipnir to follow. Does get the BKB off. Now Lasso connecting onto Hoodwink. Do they have enough to kill off Kordan? He backs away. Gets some distance. They can't quite take him down. The Gleipnir is there. And the last hit from Squadix comes in.
All right, Chaos Knight has been activated.
I mean, we knew that it was going to happen eventually. When he shows up to the fight, it's a different story.
So much damage, even for a DK. Right? Able to cut through level 18 plus Aghanims. If they get the lockdown, you will die, and to help prevent some of that lockdown from the side, Secret and Terra is now picking up that BKB, so once again, just a huge Bat Rider here.
Whoa.
He's going to fat finger it there, you know, and move it around with a gem. Yeah, happens to the best of us, and the worst of us.
Yeah.
You showing them how it works there? Yeah.
Nice.
BKB, yeah. Move those slots around a little bit.
Perfect. That's not that big of a deal.
It kind of is, but we just let it go.
Okay, got it. 6,000 gold. Virtus.pro finding their feet again.
Just remember, next fight, when there's one less second of BKB.
That's right. Okay? That's the difference maker. That's a Rubik Stolen Dragon Tail, if I'm not mistaken.
It's a good one. No blink, though.
It's got, like, decent range, right?
No.
With the Arcane Supremacy stuff.
Yeah, but I mean, you call that decent?
All right, it's pretty bad.
It's still pretty pathetic. But it's okay, because Kiritich will bring them over, right? Or more importantly, Antares.
I mean, with the Bloodthorn, it feels like in the duration of the stun, everybody dies. That they're smoking. Okay. Here we go. Squadix a little ways away. Puppey places down this ward, and amp damage is there. Jump forward stun, saving the amp damage on the ground. Kordan takes it, now wanting to chase. That's a dead Rubik. Can they find any more? This is a great fight for Secret if they can keep train rolling.
They're so split. There's no way they fight after this either.
Just a little too far, but no, they have him. Squadix is going to get caught. Squadix tries to TP away. Not going to happen.
Everyone just went different directions on that one for Virtus.pro. They just immediately decided there was no chance at a fight, and now they lose a very important target in their Lina. And Roche, not for another minute and a half, though, but this means they could set up for it. Lasso grab onto Boom. Do they have the damage?
No, he does BKB off, and in fact, they have maybe picked the fight with the wrong person. The rest of Secret shows up. They get the stun. Wait a minute, Kiritich, are you in trouble now? BKB tries to run away. Thinking about chasing. They do have Ito's connection. Immediately onto him. Pulls him back in. Down low. Kiritich gone. The glimpse is going to be back up. Notice is in trouble. Oh no, he hops the BKB and gets out of there. Still, I mean, that's both of your big damage dealing cores out of this one. Secret are going high ground. Neither of them have buyback.
The chase down has been so impressive from Secret. They're really getting their disruptor on right now with the glimpses. Everyone just like reaching for it as well. The Gleipnir from the Core. Kordan just no regard for his own safety, blinking in when it matters the most. And I mean, a big kill onto Squadix is what sets this all up. It's just so easy to get high ground.
Oh man, and I mean, they have the DK ulti in just a moment too. They're gonna get a set of racks here, unless for some reason Virtus.pro decide to take the fight before the CK's back up. But you lose a fight like that, the game's over.
Yeah, 100%.
I mean, depending upon how the next couple of minutes go here, I mean, I don't know if Secret necessarily need to leave. They've got so much survivability on the DK, but it looks like they're going to respect the potential danger of the CK and retreat out of there.
Yeah, there's no time to get another set. CK can still kill you, for sure, but this opens up big advantages for them when it comes to the Roche fight, which will be in 2 minutes.
Man, and in an elimination game, winner goes home. Secret have gained the first lead of the match for themselves. Virtus.pro got to be sweating now, see if they can keep their composure. But got Lotuses coming out. I think that was a full Shiva's Guard completed for the Timber. Virtus.pro, they want to contest Roche.
Kirtis just rolling the dice, man. Going for the basher over the blink. I feel like that's been the problem, though, is that just like being in position.
Getting him to the right spot in the fights.
Yeah. I mean, obviously the basher onto the lifestealer could just turn the entire thing.
Can definitely make the difference. But, I mean, again, if this fight goes wrong right now for VP, the game is no longer in their hands.
And I'm guessing there's no smokes left here. Yeah, Radiant restock in 14 seconds.
Okay, boom. Has one inside. I mean, look, this is
terrifying for both sides, honestly.
Yeah, this is the danger zone. Like, everybody knows what's coming. For Boom, the only hero that feels somewhat immortal, and he's gonna flex his stuff. Dude, is he actually gonna be immortal, though? Jump in, stun, the turnaround. Look at the blow-up. He's gone. Just like that. Dead center on Terrace, also in trouble. Oh, man. He literally just walked in and beat the crap out of you. Boom finds another. 3 dead. Dude.
They waited for so long there, seeing if they get a solution, but Boom he's just too big with the Infest inside. And yeah, look at that damage. Dude. The Timbersaw absolutely crushing it this game. He completely dug them out of the hole they were in this early game. The amount of space he was able to make alongside Cord to get this Lifestealer back into play, it is insane that Crystal's at the top of the charts.
Boom MVP for sure. And I mean, I have never seen somebody so brazenly just walk into 5 heroes and say, come deal with me, and then it works. Like, insane stuff for the Timber. But this is looking like it's going to be a second set of racks, or at least some good damage onto it. They can back out now, start heading up north for the second Roche, as it is about to has just respawned.
This is why we never do Dota Plus.
I know.
And 7K lead, 54%. It's like, yeah, easy peasy.
Man, oh man.
It's just so easy for a game like this to slip away from you as Secret. It's very impressive that they managed all this. There's so many little plays that had to come together. I don't even remember Kordan missing a gank.
Right. Well, a smoke up now. Kirtich, I think, might have broken on it, so he's going to be a little bit different. No, he's in it now. Okay. Wisdom Rune. Is this his 20? Oh.
All right. Look how far back Kirtich is, though.
Oh, he's so close to getting 20. There he is. He gets it now.
CK, get up there. You're on a horse, man. Faster.
You had to get the Wisdom Rune.
Hold shift to sprint. Doesn't he know?
He has Reality Rift Pierce's spell immunity.
All right.
Oh, dude, is Boom going to do it again?
I mean, all right. So we have Satanic on Squadix. Okay.
Yep.
We got Stampede.
Dude, what if they just steal Roche? Oh, that would be pretty big. They don't know they're behind him here. Oh, but they break, and now they're just in range of the Watcher.
No, they were
just out of it.
They weren't in vision. And now the Scouting Disruptor, not going to see it. I don't think they're here, guys.
Oh, this is huge. This is huge. This is huge. They're looking for the opening. Who do they find? Do they jump on?
Just checking the
dude. They saw
nobody sees
people.
anything.
They saw him underneath the ward. Oh, a missed opportunity. And now you start the fight with the stun on Alina. Chase forward, Squadix got to run. Kiritich wants to find a target. There's nobody that he can hit. He's completely isolated. The silence there pops the BKB. Squadix in trouble, getting hit. A couple more punches is all it takes, and Squadix is down. Kiritich, no surviving there. They find the kill on the Ethereal Core, but a Pyrrhic victory if ever I've seen it. They all got to get back home.
Watching Alina trying to out-satanic a Lifestealer, you know, that's not going to end very well. Fight just gets broken up. As fast as it started, it just felt over.
Am I crazy? I felt like they had vision there. I mean, there was a ward in the area, but
I think it was just nothing.
Oh, unfortunate. There's one over there.
I guess it was, yeah, you're right, actually. They did a pretty decent vision by the Lotus Pool.
Wow. So it goes.
Oh, you know that? Yeah, it was our vision. Yeah. Just kind of a whole lot of nothing for everybody.
37 minutes in, 8,000 gold lead. Yeah, there was one there. It might have not been
likely
quite
story.
But Aegis Cheese and Shiva's battle. This one looks like it's going to be won by Secret, the battle between the Centaur and the Timber. Asks for a high five on his way out the door. Boom, just laying waste here in this game.
Well, it is an elimination series here, folks. 3 series losses takes you out of our Swiss stage. That's what Virtus.pro are staring down the barrel of right now. And that is now an Octarine core on this Timbersaw. He wasn't annoying enough already.
Oh, yeah. Just so difficult to deal with. Now, they didn't get the bottom racks yet. Centaur still 40 seconds till he respawns. Secret gonna rage and punch the buildings down with the Dragon Knight Lifestealer combination.
Yeah, but Puppy's got the game winner here. The Ags is delivered.
Oh, yeah. That's scary. With the Blink Dagger, I mean, all it's going to take is a moment. You step up again, you're done.
Even Squadix there with those tier 4s, like, yeah, exactly. It just takes one.
All they need is a stun to end this game, end this series, and move on in this tournament.
I think he was trying to force out Squadix's BKB, and somehow Squadix did not BKB there. That was crazy.
That was pretty impressive.
Because he's been consistently BKBing while the projectile's in the air.
The illusions, but I mean, they can't do anything. Jumps forward.
Not that time.
Not that time. Oh, but lifted out by Rubik. What a play. That's still one save that you can make, and now in some trouble. They're going to kill off Puppy, now looking forward to Boom. The high ground still needs to be respected, noticed on Ethereal Core, and, well, just like that, they pull this back in. All 4 go down. They kill him a second time. I think the answer is yes. Kordan does manage to escape, but they are not mega. So they kill the Lifestealer, and Virtus.pro, some signs of life. It's still only a 4,000 gold lead.
I actually didn't think he would have the reach for that.
Oh, Kordan, are you going for it?
To get the save.
Is this guy going to go for it? That's a lot of gold for those heroes. Dude, if he goes in, there's no way he can get it. He can't
anyway,
get it.
Right? Yeah.
Oh, Kordan.
Oh, there's no creeps.
What are you doing, buddy? All right, he's just going to go far. Let's take a look at this replay here. But the lift out, the FNG answer, just got enough distance to get out of the kinetic field.
Yeah.
Man, that's the thing that I'd forgotten. When Rubik and Disruptor had started to get super popular, that is the answer. Having the shard ready on Rubik.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, it's hard because he doesn't have a positioning tool either, so it's very dependent on just how the fight breaks out, kind of, right? He doesn't have like a blink or something to try and guarantee that's going to happen. And again, we actually finally saw the potential of a Chaos Knight.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that was the Timbersaw that's been strong this entire game, and he just looks like paper in a situation where all the illusions are up. Just beating him to death.
I mean, obviously racks matter. Look at the Dota Plus win probability now. But in terms of gold, they have brought it somewhat even. It's just
it is
so
even.
difficult.
It's just crazy.
Very difficult to find a solid fight. I mean, yeah, the graph, like, golden experience is shot up for them. Win probability not really caught up in terms of the belief that they're going to be able to maintain this turnaround. Which, to be fair, like, you know, they make that move one more time or push with DK illusions, and They need to catch them before that happens, it feels like.
Yeah, Squadix does have the boots of travel. Also has the budget flame cloak. You know, we have flame cloak at home. Just have to rely on the Aviana's feather.
There you go. They almost have Aghanim Scepter on Bat Rider. Now that would be a big win.
Oh yeah, I mean buyout.
I feel like you gotta.
That's kind of crazy though. I don't know because they're gonna be pushing high ground. I feel like your buyback's pretty important.
It's true. I mean, yeah, it's hard to know.
But if you get the double, yeah, you might just clutch it.
You can just win the game off of that, depending upon how it goes.
All right, they're choosing to fight outside of their base, maybe hoping they're going to come try and secure the outpost first, like most teams would before they push high ground. Kordan coming in, infested.
This is nice for them if they can do it.
Guys.
Dude, how many times do we just see him walk in and get the stun right onto the target? They just keep getting it. Lasso onto the Lotus Orb. That's not good enough. Kiritich, he wants to take somebody down. Can he find any target? Terrace is caught for the moment. They start hitting into this CK. Silence, but all the illusions are gone. Boom, right on top of him. They do burn through the lifesteal. Buyback comes out immediately. Kiritich, he's brought down, does have buyback. Terrace has already used his 2. FNG slowed. And FNG gonna have to give up his life. No buyback on the Rubik.
Yeah, Crystal's buying back. They had to wait till they got the outpost before he could actually TP back in. Defending their last base here. Kiritich holding it, but doesn't have Phantasm even when he gets back. Here he comes.
CK buys back now. There's the Yules. Now the Glimpse.
The base.
Them in. They're not going to be able to defend this one easily.
Well,
actually.
It'll like it.
Secret showing a lot of restraint there.
I mean, no Dragon Form, no Static Storm.
It's fair.
Okay, a little stressful late game here. What happened?
I don't know.
Was I like looking at the wrong ward or something? It looks so funny. He just flew in.
Yeah, he just walked right up to them, and they did it. I guess she thought it was an illusion or something.
Yeah, it might have been.
It's the only thing that makes sense.
It was pretty brazen. That's fair.
Yeah, but they've been doing that. That has been like the secret move of just infest in with one hero and walk forward and say, come deal with me. Whether it's Boom or Kordan. But 6,000 gold, all that separates them. The other thing is buybacks. That's going to be a bit of a dangerous one, right? Because Lifestealer did buy back in that last fight. If you can find an opening to blow up Chrysalis again.
He also has ninja gear.
Yeah.
Which is making him play too aggressive. That will get him killed.
They're probably going to wait for that next Aegis. Again, in these elimination matches, like, it changes the way that I feel like the teams are approaching the stuff. Like, less risks are taken, so much more conservative gameplay, and it kind of gives a window here where Virtus.pro, you know, if they can find the right pickoff, this suddenly can swing back into their favor. They've already taken down, like, the tier 2 towers down mid. If the fight goes poorly now for Secret, it's an easy rundown. Meanwhile, they want to head in. There's no way they try and just go all in for the mega creeps. I feel like you can't make that play because you lose the fight, and megas don't matter if they run it down mid.
They're checking for some of the sneakier ward spots here.
Yeah, we're just trying to find a pickoff, but nobody's home. But yeah, the big late game dynamic of the Disruptor Ags is also a pretty terrifying proposition for Virtus.pro. But thankfully they do have an answer for it in terms of the Rubik.
Rush timer going to be up in 24 seconds here. It's going to be fast rush, as you'll see right now. Yep, just like I said, minute 32.
Nice. FNG placed a ward. They see them over here to the right-hand side. That ward, Kordan, right on top of him. And won't be able to get him. Another ward placed by Secret was able to see that movement. Now Puppy looking. Noticed.
He's feeling crazy.
Stampede pops the Static Storm just to make sure that the Disruptor does not go down. Now, he will have a Yule Scepter. And as the Thunder Strike wears off, that should be the end of it. But they get the Static Storm out of it. I mean, that's important. This actually could be a window where they try and take a fight. No static storm right before Roche.
It will be up actually exactly as the Roche spawns. So that's pretty convenient.
AC done now for Lifestealer.
That's a big deal. Not just for him, but everyone when Kirich is trying to get these big plays.
Trying to finish one on Kiritich also.
Keep in mind, Kirich currently has like 17 armor or something. He's a really low armor.
Yeah.
Really low, you know?
Right.
Compared to this Lifestealer who's at over 50.
Yeah.
Okay, not quite 50. It was a second ago, okay.
So Roche about to respawn now, and it will stay nighttime. This is going to be an Aghanim Scepter too. A pretty huge get for either the Timbersaw or the Lifestealer. It feels like the Lifestealer is much better though.
Yeah.
It's hard not to take that. No Lincoln Sphere for Squadix, who's actually trying to get a refresher. But they will come on in and take down this Aegis. And this was basically what they've been waiting for on Secret. They're going to have Aegis, Cheese, Aghanims. Still no buyback for 2.5 minutes roughly on the Lifestealer. Which, you know, again, one of those moments if the team fight goes like absolutely disastrously. Wait, he took it on Timber. Okay.
Okay.
That's a little surprising.
I guess to be fair, he's not really seeing the Lina, right? And it doesn't really matter if he do to the CK. It's like okay, but his illusions are still going crazy, whereas Timber can really help deal with the illusions a little bit more with the reactive armor eggs.
Bought out the Hex. Tried to connect with a Gleipnir there. Does not find purchase though. Noticed. Being a bait.
And Terrace. He wants it. He's in.
A bait. Lasso there. And Terrace finds him. Onto Kordan. Do they have enough damage to bring down this big tanky Dragon Knight? Doesn't look like it. Chrysalis. They drop down the Static Storm. That's not good enough.
No, that's a bad fight here for Virtus.pro. That's Kiritich losing all those illusions.
Yeah, no Phantasm for the next one.
You can see the difference where everyone else on his team runs away, but he still runs towards them because he's so desperate to force the fight with the Ags. Or sorry, with the Phantasm. But now they're high ground. They don't have to worry about the CK damage.
Jumps forward, Hex for Staff. Gets her out alive for the moment. Squadix wanting and eyeing up a Rapier. Thinks the refresher isn't good enough. They only have a little bit left.
They're trying to bait him up right here.
To stop the Mega Creeps, and it looks like the illusions and the Rage is going to be enough to take it down. Has to be careful now. Static Storm in 25. Dual Scepter. That's Megas. Do they stick around for more? Secret trying to chase. Lift back onto one. He's Hexed, but looking fine for the moment. Now the Lasso pulling the Lifestealer, and the stun connects. He's gone. That's one life. Keep in mind, he doesn't have buyback. If they can kill him again, but Squadix, no BKB, in some trouble. Pops the Satanic, turns to fight. Chrysalis trying to back away, and they will manage to get him out. That is going to be a dead Rubik, but Rubik has buyback. Trying to back away. Boom, in far, pulled in. Oh, Reality Repairs the spell immunity. He's silenced, saved for the moment. Wait a minute, Notice is on the back line. They take him down. Puppy in trouble, he's gone too. Kiritich, Glimmer Cape, where's your detection? They don't have it. Squadix getting hit, but still surviving. Force Staff, oh, he went the wrong direction though. Do they have a way to keep him alive? Notice is there. Notice is doing so much in this fight, and Virtus.pro! They take down 3, they take down 4.
Oh, Puppy the only one running back to his base with his tail between his legs. That is a lot of damage from that Lina. That's Satanic, turning that fight around for a second time. And what positioning from FNG? Throws so much that he's always protecting to make sure Lina's got her opportunities. Like you said, Notice too. Absolute god in that one.
This is dangerous territory. Rapier on Lina. Now they don't.
Oh, he didn't keep the gold. The timer's back for Lifestealer, but he didn't actually have gold.
That's what I was gonna say. He did not save money for buyback on Chrysalis.
Oh.
Now here's the problem. Like obviously other people are gonna buy back. Let's take a look at this again on Terrace. The clutch play on this Bat Rider. They gave it to him again.
Honestly.
And how did Squadix stay alive through all of this? Nobody else from Secret was willing to jump on her.
Well, it looked like the call was the back, but then Boom comes in because he sees the free kill in FNG.
Yeah.
And that's what starts the second engagement. But like you mentioned, FG had buyback, so he's kind of just chilling in that situation. And he's just always backing him up.
In the world of the living, Antares is still looking for a pickoff here. Puppy playing pretty far forward. Now, you got to be careful at this point in the game as we see the last vestiges of this.
And the Rapier's there.
They're starting to hit on those tier 3 towers. How much can they get done and how quickly? Still 40 seconds without a life stealer. This is an elimination game. Secret on the verge. They're not buying back yet. And Virtus.pro, they don't want to go for glory.
They have a glyph.
Nobody is stepping all the way around. So yeah, they're going to get one lane of racks and call it there for the moment, but...
Ooh, and a wisdom rune for 25 unnoticed.
I mean, this is scary stuff. I think the problem for Virtus.pro now is that realistically, like, leaving the base is incredibly scary. So crit on targets, I feel like I've been tending to see mainly just the magic damage build, but crit on targets affected by Dragon Slave is kind of cool.
Yeah. It's, I mean, especially in a situation where you're defending high ground too, right? Because everyone's all clumped. So it's a good chance you're going to be tagging multiple people. Doesn't only last for 3 seconds though, so.
I mean, so this moment though is where like the composure comes in. Are we going to see Virtus.pro be able to sort of keep their heads straight and not venture too far outside of the base? For Secret, do they get picked off? Any pick off at this point in the game is enormous. And again, buybacks are where situations become really dangerous. And for SquadX, like, you got the rapier, so if you have buyback, that doesn't necessarily change things tremendously. Oh my God, he got it. Oh my God, he bought it.
Hitch a ride.
We're hitching a ride, baby.
He's putting him in.
Oh,
he's
he's
like,
practicing.
He's like, how does this work?
They're practicing. Dude, oh, buddy. If Hitch a Ride wins them this game, which legitimately
it's
it might.
actually insane, this game.
It's so good.
Okay, all right.
Oh, geez. All right, so tell the people about it. What makes Hitch a Ride so good this game, the workhorse?
Well, the idea is that it protects him, in theory, from crystals, right? Like being jumped on. And just, again, another saving option here. It also gives a little bit of backup to FNG, because I feel like he's had a lot of pressure on him this time. It also just gives you multiple stampedes, in a sense.
Right.
Which is pretty cool on a 24-second cooldown. So it's not just about the cart. Even if it's just a solo stampede. It does not affect your whole team, just to be clear.
They have Wind Wakers now, too. SquadX queuing up another rapier.
Oh, who's got a Wind Waker?
Centaur.
Oh, wow, that's nice. Wait, okay.
It is all, like...
That was a lot of gold, huh?
Notice this build is all about the save. Man, what a barn burner we get for the last game of the night. This is what you want to see.
And a fresh anal disc as well here for FNG. Okay. All right, so what did the Diamond able to get? Anything? Probably not, obviously.
Look at they're all on opposite sides of the map. Both teams are absolutely terrified of giving this one away.
I mean, you have the Megas here too, so there's not a lot of pressure as Team Secret. You know that they're probably only going to leave the base for Roche, if that, and it's going to be fairly obvious. That's the main benefit of Mega Creeps. They're just a crazy source of vision for you.
I mean, this could very easily get us to a 60-minute game.
100%. We're waiting.
Yeah. I think that, like, the Aegis at this point, I doubt that Virtus.pro are going to try and make a move for it, but maybe they do. They're actually smoking out to see if they can find a kill here.
The ideal play for Team Secret is you take this Roche. It spawns, like, around, because... Like, you want, like, a late spawn, theoretically.
Yeah.
You get the Roche. You get your neutrals during the Aegis before they can come out of the base. And then you have tier 5s. They don't. But those camps close to the base make that harder to do these days.
Right. And the other thing is that it doesn't feel like Secret are trying to play that same level of, like, oppressive pressure on the map. Because, again, neither team has very good vision heroes at all. Like, the best vision things that they've got in this game is the Thunderstrike from Puppey. So, like, you can see that's why they're completely on the opposite side of the map. And because of that, Virtus.pro now can get these, like, really good wards out. You see over here the bottom left-hand corner, up on that triangle spot as well. They're going to be able to get those tier 5 neutrals. Man, what a game.
And our Roche clock about to be revealed here in 5 seconds. How long will it be, Lyrical?
10 seconds.
Oh, a quick one.
50.
One of these days, we'll get it.
50. So it will be nighttime. That's another Aghanim Scepter, which is a pretty huge win for Lifestealer.
Oh, yeah, that's true, actually.
I love how he's farming in the... This is the BSJ style back in the day.
Yeah, this is the stay inside. That was a good build.
But this is again one of those things where he just like wants to make sure that he's maximum level safe. It's really hard to imagine Virtus.pro being able to kill him once he's inside of the Black Dragon.
Is it? I mean, I feel like it's definitely doable.
I mean, it is somewhat. Like, Batrider doesn't have Refresher, though. So, like, if you lasso him, then you likely are going to be able to get out on, like, a Rage run or something. Maybe not. I mean, there is still Stampede. Yeah, I guess maybe you're right.
Stampede is so important in this game. He needs the Refresher because CK is refusing to buy Blink Dagger, which I understand because it is kind of weird on CK because, like, you blink in, then you still have to Phantasm, so it's not as good as other heroes. But Stampede impacts everybody.
Right.
So it can be super useful for something like Chaos Knight. So multiple Stampedes would be amazing.
So they scan right now as Roche, or as it's the side of Secret walking into the pit. I still don't think that they're going to feel comfortable going to contest this.
No, that's the power of Megas for sure.
Yeah. So that signals it's going on. We're still 3 minutes from tier 5s. I think Secret...
Okay, now...
I mean, I don't know. This is a tough one. Like, do you actually go for... Do you actually just go for high ground now? I don't know if you want to. Like, the problem is that if you don't go high ground now and you wait for tier 5s, then you're basically in the same situation that you were before, except now Virtus.pro, like, you know, they're going to have stuff too. I mean, the wave is all the way inside Secret's base right now.
Yeah, I think they're going to go with this Aegis. I don't think they'll wait for the tier 5s because the timing's just too awkward.
Are there any other big items that come out that change, like, the dynamic at all? Kordan's trying to get to overwhelming Blink.
The Arcane Blink's really strong.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's crazy. 5-second cooldown for him right now with Octarine. That can go pretty wild. Has the Ags too with the barrier. So chance he can get out of control in these engagements.
For the Timber, you're saying?
Yeah, yeah. Oh, did I say Kordan? Yeah, sorry. Yep.
But it's just Puppy scouting around, trying to take over Watchers. Arcane Rune there. We did see earlier that amplified damage got denied by Puppy. No bottle or anything used. Batrider has been able to charge up and get towards his buyback now and also queuing up the Aghanim Scepter. But the buyback was critical in the last fight. Everybody in the game has buyback right now except for Rubik. FNG, the lone one back.
Gold here.
Yeah.
Help him out.
They're hunting a little bit. Wait a minute. What's going on here?
See that fire maybe from Terras.
So it looks like Secret are going to try and deny them. So there will be like a little window here. There's going to be like about a minute or so where Secret can maybe do it. And I think as Virtus.pro, is it too scary? They've already got wards down to try and catch them on those camps, farming out the neutrals.
Oh yeah, I was definitely NA mapping that. Yeah, they got a much bigger window than I was thinking.
Okay.
Yeah, that's worth. Surely.
They've already taken them out though. They have the gem down there. So no more wards. Ward expired, not sure what.
No, I mean definitely worth going tier 5.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Don't go high ground.
Dire scanning. They think that they're over there on the other side farming them up.
What are the dreams here, folks? What we got here? How good's and Mirror Shield's
Mirror Shield's insane.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Obviously,
Giant's Ring for Centaur if you can get that. Giant's Ring for a lot of the heroes on.
Yeah, Kordan or Boom would love a Giant's Ring.
On Terrace, he's over here.
Oh, he's prepping. Yep, here he goes. All right.
That's
the brave soul. Oh, but the Ulcore. He's actually coming back.
Yeah, that's a scary one. He's going to see him right there, and now he needs to run. Yeah, jumps away, Force Staff, TP out. But that does give them the knowledge that that was close. Wait, they're wrapping in. They're going in. Oh, boom, 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 boom. The rest of them come forward. Now, Kirit's Hitch looking, scary stuff. They Stampede, decide to back away. Dude, everybody is so afraid. They're so scared.
Ooh, okay.
Good job by Secret, though, to deny them those.
And now they're immediately running down bottom, and I think it's the Ulcore is drawing the line.
Yeah.
They're like, hey, they're going to go grab those ones. All right, Force Boots for Boom.
Yeah, they're getting the tier 5s. They're having almost all of them. Stygian in there. I saw a Giant's Ring for somebody.
That's so smart getting the Stygian on the Ulcore.
Yeah.
Get the multiple procs.
This is really good for them. And, I mean, now if you're Secret, I think you need to go. Like, it doesn't get better than this necessarily. A pirate hat, though. They did get one on Virtus.pro. Pirate hat for Squad X.
And FNG still doesn't have buyback. Help him. More bounties.
He's digging.
Get out your trusty shovels. Bring them back.
Oh my god, this game.
Kordan's just camping, hoping
That's
someone's
a good
going to come
point.
for it.
Get a trusty shovel, dig a kobold, buy a Midas.
Yeah, whatever you got to do.
Now we're talking.
Those are our late game choices here. Seer Stone for Puppey is terrifying.
Yeah, that's really big.
All right, look at his Static Storm cast range. Look at his Glimpse cast range. Yeah, those are pretty big. All combined with a giant blink as well.
I know. He's going to be able to find him from really far away. I mean, that's a game changer because now, like, as Rubik, you can't even really be safe.
And Chrysalis with the Apex too here, so.
The other thing is that I think you're kind of on a timer because I think the 25 talent for Disruptor actually just ends the game. Like, plus 200 Static Storm radius is massive.
Yeah, that's quite large.
But they actually don't go with this Aegis. Like, if they wait for Disruptor, like, Refresher even, he's queuing up a Lotus.
I can't believe that they haven't panicked and gone out for these neutrals. I mean,
Yeah.
FNG's out there right now, somehow surviving. Doesn't get it, dude. It's so unlucky.
They scan, and they realize that they're over there, so he is going to TP away.
They just can't get them.
No.
They can't get the tier 5s. They got to win one fight. It's almost time for a dig on at this point.
All right, the Giants ring DK is insane. When he pops BKB, what the hell are with the life stealer
you're not even gonna be able
inside
to see.
of him? What? I mean, that is going to create like a whole new level of stuff, right? As Lina, although you can turn on the Dota Labs settings to make it so that she only clicks on heroes. All right, that's maybe too next level.
I like it. Dota Labs for the win.
Oh, there it is. Nice. Oh God, this game is too stressful for me. When Dota gets to this stage, it feels like it's something completely different.
FNG thought about going out again, but Teal, of course, here guarding the camps.
Yeah. Second Rapier bot, and they're running along the side of the map. So it's on the courier coming back home. They'll have one ready once the buyback is there.
Yeah, he's gonna immune it over that Dire Watcher.
These freaking dragons, man. Jump forward, gets the stun. Batrider in trouble. Squad X, Laguna Blade. They already Static Storm to help protect this. Now Batrider does have buyback.
He doesn't panic buy it either.
Yeah.
He just waits. And now no Stack Storm. Now go. Get tier 5s. All right, what do we got? We got at least one by Kiritich. I think he got two.
Oh, he bought a Midas. Dude, what a big brain.
I mean, you have to, right?
Yeah.
You got no choice at this point.
Yeah, no Static Storm is huge.
He's still deciding, though. He doesn't know what he wants.
Dude, you remember when Tier 4 towers used to regen?
Did they?
It was a
you. Yeah, that
terrible
sounds right.
patch.
Yes.
Awful patch. But no longer. And, I mean, the slow whittling is going to be a thing. The reality is that, like, eventually, if you wanted to on Secret, like, they could even think about trying to all-in the throne if they can whittle down the Tier 4s. It gets pretty scary how much damage can be done quickly. Batrider, 70 seconds.
They'll definitely go to try and force this buyback, I think. Once all their spells are back up, right? BKB in 5 seconds for the DK. He went for an Apex, by the way, on Kiritich, so.
Okay.
Also pretty chonky.
Very large fella.
One of these times, this just won't be an illusion, you know?
Puppey jumps in, Static Storm onto him. FNG pulls him out. Look at that range. BKB turnaround. Dual Scepter lift up. Now Stampede wants to chase. You can't keep losing this damage onto the tower like this, though. They're waiting for the perfect moment. I don't know if it's going to come. Now they get him.
Kiritich?
Damage out. Kiritich living through this one. The hits are there. Notice. Lift up with the Yule Scepter. Still fine. Force staff keeps him alive. Squad X down to half HP. Chrysalis continues to beat into this Tier 4 towers. That's one down. Gotta find more. Lassos! Both of them! That's the connection that they needed. More stuns are out. Do they have the damage,
on the
though?
Hex!
They try and do it. The damage. The Hitcher Ride. He's staying alive. Squad X beating into them. They don't know how to deal with it. Chrysalis tries to run away. The beat down. The root. They connect. They kill.
Oh, what a bushwhack! Still got him.
Now the turn. They try and take down that Centaur, but the Force Staff dodges the Sharpshooter. Tries to find more. Creeps are going into the base. They're sending the CK to deal with it, which means Squad X can chase this. Finds Boom. Couple more hits. Not enough armor in the world to deal with that rapier.
And Terrace is on Theolcore as well, still chasing him down.
They're going down one by one. Secret, have you overextended? This is going to be 4 dead.
Oh, man. Boom jumps in with the Hex onto Squad X, but the Hitch a Ride save gets an immediate Satanic off, and you just saw Crystal's like, I can't do anything. I
Can't
just
punch
have to
him.
run.
Has a shield rune now on Squad X. They're buying back. I mean, again, it's all available for them. They're ready to start moving. They buy a refresher on this Centaur, trying to kill the creep wave, which they're going to be able to do. They're pulling it to the side, but a couple creeps make their way through it. Again, this window, how much can you get?
Yeah, how do you force this buyback, though, and not just lose?
There's still a tier 2 up on the top side, so like they can't even get megas freely here.
Yeah, they're not panicking. I mean, Kirtis is not here. He does not have bots. He will not be there, so they don't want to actually fight.
Yeah. No, they're out getting some more farm on, and they're going to need to pressure through the top side. Taking a look at Dota Plus win probability, there's a chance. They're saying there's a chance.
We have all of the, I assume all of them collected. Yeah, we do indeed. FNG has his back in the base, his tier 5. We'll see what he manages to get. I mean, he has ninja gear. He might just keep that out for a while, to be honest.
Right. And, of course, Force Boots for Centaur Warrunner makes a big difference. Oh, God. 67 minutes.
It's a ride, baby.
Yeah, it's huge.
Just stick your thumb up. Back up, scoops you up to safety. That's pretty nice.
Batrider got Force Boots, too. And Book of the Dead for the Rubik. Yo, let's go.
That's not what I was expecting. FNG, you know, he just misses them.
They're going. Top side, this could be a fight over here, maybe, depending on how it works. They get some wards down in the area.
Boom's got the refresher.
Are they
double
calling
hex
to go towards mid? That's an amp damage.
It's a chance we're going to have a pig pulling a cart with a pig in it.
Amp damage on Lina. Look out. The deeps are going to be strong. Trying to find somebody here.
The creeps.
Oh, on
the
Terrace.
Book of the Dead.
On Terrace, that's the DK. Illusions. And you can see how far back Kordan is sitting. They do not want to get caught here.
Go Necro Creeps.
On Terrace, he sees Boom. No, he doesn't. Terrace gets away.
Panic.
I see Boom. I'm getting excited. And they're pushing in this wave
What
now.
a change of game state right now.
Oh, yeah.
That Virtus.pro is out here, and Secret are hugging the top part of the map right now.
Squad X. He's just going through backdoor. They get him with the stun. Where's the hitcher ride? They need it desperately. It's gone. Oh, no. That's 2 dead. Oh, buddy. They lose the Rubik, too.
Just got bushwhacked.
Virtus.pro were not anticipating the simplest, most telegraphed of suns. The Theolcore gets it in the end.
That's Dota, baby. He sells a rapier at home and 7,000 gold, right? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So, backup rapier. What do they do with the one they grab? It's on Chrysalis. Okay.
They're buying back on Centaur just to try and deal with the waves, but now it's another Aegis. I don't know, man.
It's like, think about all these complicated fights and how things can break down and how you win it. There's a rope flies out of a tree and your Lina dies.
Oh, God. It is silly.
The mental stack of Dota can be a bit much sometimes. It's really a full deck of cards at this point in the game. There's so many things that can happen to you.
Well, they want to wait 40 seconds for Lina if they can. I don't know if they're going to give him that opportunity, to be honest. I think she's going to have to buy back because
I would just do it now and get the rapier all set up. I don't want to be in a panic mode here, you know?
She would love to be able to hold off on it if possible. And it looks like they're kind of slow rolling this a little bit. But the buildings are just going to drop. Like, the buyback is so valuable if they can wait just 15 more seconds. But Secret, they're already into it. They bought back on Lina.
Dude.
This is scary. They have to buy back. Oh, that hurts. That hurts so bad.
Good job from Secret. Like, you have to do that.
Yeah.
We'll see if the decoy can make a crazy play this game. Not something you get to see too often from the Hoodwink, but it does get passed over to Theolcore from that last rush.
We've seen how good Bushwhacks can be.
That's true. Maybe it'll win it again. This is much more comfortable. Back to what we're used to here.
I know. I'll be honest. This feels really hard to win now for Virtus.pro. Like, at some point, they're just going to run into the
Two wisdom runes?
Jeez. Because, like, how do you deal with this? They have a glyph.
That is a free level 30. Who do you give it to?
I don't know.
Probably Timber.
I don't know if they're thinking about the wisdom runes, to be
No,
honest.
nobody is. Actually, if you get Lifestealer, his last 2 talents, that would be really strong.
I've been eyeing up the block of cheese thing, seeing if there was going to be one that would come out. They have, like, almost enough for them, I think, on Puppy, but I did hear a cheese get eaten accidentally, too, so I don't know exactly what's happening.
Oh, I see. Oh, yeah, you're right. Puppy's stacked. You need 3 graders, right?
Yeah, I think that's what
Yeah, he's really close. Yeah. He's got a great and a healing lotus. Yeah, he is making a block of cheese. Right now, I think, right?
There's a second block of cheese that we have seen so far in this tournament.
All right, it's block of cheese time.
Who has it? Who's got the cheese?
Puppy, it was on Lifestealer. Chrysalis has it. And he's putting them on the courier?
And sending them to him.
Oh, no, they're back in his inventory. Never mind.
Okay.
All right. Cheese time.
I mean, like I said, this is really hard to stop this from happening.
Just cooking it up right now. The block of cheese. Use Scrumptious. Try me.
I think he accidentally switched his rapier over. He's put it back now, I think.
Oh, someone. Who's going to eat it, guys? They can't decide. You have to consume it.
Dude.
Team?
Come on now. Let's go. Somebody.
What are we doing? No, you have to try me. It says right in the description.
Come on.
What is happening?
Dude, if they lose this game because they didn't eat the block of cheese, all right, there we go.
Yay!
Try it. There we go.
All right, they just want to save the savory shield for DK.
Good stuff. So he's the only one without buyback. We'll have it again in another minute and a half. But with only 1 glyph, it is imperative that Virtus.pro find either a win in the fight with the glyph used, and like 5 heroes did on Secret, or they need to be able to hold without using the glyph and not just lose their throne.
I believe Secret's other late game, they ended up with like a 70k lead or something before they went high ground, right? So we got time.
That's a good point. Nothing else to do. We're hanging out. You can see, though, some of the annoying things to deal with. These giant DK illusions. We'll try our best to catch all the action of what's happening, but...
Yeah, we're in chaos mode, folks.
It really very much is that. Again, buyback status, CK and Batrider, the only ones with it in this game on the side of Virtus.pro, and everybody but DK has it on Secret, and DK in 20 seconds is going to have it too.
Honestly, for your own peace of mind, I feel like it would be nice to get a Dagon on someone. Just so you know that it's an illusion.
Yeah, it's fair. Secret still not willing to go on Terrace. Ooh, he went for it.
Wow, okay. Had the, so that was just a pop with a Force Staff, eh?
Yeah. Pop with the Force Staff and then tried to lasso, but couldn't quite connect. But that's BKB down now for the Batrider. So maybe another 80 seconds. Secret could go before then.
I mean, they have no buyback on Centaur, Lina, or Rubik.
Aegis expires, means it's time to battle, apparently. Kordan jumps forward. They find that Batrider saved for the moment, and now the connection.
Hitch a ride!
Hitch a ride, though. He's out of there. They can't punch him. Squadix living, beating the crap out of Chrysalis. Chrysalis tries to get out of there. That's Eul Scepter lift up, dodging, but not able to escape.
Whoa. Infest on for 5 seconds.
And looking for more. Can they get anybody else here?
We got to nerf Hitch a Ride.
It's too good.
It's too strong.
Divine Rapier dropped on the ground.
Did they scoop it up?
It did cost them a buyback, of course. No, it doesn't look like they got the Rapier.
Wait, I actually can't find it.
Kiritich has it.
Oh, nice. Okay.
I mean...
All right, Lina tactics here. Feed a Rapier. Gets dropped.
Yep.
Comes back to your team. Now your Chaos Knight has a Rapier too.
Is that even good though?
His brain is so big.
Is. I don't know, man. This is scary stuff. At the very least for Virtus.pro, they did not lose the glyph, but they did have to use buyback on CK.
That's true. But you got a rapier for it, so
That's
you know
true.
it's like a worthy exchange.
30,000 gold lead.
The old core just throwing it bushback worked last time.
Right.
Just keep chucking him.
Totally. Yeah, Ontaris still can play pretty aggressively on the Batrider because he's the only one with buyback right now.
Scary spot to be in.
And he buys a Shadow Blade. Okay. All right, let's go.
They have a gem on the old core still. So that would be disappointing if that ends up catching him, but when you have your True Sight Book of the Dead, go and scout the area maybe for sentries. That's helpful.
They do have that one ward up there on the high ground, which is doing some pretty good work on the side of Secret. It's been placed there multiple times. But 76 minutes in.
13,000 gold on Boom.
And I think they're just waiting for next Roche again, to be honest.
6,000 on Kordan, 8,000 on Crystallis.
Oh, jeez.
Inflation is just out of control.
These dudes.
We gotta eat the rich.
God damn.
Smoked up. Big old DK. Ulti in 12 seconds.
Looking. Maybe they're making them think that they're going for Roche.
The Necronomicon coming out. Ob Sentry combo here, getting a little peek at that high ground.
Now this before was where Secret waited. They tried to play the patient game. Are they going to get punished this time because they're looking for a fight?
Puppy's looking for the big ult.
It's a little bit scary coming in there. But now they've sort of revealed themselves. They take down the illusions. Kordan still ready to jump at a moment's notice. Smoke wearing out soon. They see a couple targets. Thought about it. Jump forward, stun.
Whoa, oh, that's a real one. No. Again, trying to force this BKB.
Yeah.
They really want Squadix to blink, but he's refusing to.
If Virtus.pro somehow managed to win this game, I will be so impressed with this team because this feels like an impossible situation. And they can keep looking for you. The Seer Stone also means that this tiny area that you're allowed to play in, you can't even play there. Thunderstrike to see anybody that might be off to the side this entire time too. They're sending out the illusions. Squadix has to step forward to kill these DK illusions, or they eventually come on down and whittle down the throne too. God, what a freaking annoying situation to be in for Virtus.pro.
Maybe a little bit for Secret too.
I mean, yeah, to be fair.
All right, well, another Rapier ultimate. Oh, Courier gets spotted by a range creep there, but...
Are they running for it?
No, it's...
Are they They're running to try and catch the Courier.
No, they're just catching the wave.
I won't get it.
There's no way. All right.
Well, they're like, well, it didn't work down bottom. Let's check out up top. See if we can maybe catch him over there.
After a pretty scary situation, now it's just CK without the buyback.
Yeah.
Roche respawning, though. For the 5th Roche spawn.
I mean, the biggest thing to me to protect... Oh, wait a minute. Bushwhack. Dude, the bushwhacks.
It's too strong.
Apparently, rooted there. It's about throwing out another one. That's the real DK right up front and center. Starts to hit into him. Walks forward, hitches a ride. Come on in and join him. Starts punching away. Wait, the lasso back into the fountain. Crystallis in no man's land does manage to get the infest
in the Centaur.
inside of the Centaur. They know that he's coming out in just a moment, and Crystallis starts to drop.
Dude, he's dead.
Lina, way too strong.
They can't get the throne, and they still haven't glyphed.
Yeah. That's so impressive.
Are they gonna go for Roche, maybe?
I mean, I don't know.
They're pinging it, or someone's pinging it. The old core's pinging it.
They have, they don't have Ags on CK or
even
Rubik.
worth going for it? Like, do you even gain anything?
I mean, the Flame Cloak is huge.
Actually, you're right.
The CK stuff is pretty big. There's a lot of potential things. Oh, it's down bottom now, though, so they don't get Ags anymore. Oh, God, that feels bad. All right, this is one of those games, though. It's just absolutely insane. Real late game Dota, and we're seeing the
Level
power
30
of the Hitch-a-Ride.
Hoodwink.
The power of the Hitch-a-Ride.
Oh my God.
Should have never doubted it.
No, of course not.
Velocor's going for a rapier too. Why not? I mean, those things drop around like trash on the ground in a little bit here.
Yeah, we are at that point in the game where they're just laying about. Teal'c will pick up the Wizard. Now, how does that work? Does he actually absorb some of the 3,000, or does it just go to... Because if so, that's really wasteful. I gotta say, 3,000 is a lot of XP.
And we talked about earlier, by the way, the Disruptor level 25. He has it now. So this is where it becomes even more crazy. The extra AoE on the Static Storm is nuts.
Aether, too.
Yeah, he's
His
getting
cast range
E-Blade.
is out of control.
I think that this is legitimately like... I mean, you have to stay so far back on Centaur, save your BKB to run on in and keep the Lina alive, because Rubik is not going to be able to pull her out of there anymore, I don't think.
Oh, this is also just more good news for Secret. They actually didn't want the Dire Roach anymore. They want this one. They want the Refresher Shards.
And the banner! Oh, let's go, banner! Drop the banner
Super
now.
mega creeps.
Refresher on Puppy.
Do you guys want the Aegis? Are we just denying this thing? All right.
Chrysalis will take it. I mean, to be fair, he's dying in these fights over and over again. Makes sense. Do they drop Roche's banner? If they siege bottom, dropping the banner top seems kind of cool. Like, if they start a fight there, the creeps are going to do so much damage. Just whatever you do, oh my god, do not drop it by the tier 3 towers. Please, for the love
like
of
back
God.
at their own base. Oh, that would be so funny.
Please do not do that.
We're gonna have to have an intervention. You know how they have like the players meeting every year in Seattle? If they drop their tier 3 right now, that's gonna be the first order of business.
Yeah.
They're gonna be like, all right, we gotta talk about the banner, guys.
Never
You guys understand that it only lasts for so long.
All right, Rapier on Hoodwink. Bought for that. Oh, still has buyback though on Daily Core.
I think we're getting to the point where they're gonna start playing for the throne. Yeah. I think the way these fights are going and the Lina hitch a ride, we're gonna get a force the glyph, go back, go throne, right?
Because even if you all die for it,
yeah.
I mean, I don't know. That's too scary though. Because like if you all die for it and then you have buyback, there is actually a win condition. Versus here, I don't know if there is a win condition. It's buying a nullifier. That doesn't stop hitch or rides, right? I don't think so.
No, there's no way.
Anyways. Oh, jeez. Holy moly.
Hitch a ride.
What a game. 83 minutes. I'm glad that I grabbed myself another energy drink before the start of this one, because we are moving and grooving.
Your energy drink sponsor here.
Right.
You know, if you're interested there, folks.
That's a good point.
Yeah. Be talking about X brand energy drink and how energized we are thanks to it. And yet, what a missed opportunity. Contact sales at PGL if you're interested.
Laguna Blade out, queuing up the Aghanim Scepter next for Squad X. And jump forward, there's the stun. BKB turn, Static Storm, not doing enough, not doing nearly enough. They do infest Insider though, so they finally get that one. Puppy now in on it, gets stunned, the turn, the hit. Dude, they did not do almost any damage. And look at them, they're starting to drop. Oh, Chrysalis is in no man's land too. They went for the all-in play on the throne, but it wasn't even for the throne. They didn't get any damn thing.
Oh, they got absolutely nothing. They're just chasing Boom out.
Virtus.pro are actually going to do this. I don't know if Secret know how to win.
Get out of our base.
I don't know if I know how they can win. Like, what the hell do you do against this?
Honestly, it's Squad X. He's playing like a god. Like, Puppy has not been able to utilize this ulti in the late game.
No.
That's what it's coming down to. Like, he's coming and throwing these Stack Storms. First there were saves. Now there's just extremely well-timed BKBs coming out from Squad X. He has no refresher.
Oh my god.
He's got one BKB and somehow he's doing this.
It's actually crazy. No, it's so
I
it's
legitimately
so nuts.
don't know how.
Oh man. Well, they're running in now. This one creep is what they need and getting ready to step forward. Everybody on Radiant has buyback right now except for the Bat Rider. And our Virtus.pro gonna back and try and go for the tier 2 tower top. That seems to be the play. So they want to get megas of their own. They're saying, yeah, we'll take another 20 minutes of this game. This is a lot of discipline being shown by the Virtus.pro team. I can imagine so many other teams that in this situation would run it down mid. They're opting to push up here. And
we've seen it. We've seen the immediate run down mid into straight up lose because you forget how much easier it is to fight inside your own base. Everything's way easier to organize, coordinate. There's immediate buybacks.
Look at this Dragon Knight, though. I mean, it doesn't matter. He's cutting the waves, but Squad X's Rapier is Lina. This is going down. All right, 14 seconds.
They've gotten all the waves out.
Yeah.
Against Megas.
They're going.
The Illusion's bottom. Like, there's no backdoor chance here for Secret.
They still absolutely can lose this game right here and right now if they are not careful. Static Storm is at the ready. They don't have Refresher, though. Kiritich pops that BKB, decides to back away for the moment. Creepwave's starting to push in mid, but hasn't crossed the river.
We need CK eggs.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got this Refresher, the multiple Phantasms. I think it's pretty crazy.
They're backing out. Just impressive levels of discipline being shown by Virtus.pro in this game. And again, for Secret, what's the play? What's the move?
Well, they're out of Rapiers now, I think. What happened to Thiola Course? Oh, maybe it's just in the well? Oh, it's just still sitting there, actually, at the bottom stairs.
Oh my god.
I assume that's his.
Bro.
Yeah, we're at that point in the game.
They glimpse back one. Got him caught. Aeon Disc. Stampede runs away on Terrace. Pulls in double illusions. That's not what they were hoping for.
All right, they're pulling Squadix back in. Noticed, heads the Refresher in 5.
Boom, boom, boom. Onto him right away. Trying to take him down. Yule Scepter lift up. In trouble. Squadix starts to fall. Squadix dead. Buys back immediately. Has the Rapier on deck ready to go. Did they get any of them on the chase out? There's still a Rapier on the ground. And oh, they did not use the glyph. They didn't use the glyph.
Still no.
By the way, there is still that Rapier on the ground over there. Nobody's noticed. Notice. That's your job.
I mean, hell, Squadix is still just sitting there. They're wondering if they might be like baiting it or something. I think panicking a little bit here.
Oh, he did ping it. Okay. So they do know. Oh, he has double.
Yeah, he's holding 2 right now.
And there, I think he was pinging the other one that he just picked up, so they might still not know about that other one.
I mean, they must have seen it by now.
Oh,
it's in their vision.
All right, 87 minutes. What's the buyback status now?
So that was an instance, though, where they actually got the Stack Storm down, right? And what happened was there was 5 more seconds until the Refresher was back up on notice, and they happened to get the full initiation and the kill onto Squadix during that 5 seconds. So he couldn't refresh BKB, Stampede, Workhorse, go hitch a ride out the Lina. Right. It was the tiniest little window that actually just got them this buyback force out of Squadix.
She does have Refresher now, but not in hand, in backpack. I mean, this is where, like, you know... Oh, on Terrace?
Oh, they also have a ward still in their base?
Oh, dude, the bot's level 2.
Dude, there's a ward in their base.
They're not going to catch anybody here, though, I don't think, but... Dude, did they just go for the all-in play? They don't have Glyph. They didn't Glyph. They used Glyph on Secret. Wait, is this actually the play they're going for on Terrace?
He's got so many Rapiers.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, he's gonna go for it. They're keeping it. They just went out of the game. Virtus.pro coming in for the finish. Do they have enough? The lassos are there. They try and take him down. They get the disarm. It's not gonna matter. It's not gonna matter. No, Squadix goes down. They didn't have enough. Oh, Virtus.pro, you went for it all and you came up short. How? Oh my god.
And
dude,
now,
the disarm. Oh, it's over. It's over. It's over. Not like this.
The Abyssal Blade coming out as well. They got the full control onto Squadix. It's a different beast.
You know what she needed to do? She needed to Flame Cloak and go inside of the throne. I think she maybe can do it then if she didn't get Abyssal.
I mean, right now they're
going to try again.
YOLOing. I mean, they know.
Yeah, they have to try again. There's no chance otherwise. All in for it, and it's going to come too late. They do have Glyph of their own. Can they do it? They're starting to bring it down low, but no. The Hex is there, and it is going to be Team Secret pulling out the victory. Unbelievable. Just under 90 minutes. What an absolute classic of a game.
Wow, Secret just chilling. Like, no worries, that's fine. Puppy, don't leave him hanging.
Oh, there it is.
There it is. Help him out. And, whoo, okay, there was a last from Boom on the side there.
Oh, God. I'm gonna need to go take a lie down and Virtus.pro. Oh, it hurts. It hurts so much. Let's head on back to the panel. Let them break this down.
I don't even know what to feel, what to say right now, and I'm sure it's not easy for Virtus.pro either, but Secret, they were off to one of the roughest starts. It was really difficult for them in that early game. I really thought that Virtus.pro were going to be able to close out in 30 minutes, but here we are.
Yeah, and nothing really matters. Like the first 40, 50 minutes of the game, you can just completely ignore it because we got to where we got. And in the end, Fear, you said it best. Like the team that goes for the high ground push is going to lose.
Yep.
The last team that went for it was Virtus.pro with the travels, with everything, and yeah, they got punished for it.
There's a couple things to take away. The main one for me in the last 20 minutes is Centaur Cart actually good?
Short answer is no, but long answer
in this game.
In this game, because like he was able to use his disruptor. I talked about how OP this hero is, and typically speaking, when you get a disruptor ult on top of you and the kinetic field, you're just left for dead. There's nothing you can do. You can't BKB, you can't satanic, nothing like that. But if you press BKB on the Centaur, you can blink into there because your BKB is already running, and you can save your Lina. And we saw that multiple times. So the effectiveness, we found the hard counter.
I love
right now.
I love the highlights. They're starting at what is that minute? I can't see it.
Who knows?
65, yeah, like 65th minute is the first highlight.
There's still a lot of game left. Hold on.
There's still a lot of game left.
This is the early
exactly.
game.
This is the mid game, you mean?
This is one of the main reasons why they held so well. It's Antares on the Batrider. He was getting a lot of these double lassos. He was pulling them out of position, and then you had the Carti as well, Centaur pulling Squadix around, but yeah, just such a crazy game in the end. Team spirit, like I guess what I learned from this game, it doesn't pay to be brave. Like don't be brave, just sit in your base and chill and wait forever.
Yeah.
That's the only way. This reminds me of the old school Kordan games as well, in which you're defending your throne and you're defending for 60 minutes and then it doesn't matter because the moment you leave the base, you get caught and you die.
Yeah, I really feel like in this game that VP, they just won it out at the very end. Like, we're just going to do this Hail Mary play and...
It was a little impatient.
Hope it, yeah, because they just bought back, right?
Yeah.
If they really wanted to try and like, I guess win the game.
Or increase their chances of winning.
Yeah, wait for your buyback, then try it, right? Yeah. Like, but they, I think in their eyes, like, I just went out of this game. This can work. Hopefully it works. Or maybe they were thinking if they do it without buybacks, they won't expect that type of like play.
I think it was like a double
and here it is. This is the play. The moment in all its glory where they just TPN 5 heroes with bots too on top of those Necronomicons. And then they tried to go, but unfortunately, it's not even close, right? You've got Abyssal Blades, you're playing in Slicer, he can infest you, and you have tons of control there, and unfortunately it just didn't work out.
I'm not sure why they expected their damage to be so much higher, because, yeah, it just wasn't there. It wasn't even close.
Yeah. That was a relief.
You won that. I was gonna say, you won that game, and that's the reaction that you have there. Is this? Oh man, I can't believe it.
I was watching the chat and like everyone was flaming Dota Plus and how badly it's predicting, but
that's true, wasn't it? It felt like the kill score was something about 15 to 6 or 7, maybe even less. But it was a 51-49% win rate on the teams.
Yeah,
slightly
on
favoring Virtus.pro.
Well, at one point, it was favoriting Secret, even though Secret had a 5K net worth lifestealer.
Deficit.
Yeah.
Oh no, I
That
see what you
early.
mean on the net worth chart.
That's
the
what
Batrider was about to lap him and overtake him. That was a really difficult one. But what isn't difficult is getting to talk to the players, which is what Tsunami is going to do right now.
Thank you very much. Yes, I am joined by Boom, who is now an expert at late game Dota. Is this not like your back-to-back time playing more than 70 minutes in a game?
Yeah, I mean, it is. And it's also like one of the few games like this that I played ever, you know, even pubs, like they don't go this long usually. And this is like super intense. You have to focus for 90 minutes straight. And it's like, I don't know, it's just giving you a headache and it gets boring at some point, you know. You see it since like minute 60 or even 50. We're just waiting Roche, and they're sitting in base. Like, that's all we're doing. We're waiting for a mistake. If they don't make a mistake, we're chilling, you know?
So then at one point was the main strategy, because what we saw was maybe, okay, Kordan, you send some illusions into the Ancient, and then let's just see what happens. And then Lina gets put into a cart, and we're like, okay, we're panicking, let's leave now.
Yeah, that was the strat. I mean, the first time we tried to jump them in their base, right? We forgot about Rubik Shard, and so we go all into this Lina, into their base, and he gets just lifted out of Disrupt ulti with Aganims, and we just like Pikachu phase, and we all die. and then we just like kept doing it. Like I don't know, there's no other way to win the game. I feel like we just kept trying, and we had a Lotus on Hoodwink, we had the Lincoln, so we put all our shit on our DK. DK is sending illusions, he's jumping them, and we're just looking for a mistake. That's all.
And then the way the game ultimately ended, it seemed like almost frustration from VP. Do you think they needed to go in for that all-in play after the Lina had buyback, or could they have just sat around for another 50 minutes?
I mean, for sure they could have sit around, I think, but it's a respectable play, you know? It's like they're probably getting bored just like us, sitting in base for 30 minutes. I mean, I respect it, you know, but they probably could have had a better chance if they just sit in base for like 50 more minutes, because we might as well like give us more time to make a mistake too, because we made a lot of mistakes as well in this game.
Well, like you said, it's a panic situation for both teams. How's your bladder doing after a game like that? How you feeling?
Oh man, it's about to blast.
Okay, fine, then I'll let you go, Boom. Congratulations on another long win as we send it back to the panel.
A win is a win. I mean, I can imagine after a 90-minute game like that, the concentration just out the window. You don't want to be thinking about anything else. But he was very candid. They didn't, have a flawless game. There were a couple of mistakes. And the earliest mistake, Fia, that you noticed that really kind of put Secret
super relevant to this 90-minute game.
It's super relevant.
And it starts really early, too.
Yeah. If you
At the beginning of the
missed
game.
It. I don't even know if the replay is available, but hopefully we can. All the way back at minute 0, right when the horn started. You're like, wow, this is just setting Secret up for a tough battle.
Yeah, I mean, the beginning of this game, I guess it was a very long 90-minute game, but this game started out terribly for Secret. You're going to see Chrysalis, he ended up choosing Rage at level 1 to try and steal the rune, which he failed to do so as well with that point. He doesn't even die here. I thought, okay, Andy's gonna get first blood, that's bad. But this is even worse. He has to walk back to base from the mid lane, heal, then TP top, miss the first wave entirely. Puppy got first blooded in that lane, and I'm just like, nothing worse could have happened here. And they still won the game. It took them 90 minutes, but they still won the game.
When I was coaching some supports, one thing that I would always drill into their heads, you have to be there on the lane on time for that first wave to start. Like, even if you're late just 15, 20 seconds, your carry is getting bullied. This, I guess it works the same for the carries, Don't be late to the lane. Don't miss the first wave.
Don't miss the first wave. Going to set you up for a tough game, but you can still come back. You can win. Secret getting the win for themselves. We've already heard from them, but unfortunately, Virtus.pro with this loss does mean they are eliminated from the tournament, and Banks is standing by with one of their players.
Thank you very much, Nat. Yes, I've got FNG with me here. And, well, FNG, this was a wild game. It got crazy, and it was a battle of patience at times. But did your patience run out towards the end?
No. I think we did a good call. In the end, the center should have, what's the name for the spell? The Carty spell, if he takes Lina, Nyx cannot target it, so Lina can hit. But we just made a mistake, and Nyx got inside, Lina can't hit, and it's not enough damage. We had the idea that we can also keep playing, but if you see the moment, you're like, okay, let's do it. And then if you make mistake, you lose anyway, so it's whatever.
That's what it's about, right? Risk versus reward when it comes to this. This time, you won't be rewarded for it, though. And I want to come back to the interview we had at the very beginning, right? We talked about trying to find some consistency, some stability, but it's still an early exit here for you guys. So what do you make of the tournament run you had?
It's actually hard to say what exactly did we gain from the games, because every game is a different one, and you play against 4 different teams. But in the end, we're just happy that we play together as a team, and we had some ideas, we tried them out and see why they didn't work, and it means that we have some room to improvement, and that's what the most important part. The most important part, at least for me, because the worst part is when you come to tournament to lose 0-3 and you don't know what to do. But we have ideas what to do, and hopefully it will just work better next time.
Okay, so there's things you can take away from it. There's things you can work on going forward. Does that give you extra confidence going into future events?
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's just, our life doesn't end on one tournament. I know that it doesn't sound good when you lose, but yeah, there are a lot of tournaments ahead of us, and we just need to be better, prepare better, do everything 100 times more than we did before to win next tournament.
That's what it's all about. And you've got a very positive mindset despite going out here. Nat, back to you.
Thank you so much, Banks. I loved what FNG was saying is, you know, sure, we go out 0-3, but there were games we won. There's a lot we can learn from. And when you're at the bottom, sometimes, well, the only way to go is up. And I am hoping for that in the future for Virtus.pro, as well as the fact that he talked about there's so many tournaments this year. There's going to be a lot of opportunities for them, a lot of qualifiers as well, in which they're going to hopefully get to showcase the improvements and the takeaways they have.
I feel like there's not too many lands left, but FNG, you know, he's a stellar guy always. I like his interviews and how open he is about where his team is. At the same time, when he talks about all the strategies that they have tried, they've tried a lot. Like in the end, I feel like every single game, they had a different carry and a different mid. So they tested out everything that can be tested out. I hope they found some of these strategies that can work for them for the future tournaments.
Yeah. A little bit of trial and error here. Unfortunate to see Virtus.pro being knocked out here, but we've also said goodbye to 2 other teams earlier today. We're going to have a look back at exactly how our day played out. This was all elimination matches. Started off Nouns up against G2IG, where Nouns, unfortunately, we say goodbye to them, getting O2'd. Liquid coming in strong, continuing that trend 2-0 to knock out Mouz. And here we had the longest series and the longest game today, which eventually saw Secret knocking out Virtus.pro. To round it all out, as a different visual format for you guys, you can see our standings. Xtreme Gaming and Falcons, guaranteed playoffs, 3-0. The magic number is 3. So they've had today off. They'll have tomorrow off and the day after as well, all the way up until when our playoff starts. But unfortunately, Nouns, Virtus.pro, Mouz, Heroic, Azure Ray, they get 3. But just on the other end of it, and that does mean those teams right there are knocked out as well. So 5 teams out of 8 that will be departing during group stages have already been decided for.
Speaking of 3, we still need to get rid of 3 more teams.
3 really is the magic number.
It really is.
3 of us, 3 series wins, 3 series losses.
3 series today.
3 series today. It's day 4 though, so
3 games every time we're on the panel.
Yeah,
Every time. There you go.
I'm trying to think of any more 3s, but I'm kind of running out now.
Same thing. No, I've got nothing.
We're on that. I think we're going to have a look at what tomorrow's schedule is, though, for you guys. These ones are the inverse. They're qualification matches. These teams want to win to secure playoffs for themselves. They've got a little bit of a barrier, a bit of a safety net. No eliminations at all going on. And it'll start off with Aurora up against Shopify Rebellion, then followed by Gaimin Gladiators against BetBoom, and then BetBoom up against Team Spirit. It's tough. You got to, as BetBoom, prove yourselves to be the kings of the region there and go off to playoffs. But at the same time, Spirit have been on a pretty good upward trajectory.
They've been on an upward trajectory, but BetBoom recently have been the kings of the region, right? Like they have been the team to look out for to try and win in the CIS, even for Team Spirit that, okay, at the beginning of this tournament at least has been looking a bit better, right? Like they have adjusted and they have improved, but BetBoom, they're the ones to beat, I would say even. By the way, 3 series tomorrow. Again, there you go.
Yeah, that was the other 3. Look, we are on round 4. So you're looking at the 4th column. The one that's highlighted in orange right there is what is going to be happening tomorrow. Just below it is what happened here today. It's kind of the easiest explanation of it. And then what stems from tomorrow, we'll be having those 3-1 teams qualified for themselves. And then we will find out the matchups for the two teams. Yes.
Sounds lovely.
Yeah, we have
Do you believe me?
Yes, of course. Please trust you.
Always trust me. What were you going to say, Lizard?
Nothing, just some really cool games overall. The second one is GG versus Boom, am I correct? No.
No.
Which one is the second one? The first one is Aurora Shopify Rebellion.
Yep.
The last one is Team Spirit versus BetBoom.
Yep.
And left remaining Gaimin
He's trusting you right now.
It is Boom.
It is Boom. Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, Boom, not BetBoom, sorry.
Yeah.
I was like, you did say it right. Then you said no, so I was like, okay, where is Pia going with this?
Just
the other Boom.
setting me up, yeah. But overall, all 3 series are going to be very interesting. I feel like the first one is very spicy as well.
I think it's the spiciest because it's 2 teams people weren't really expecting to have the fantastic start that they did. Both of them going 2-0, losing their previous qualification matches, and now coming up against each other. That's how I would say it.
Honestly, everyone just wants to see NA doing well. I have one of these boys right here with me. So a little bit adjusted. Shopify Rebellion looking really strong right now, even with the stand-ins.
Yeah, I mean, for me, Aurora and Shopify Rebellion, I expected them to do kind of what happened to Nouns. Like, yeah, you got a win on like early on, but unfortunately fall flat and just have like one of those good days. But they've had multiple good days in a row, and they've only lost one game. So they've kind of proven that they're just stable. So we're going to have to see how stable they are when they go against each other.
Yeah, well, whoever turns up tomorrow, they're going to be getting themselves a spot in to playoffs. We're not going to dive into it anymore. We're actually going to leave you guys for today. Day number 4 being closed out here. And we'll see you tomorrow for our qualification matches. 3 series, day number 5 of PGL Wallachia. We'll see you then.